This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Lawfone Continent, Demon Flame Forest. Ah. In the dark night, a miserable voice broke the silence. A person was lying on the ground, covered in blood, begging for mercy. Don't hit Lear. Lear hurts. Woo woo. Brother Mou, save Lear. Lear is really in pain. Two men holding thorn whips kept hitting the woman's body. The woman on the ground looked at the man standing not far away with a pleading look. There was a beauty beside the man. The man called Mo. He was unmoved, just watching her being beaten to death bit by bit. The woman's voice for mercy became smaller, and soon the woman on the ground was silent. Your Highness, this waste is dead. The guard stopped and sniffed the woman's breath. The man called His Highness said with a gloomy face, deal with it cleanly. Brother Mou, if she dies, how will the head of the Gu family explain it? Suning said with false worry. According to Gu Chintian's protective nature, if he knew that his granddaughter was dead, he would definitely go crazy. It's okay, Ninger, don't worry. Gu Chintian won't know that we killed this waste. Just deal with it cleanly. Mou looked at the lifeless woman on the ground, as if he had let out a sigh of relief. Being engaged to this waste was simply a big stain in his life. Throw her deep into the demon flame forest, Mou ordered his men. If she died without a complete body, Gu Chintian would not be able to find out that it was him who did it. Hearing this, Suning was in a good mood. Once this annoying waste died, the engagement between Brother Mou and her would be invalid. How could a waste who couldn't practice be the crown princess? Let's go back first. Mou didn't want to look at Gu Li lying on the ground, as if she was some kind of dirty thing. He took Suning back to the city. The two secret guards stood up and carried the woman to the depths of the demon flame forest. Deep in the demon flame forest. Just throw it here. If we go in further, we won't be able to escape if we encounter a high-level monster. The deep in the demon flame forest is no joke. He threw the person down, sprinkled some beast-attracting powder on her, and wanted to leave. Before the two of them could leave, they were grabbed by the ankle by a hand. Don't you want to leave something before you go? A cold voice sounded, as terrifying as a ghost demanding life in the silent demon flame forest. The two of them lowered their heads and looked into each other's deep eyes. Immediately, they were startled. Wasn't this rubbish dead? Could it be haunted? To be able to enter the depths of the demon flame forest, the two of them were not ordinary people. Soon, they calmed down. Thinking that this rubbish was just pretending to be dead, they tried to kill Gu Li. Heh, you're looking for death before the two of them could leave. Hand, Gu Li turned over, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The two covered their necks in disbelief, and then blood was left. Before he could finish his words, the two died. Gu Li could no longer control, and spit out a mouthful of blood. He used his mental power to kill the two people despite being seriously injured, and almost fainted. But he couldn't fall down now. Once he fell down, he might never get up again. Gu Li stood up with his body supported, looking at the unfamiliar place with vigilance. What is this place? Didn't I die with those idiots after being imprisoned? Now I am not dead? This is not my hand, I am pierced? Feeling the loss of life? There is no time to think about it. Find a safe place to treat it first, otherwise I will die here. Just when I was about to leave, two huge wolves suddenly appeared. Gu Li looked particularly small in front of it. The two people seemed to have sprinkled some animal-attracting powder on her. Damn, this is different from ordinary wolves. It's very strange here. Gu Li looked at the wolf in front of her while releasing her mental power to plan her escape route. Seeing that the two wolves were about to come up to eat her, Gu Li did not dare to delay any longer. She felt that she was going to die. Strange Thorn Gu Li released her mental power to attack the red demon wolf's sea of consciousness, and the red demon wolf felt a pain in the brain and temporarily lost its ability to move. Gu Li endured the pain and ran faster, but before she ran far, the red demon wolf recovered and chased after Gu Li. Damn, this body is too weak, I can't even run. The two red demon wolves kept attacking. Gu Li looked at the fireballs that the wolves spewed out and said fuck, what the hell, a fire-breathing wolf. Gu Li could only dodge by her body movements. From a distance, she saw a bloody man being chased by two red wolves. Every time, she used strange body movements to dodge the attacks of the red wolves. After a long time, this body was not as agile as her previous body, and was hit on the back by a red wolf. The already seriously injured body was even worse. No, if this goes on, she will die. She has to think of a way. Before Gu Li could come up with a solution, the red wolf had already caught up with her and bit her shoulder. The other one also bit her leg. The severe pain came, and Gu Li could only face it head-on. Gu Li stretched out her other hand and grabbed the wolf's neck with all her strength. A trace of fierceness flashed in her eyes, and she said, "Condition your spirit." As soon as she finished speaking, her spirit power consolidated and turned into tiny needles that kept attacking the sea of consciousness of the red demon wolf. The two wolves howled in pain and twitched constantly. Soon, the two red demon wolves fell down and died. Puff puff puff. Gu Li, who vomited blood 3 times, gasped with difficulty, "Very good, I'm alive again." Looking at the wounds on her body, this body was too weak and was almost killed by the two little things. She struggled to stand up. The bloody smell here was too strong. She couldn't stay here for long and had to leave here quickly. She felt dizzy after walking 2 steps and fell down like this. The moment she fell, it seemed that she touched something, and there was a trace of spiritual power fluctuation. Gu Li disappeared out of thin air. In the barrier, a man in a purple robe sat quietly on the cold and hard stone bed. His body was tightly locked by 2 iron chains as thick as index fingers. The 2 chains passed through his shoulders and were deeply embedded in the stone bed. Nailin Yen looked at the bloody man who broke into the barrier. There was no spiritual power fluctuation on his body. He was a little curious. How did this thing get in? Nailin Yen sensed that Gu Li's life was fading, so he mobilized his spiritual power and injected it into Gu Li's body. The spiritual power was like a warm current, quickly blending into Gu Li's body and repairing her damaged vitality. With the injection of spiritual power, Gu Li's originally weak breathing gradually stabilized, and her face began to regain color. Nailin Yen did not intend to save people directly. He was just a little curious about how this little thing got in. After waiting for a long time, the people on the ground showed signs of waking up. Chapter 2. When Gu Li woke up, he found himself in a cave. His wounds seemed to have healed a lot, but they were still very serious. He was about to look around. When he looked up, he saw a face that was so beautiful that it could make people and gods angry. His fair and delicate skin was as soft as white jade, and his facial features were as delicate as if they were carefully carved by God. Every line was just right, perfectly outlining his handsome face. Well, he is a handsome guy. Blood thing, you are going to die, a pleasant voice said with a playful tone. Well, I know, Gu Li said weakly. She certainly knew how bad her current situation was, and she also knew that if she continued like this, the only way waiting for her was death. Can you save me? Gu Li said in a voice. She had no way to find medicine for treatment now, not to mention that the injuries on her body could not be cured just by wanting to. This seemed to be a different world. Looking at the mysterious man in front of her, perhaps only he could save her. Why do you think I will save you? You save me, and I will help you cut these 2 chains. Gu Li's tone was as calm as water, and she seemed to be indifferent to her impending death. She had observed this lock, and it was not difficult. Nailin Yen narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the seemingly ordinary woman in front of him. There was no spiritual power fluctuation in her body, but she was able to enter this place, which really surprised him. However, what made him more curious was that she actually said wildly that she would help him cut off the god-binding rope. Oh! How are you going to help me cut it off? Nailin Yan's mouth curled up a faint smile, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. He didn't believe that a person without spiritual power could do it, but he also wanted to know what ability this woman had to dare to say such a thing. After all, the god-binding rope was specially made for him by the demon god in ancient times. It was extremely hard, and even he couldn't easily break free. Don't worry about how I cut it off. Whether this deal is done or not, why is this dead man hesitating? She is almost dead, okay? Okay. I promise you, Nailin Yen agreed readily. For some reason, he had a feeling that this woman could do it. Gu Li was annoyed. It was really unpleasant to feel that life and death were in the hands of others, but now, he could only trust this man. Gu Li climbed up with all her strength, her body trembling slightly. Her face was as pale as paper, but her eyes were firm and bright. She used her mental power carefully. These weak mental powers flickered like stars, and gathered into a small energy flow in her body. After a moment, a strange light emanated from her eyes, and finally turned into a thin needle, heading towards the binding god rope. Gotcha! With 2 crisp sounds, the binding god rope opened. Didn't you say to cut it off? Nailin Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Gu Li to really open it, and there was a very familiar feeling on her, but he couldn't think of who it was. Huh? Don't worry about it. It's fine as long as it can be opened. Remember to save me, the Gu family of Nanzhao country. His mental strength was severely overdrawn, and he was on the verge of death. After saying these words, he fainted. Nalangan grabbed Gu Li's collar with one hand. Looking at the dirty person in front of him with blood, he was particularly disgusted, but he still shot a spiritual power on her to repair her injuries. Seal Nalangan was slightly surprised that the soul seal appeared on a woman in the low-level continent. No wonder she couldn't practice and her soul was split. Bypassing the seal and carefully healing Gu Li, Nalangan didn't help her remove the seal. It's not that he couldn't do it, but because her soul was incomplete, and if he untied it rashly, her other half of the soul would disappear. At this time, Nalangan didn't explore her body in depth, otherwise he would definitely find that her soul was merging quickly. At the same time, the Gu family of Nanzhao Kingdom. Haven't you found Lear yet? What are you doing? So many people can't even find one person. Gu Qintian's face was ashen, his forehead veins bulged, and he slammed the table fiercely. He widened his eyes, and looked at the subordinates in front of him, and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. Gu Qintian's voice was full of anger and anxiety. His granddaughter just disappeared. My subordinates failed to fulfill their responsibilities. A row of secret guards knelt in front of Gu Qintian. Gu Qintian urged again, keep looking. Expand the search range. You must find Lear for me. Who could have such a big hand to stop so many secret guards from taking his granddaughter away? Gu Qintian couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be someone from that side? He whispered in a low voice, full of doubts and uneasiness in his heart. However, he quickly denied this idea. If it was really someone from that side, they couldn't just intercept Lear's secret guards and not kill her. Master, I found traces of the young master in the depths of the demon flame forest. A secret guard appeared and said. Gu Qintian suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Lear couldn't practice, so how could she go to the demon flame forest? Where is it? I have to go there myself. Gu Qintian frowned and said anxiously. His tone was full of worry and uneasiness. Chapter 3. As soon as Gu Qintian left the Gu family, Nalan Yen sent Gu Li back to the Gu family. He found a yard and threw the person on the bed without attracting anyone's attention. Little thing, don't die so soon. Nalan Yen looked at the person on the bed, and didn't know where the familiar feeling in his heart came from. Nalan Yen didn't stay for long and left. He was sealed for thousands of years, and had to go back to deal with some garbage. As soon as Nalan Yen left, the dark guards in the yard noticed that someone appeared in the owner's room. The dark guards quickly rushed into the room, but found that only Gu Li was lying quietly on the bed. No other abnormalities were found. Why did the young master appear here? A dark guard was shocked. They were all their people outside. How did the young master get in? Second dark guard notified the owner of the family, and third dark guard went to find Gu pharmacist to come over, another person said anxiously. Looking at Gu Li covered in blood, if it weren't for the weak breath, they even thought Gu Li was dead. Even though Gu Li was a useless person, who couldn't practice, the secret guards never looked down on her. Gu Qintian received the message from the secret guards, and returned to the Gu family with his men. Pharmacist Gu also came to Gu Qintian's room. How is Lear? Gu Qintian looked at the bloody man on the bed, and almost couldn't control himself. Who was it? That bastard treated his granddaughter like this. Pharmacist Gu put his hand on Gu Li's wrist, and frowned slightly. Mr. Wu's injuries have mostly healed. Gu Qintian's face was gloomy. Investigate. Investigate who did it. Wait a minute. Gu Li woke up slowly. No need to investigate. It was the prince and Su Ning. Gu Li didn't want to hide it for them at all. She would avenge this grudge one day. When Gu Qintian heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but more of it was anger. What a prince, what a Su family, do you think I'm dead? Gu Qintian said, and was about to settle accounts with the two. Grandpa, wait, I have my own plan. The Gu family is not as good as before, and Gu Qintian will not get anything good from them. After all, one of them is still the prince. Lear, don't worry, Grandpa will definitely seek justice for you. Gu Qintian said with gritted teeth. Gu Li shook her head. Grandpa, we are not their opponents now. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Besides, I have more important things to do. Gu Qintian looked at her in confusion. What is more important than this? Gu Li smiled slightly. I want to become strong and protect Grandpa and the Gu family. I want to make those who look down on me regret it. Gu Qintian looked at Gu Li's firm eyes, and felt relieved in his heart. Okay, Lear, Grandpa believes in you. But your injuries? Gu Li patted his chest. Grandpa, don't worry, I'm fine. But Grandpa, don't be angry. Gu Qintian nodded. Okay, Grandpa is not angry. Lear, have a good rest. Tell Grandpa if you have anything to say. After that, he asked someone to send Gu Li back to her yard, and did not ask her how she suddenly appeared in his yard. When she wanted to say it, she would tell it naturally. Gu Li lay on the bed digesting the extra memories in her mind. She belongs to the Gu family, one of the 4 major families in Nanzhao Kingdom. The Lafeng continent respects martial arts. When she was 5 years old, she tested her innate spiritual veins, and found that her spiritual veins were useless. A useless young master who could not practice became a laughing stock, and the prestige of the Gu family also declined. The prince even regarded her as a stain, want to get rid of her as soon as possible. A genius and a waste, tied together, countless women in the imperial capital are jealous of her. As for Gu Chitian, thinking of this, Gu Li felt warm in her heart. He is the best person in the world to the original owner. He doesn't care whether she is a waste or not. He basically responds to her every request and dotes on her granddaughter. Waste? That's not possible, Gu Li murmured sarcastically. With a move of consciousness, a brown pavilion appeared in his hand. You also come with me. Looking at the small pavilion in his hand, he always feels that something is different. The rebirth pavilion was contracted by her unintentionally. At that time, everyone was jealous of the pavilion in her hand, but no one dared rob. Before he got close, he was killed by the rebirth pavilion. Master, you can enter the rebirth pavilion to heal your wounds. This small wound will heal in a moment. A child's voice appeared in Gu Li's mind. Who? Gu Li instantly became alert. He could not sense the presence of anyone. Who was speaking? I am the spirit of the rebirth pavilion. Master, you can see me when you come in. You can come in if you want. The child's voice sounded again. Spirit, what is it? With a move of his consciousness, the surrounding environment changed. A small pavilion appeared in front of him. The small pavilion stood in the water, and there was a white and tender child. Looking around, there was nothing. Gu Li's mouth twitched. Why is the space with the weapon spirit so poor? Master, I'm not poor, it's because your strength is too low, and you can't open a larger space. As if sensing Gu Li's thoughts, the weapon spirit said helplessly. Why did you follow me? Did you bring me to this world? Gu Li thought that she had exposed herself, and woke up in this body. It should be the rebirth pavilion that saved her soul and sent her here. Master is originally from this world, but your soul is divided into 2, and the other half of the soul went to Blue Star. As for why, I don't know. My memory is sealed. I only know that I need to bring you back, so I went to Blue Star to find you. The weapon spirit told Gu Li everything it knew. That is to say, I am originally from this world, and I have relatives. Gu Li murmured with her eyes brightened, I have lived alone for more than 20 years, and I thought I was an abandoned baby. I just envied the original owner for having a good grandfather. It turns out he is also hers. Master, go into the spirit pool and soak for a while. Your injury will be completely healed. Hearing this, Gu Li did not think much about it. The most important thing at the moment was to heal the injuries on his body, so that he could plan to go directly into the spirit pool for the next step. Hiss, it hurts so much, I feel like I am about to be torn apart, the pain goes deep into my soul. Gu Li's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I don't know how long it has been. Gu Li has been numb from the pain, a lot of impurities have been discharged from his body, he feels relaxed, the pain of tearing his soul has disappeared, and he vaguely feels that his soul seems to fit better with this body. Snap, it seems that something broke. Suddenly, I felt that something in my body was about to break out of the shell, the rich spiritual energy in the space drilled into Gu Li's body, and there was a golden bead in the dantian in my body that was madly absorbing spiritual energy. Xiao Tingzi looked at it, and felt uneasy in his heart. It broke through. It just broke through when it was just fitting the soul, and it was so fast. Chapter 4. After a long time, Gu Li opened his eyes, and felt the changes in his body. The spiritual energy flowed through his meridians. My spiritual veins are useless, so how can I practice so soon? Feeling the vigorous spiritual energy in his body, Gu Li was shocked. I haven't found a way to practice yet, but I can practice. After Xiaoling explained, I realized that this body couldn't practice before because the soul was incomplete. Now that the main soul has returned to the body, and the soul seal is broken, it can naturally practice. Because the main soul went to Blue Star, Gu Li was able to cultivate spiritual abilities in a world without spiritual energy at that time. On the contrary, the soul in Lafeng continent could not cultivate, and was regarded as a waste. Master, what color is your spiritual vein? The spirit of the weapon asked curiously. As far as it knew, spiritual veins were divided into red, orange, red, green, blue, and purple, and were further divided into low, medium, and high. The Prince Mou, who was known as the first genius of Nanzhao Kingdom, was only a high-level talent of the blue level. Its master must be stronger than these people. After all, he was its contractor, so he must have a purple level. Black and white Guli looked at the spiritual vein in his dantian. One black and one white occupied one side. What level of talent is this? It seems that there is no black and white. The spirit of the weapon was stunned. He had never heard of it. What should he do? He couldn't explain the master's doubts. It's okay. It's a good spiritual vein if it can be cultivated. Guli was so excited that he couldn't restrain himself. In this world where martial arts are respected, not being able to cultivate is equivalent to being sentenced to death. But now, this spiritual vein can actually allow her to practice. What if she has never heard of it? What's your name? Guli asked the spirit of the weapon. Master, I can't remember it, the spirit of the weapon said embarrassedly. Then you can call yourself Xia Tingzi. It's easy to remember, and gave Xia Tingzi the name. Do you know the level division of this world? Before, her soul was a love-dead brain that couldn't practice, and she knew nothing about the practice of this continent. Through Xiaoting's explanation, she also learned about the stages of practice in Lafeng continent. They are Xuanjia, Dijia, Tianjia, Lingjia, Wangjia, Wangjia, Dijia. Each stage is divided into early, middle, late, peak. The later it is, the harder it is to break through. Master, what is your current strength? Xiao Tingzi asked. When its master was practicing just now, almost all the spiritual energy in the space entered Guli's body, which should be a breakthrough. Guli released his spiritual power. Early Earth ranked too slow. Guli was dissatisfied. He was still too weak now. Xiao Tingzi was stunned. Did she know what she was talking about? He rose to the initial stage of Earth rank all of a sudden, directly skipping the Xian rank. It's no wonder that Xiao Tingzi was surprised. Who is so abnormal? Others are one level at a time, but his master is so good. He jumped a big level directly. Who is so good that he can reach Earth rank right after practicing? It's okay. It's enough for the time being. Su Ning, the genius girl of the Su family, is only at the peak of Xian rank at the age of 15. Guli is 2 years younger than her. However, Guli doesn't plan to tell others about her ability to practice. After all, she likes to play dumb and be the best. It would be bad if she was exposed too early. Master, did you feel the elemental power when you absorbed spiritual power? Xiaoling asked uncertainly. There is only one elemental master among 10,000 spiritual masters, and even fewer dual system and triple system ones. Elemental masters practice very quickly, but it believes that its master must be an elemental master. After all, how could its master not be such a genius? Among all the elements, the fire element is the main one. The fire element can make pills or refine weapons. There are even fewer spiritual masters with fire elements, and alchemists and refiners are particularly popular. As soon as Xiao Tingzi finished speaking, Guli couldn't wait to absorb the spiritual power around her. As she breathed, the spiritual energy in the air continued to flow into her body. Suddenly, she felt the power of various colors entering her body and surging in her body. She was surprised to find that she could actually sense different elements. These elements showed different colors, corresponding to the 10 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, dark, light, thunder, wind, and ice. Guli was shocked. Could it be that she accidentally became a full-system spiritualist? This thought made her excited and nervous. Master, how is it? Did you feel the elements? Xiaoling saw that Guli was slow to speak and began to worry. Guli took a deep breath, calmed down, and then told Xiao Tingzi everything he saw. I seem to feel it. What do you mean? Xiao Tingzi's voice was a little excited. No way, it can't be the situation it imagined. Just as you think. Guli knew what Xiao Ting was thinking by looking at his expression. Xiao Ting was stunned and counted with his fingers. 8 series, all series, his master has all series, go to the useless person. Which useless person has all series? All series spiritual masters are useless. What are those who are not elementalists? Are they garbage? Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my contractor of the Rebirth Pavilion. The villain in Xiao Ting laughed wildly with his hands on his hips. He suppressed his excitement and said to Guli, Master, there are many pill recipes in the Rebirth Pavilion. When you were on Blue Star, you had cultivated your spiritual power to the peak. Do you want to try it? I want to learn, but not now. Becoming an alchemist is very expensive. You need a lot of spiritual herbs to practice. The same is true for refining weapons. Now I am penniless. How can I learn? I will go to the old man to ask for some pocket money. After leaving the Rebirth Pavilion, Guli went to Gu Qintian's yard. Lear, why are you here? Why don't you lie down for a while? Seeing Gu Li coming, Gu Chitian hurriedly pulled Gu Li to sit down. Grandpa, I want to go out for a walk. I have no money. Gu Li was a little. I don't feel embarrassed to ask my old man for money. The secret guard in the dark twitched his mouth. The young master of the Gu family actually had no money. If he told others, no one would believe it. Looking at the way Gu Chitian looked at me, I knew what he was thinking. She didn't want to do that either. Her storage bag was taken away when she was in the magic flame forest. No, your injury hasn't healed yet. Wait until you are well before going out. Gu Chitian refused without thinking. Grandpa, my injury has completely healed. If you don't believe me, check it out. Gu Li didn't intend to hide it from his family, not to mention that he was his grandfather. Gu Chitian half believed and half doubtedly approached Gu Li. He checked Li's pulse and her body, and found that she actually had spiritual power in her body, the kind that was endless, and it was obvious that it was not injected into her body by others. Lear, can you practice? Gu Chitian asked doubtfully, his face was full of surprise, with a hint of excitement and expectation, as if he hoped that this was true. Grandpa, didn't you see it all? Gu Li said jokingly, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. You go guard outside the yard and don't let anyone in. Gu Chitian said to the dark guards hiding in the dark, and the dark guards immediately took the order and disappeared into the yard in a flash. Chapter 5. Lear, you are back? Gu Chitian asked excitedly, his voice trembling slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. His eyes were full of joy and excitement. Lear can practice, which means that she is complete. His granddaughter is back in one piece. How can he not be excited? Gu Li frowned, looked at the old man with a puzzled look, and asked, Grandpa, do you know that my soul is divided into two? There was a hint of surprise in her voice. The old man's words made her realize that Gu Chitian also knew that her main soul went to Blue Star. What is going on? Gu Li was full of doubts and puzzlement. It was your father who sent your main soul to another world shortly after you were born. I don't know what happened specifically. Your mother was taken away by a group of strongmen the day after you were born. Gu Li was shocked. She didn't expect that she had so many secrets. Grandpa, where is my father now? Gu Li asked hurriedly. Gu Chitian shook his head and sighed. I don't know where your father is. Since your mother was taken away, he has been looking for her. Gu Li bit his lip and made up his mind to find his parents and figure out everything. Lear, no matter what, it's good that you are back. There is still a long way to go in the future, and Grandpa will always be with you. Gu Chitian patted Gu Li's shoulder gently, his eyes full of love. Gu Li felt the love of his grandfather, and his heart was warm, and at the same time, he was more determined to find the truth. This is the space ring left by your parents for you. They said they would give it to you when you come back. In addition, this is given to you by Grandpa. As a member of the Gu family, how can you not have money? Gu Chitian took out 2 exquisite rings and gave them to Gu Li. Thank you, Grandpa. This sentence is like a key, opening the door of Grandpa's heart. Grandpa's eyes were flashing with tears of emotion, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a relieved smile. Grandpa stroked my head gently. I hugged Grandpa tightly, feeling his warmth. At this moment, Gu Li, who had never felt the love of family, felt the greatness of family love. She was determined to become stronger to protect this love, lead the Gu family to become stronger, and become the pride of Grandpa. Returning to her room, she cut her finger and cut about 2 rings to check the contents. The ring that Grandpa gave her contained 10 million spirit stones. You know, she was a poor little girl before, but now she suddenly has money. She has become an out-and-out rich woman now. You know, 10 million spirit stones are enough for a small family to spend for a year. Thinking of this, Gu Li couldn't help laughing out loud. It feels so good to have family. Master, what are you so happy about? Xia Tingzi and Gu Li are in a life contract, and she also felt her joy. You will know later after saying that, Gu Li planned to look at the ring her parents left for her. Drop a drop of blood on it, and saw that the blood was quickly absorbed, and then the ring began to flash a faint light, and began to tremble slightly. The light became brighter and brighter, and the trembling became more and more intense. A dazzling light flashed, and the whole room was illuminated. After the light dissipated, it emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. Gu Li felt bad, and a divine consciousness flashed into the rebirth pavilion. With such a big commotion, it must be a treasure. With the current strength, it is very dangerous to have a rare treasure. Chaos Ring, Master, it is Chaos Ring. Xiao Tingzi's voice sounded, trembling slightly because of excitement. What is Chaos Ring? Seeing Xiao Ting so excited, Gu Li asked in confusion. Chaos Ring is one of the 4 ancient artifacts like me. Chaos Ring is a world of its own, with endless spiritual energy. The time is 10 times that of the outside, and the spiritual energy is 10 times that of the outside. It can hide the true strength. No matter how powerful the person is, he can't perceive your true strength. Xiao Tingzi's tone was full of excitement. Gu Li was also excited when she heard this. She didn't expect that her parents would leave her such a precious treasure. Master, the Chaos Ring also has a spirit. See if it is awakened? Gu Li tried to contact the Chaos Ring's spirit through the power of the contract, but didn't feel it. No. That guy may not have awakened yet, Xiao Tingzi sighed. The Chaos Ring contains the purest spiritual energy between heaven and earth. As soon as he entered, the rich spiritual power entered Gu Li's body. Gu Li sat cross-legged and absorbed the spiritual power in the space. When the spiritual power in his body reached saturation, Gu Li continued to suppress the breakthrough. Breaking through too quickly would easily cause unstable foundations. But he still couldn't suppress the breakthrough to the middle stage of the earth level. Gu Li sighed slightly. It seems that he has to find time to go out and practice. He got up to check the things in the ring. There were 100 million spirit stones and many 4th-grade elixirs. The value of his net worth increased again. Since he wanted to make the Gu family stronger, it would be more appropriate to use this money on the Gu family. The Gu family is now on a downward spiral, and there are no outstanding collateral branches, and they are suppressed by the other 3 families. The overall strength of the Gu family must be improved first. The Gu family used to be too powerful, and the royal family was afraid to move. Now the Gu family is in danger, and the royal family, and the other 3 families are eyeing the fat meat of the Gu family. As for herself, making money is not easy, and she can make it back by practicing some elixirs and weapons. She never thought that she has not yet been exposed to alchemy and refining. Now Gu Li is also a rich man, and plans to go out for a walk and buy some spiritual herbs and refining materials. After leaving the gate of the Gu family, she noticed that someone was following her secretly, and secretly looked at a certain place, and then retracted her sight. After all, she had just returned from the gates of hell, and the number of secret guards sent by Gu Chintian to protect her secretly doubled. The young master seems to have discovered us. One of the secret guards transmitted a voice. It shouldn't be, the young master has just practiced, they are already king-level strength, it is impossible to discover them. Chapter 6. Why did that useless girl from the Gu family come out? Didn't she die in the demon flame forest? People around were whispering. When did it happen? Another person asked in a low voice. Some time ago, this useless girl from the Gu family disappeared, and the head of the Gu family almost searched the entire capital for her. Is it true? Of course it's true, it was a big deal at the time. But it hasn't been long, and she doesn't look injured? Who knows, maybe the head of the Gu family gave her some magical medicine. However, the head of the Gu family really cares about this useless girl. Yes, I heard that the head of the Gu family went to look for her in person. Humph, she's just a useless girl, what's there to look for? Someone said disdainfully. That's right, even if we find her, what can we do? She's still a useless girl who can't practice. Another person echoed. But the head of the Gu family is really good to her. If it were us, we would probably have been abandoned long ago. Someone sighed. Hey, who let her have a good family background? Although she is a loser, she is also the young master of the Gu family. But she is really beautiful, much more beautiful than the most beautiful Miss Su Ning. TSK, no matter how beautiful she is, what's the use, she is still a loser who can't practice. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, their tone full of envy and helplessness. Since she was able to practice, Gu Li's vision and hearing have become much more sensitive, and naturally she also heard everyone's discussion about her. Walking nonchalantly. Loss, she is no longer a loser. Gu Li walked to the shop selling spiritual herbs, and his eyes fell on a purple spiritual herb. This spiritual herb is called Bingling Grass, which is an extremely rare ice-attributed spiritual herb and an important herb for refining Lingyuan pills. Since he wants to become an alchemist, it is rare to encounter herbs. How can he let it go? I want this Bingling Grass. Gu Li pointed at the Bingling Grass and said, Master Gu, this iceling grass is not cheap. The shopkeeper looked at Gu Li and asked, why did the useless young master of the Gu family suddenly come to buy spiritual herbs? How much? He asked indifferently. She was not short of money now. 50,000 spiritual stones. Seeing that she really wanted to buy it, the shopkeeper did not hesitate and quoted the price. After paying the money, she put the iceling grass into the chaos ring. In the eyes of outsiders, she just put it into the space ring. At this time, a voice came, Wait, this ice-ling grass lady wants it. Gu Li turned around and saw a young man in gorgeous clothes coming over, followed by a group of followers. This person was Gu Li's fiancée Mou. It was the woman next to Mou who spoke, Su Ning. He glanced at her and ignored her, looking at other spiritual herbs. I came out today to buy spiritual herbs. I was too lazy to pay attention to these two people. I will deal with them slowly later. Waste, you actually ignored me. Seeing that Gu Li ignored him, Su Ning's voice was full of anger. After hearing the guard's report that the rubbish was not dead, he hurried over. The rubbish was not dead. Who do you think you are? Do I have to respond to any cat or dog? She is the young master of the Gu family. How could she be afraid of a young lady from the Su family? Even if the Gu family is on the decline, it is still the head of the 4 major families. You? Su Ning was so angry that she trembled all over. She had been treated like a star since she was a child. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Mou looked at Gu Li with a cold look in his eyes, and said, Gu Li, don't go too far. Su Ning is the eldest daughter of the Su family after all. Apologize to Ninger. At that time, he watched her die, but now she is not dead. What about the eldest daughter of the Su family? Gu Li said lightly, who is she in front of me? Mou frowned slightly. He didn't expect Gu Li to be so disrespectful. She used to be so submissive. As long as he said something important, she would apologize in a hurry. Now it's different, but she is still a waste. When he thought about the engagement with this woman, he couldn't stop the disgust on his face. Those 2 wastes actually let her come back alive. Also, I will slowly settle accounts with you two for what happened in the magic flame forest. Gu Li stared at Mou sharply. After speaking, Gu Li turned around and wanted to leave the medicine shop. She had other things to do, and didn't have time to waste words with him here. You're looking for death. Seeing that this waste was so arrogant, Su Ning directly attacked Gu Li. Facing Su Ning's moves, Gu Li dodged calmly. Su Ning, who couldn't touch Gu Li, became more impatient. The attacks became more and more intensive. Gu's secret guards. Boss, aren't we going to help the young master? And San saw his young master being bullied by many people, and wanted to crush those people to ashes. The last time the young master got into trouble, it was these 2 people who did it. Wait a little longer, the young master seems to be able to handle it. And he watched Gu Li playing with Su Ning with ease. Genius girl? That's it? You can't hit me without my spiritual power. You are also a waste. I won't accompany you anymore. Gu Li thought this first genius was so powerful, and kicked Su Ning in the chest. At the moment when Su Ning flew out, he pulled her back, twisted her arm, and threw her out directly. The people watching the excitement outside directly vacated a piece of open space. Ninger Mo, you quickly flew to the direction of Su Ning, and stopped Su Ning. Su Ning fainted in Mou's arms. Gu Li, you are too cruel. Come, take down this waste. Mou glared at Gu Li and ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the royal guards attacked Gu Li. Although they couldn't kill her directly in public, they could still humiliate her. Gu Li used strange moves to dodge the attacks of the royal guards. After all, she had just started practicing, and it was not time to expose her to practice. Soon Gu Li fell into a disadvantage. If you don't come out, your young master will be gone. Gu Li didn't fight head-on. She was not a match for these people. She said in the direction of an E. As soon as the voice fell, a group of figures appeared around Gu Li, and surrounded Gu Li in a protective form. Mou was shocked when he saw this. There were so many shadow guards. His people couldn't beat the shadow guards. Mou gritted his teeth. As a prince, he naturally couldn't lose face in public. Gu Li, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have some ability. Are you looking down on the royal family? Your Highness, you are joking. Didn't you start the fight first? Your Highness, do you dislike my Gu family and want to get rid of them? When everyone heard what Gu Li said, they immediately talked about it. You are talking nonsense. I heard that you disappeared some time ago, and that you are here, so I came to care about you. You actually attacked my people. Mou was shocked and said hurriedly. Now is not the time to break up with the Gu family. Oh, your Highness's concern is really special. I also want to care about your Highness. After all, your Highness is my fiancé, Gu Li said casually. And treat the prince well, just don't beat him to death. After receiving the order, an immediately attacked Mou. The guards brought by Mo, you were no match for an at all, and were knocked to the ground in a few strokes. And hit him on the face, and soon Mou's face was swollen. You seduce my young master with this face, I will slap you to death. And Yi's inner thoughts, his hands did not stop slapping. Gu Li, you dare to let your people attack this prince. Mou shouted angrily. I have already hit you, and you still ask me if I dare. Looking at the prince, who was beaten by an E, Gu Li was in a good mood. Your Highness, I just let my people teach those people who don't know etiquette for me. Your Highness, remember to hide next time, or you may accidentally hurt your Highness. Gu Li joked, with a hint of ill intentions in his tone. Mou was so angry that he couldn't speak. He glared at Gu Li fiercely. Your Highness, I have something to do, so I will leave first. See you later. Gu Li looked at Mou in a good mood, and left with a shadow guard. You are kidding. If you don't leave now, it will be bad if the people from the prince's mansion come. Chapter 7. Gu Li returned to the Gu family, and went back to the room. He wanted to take out the ice grass to check, but suddenly found an extra one. What's going on? Xia Tingzi, what's going on? Asked the Xia Tingzi in the body. I help you grow it. The spiritual energy in the chaos ring is already very rich, and the time is 10 times that of the outside world, so the growth rate is naturally faster. Xiao Ting and the chaos ring both signed a soul agreement with Gu Li. The chaos ring spirit has not awakened, so it can naturally enter the chaos ring. So as long as I transplant the spiritual grass to the chaos ring, I won't lack spiritual grass. Gu Li thought of this possibility, and his tone was a lot more excited. You can say that, Xia Tingzi said a little arrogantly. Master, but you don't have a pill furnace. Xia Tingzi's faint voice came. Immediately reminded Gu Li. It's all the fault of that broken prince. She forgot such an important thing. It's okay. The medicine cabinet has it. Go borrow it. After that, Gu Li went to find Gu Chintian. In the yard. The old man was talking to Uncle Fu. A beautiful figure came over. Lear, why are you here? The old man smiled kindly when he saw his granddaughter. Young master. Uncle Fu smiled and nodded. He was an old friend of the old man. He had fought with him on the battlefield for many years. Now he was injured and retired, and stayed in the Gu family as a housekeeper. Grandpa, Uncle Fu. Gu Li greeted the two politely, with a clear and firm look. Grandpa, I want to borrow the alchemy furnace from the medicine pavilion. After greeting, Gu Li directly expressed his purpose. You want to make an elixir? The old man looked at her in surprise, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Since Lear came back from the demon flame forest last time, not only has her soul become complete, but she can also practice. Could it be that she can also make an elixir? Yes, Grandpa, I try it. I bought all the spiritual herbs. He knew that Gu Li went to buy spiritual herbs. After all, she arranged a lot of people around her. He also knew about the fight against the prince. If he was at the scene, he would definitely shout well done. To make pills, you must be a fire elementalist, Lear, you. Gu Chintian didn't say it out loud, just staring at her. Yes, fire elementalist, let's not talk about the whole elementalist for now. Looking at the old man's expression, I'm really afraid that he will faint from excitement. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my granddaughter. The old man pulled Uncle Fu's shoulder and said proudly. This is the token of the medicine pavilion. You can just go to Gu Xiao directly. Gu Chintian handed a bronze token to Gu Li, who took the token and looked at it carefully. The front of the token is engraved with the words medicine pavilion, and the font is simple and vigorous. The back is engraved with some complex patterns and symbols. Gu Xiao, that is, Gu Lao, is the only alchemist in the Gu family. His status is very important, because alchemy is an extremely rare profession. In this world, there are only a few people who can become alchemists, and there is only one alchemist in a century-old family like the Gu family. Yao Lao's alchemy level has reached the 4th grade. The scarcity of alchemists makes them highly respected. Even the royal family only supports one 5th grade alchemist. Gu Li saw that her grandfather did not ask her about several elements, nor did he plan to tell her about her whole system. I don't know what her expression will be when he finds out. I'm really looking forward to it. I go and see. Okay. Gu Chintian responded with a smile. He knew in his heart that becoming an excellent alchemist is not something that can be achieved overnight. At the entrance of the medicine pavilion, the token opened the formation of the pavilion door, and Gu Li walked into the medicine pavilion. Inside the medicine cabinet, the light was bright, and the air was filled with a faint herbal aroma. Gu Li looked around and found that there were many cabinets and shelves full of herbs on the first floor, but these herbs looked very ordinary, and did not arouse much interest in her. She remembered that the old man said that the alchemy furnace should be in the alchemy room on the 2nd floor, so she prepared to go to the 2nd floor. When she just stepped on the stairs, she suddenly felt a strong force coming from the front. Before she could react, she was directly slapped downstairs by this force. Gone! Whose sneak attacked me? Gu Li shouted angrily. Fortunately, she can practice now. If she was still the same self, who had no practice before, I am afraid that this slap would make her bedridden for half a year. Gu Li quickly stood up and looked upstairs, only to see an old man in a white robe and a white beard standing at the entrance of the stairs, his eyes sharp and majestic. Can you enter the medicine cabinet casually? The old man with a white beard said in a loud voice with full energy. Gu Li looked up and down at the old man in front of him, and guessed in his heart, this should be the Gu family's alchemist, Gu Xiao? You can go anywhere else. The medicine pavilion is my territory. Gu Lao looked at the little girl, who was slapped away by him, and drove her away mercilessly. What is she doing in the medicine pavilion, a waste? Doesn't she know that it is an important place in the family? She came here to play. My grandfather asked me to come. Gu Li climbed up, patted the dust on his body, and took out a token and handed it to him. The moment he saw the token, Gu Lao wanted to slap Gu Chentian to death. Letting a waste come to the medicine pavilion is not a mess. Seeing Gu Xiao's thoughts, Gu Li was speechless. Is his reputation as a waste so popular? Will you let me in? Gu Li put his hands on his hips, and looked up at the old man in front of him. No. Gu Lao looked proud, with his arms around his chest. The old and the young confronted each other, neither of them giving in. I can practice now. Gu Li blinked her big, lively eyes, full of expectation. You can practice, but you can't enter. Gu Lao remained indifferent, with no expression on his face. I'm still a fire spirit master. Gu Li's voice was a little louder, as if emphasizing his identity. Even a fire spirit master can't. Gu Lao's words were not finished yet. What? Say it again. Gu Lao's voice suddenly became much louder, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. I can practice, I'm still a fire spirit master. Gu Li released her spiritual power, and a powerful aura emanated from her body. Gu Lao looked at the fluctuations of her spiritual power, with the aura of the fire element, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Gu Lao looked at Gu Li in shock, with a happy smile on his face. Intermediate Earth rank, Intermediate Earth rank. She is only 13 years old, 13 years old Earth rank, is this still a waste? How can those who are called the best put their faces? Do you want to learn alchemy? I will teach you. Gu Lao's expression changed faster than turning a book, and the smile on his face was brighter than a flower. Such a good seedling can't be wasted, and she must learn alchemy from him here. I don't want to learn any more. Gu Li looked proud. Now she knew that she was allowed to learn, who was the one who slapped her away just now. No, you must learn, Gu Lao said, and then he pulled Gu Li to the alchemy room on the second floor, his face full of excitement. Hey, young master, I haven't agreed yet. He was pulled up before he finished speaking, and he couldn't resist at all. Chapter 8. In the alchemy room. Come, learn to control fire and mental power first. Gu Lao was interrupted before he finished speaking. Just tell me the steps of alchemy. Gu Li interrupted him. You haven't even started learning yet. Don't worry, I will teach you the steps later. Gu Lao said patiently. No, I don't want to waste so much time. Just tell me the steps. Gu Li's tone was very impatient. Alchemy requires time, don't be anxious. Gu Lao's face became a little ugly. Just tell me, why are you so slow, old man? Gu Li rolled his eyes. Gu Lao was so angry that he couldn't speak, just stared at her. Okay. He wanted to see how she practiced and dampen her spirit, so that this little girl wouldn't be too arrogant. Use your own spiritual power to control the temperature and intensity of the flame in the alchemy furnace. This requires the alchemist to have a precise grasp of the temperature. The temperature may change throughout the entire alchemy process, sometimes refining with fierce fire, and sometimes warming with warm fire. Use spiritual power to sense the fusion of the medicinal materials in the furnace. Stir and blend the ingredients of various medicinal materials in time to promote their mutual fusion. At the critical moment, it is necessary to inject spiritual power to stimulate the formation of the pill. When all the medicinal ingredients are perfectly integrated and the pill gradually takes shape, it is necessary to quickly stop the fire to prevent the pill from being over-refined and damaged. Gu Lao said roughly. Oh, then I try. Gu Li took out the herbs and prepared to start. Gu Li followed the steps that Gu Lao said, step by step, put the spiritual herbs into the alchemy furnace and started. Why did you put all the spiritual herbs in? It will easily explode the furnace. Refine one plant before putting the others. Seeing Gu Li's alchemy technique, Gu Lao was stunned. Gu Li ignored what he said and concentrated on refining the elixir. Her spiritual power probed into the elixir furnace, carefully wrapped each spiritual herb, and began to refine it. At the same time, she used her spiritual power to control the temperature of the elixir furnace to ensure that everything was just right. As time went by, The spiritual herbs were gradually refined into liquid, exuding a rich fragrance. Gu Li's spiritual power kept stirring the spiritual liquid in the elixir furnace to make it fully mixed and even. When the spiritual liquids were completely fused together, Gu Li's spiritual power tightly controlled them, allowing them to slowly condense into the shape of the elixir. Just when the elixir was about to be completed, she quickly injected a large amount of spiritual power, which cooperated with her spiritual power to complete the final elixir process. In an instant, the whole room was filled with a rich elixir fragrance, which was intoxicating. Gu Li knew that she had succeeded, and she quickly turned off the fire to prevent the elixir from being overcondensed. However, Gu Lao, who was standing aside, had already been stunned, as if he had turned into a sculpture. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him, and he was filled with endless shock. "This isn't difficult," Gu Li said as she opened the furnace, and saw 10 plump white pills neatly laid out inside, emitting bursts of rich pill fragrance. Second-grade Huiling pill. Gu Lao's shocked voice suddenly rang out, and he widened his eyes, staring at the pill in front of him in disbelief. Is this really your first time refining pills? You didn't lie to me, did you?" Gu Lao's tone was full of doubt and surprise. "Why would I lie to you?" Gu Li pouted, looking disapproving. After hearing this, Gu Lao was even more shocked. He originally thought that Gu Li was just too arrogant, but he didn't expect that she could refine the second-grade Huiling pill so easily, and it was her first time refining pills. Gu Li looked at the shocked look of Gu Lao and found it a little funny. Perhaps her performance was too amazing and frightened the experienced old man. However, she did not intend to explain too much. After all, her mental power was very strong, and it was not that difficult for her to refine medicine. So, she quietly put away the pills and turned to leave the medicine cabinet. When Gu Lao finally came back to his senses from the shock, Gu Li had already disappeared. He hurried to look for Gu Li, but was told that Gu Li had gone out. Then he turned to find Gu Chintian. He wanted to tell the head of the family about this matter. He couldn't let him be frightened alone. After leaving the house, Gu Li found a secluded alley, changed her clothes, and went to the auction house with a hood. The old man gave her an invitation to the auction the day before yesterday, which happened to be tonight. He planned to go to the auction house to see if there were any precious spiritual herbs, and by the way, buy a batch of spiritual herbs needed for other elixirs. Xiantian Auction House. "Guest, please come in." A maid led Gu Li to the second-floor box. After Gu Li entered the box, the maid who led her said, "Guest, if you need to bid, just press the button on the seat. I'm at the door. Call me if you have anything." After that, she left the box. Gu Li took off her hood, revealing her beautiful face. She sat there quietly, looking at the auction house. There was a screen in front of the seat. Through this screen, she could clearly see the scene on the auction stage outside. There were many seats under the stage. At this time, many people were sitting there, and the whole scene seemed very lively. As time went by, the auction finally officially began. A beautiful woman walked onto the stage, and her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. She was wearing a gorgeous long dress, with a graceful figure and a charming smile on her face. "Hello everyone, I am the host of Xiantian Auction House." The woman smiled slightly, her voice was crisp and pleasant, as beautiful as a yellow oriole out of the valley. Her beautiful appearance and gentle smile instantly attracted the hearts of many men present. Then, the first auction item was brought to the stage. It was a sword shining with red light. "Our first auction item is a top-grade spiritual treasure, the Red Blood Sword," the woman introduced in a delicate voice. "This sword is extremely sharp and powerful. It can help spiritual masters to exert more powerful strength in battle. The starting price is 200,000 spiritual stones." As soon as the voice fell, there was a cry of surprise at the scene. The first item was a top-grade spiritual treasure. It was worthy of being the first auction house in the 4 countries. Such a big deal. 200,000 spiritual stones is a considerable amount for ordinary cultivators, but for those wealthy and powerful people, this amount of money is nothing. 210,000. A voice sounded, and then another voice shouted, 250,000. The price continued to rise, and the atmosphere became tense. 300,000. 350,000. Another person bid unyieldingly. However, this was not the end, the price continued to rise 400,000. With this bid, the scene fell into silence. Many people had given up, the price was too high, it had exceeded the price of the sword itself. Soon, the first round of the auction ended. Chapter 9. Next is our second auction item, the recipe for the solidifying pill, with a starting price of 500,000. As soon as the words fell, all the alchemists or those who had alchemists at home were excited. Gu Li was not interested, and grabbed a handful of recipes in the rebirth pavilion. 600,000. 650,000. 700,000. The bidding sounded like waves, one higher than the other. 800,000. 1 million. After the bid reached 1 million, only two people were left arguing. A familiar voice sounded. 1.5 million, can you give this prince a face? Mou removed the formation in the box and threatened. He wanted to bid for this recipe, and give it to the 5th grade alchemist in the palace to win him over. Sure enough, the spiritual master who was competing with him was silent, and it was obvious that he did not want to provoke the royal family. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? If not, this auction item will belong to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The host's voice sounded. Mou was relieved, just when he thought he had one. 2 million. A pleasant male voice sounded. The voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, exploding in the auction hall, causing a commotion. Good boy, dare to confront the royal family. People in the audience whispered. What do you mean? Are you going to compete with this prince? Mou was almost angry to death. He had already won, but he didn't expect someone to suddenly appear. Prince? Who do you think you are? The highest bidder wins. Do you understand this principle? Idiot. Gu Li's voice said faintly, with a hint of sarcasm, as if mocking Mou's brainlessness. Yes, this is Gu Li's voice, with a slightly changed tone. What kind of skill is it to use the status of the prince to pressure others? She is not afraid, anyway, no one knows who she is. As for leaving the auction house, she will naturally find a way to escape. The people in the audience were furious, and they were whispering to each other, this kid is too arrogant, and he doesn't give the prince any face. Are you tired of living? You dare to despise the royal family. His eyes were wide open, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Are you going to bid or not? Don't waste my time. Gu Li didn't care whether he was angry or not. 2.1 million. His voice was full of anger. 5 million. Gu Li said lightly. For a while, the whole audience was silent. Mou was so angry that his face turned blue. Why, a prince can't even take out 5 million? Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised. Mou gritted his teeth. This prince will definitely get this recipe. Then let's see if you have the ability. Gu Li said lightly. 5.1 million. 10 million. Almost as soon as Mou finished bidding, Gu Li followed up. The prince of a country is so stingy, can't he bid more generously? Everyone was speechless, who bid millions and millions of times. It's too wasteful. Mou was so angry that he cursed. This damn kid. Your Highness, this has exceeded the value of the recipe. There is no need to continue to bid. The old man next to him said. What if he bids it? He has to have the ability to take it away. The old man's words reminded Mou. Yes, he was really angry. There was no way to deal with him in Xiatian auction house, but he had the final say outside. Mou's face was gloomy, and he was secretly calculating in his heart. He wanted to let that kid know the consequences of offending him. But he couldn't let him off so easily. At least he had to make him bleed. 15 million. How could he let that kid succeed so easily? The price of 15 million was already beyond his budget. But it's okay, he didn't plan to take the picture. Mou also raised the price directly. Your Highness, you. The old man next to him wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Mou. Old Xian, I have my own plan. He wanted the kid to pay the price for his behavior, and let him know his strength and status. Brother Mou, you wanted to make that stinky boy bleed, not really want to take the picture, said Suning, who had been silent next to him. As expected of Ninger, you think the same as me. Mou looked at Suning affectionately. As expected of the woman he liked, she was smart. Unlike that damned loser. If he knew that the guy who was bidding against him was her loser fiancé, I wonder how wonderful his expression would be. But your Highness, when he leaves the auction, our people will kill him, and everything on him will be ours, said Xianlao disapprovingly. This prince seems to have a bad brain. Can he really become the crown prince in the future? Others also disagreed a little, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Hearing this, Mou was stunned for a moment, and then said, Didn't you hear what he just said about this prince? This prince naturally can't be too stingy. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for this prince? But Xianlao was interrupted again. Okay, I know my limits, Mou said impatiently. Everyone had to shut up. Master, this prince is too stupid. Xia Tingzi can also see the situation outside through the connection with Gu Li. Ha ha ha, he is just an idiot. Gu Li looked at the scene outside with a playful look on his face. He crossed his legs and picked up the snacks on the table and started eating. Well, this snack is really good, crispy and delicious, and tastes sweet. But master, do you really want to waste so much money to take pictures? I have so many pill recipes here, you don't need to spend money to buy them. As long as the master's strength is improved, you can unlock them. Xia Tingzi asked with some doubts. I didn't intend to take the photo, I just wanted to make him bleed. Gu Li laughed proudly. Isn't he the prince? Isn't the prince very rich? Then let him spend more money. Anyway, it's not my money. But master, what if he doesn't agree? Xiao Tingzi asked. It's okay, if he doesn't agree, I take the photo, I'm not short of money, I find a chance to get the money back from him later. Haha, master, you're so mean. Xiao Tingzi couldn't help laughing, and lit a candle for the prince in his heart. Why mess with his black-hearted master when you can mess with anyone else? 20 million. Gu Li continued to bid. Judging from the situation, the scumbag should want to cheat her. When everyone heard Gu Li bid again, they were numb. Too wasteful, too wasteful. 25 million MOU immediately followed. He thought he would not raise the price until the stinky boy raised the price again. Wow, he is indeed the crown prince. So rich, the people in the audience said in shock. Of course, that is the crown prince, another person said. That guy is also very rich. Basically, he raises the price by several million, another person said enviously. The crown prince is the most powerful. What is that stinky boy? Can he be as noble as the crown prince? A female cultivator retorted. That is, the crown prince is not only the first genius of our Nanxiao, but also the first handsome man, another person also said. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, he felt very proud and satisfied. Chapter 10. After not seeing Gu Li bidding, MOU began to panic. He looked towards the box where Gu Li was, wondering, what does this kid mean? Is he not going to follow? Xian Lao, who was standing by, also felt helpless. He frowned, thinking that he might have been tricked by the other party this time. It seemed that the boy did not intend to continue to raise the price. He dared to play tricks on them like this. He will die ugly after the auction. You could not stay calm. He began to get anxious. But if the other party gave up, wouldn't he have to spend a full 50 million to buy this recipe? Even he could not afford such a price. He would definitely be blamed by his father when he returned. Thinking of this, the mood became heavier. Damn it! MOU cursed in his heart. What tricks is this guy playing? He anxiously thought about how to deal with it. What? Don't you dare to follow? Wasn't he quite arrogant before? MOU couldn't help but speak out, trying to anger Gu Li and make him bid again. At the same time, Su Ning also echoed MOU's words, saying sarcastically, What? Can't beat our prince? Are you scared? The people around laughed when they heard this, and some even followed suit. Yeah, is this young master not following because he has no money? Someone laughed. Isn't it normal not to follow? The pill recipe is only worth about 5 million. Only a fool would keep following. Another person echoed. It seems so. What do you mean? Are you saying that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a fool? MOU also heard the discussion from the audience, and his face was very ugly. He hoped that the boy would speak out to bid. As he wished, Gu Li spoke out, but not to bid. Congratulations to the Crown Prince for obtaining the recipe. It is really eye-opening to be able to spend 25 million to buy a recipe. MOU's face suddenly became gloomy. He stared at Gu Li and said with gritted teeth, You are deliberately cheating me. Gu Li smiled slightly and said frivolously, Why, Your Highness, don't you think it's an honor to be cheated by me? I usually don't go out of my way to cheat someone. MOU was so angry that he trembled all over. He looked at Gu Li's box, but couldn't say a word. What is the identity of this young man? He has humiliated Your Highness again and again. He is too bold. He must have a very powerful background. I hope you can always be so arrogant. He was forcibly restraining his anger. Don't worry about it. Beautiful sister, why don't you announce the recipe of the elixir that Your Highness has obtained? Don't let Your Highness wait anxiously. Gu Li's teasing voice sounded, making you want to kill him right now. Congratulations to Your Highness for winning the recipe. As the beautiful auctioneer announced the result, MOU's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. His eyes revealed a trace of anger that was difficult to conceal. He originally thought that he could easily get the recipe, but the sudden appearance of this brat disrupted his plan and cost him a lot of money. Soon, someone delivered the recipe to the box where MOU was. Seeing the smiling steward delivering the things, as if he was afraid that he would default on the debt, MOU's anger became more intense, and his face became more and more ugly. When MOU paid, his heart seemed to be bleeding. This 25 million is not a small amount, almost costing 1/3 of his savings. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If it weren't for the appearance of that brat, he could have saved 20 million. Now, he not only lost tens of millions of spirit stones, but also had to think of a way to explain to his father. After the steward left the box, the room suddenly fell into a dead silence. Su Ning didn't dare to speak easily at this moment. She knew that Mo.U was in a very bad mood and any words might cause him to be more angry. Bang! Mo.U smashed a cup hard, and the fragments flew everywhere. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Go check it for me, I want to see who he is, what he relies on to dare to tease this prince." He couldn't swallow this breath, not only wanted the stinky boy to pay the price of his life, but also wanted the family he relied on to bear the consequences. Compared to the depressing atmosphere here, Gu Li was too comfortable. "Ha ha ha, master, this prince is going to be pissed off by you." Xiao Tingzi watched everything happening in front of him, and couldn't help laughing happily. Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, and a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes. "It's best to piss him off to death, so I don't have to find a way to cancel the engagement." She muttered to herself in her heart, and when she thought of being engaged to such a scum, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. How can such trash be worthy of the master? In Xiao Tingzi's eyes, its master is the best, and no one else is worthy of it. The incident that just happened did not delay the progress of the auction, and the next round of auctions began soon. Tianqing grass is the main material for refining Tianqing pills. 100 plants, the starting price is 500,000. As soon as the voice fell, people kept bidding. Most of them were alchemists, and occasionally there were a few spiritual masters. Xiantian auction is worthy of being the first auction in the 4 countries. 100 Tianqing grass were sold. Gu Li sighed. "Master, bid it down. There is a recipe for Tianqing pills in the Rebirth Pavilion." Xia Tingzi was afraid that Gu Li would not bid, so he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, wait until they finish bidding." Gu Li came for the spiritual grass, so she would naturally bid. She looked at the lively scene on the field calmly, and secretly calculated in her heart. At this time, the price in the venue has been raised to 800 million. Many people shook their heads and sighed, thinking that the price was too high. 1 million, Gu Li suddenly shouted. The voice was not loud, but the whole venue was instantly quiet. Everyone's eyes were cast towards the box where she was. It's him again. Does he really want it, or is he raising the price? 1.5 million. An old voice came from another box, with a hint of provocation. It seems that someone wants to compete with her for the 100 Tianqing grass. However, she did not intend to give up. After all, the highest bidder wins. 2 million. Gu Li raised the price again. There was an uproar in the venue, and no one expected that the competition would be so fierce. The old man who was bidding with Gu Li seemed to be a little hesitant. "My son, I am the elder of the Su family. Can you buy my face?" There was a hint of threat in his tone. Gu Li was speechless. "Why is there another one? You want to bid, just bid. How much is your face worth?" Gu Li said in a tone that was so angry that he could not bear to death. "You don't take my Su family seriously?" There was a hint of murderous intent in the tone of the elder of the Su family. "I kicked the prince into the ditch. What is your Su family?" An extremely arrogant tone sounded. Everyone was in an uproar. Who is this young man? He is not afraid of the royal family, and the Su family at all. Mo.U wanted to vomit blood when he heard it. "This damn stinky boy, do you want to die? Who are you? How dare you humiliate brother Mo.U and the Su family like this?" Su Ning couldn't help but scold him. "Is what I said wrong? If you want, just bid. What's the point of always mentioning your face?" Gu Li said and looked at the auctioneer again. "Beautiful sister, is my bid wrong? This young master is just bidding normally. I hope you won't disrupt the auction." The host was hoping that Gu Li would come out to disrupt the situation, so how could he blame her? She is not afraid of the royal family and the Su family. Their Xiantian auction house can become the first auction house in the 4 countries, so they have the confidence. "You are great." The elder looked at Gu Li's box and said viciously. In the end, Gu Li successfully bid for the 100 Tianqing grasses at a price of 2 million. Congratulations to the guests in box number 5 for bidding on this auction item. The host announced excitedly. "I don't know if it's too coincidental, but the next auction item is also what the Su family wants to bid. The next item is a top-grade alchemy furnace." The host said, "This alchemy furnace is of excellent quality. It can improve the success rate of alchemy and the quality of the elixir. It is a treasure that many alchemists dream of." Bidding starts now, with a starting price of 1 million spirit stones. Hearing this price, everyone present took a breath. Although she was tempted, The price of 1 million was too high. However, Su Ning was particularly excited because she was a first-class alchemist. She was determined to get such a high-quality alchemy furnace. This high-quality alchemy furnace would not only allow her to refine higher-quality elixirs, but more importantly, it would be worthy of her status. Chapter 11. 2 million. Su Ning directly raised the price by 1 million. It doubled in an instant, and everyone was shocked. Many people immediately wanted to withdraw. 2,100,000 at this time, a voice came from another box that had never bid. 2,500,000. Su Ning continued to raise the price without hesitation. 3 million. The person in that box seemed to be determined to win this item. For million. Su Ning gritted his teeth and raised the price again. After hearing this price, the person in the box hesitated for a while, and then fell silent. Su Ning was secretly happy in her heart, thinking that she had finally succeeded in bidding for what she wanted. However, before she could be happy for too long, a hateful voice rang out, 4,001 spirit stones. You did it on purpose. Su Ning's face suddenly turned red, and the flames of anger flashed in her eyes. Her voice trembled with strong anger. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. When everyone saw that it was this young master again, they immediately felt that there was something interesting to watch. Is there anything wrong with me raising the price? Guli asked with a smile. Everyone was speechless. It was okay for you to raise the price, but if you had won, aren't you humiliating others? Su Ning was so angry. How could there be such a disgusting person? Are you determined to go against this prince? Mou looked at the box where Guli was, and said with gritted teeth, when did I go against you? I just wanted to take pictures of what I like. Guli didn't care and answered calmly. Don't bid if you can't afford the spirit stones. The elder of the Su family also spoke up. Don't worry about it. After all, I have a lot of money, and if I don't use it, I burn it quickly. Such a provocative tone almost pissed off those people to death. Everyone was shocked when they heard his words. You have a lot of money, give it to me. Everyone's inner thoughts. 4.5 million. Su Ning didn't waste words arguing with him, and directly bid. 4.5 million, and 1 Guli followed. 5 million. Su Ning gritted his teeth, and continued to bid. 5 million, and 1 Guli still raised 1. 6 million. She hoped Guli would not bid again. But she was going to be disappointed. Guli really wanted this furnace, but just wanted to tease her. 6 million, and 1. Su Ning was so angry that this person always had one more than her. Brother Mou. Su Ning's eyes were full of tears, and she pulled Mou's sleeve aggrievedly. No. I take a picture of it for you. Mou, who couldn't bear to see his beloved sad, comforted her. Your Highness, if you raise the price any further, it will exceed the value of this alchemy furnace. We have other things to bid for, said Xianlao, stopping him from spending a fortune to win the beauty's smile. This? Mou was a little entangled. He had already exceeded the price of the alchemy recipe when he auctioned it just now. He had something else to bid for next, and he didn't have the money to bid for this alchemy furnace. It's okay, Your Highness. I don't like that alchemy furnace very much either. I'm just angry. Su Ning said considerately when she saw him like this. But she was vomiting blood in her heart. It was a high-level alchemy furnace. She finally came across it, but she watched it fall into the hands of someone else, and it was someone she hated. Ninger Mou was touched. Her Ninger always thought about him like this. Ninger, don't worry, I will find a better alchemy furnace for you. Mou hugged Su Ning and looked at her affectionately and promised. If Guli was here at this time, she would definitely scold him as an idiot. Congratulations to the young man in Box 2 for bidding on the alchemy furnace. The auctioneer's voice brought the two back to reality. Box 2 was the box where Guli was. Soon, a steward brought the alchemy furnace. Guli wore a mask. He paid the money very happily. Guli looked at the small alchemy furnace and didn't see anything special, but she felt that it was much better than the one she used in the medicine cabinet. Master, you can use this alchemy furnace for now. You will definitely find a better one in the future. Xiao Tingzi made up his mind to steal the Qianquan Ding, one of the 4 great artifacts, and make a contract with the master. Its owner must use the best. Okay. At this time, Guli didn't know that Xiao Ting wanted to steal an artifact for her. The auction was still going on. Soon everyone realized that Guli was not joking when she said that she had too much money to burn. Next. Several auction items have been sold to Guli in a row. This shows what luxury means. The prince and the Su family are so angry that they can't do anything to him at the auction. Old Xian, this kid is a bit weird. He should not be from our family. After all, no young people in any family can be so extravagant. Could he be from other countries? Mou said worriedly. Old Xian thought so too. If he was from other countries, it would be troublesome. Although there are 4 major countries, Nanzhao is at the bottom. The other 3 countries are much stronger than Nanzhao. If this is the case, he must have masters protecting us. It may not be so easy to kill him. Old Xian said his thoughts. But are we just going to let him go? Su Ning couldn't help but speak out. That kid is so hateful. She is unwilling to let him go now. Ninger is right. It would be too easy for him to let him go. Mou is unwilling to let him go. After all, he is also jealous of the treasures on him. If he is really a big family from the other 3 countries, can we withstand their anger if we kill him? Moreover, if he is protected by masters, we may not be able to kill him, and we may be killed by his people. Xian Lao continued. Su Ning and Mou stopped talking, obviously thinking that what Xian Lao said makes sense. We can send someone to investigate his background first. If he is not from a big family from the other 3 countries, we can take action against him. Xian Lao also hates that kid to the bone, and obviously does not want to let him go easily. But before that, we can't let that stinky boy. Tian Luo pill was taken away. Their goal at the auction was Tian Luo pill, which could allow those below the emperor rank to advance 1 rank without any side effects. Mou, who was not worried about this at first, was also worried. He had thought that if he won the auction, they would just kill people and take the treasure, but now they could not easily do it, and could only bid for the pill. Several auction items were auctioned in succession, but Gu Li did not bid. It was not because she had no money, but because she did not like it. The 30 million given by the old man had been spent. She still had 100 million spirit stones, and pills left by her parents in her chaos ring. Moreover, she could also make pills herself. At present, she was not short of money at all. The next auction item is one of the highlights of our auction. You can guess what it is. The auctioneer whetted everyone's appetite. Chapter 12. One of the final auction items is Tian Luo pill. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire auction site was immediately in a state of excitement. It's Tian Luo pill? Send someone back to contact the family and send spirit stones quickly. Many families sent people to rush back to the family to pass on the news. What kind of pill is Tian Luo pill? Why is everyone reacting so strongly? Some people asked the people around them with a puzzled look. Tian Luo pill is a 5th grade pill. After taking it, cultivators below the emperor level can directly be promoted to a higher level, and there are no side effects. When the auctioneer introduced the magical effects of Tian Luo pill in detail, everyone was shocked. Even Gu Li, who had always been calm and composed, couldn't help but show a strong interest at this time. Xia Tingzi, is there a recipe for Tian Luo pill in the Rebirth Pavilion? Gu Li asked secretly in his heart. Master, there is, but it can only be unlocked after you break through to the heavenly level, Xia Tingzi replied quickly. Hearing this answer, Gu Li fell into deep thought. It seems that I must take this Tian Luo pill. Gu Li muttered to herself. After all, her old man is only at the middle level of the imperial rank now. If he can take this Tian Luo pill, he can be directly promoted to the high level of the imperial rank. In addition, she has an excellent talent for alchemy, and she will definitely be able to help the old man successfully break through to the imperial rank in the future. More importantly, every promotion will bring an increase in lifespan, and as the cultivation level improves, the increased lifespan will also become longer and longer. Gu Li looked at the pills on the stage, thinking that she must bid for it no matter what. Even if she doesn't have enough money now, so what? There are still several natural treasures in her chaos ring, and it will be enough to take out any one of them. As the host announced, the starting price is 300 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 100,000. People in the audience began to bid. 3,100,000 after the first person called out the price, someone followed suit. 3,200,000. 3,400,000. 3,500,000. 5 million. The price kept rising and soon reached 5 million. However, Gu Li did not participate in it. She planned to wait until the last moment to make a move. Similarly, the people in the other boxes remained silent, waiting for the best opportunity. Gradually, fewer and fewer people participated in the bidding, and the people in the other boxes finally couldn't help but speak. 8 million. The box where Mou was located was the first to bid. Then, people from other families also joined the competition. 9 million. 9,500,000. At this time, no one would give up the fight because of the prince's bidding. After all, every family basically has a few king-level or even emperor-level people. There were fewer and fewer people bidding. Seeing that only 3 people were left, Gu Li also joined in. 12 million. When Gu Li's voice appeared, it was quiet for a moment. When Mou heard that it was him again, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this guy deliberately picked a fight with him. Every time he needed something, he would take it away. 12.5 million, it was quiet for a moment, and then the box number 4 spoke again. 13 million. Prince Mou followed closely. 20 million. Gu Li didn't want to waste time, and he kept raising the price by 100,000. How long would it take to finish? Everyone was speechless when they heard him raise the price like a rich man. How rich is this man? No wonder he said that the prince was stingy before. Compared with him, he is stingy. It was quiet for a long time. When everyone thought that the Tianluo pill would fall into Gu Li's hands, the box where Mou was bid again was 20.1 million. The people in other boxes have given up. After all, more than 20 million is not a small amount. 30 million, can you not be so stingy when bidding? Gu Li raised the price by nearly 10 million. He also belittled Mou. Everyone took a breath of cold air. He raised the price by 10 million. How rich is this person? They couldn't help but think of what he said. Don't burn money if you have money. Mou was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only vent in the box. He smashed all the tea sets in the box. Others thought that this person must be from a big family in other countries. Otherwise, which young master would dare to raise the price so generously? Su Ning thought so too. Compared with that young master, the prince seemed mediocre. If she could marry that man, wouldn't she be? Su Ning glanced at Mou. Unlike the humble young master in the past, he seemed unusually irritable. No grace at all. She was thinking about how to get close to Gu Li, so she didn't go to comfort Mou. 31 million. Mou gritted his teeth and said, "This is all the savings they brought. I thought it was enough, so I didn't send anyone back to notify them to send the spirit stones. I hope he won't raise the price again." Obviously, Gu Li is going to disappoint him. 10 million. Gu Li said lightly, feeling that it was about enough. Gu Li didn't waste spirit stones anymore. Everyone present was numb. Good job. Mou was furious and kept smashing things in the box. "I want this kid to die." Mou said viciously to Xian Lao and others. Xian Lao's face was not good at this time. The thing that he was determined to get was taken away by a brat. But he still had some reason at this time. Judging from his performance, the boy must be from one of the other 3 kingdoms' big families. If he took action, he might not get any benefit. "Your Highness, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run." "What's the point of discussing it? What if he leaves Nanzhao directly?" Mou was so angry that he burst out. "First, send someone to secretly investigate his background and go back to discuss it with the royal family. After all, we can't afford to offend the other 3 kingdoms," said Xian Lao to Mou. "Yes, Your Highness, we can't be impulsive," Su Ning also persuaded Mou. She still wanted to hook up with that man, but she couldn't let him kill her in a rage. Mou pondered for a while and calmed down. "Then do as Xian Lao said. We go back to the palace and discuss with the emperor first. Send someone to watch him secretly." "Okay." Gu Li thought she had to sell something to bid for it, but she got it so easily. What she didn't know was that everyone saw the momentum of his bidding, so who dared to compete with him? Congratulations to our young master in Box 2 for winning the Tianluo pill. The auctioneer was also very happy at this time. He didn't expect that this mysterious man would raise the price of the item so high. Soon, someone sent the pill to the box. The steward was shocked to see that Gu Li paid 200 million spirit stones without changing his expression. Gu Li, who got the Tianluo pill, opened the medicine bottle and took out the pill to look at it carefully. "It is worthy of being a 5th-grade pill. The pill fragrance is so strong," Gu Li sighed. Now she only has 70 million left, so she needs to practice more pills to make some money. Chapter 13. Soon it was the last item. Gu Li didn't want to bid. After all, she had no money now. She was more curious about what the last item was. "Next, it's our last item." The auctioneer looked at the audience and said, "Blue Luan bird, a spiritual beast with the blood of the vermilion bird, a 6th-level blue Luan bird." As soon as the voice fell, the crowd was boiling, even more excited than the Tianluo pill just now. Monster beast level division, monster beast, spiritual beast, holy beast, semi-divine beast, divine beast, super divine beast. From 1 to 10 levels respectively, spirit beast, it's actually a 6th-level spiritual beast. "We're going to bid for it this time." Everyone talked about it. Mou and Su Ning also showed excitement on their faces. The 6th-level spiritual beast is relative to the middle level of the human spiritual level. With the same cultivation, ordinary spiritual masters can't beat it. With this spiritual beast, the possibility of him passing the Yunqin trial is greatly improved. He bid for the Tianluo pill in preparation for the Yunqin trial, but he didn't expect that a brat would snatch it away. He was determined to get this spiritual beast. The Tianluo pill is gone, and this Qingwan bird must be taken. Xian Lao also thought so. I will definitely help your highness to get the Qingwan bird. I have sent someone back to send spiritual stones over. Su Ning was reluctant, but with her financial resources, she couldn't bid for it at all, so she had to pretend to say to Mou, Brother Mou, Ninger will help you too. At the auction, the starting price is 5 million, and each bid must not be less than 100,000. When they heard this number, many people sighed that it was really expensive. 5 million and 100,000, 5 million and 200,000, 5 million and 300,000. Soon someone called for the price, and the people in the other boxes did not wait until the end, and they all bid. Bidding. Gu Li did not participate. She did not like this spiritual beast. There was no need to bid. No sound was heard from the second box. Everyone thought he had no money, and they were relieved. The auction was still going on, and soon someone called 100 million, and someone immediately followed. Master, bid Xia Tingzi jumped excitedly in the pavilion of rebirth. Reason looking at the excited Xia Tingzi, could this blue phoenix be special? It is the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, not the blue luan bird. It is transformed into this, and it is seriously injured. It is about to die. Hearing Xia Tingzi's words, Gu Li was shocked. Vermilion bird, isn't it one of the 4 sacred beasts? How could it appear here? The mental power probed the cage on the auction table, carefully sensed the spiritual beast, and indeed found something unusual. If it were an ordinary person, they really wouldn't be able to find it. After all, they don't have Gu Li's abnormal mental power. Gu Li touched his chin and thought, it seems okay to contract to Suzaku. Master, you must take a picture of it. The little pavilion was still chattering. I will take a picture of it, Gu Li said with determination. If you can't take a picture, just rob it, and then hide in the pavilion of rebirth, so you don't have to run away. Gu Li pressed the second button next to him, and soon someone came over. Manager, do you collect heaven and earth treasures here? Gu Li has no money now, so he can only sell some things. Guest, I asked the appraiser to come over now. The steward asked, it seems that this young man wants to bid for Qingwan. Soon an old man came over. I am Lin Fan, the special appraiser of the auction. What items do you want to sell? After he heard the steward say that he wanted to sell the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, he came over in person. He was interested in this young man, who was generous, and did not take the prince and the Su family seriously. Gu Li took out a palm-sized iron block and a blue bead from the chaos ring. The iron block seemed to be a piece of cold iron, emitting a cold breath, while the blue bead was like a bright star, shining brightly. Mr. Lin, please see how much these 2 items are worth. Gu Li's voice was full of expectation. 1,000-year-old cold iron and water-repellent beads. Looking at what Gu Li took out, Mr. Lin, who was well informed, was also shocked. His eyes flashed with surprise, as if he had seen 2 rare treasures. Are you sure you want to sell this spiritual object to our auction house? Elder Lin asked uncertainly. These 2 items are much more valuable than the spiritual beast. His tone is full of doubt and uncertainty. Sure, Elder Lin, please give me an estimate. Gu Li didn't want to take it out. She wanted to keep the 1,000-year-old cold iron to refine a weapon for herself, but in order to bid for the bird, she had to give it up. There was a hint of helplessness in her voice. Elder Lin pondered for a while and said, for these 2 spiritual treasures, our auction house will give 100 million spiritual stones. What do you think? There was a hint of temptation in his voice, as if asking Gu Li if she was satisfied with the price. Gu Li felt a little heartache when she heard the price. It was really valuable. Her mother left her only 100 million spirit stones, and these 2 spirit treasures. She spent almost all of them in this auction. It was really a waste. If anyone heard her thoughts, they might want to jump up and call her a prodigal. She had to find a way to make money. Her eyes flickered. Okay, Gu Li responded. Then Elder Lin took out a space ring and a silver token. This is the token of our Xiantian auction house. With this token, you can buy items at our Xiantian auction house branches at a 20% discount. Gu Li put away the ring and token and accepted his kindness. Thank you, Elder Lin. She had to make money from pills in the later stage. Xiantian auction house was a good choice. After Elder Lin left, the auction below was still. Continue. The bid has reached 25 million, and only 3 people in the private rooms are raising the price. Gu Li thought for a moment and pressed the button 50 million. There was a strange silence. Everyone was thinking, it's him again, how rich is this guy? In fact, Ghoulie didn't want to raise so much, but seeing that he would still be cheering for a while, he was too lazy to raise it bit by bit, so he might as well raise it to their bottom line. Bang! The private room where he was smashed. Is this person sincerely against this prince? The spiritual stones they brought happened to be only 50 million. He was unwilling to miss out on the blue luan. At this moment, the elder of the Su family came to the box where they were. Your Highness, why don't we cooperate? The elder of the Su family said. The Su family had given up bidding when it reached 40 million just now. They were not able to bid for the blue luan at all. Besides, they also had a grudge against that brat. Helping the prince to get the blue luan would also benefit the Su family. Cooperation? Mou thought about it and understood. Okay, this prince will not lose any benefits from you, Mou promised. 51 million with the help of the Su family, he directly added 1 million. 52 million. Another box also followed. Damn, are these people deliberately making things difficult for him? Ghoulie did not bid again, but waited until they had bid almost the same. Soon he called. 60 million. The other two also gave up. This price has exceeded their expectations. Although the 6th level spirit beast is very rare, but they do not have the financial resources to bid. At this time, watching others give up, Mou's eyes flashed with a trace of heat, and before he could be happy, he heard a familiar and angry voice. 70 million. Ghoulie directly added 10 million. She did not want to slowly increase with these people. It was a waste of time. She was anxious to go back to make pills. She was poor now. She had no money on her. She felt insecure. If other people knew that she had hundreds of millions of spirit stones on her, and said she had no money, they might be so angry that they vomited blood. Ghoulie's bidding behavior caused a sensation again. Are you determined to go against me? Mou was even more angry when he heard his voice. This damn stinky boy. Chapter 14. The highest bidder wins. Don't you understand this principle? I am also very interested in this blue phoenix bird, Ghoulie replied jokingly. You, good job. This prince will remember you, Mou replied with gritted teeth. No need to remember me. I don't have a preference for men with different sexes, Ghoulie said angrily. Ha ha! Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard Ghoulie's words. Some people in the audience were not afraid of Mou's revenge. They were originally casual cultivators, or casual cultivators from other countries, so they were naturally not afraid of him. 71 million. Every time Mou called a price, blood dripped in his heart, and it was so painful. 80 million. Ghoulie said lightly, as if she was not calling money, but air. Bang bang bang. The tea set that Mou had just changed in the box was broken again, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, as if ink could drip out. Damn it, as the first genius of Nanzhao, when had he ever suffered such a humiliation? But here they can't do anything to him, and they have to be wary of the strength behind him. Can you be more generous and just call out your bottom price? I'm in a hurry to eat. Ghoulie didn't have time to play with him, wasting time. Mou, who was furious, looked at the box where Ghoulie was, and wanted to cut him into 8 pieces, and then cut him into pieces. Others in the box were also very angry, but they were more concerned. They didn't believe that the boy didn't have a backer. 90 million. Mou gritted his teeth and shouted out all of it. His 50 million plus the Su family's 40 million, this was already their limit. 90 and 100,000. Feeling that he should be about the same, a light voice sounded, as if mocking his overestimation. Your Highness, if you keep adding, I will definitely not follow you, Ghoulie said with a hint of joking. It's too infuriating. Mou was so angry that he spit out blood and fainted. The last auction item naturally fell into Ghoulie's hands. After paying the money, Ghoulie walked out of the auction house in a dignified manner. She was not panicked when she noticed that many eyes were staring at her. If they wanted to kill people and steal treasures, it would depend on whether they could find her. Ghoulie walked more and more remote, turned into a small alley, and flashed into the pavilion of rebirth. The people who followed her secretly hurriedly caught up and found that she was gone, and they were immediately panicked. Why did he disappear? They searched everywhere, but there was no trace at all. The group of people were unwilling to give up, and searched again, but still found nothing, so they could only leave reluctantly. Mou woke up and heard that the people he sent out had lost, and there was no trace at all. His face turned pale with anger, and he fainted again. When she realized that it was safe outside, Ghoulie appeared, changed her clothes, and went home in a good mood. Back in her yard, Ghoulie threw Zhuke out of the rebirth pavilion. She really threw it out. Zhuke murmured in pain, and when she woke up, she saw a human. She attacked Ghoulie without thinking, but the wound on her body was too serious, and she fell down with a snap. Hey, I spent more than 90 million to buy you back, and you treat me like this. Looking at the seriously injured Zhuge, who wanted to attack her, Gu Li suddenly felt a little regretful. Zhuge just looked at her like this, without saying a word, with hatred in his eyes. It is now like this because of humans. White-eyed wolf Gu Li took it, and threw it into the rebirth pavilion to let the small pavilion heal its wounds. She went to Gu Chintian's yard to find the old man. Grandpa Gu Li could hear from a long distances. Gu Chintian, who was about to go out, retracted his foot. Lear, you came just in time. Grandpa was just about to look for you. He pulled Gu Li to sit down and said, Grandpa, what's wrong, what happened? It seems that Grandpa is going to look for him. The selection for the Yunqing trial will start in a month. Grandpa hopes you can participate. Gu Chintian looked at him Gu Li earnestly. What is the Yunqing trial? Gu Li was a little curious, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Yunqing is a city that does not belong to any country. In Yunqing, there is a mysterious secret realm with tempting treasures that attract countless people. Anyone who can enter this secret realm and come out alive will have a great improvement in strength. At the same time, the secret realm is extremely dangerous. Every time the secret realm is opened, less than half of the people who enter come out. It sounds interesting. Gu Li was a little curious about the secret realm of Yunqing. Okay, I will participate. She also wanted to experience more. She had practiced for so long, but had no chance to go out for experience. She couldn't give up this opportunity. Gu Chintian stroked his beard and said with a smile, Lear, you are extremely talented and your strength is not weak. This trial is a good opportunity to experience. I hope you can protect yourself. At the same time, other disciples of the Gu family will also participate in the assessment. For the disciples who pass the assessment, I hope you will lead the disciples of the Gu family to the secret realm of Yunqing. Gu Chintian naturally didn't want his granddaughter to take risks, but this is something that people who practice must experience. He also hopes that Gu Li can support the Gu family. Gu Li thought for a moment and said with a smile, Okay, Grandpa, I will participate. However, are you sure that the disciples in the family can listen to me? Who dares not to listen, I will kill him. Gu Chintian responded domineeringly. Grandpa, I go to the martial arts training ground first. It's time to see the current situation of the Gu family. Okay. The grandfather and grandson went to the place where the disciples of the clan practiced martial arts one after another. Master, young master. Gu Nianan, a member of the Gu family, looked at the grandfather and grandson and couldn't help but feel curious. Go and gather the disciples to the playground. I have something to say. Gu Chintian. Soon, the playground was full of people. Gu Li and the old man stood on the high platform and looked down. Gu Li crossed his arms and looked at the disciples below with a smile in his eyes. The Yunqing secret realm will be opened in more than a month, and the trial will also begin. I hope you will practice well in this month. The competition will be held in half a month. The winner will go to Yunqing trial with the young master and strive for the opportunity to go to the secret realm. As soon as the voice fell, many disciples in the audience were boiling. No one was not tempted by the Yunqing secret realm. Although it was very dangerous, there were more gains. People who entered the secret realm basically improved their cultivation by a large margin, and there were more natural treasures. Lear Gu Chintian looked at Gu Li with a smile. He believed that his granddaughter could convince the disciples of the clan. Gu Li was full of black lines. I want to see the strength of the Gu family, not to take over directly. Hello everyone, I don't need me to introduce myself, you all know who I am, right? Gu Li said with a smile to the disciples in the audience. I know. The scattered voices in the audience sounded. Who doesn't know that Nan Zhao is the #1 waste? All kinds of voices sounded, but Gu Li was not annoyed, waiting for them to finish. Soon it became quiet. I forgot to tell you that I will lead the team to Yunqing trial. Why? You can't even practice. How can you lead us? I don't accept it. Although Gu Li is their young master, in this era where martial arts are respected, how can you convince others if you don't have strength? Chapter 15. Hundreds of people were clamoring on the playground, all expressing their dissatisfaction. How could such an important matter as the Yunqing trial be given to someone who couldn't practice to lead, even if she was the young master? Gu Li didn't make any move, just watched them arguing. After they all calmed down. You seem very unconvinced. Gu Li crossed her arms and looked at them with a smile. Who is the most powerful among you? Stand up. Her beautiful eyes slightly swept over the disciples below. There were a few whose strength she couldn't see, and they were obviously higher than hers. Many disciples looked at each other, wondering what Gu Li meant. Soon, a handsome man stood up. Looking to be about 17 or 18 years old, quite tall. What's your name? How old are you? What level of strength is it? Gu Li asked while looking at him. Replying to the young master, my disciple's name is Gu Lingfeng, 18 years old this year, and a mid-level heavenly stage. Even if she was the young master, it wouldn't work for her to lead the Gu family disciples to Yunqing. 18-year-old mid-level heavenly stage, with good talent. Gu Li looked at Gu Lingfeng with appreciation. Gu Lingfeng felt uncomfortable when he was looked at by Gu Li. What did the young master mean by looking at him like this? Go ahead. Gu Li put down her arms around her chest and said to Gu Lingfeng indifferently. What does that mean? Gu Lingfeng was a little puzzled. Did the young master ask him to attack her? But the young master couldn't practice, so it would be bad to attack her. So he stood still. Seeing that he didn't move, Gu Li guessed his idea, so she took the initiative to attack. Gu Li flashed and came to Gu Lingfeng in an instant. She raised her hand and punched him. Gu Lingfeng didn't expect Gu Li to suddenly attack him, and so quickly. He raised his arms and crossed them in front of his chest in a hurry, trying to block the attack. However, Gu Li's fist hit his arm like a heavy hammer. Gu Lingfeng felt a huge force coming, and his body involuntarily stepped back a few steps. He was startled and quickly used his spiritual power to stabilize his body. But Gu Li did not give him a chance, and stepped forward and kicked again. This kick hit Gu Lingfeng's stomach, and Gu Lingfeng groaned, flew several meters away, and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, the whole audience was silent. Fuck, what happened? When did the young master become so powerful that he knocked down senior brother Lingfeng without using spiritual power? Gu Lingfeng looked at her in astonishment. Don't be dazed. Get up and fight me with spiritual power. Gu Li raised her hand and shook it. At this time, Gu Lingfeng didn't dare to be careless. Gu Lingfeng gritted his teeth and stood up, with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. He mobilized all his spiritual power, injected it into his hands, and rushed towards Gu Li. The palm of his hand drew a sharp spiritual energy in the air, with a sound of breaking through the air. Gu Li was not far behind, releasing his spiritual power. Fuck, intermediate earth level, who said the young master is useless? She is only 13 years old. Suddenly, the playground of hundreds of people was filled with shocked voices. Gu Li dodged sideways, and at the same time reached out to hold Gu Lingfeng's wrist, and twisted it hard. Gu Lingfeng felt pain. He quickly changed his moves, pinched his other hand, and performed the Gu family's unique skill Lingfeng sword technique. For a time, the surrounding sword energy attacked Gu Li like a storm. Not bad. Use your finger as a sword. Gu Li raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and instead of retreating, she advanced and started a close combat with Gu Lingfeng. Her moves seemed simple, but in fact they contained mysterious changes, and each move just broke Gu Lingfeng's offensive. Gu Lingfeng did not speak. Although she was a mid-level earth rank, she gave him a dangerous feeling, and he had to concentrate. The two fought back and forth, neither of them giving in. The people watching the battle were stunned. Gu Li could not help but sigh. As expected of a mid-level heaven rank, it was still very difficult to surpass a higher level. But it was just right for me to use you to try out the skills I learned some time ago. Gu Li's mouth curled slightly, and he flashed back and distanced himself from Gu Lingfeng. He formed a seal in his hand. The first style of the Great Evolution Ju Fierce Flame Seal. Gu Li shouted softly, and a fiery red mark flew out of his hand, and went straight to Gu Lingfeng. Gu Lingfeng felt this powerful energy, and did not dare to neglect it. He used all his strength to stimulate his spiritual power, and tried to resist. However, the power of the fiery flame seal was far beyond his imagination, and directly broke through his defense. After being hit, Gu Lingfeng flew back dozens of meters, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He climbed up with difficulty, and looked at Gu Li, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Gu Li looked at the injured Gu Lingfeng, feeling a little guilty. She had just wanted to try out the power of the new technique, but it turned out to be quite strong. She quickly walked to Gu Lingfeng. Are you okay? Gu Lingfeng shook his head and said, I'm fine. Young master, I lost. I'm convinced. Eat it. Gu Li took out a bottle of Lingyuan pill, and threw it to Gu Lingfeng. Gu Lingfeng was a little curious after taking the pill. When he saw that it was a second-grade Lingyuan pill, he said in a panic, Young master, this is too expensive. I can't take it. You should eat it if I give it to you. Why are you so hesitant? Gu Li waved her hand indifferently. She practiced this thing herself, so it's not worth much. The surrounding Gu family disciples saw this scene, and started to make a fuss. Young master is so powerful. You can actually beat senior brother Ling Feng. Gu Li smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Are there still those who are not convinced? You can continue to challenge me. Gu Li hooked his finger slightly. All the disciples said in unison no. What a joke, senior brother Ling Feng has already lost to the young master, and they are still challenging him. Isn't that asking for abuse? Very good, let me tell you my request. I hope that in the next half-month, everyone will not relax, work hard to practice, and strive for the opportunity to go to Yunqing to participate in the trial. Gu Li looked at everyone and said seriously. Yes, the voices of hundreds of people shouted out the momentum of thousands of people. They all had a feeling in their hearts that the Gu family was going to return to the peak or even surpass it. Oh, I forgot to say it. Gu Li looked at the disciples of the Gu family and released a heavy news. Starting tomorrow, everyone will go to the medicine pavilion to receive a Gu Yuan pill. After half a month, the top 10 will follow me to Yunqing, and each 10 soul-restoring pills will be awarded to each person. 5 pills will be awarded to the top 20, 3 pills will be awarded to the top 50, and 1 pill will be awarded to the top 100. Instantly, everyone in the playground was stunned, and even the instructor was speechless. Young master, are you telling the truth? A disciple asked cautiously. It's true. As soon as Gu Li finished speaking, everyone cheered. Young master, young master. Hundreds of people were celebrating. The pills were so precious, and there were so many rewards. They didn't think Gu Li was lying to them. After all, the head of the family was still here. Quiet, you guys take a rest first. There's still something to do later. Gu Li looked at these people with ill intentions. Being looked at by Gu Li in such a strange way, they always felt that something was going to happen. Leader Gu Chitian looked at Gu Li, his eyes full of relief. The Gu family is going to rise. Chapter 16. At this time, there was a huge pool on the playground, which was enough to accommodate thousands of people at the same time. The pool was full of water, as if it was different from ordinary water. If you feel it carefully, you can detect a strange power fluctuation in the water. In fact, this water was not ordinary water, but the lake water that Gu Li took out from the rebirth pavilion. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and speculated, does the young master intend to let us take a bath here? Sigh, this young man, you are the real one. Gu Qintian walked to Gu Li's side, looked at the scene in front of him, and asked in confusion, Lear, what do you want to do? Gu Li showed a sly smile and answered softly, of course, let them enjoy the fun of taking a bath. Gu Qintian looked at Gu Li's smirk, shook his head helplessly, and silently felt sad for those disciples who were about to become disciples. Gu Li noticed that everyone was whispering and talking, and a malicious voice sounded, okay, don't dawdle, go down quickly, this is a good thing I carefully prepared for you. It's a rare opportunity, you must cherish it. Hearing Gu Li's words, everyone was more hesitant and afraid. They secretly complained in their hearts, oh my god, the young master's smile is so scary. Who can come to save us? Gu Lingfeng admired Gu Li so much that he obeyed her orders. So when he saw Gu Li signaling everyone to jump into the water, he jumped into the water without thinking. Seeing this, some other disciples of the Gu family also jumped in without hesitation following Gu Lingfeng. However, some of the Gu family disciples still stood on the shore, looking hesitant. After all, the water looked a little weird. At this moment, Gu Li's playful voice sounded again. The water in this pool has the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow, which can help you eliminate impurities in your body and greatly improve your future cultivation speed. The process is a little painful. But if you don't dare to go down, don't blame me for kicking you down one by one. Hearing this, the Gu family disciples who were still hesitating stopped hesitating in an instant. Such a good opportunity, how can you miss it? They don't want to be kicked down by their young master. They immediately rushed into the water. At the beginning, everyone didn't feel anything unusual, but gradually, they felt that their bodies seemed to have changed. As the temperature of the lake water gradually increased, the feeling of pain became more and more intense. The bodies of the Gu family disciples began to continuously excrete black impurities, and the smell of these impurities made them unbearable. Not everyone can bear the pain of cleansing the tendons and cutting the marrow. Gu Li kept wandering among the disciples. Once someone showed signs of being possessed, he would release his spiritual power and mental power to enter their spiritual veins to dredge their spiritual power. Hundreds of people cleansed their tendons and cut the marrow at the same time, which was an extremely huge workload for Gu Li. As time went by, everyone felt unprecedented pain, and their bodies seemed to be torn apart. Gradually, the pain became more and more severe, and some people couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" The whole martial arts training ground was filled with terrible screams, which made people shudder. When people outside the Gu family heard such miserable sounds, they immediately got goosebumps, and thought that the Gu family had suffered a disaster of extermination. Some people couldn't bear this kind of pain and tried to climb out of the pool, but were kicked back to the original place by Gu mercilessly. Seeing this, others didn't dare to think of escaping anymore, and could only grit their teeth and persist. Woo, 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 the young master is so terrible. Finally, as time passed, the marrow washing process ended. However, at this time, the martial arts training ground was filled with a strong stench, which was disgusting. Gu had already overdrawn his spiritual power, and at this moment, he was almost vomited by the stench. Lear, are you okay? Gu Chintian saw his granddaughter's pale face, and felt distressed. Grandpa, I'm fine, I'd be fine after a rest, Gu said while resisting the discomfort. She didn't want her grandfather to worry too much. Ugh, ugh, ugh. What the hell, why do you stink so badly? Bullshit, it's you who stink. For a moment, the martial arts training ground was filled with chattering sounds, and everyone frowned, covered their noses, and complained with disgust. Oh my god, what's that smell? It's so stinky. Yeah, it smells so bad, I'm about to vomit. I feel like I fell into a cesspool, and I stink all over. What's going on? Why do we stink so badly? Everyone looked at the black and sticky stuff on their bodies in silence, almost nauseous to the point of vomiting, and prepared to run to take a shower. At this moment, a series of promotion lights suddenly appeared, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Wow, someone has advanced. Look, so many people have advanced. Oh my god, what's going on? More than 200 people have advanced at the same time. Gu looked at them with satisfaction, secretly sighing that these people's talents are not bad. When those people successfully advanced, everyone's face was filled with excitement. When they saw Gu and Gu Chintian, they all ran towards this side, as if they wanted to say something. Looking at the black people running over, Gu frowned and shouted loudly, "Stop! Don't come over!" As she spoke, she pulled Gu Chintian back again and again. Until then, those people realized that they were emitting an unpleasant stench, and they immediately felt embarrassed and turned around and ran to take a shower. After a while, all the disciples came back after washing, each with a ruddy face and full of energy. At this moment, they looked at Gu with eyes full of excitement as if they had seen a treasure. Young master, I've advanced, a disciple said excitedly. Me too. I've advanced too. Another disciple followed closely. And me, and me. The third disciple was not to be outdone. Those disciples who failed to advance were not discouraged, because they could clearly feel that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy was much faster than before, which was enough to make them very excited. Gu nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Your performance is not bad. However, I have a small request. I hope to see the disciples who did not advance today at least advance one level in the family competition in half a month. Can you do it?" "Yes." Deafening voices rang out, and the whole Gu family trembled. Chapter 17. Then, she talked with the instructor in charge of these disciples for a few words, explained some important matters, and then left the martial arts training ground with the old man. After returning to Gu Chintian's yard, Gu took out a thick stack of lists from the space ring and handed it to Gu Chintian, saying, "Grandpa, here are the herbs and quantities I need. Please arrange someone to purchase, and send them to my yard." Gu Chintian looked at the thick list in front of him, and couldn't help but jump. How much money will it cost? But when he thought that his granddaughter had to refine all of these into pills, he felt even more distressed. "Every 3 days, send someone to my yard to get the pills, and the task of distributing the pills will be handed over to you, Grandpa." Gu explained various things to Gu Chintian in an orderly manner. Gu Chintian nodded, and then Gu returned to his yard, entered the chaos ring, took out the alchemy furnace, and began to prepare for alchemy. The herbs she bought at the auction were enough for several days. The time inside the chaos ring is slower than that outside. Gu plans to refine all the spiritual herbs into pills. In the next half month, she will go out for training. Since the last time she was promoted to the middle level of the earth rank, she has not been promoted again. So Gu started to refine pills without sleep, and refined all the spiritual herbs she bought in advance, and successfully became a third-grade alchemist. Gu Chintian sent another batch of people to deliver, and that batch of spiritual herbs was all third-grade pills. 3 days later, after Gu finished refining all the spiritual herbs, she left the chaos ring and asked the servant to take a letter. She went to the magic flame forest for training. She didn't dare to tell the old man that she was going to the magic flame forest for training. Last time she got into trouble in the magic flame forest. If she told him, and he sent someone to follow her secretly, how could she train? At this time, Gu Qintian was talking to Gu Lao about distributing pills. The servant also delivered the letter. After seeing the content of the letter, Gu Qintian slapped the table and broke it. His face was full of worry. Gu Lao also saw the content of the letter and comforted him. She has her own way to go. She didn't tell you in person because she didn't want you to send someone to follow her. Gu Qintian sighed. He knew it all along. Let's go, Lear said. The elixir is in his room. Go get it and put it in the medicine cabinet first. Gu Lao thought of Gu Li's abnormal talent for alchemy. His face was full of excitement. Such a talented girl, worthy of being the young master of their family. What a good child. Gu Lao was very pleased. Gu Li's room. Ah, that damn girl, I'm going to kill her. When Gu Lao saw the pots of pills randomly placed, he was shaking with anger. She actually put them in pots. Whose pills are so randomly placed? When she comes back, I make her look bad. Gu Lao muttered as he quickly divided the pills into porcelain bottles specially used for pills. Gu Qintian looked at the pots of pills and was shocked for a long time before he reacted after hearing what Gu Lao said. He slapped Gu Lao on the head. Who are you calling a damn girl? Hey, why are you hitting me? Gu Lao held his head and looked at Gu Qintian with dissatisfaction. Soon he said a few words about his precious granddaughter. Why hit him? Are you focusing on the wrong thing? Gu Qintian. Tian looked at Gu Lao speechlessly. What? Gu Lao was puzzled. These pots of pills were all made by Li Er, she alone, Gu Qintian said proudly. Gu Lao was stunned. How could she make so many pills in such a short time? It was estimated that there must be several thousand pills. Ha ha ha, good child, really good child, worthy of being the young master of my Gu family. Gu Lao smiled and said, his hands never stopped moving, putting all the pills into the porcelain bottle. Gu Qintian looked at this smirking man, sighed helplessly, and silently put the pills in. There was a porcelain bottle on the table with a note on it. Grandpa, Li Er gave you a gift. I hope that when Li Er comes back, Grandpa has broken through. Looking at the note, Gu Qintian was very happy. His granddaughter bought him the 5th grade Tian Luo pill. When old Gu saw the pill in Gu Qintian's hand, he was shocked again. He also heard about the previous auction. The news that Prince Imo, he was teased by a mysterious boy at the auction was widely spread. The Tian Luo pill and a Qingwan spirit beast were even bought by that boy. The boy who teased the prince couldn't be the young master, old Gu guessed tremblingly. Gu Qintian also guessed it naturally. But where did she get so much money to buy these things? Especially the spirit beast, it was sold for more than 90 million. Why do you care so much? Take your pills. Gu Qintian glared at him unhappily. Demon Flame Forest. Gu Li walked leisurely. There were no high-level monsters on the periphery. They were all low-level monsters. There was no interest. He didn't intend to waste time and planned to go deeper. Suddenly, there was a sound of fighting in front. Gu Li was curious and quietly stepped forward to check. Mou and Su Ning were standing next to him. The others were besieging a 7th-level monster. The 7th-level monster was naturally inferior to these people in terms of strength compared to humans at the middle stage of the Earth level, and gradually began to fall behind. After a while, the 7th-level monster died. Gu Li secretly observed the cultivation of several people. They were all at the primary level of the Earth level. Not being able to see through Mou's cultivation meant that his cultivation was higher than hers. I heard from my grandfather that he seemed to be at the middle stage of the heaven level. Then she should be able to beat them, but it would be very tricky. They had more people. The last time she was able to defeat Gu Lingfeng was because of her skills. It would be a bit troublesome if they really fought. Gu Li didn't want to waste time on them, and prepared to leave. Who come out for me? Gu Li was noticed by Mo, just as she was about to leave. Gu Li rolled his eyes silently in his heart. He walked out directly. Gu Li, you trash, why are you here? Su Ning saw that it was the person she hated the most, and immediately scolded. Who are you talking about? Gu Li replied jokingly. You are talking about me, Su Ning answered without thinking. Oh, I am talking about you. Gu Li's mouth curled slightly, with a hint of sarcasm. Realizing that Gu Li was playing tricks on her, a wave of anger suddenly surged out. You were lucky not to die here last time. Let's see what you can do this time. Su Ning, who was furious, attacked Gu Li directly. Mou and others did not stop Su Ning. Mou even wanted Gu Li to be beaten to death. Bang! Su Ning was slapped away by Gu Li before she could hit Gu Li. Head trash, Gu Li looked at her with disdain. Mou and others looked at her spiritual power and exclaimed, Middle Earth rank. You? Puff seeing that Gu Li's level was higher than his own, and hearing Gu Li's mocking words, Su Ning was directly irritated by Gu Li. You are not a waste. Mo Yu looked at her and asked, why did you lie to me that you can't practice? None of your business. Who are you? Gu Li didn't give him any face at all and mocked directly. You are looking for death. Mo Yu heard this, and thought of the boy who cheated him at the auction. He suddenly became angry and raised the sword in his hand to kill Gu Li. Heh, I am not afraid of you. As soon as the voice fell, he went to meet him. The two of them fought fiercely in an instant, and the two spiritual powers intersected, making a clanging sound. The surrounding trees were also shaken by the aftermath. At the touch of a button, Mo Yu didn't show it on the surface, but he was shocked in his heart. How could her spiritual power be so strong? Watching Gu Li attack him again, he didn't have time to think too much, and he faced Gu Li again. Mo Yu's swordsmanship was sharp, and each sword carried a powerful momentum. Gu Li frowned slightly, realizing that Mo Yu was much stronger than Gu Lingfeng. The two sides fought back and forth, neither giving in. Suddenly, Gu Li dodged Mo Yu's attack with a flash, and at the same time, he attacked Mo Yu with the spiritual power of the fire element like lightning. Mo Yu was startled and quickly dodged sideways, but was still injured in the arm by Gu Li's spiritual power, and blood oozed out immediately. He covered the wound, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He muttered something, and the sword in his hand suddenly glowed with a layer of black light, with amazing momentum. Chapter 18. Gu Li saw this, and felt a chill in her heart. She thought it was not good. Gu Li concentrated her energy. She dodged Mo Yu's attack with a flash. At the same time, a ball of ice blue light condensed in her hand, and shot towards Mo Yu. The ice blue light collided with the black light, making a loud noise. Mo Yu was knocked back several steps, and Gu Li took the opportunity to distance herself. She panted and looked at Mo Yu, secretly rejoicing in her heart. If she had been hit by the previous attack, the consequences would have been disastrous. You are still the first genius, but you can't even kill a waste like me, trash. Mo Yu stabilized his body. When he heard this, the anger in his eyes became more and more vigorous. He gritted his teeth and looked at Gu Li, wishing to tear her into pieces. Today, don't think about leaving here alive. Mo Yu roared and rushed towards Gu Li again. She had already consumed a lot of her spiritual power. If she continued to entangle with Mo Yu, she would definitely suffer. After all, Mo Yu was the prince, and there were people protecting him in secret. Gu Li glanced at him. I won't play with you anymore. I give you something. Gu Li suddenly said, while making seals with her hands and muttering something. A powerful spiritual power surged out of her hands, forming a flame mark. This flame mark instantly became extremely hot, as if it was going to burn the surrounding air. The first test of the Great Evolution, Fiery Flame Seal. Gu Li shouted loudly. Then, she quickly performed another move, De Yin Ju's second test. Turning the sky. The whole area was shaking. Feeling the pressure coming towards him, Mo Yu's movement slowed down for a moment. It was too late to dodge, and his face turned pale. The other people also looked at him in disbelief. Seeing that the attack was about to fall on Mo Yu, several people secretly stopped it. Bang 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 explosions rang out, and the surrounding area was razed to the ground. The people who secretly protected the prince were also shocked. Gu Li, with his cultivation in the middle stage of the earth level, forced a 50-50 fight with the prince. What a genius. Kill her for me. Mo Yu, who was covered in dust, pointed in the direction of Gu Li. At this time, there was still Gu Li's figure there. As early as the people who secretly protected Mo Yu took action, Gu Li took advantage of the chaos to get away. Damn, are you trash? Looking at the missing Gu Li, Mo Yu was only helpless and furious. On the other side, after the battle just now, Gu Li felt the spirit in his body. The power has reached the conditions for promotion, and quickly found a cave. With a move of his spiritual consciousness, he threw Zhu Ke out. Zhu Ke saw that he suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar environment, and knew that the human had thrown it out again. Protect me. Zhu Ke is the blood of a divine beast. With it, no other monsters dare to enter here. She also wanted to break through in the chaos ring, but it was too mentally exhausting. Zhu Ke was reluctantly guarding the door, looking at the woman who was promoted in front of her, with a little strangeness in her heart. The pavilion told it that she spent nearly 100 million spirit stones to buy it, and almost went bankrupt. Now she can't take out a single spirit stone. Since she spent so much money to buy it, why didn't she make a contract with it, and didn't call it out to help in the battle, and let the pavilion help it heal its wounds? Considering that you spent so much money, I will reluctantly make a contract with you when you succeed in the promotion, Zhu Ke thought secretly in his heart. After a long time, the barrier was broken and successfully entered the late stage of the Earth level. Zhu Kei saw that she had completed the promotion and planned to go over to tell her about the contract. Suddenly, he found that spiritual power was still flowing into Gu Li's body, and there were various colors of elemental power. She was continuously promoted. Zhu Kei stared at this human full element in amazement. Normally, promotion would not show elemental power, but Gu Li did it on purpose. After Gu Li successfully advanced to the middle stage of the heavenly rank, she opened her eyes, and saw a bird looking at her with its mouth wide open. Hey, come back to your senses. Gu Li stood up and waved her hand in front of it. You, a wing trembled and pointed at Gu Li. What do you mean by you? Have you thought about it? Do you want to make a contract with me? She deliberately released the elemental power to seduce it. Although she could make a contract directly, it would not obey, and would definitely have second thoughts about her. So she gave it the right to choose. Since you spent so much money, I will reluctantly make a contract with you, Zhu Kei said insincerely. A full system spiritual master, and you can also make pills. Clack clack clack. The little Zhu Kei in her heart jumped excitedly. Oh, don't force it, your injury is almost healed. Gu Li's face was expressionless. Zhu Kei got anxious when he heard this, and bit Gu Li's finger with a flash, opening the contract. Gu Li secretly thought that it was not good, this idiot. How could she sign the contract directly? Signing the blood of an ancient beast will definitely cause strange phenomena in the world. Isn't this telling others that someone here has signed a contract with a beast? She wanted to force it to sign the contract willingly, but it was not outside. But the contract had already begun, and Gu Li could only wait for the contract to be completed and run away. Gu Li had thought about entering the Chaos Ring, or the Rebirth Pavilion. She couldn't see the situation outside from inside, and didn't know if there would be someone guarding her. If someone saw her suddenly appear, the fact that she had a space on her would definitely be exposed, which would not be a good thing for her and the entire Gu family. The sky suddenly became extremely dark, with dark clouds, as if the end of the world was coming. The wind swept in with a roar. The ground began to tremble violently, and demon beasts and spirit beasts followed the breath and rushed over here. A mysterious and ancient contract formation fell from the sky and enveloped a man and a beast. What's going on? Others also saw these phenomena. Some treasure must have come out of the world. Another person's eyes were full of greed. Idiot, that's obviously a contract formation, another person said. It seems that someone has contracted a divine beast. Many people rushed towards Gu Li. Some people may want to see who has contracted the divine beast, and some just want to kill people and steal treasures. After the contract ended, Zhu Chua's injuries were all healed, and he even advanced to the 7th level. Spirit beast level. Gu Li felt that the spiritual power in his body had reached perfection again. But it's not safe here at this time. Suppress the spiritual power in the body, and don't break through for the time being. You are stupid. Gu Li couldn't help but slap Zhu Chua's head, and threw it back to the Chaos Ring. At this time, it didn't know how much trouble it had brought to Gu Li, and sat on the ground with a confused face. At this time, many high-level monsters had come near Gu Li, and there were even high-level spirit beasts. Gu Li secretly thought it was not good. She ran all the way until she was far away from that area, and then stopped to catch her breath. Before Gu Li could catch her breath, she felt a constant stream of monsters and spirit beasts coming towards her. Damn it, Gu Li couldn't help but swear. Master, many strong men are coming towards us from all directions. Xia Tingzi's tearful voice came. This broken Zhu Kei, if I had known earlier, I would not have treated it and let it die. The master is finished. There are so many strong men and monsters. It can't run away, and it will also be finished. Chapter 19. This is trouble. Gu Li frowned. Didn't he just contract a beast with better talent? Why did he make such a big fuss? Master, you have my scent on you. If you don't get rid of it, they will still find you. Zhu Kei knew that she had brought danger to Gu Li, and raised her hand weakly. Hearing Zhu Chua's words, she took out the refined beast spirit pill from the space ring and swallowed it. Suddenly, the breath of Zhu Kei on her body disappeared without a trace, replaced by the breath of other monsters. Seeing that the smell on her body completely disappeared, Gu Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. At this time, dozens of monsters had come to where Gu Li was. However, they did not attack Gu Li because she exuded the smell of monsters, which made them mistakenly think that Gu Li was of the same kind. Gu Li did not dare to stay for long, for fear of being exposed, so she quickly left this place of trouble. After all, although these monsters regarded her as one of their own kind, if they encountered a spirit beast or above, they would recognize that she was a human. At the same time, Not far from Guli, a mysterious old man was quietly observing everything around him. He was the first person to notice the commotion. Contract formation? The only contract that caused the strange phenomena in the world was the divine beast. Look at this aura. Could it be the divine beast Suzaku? The old man guessed in his heart, with a trace of greed in his eyes. He flashed his figure and turned into a stream of light, chasing in the direction of Guli. Guli left that area and sat down casually under a tree. His tense nerves relaxed a little. I'm so tired. She took out a set of men's clothes from the space and put them on. She also took a disguise pill and changed into the appearance of an ordinary man. It's better to disguise. In this situation, it will be troublesome if she meets someone she knows. She has no friends. She took out the barbecue in the space to fill her stomach. After she recovered a little, she took out Juke and said, Tell me, do you want to be steamed or braised? I'm sorry, master, woo-woo, I know I was wrong. Don't eat me. I didn't know that the contract would cause such a big commotion. Juke said pitifully. Guli didn't really want to eat it, but just wanted to scare it. After all, she was so embarrassed because of it. Before Guli could speak, Guli suddenly felt a murderous aura. Bang! Guli quickly dodged and looked at the place where she was just now. A pit was blown out. It was a close call. If she was a little slower, she would have died. Quick reaction: a white-haired old man appeared in front and exerted pressure on Guli. Guli was suppressed by the powerful pressure and couldn't move. Guli was shocked. This man should be an emperor-level strongman, and he has bad intentions. He should also come for Suzaku. Fortunately, Suzaku has restrained his breath at this time. He is not in his true form, but in the form of Qingwan. The old man did not realize that the person next to Guli is Suzaku. Suzaku, hand it over, the old man said to Guli. As expected, he came for Suzaku, and Guli remembered Suzaku in his heart. What Suzaku? What are you talking about, sir? Guli could only play dumb. He could not fight him. He could not run away either. Guli cursed Juke 800 times in her heart. Don't play dumb, you have the breath of Juke on you. The old man heard Guli say this, and increased the pressure again. Guli felt as if she was weighed by 1,000 pounds, pressing her so hard that she couldn't move. Puff. Guli was pressed so hard that she couldn't breathe and spit out a mouthful of blood. Master, Xia Tingzi shouted anxiously in the rebirth pavilion, wanting to go out to help Guli smash this bastard to death. The Juke next to him wanted to run over to help Guli. You two stay still, Guli sent a message to Juke, and shouting through the contract. Their desire to take action was suppressed. Say it or not, where is Juke? The old man saw that she was spitting blood, so he withdrew some of the pressure to prevent her from dying directly. I'm telling the truth, Juke is a divine beast. Do you think a waste like me can contract Juke? Guli said a little sadly, and glanced at the old man out of the corner of his eye. The old man probed Guli, and found that there was indeed no spiritual power fluctuation. But the suspicious eyes were not withdrawn. How did you get in here without spiritual power fluctuation? I came here with my family's guards. I don't know what happened over there just now. Many monsters also ran over there. I got separated from my guards. The only guard who followed me also died in the monster group. I don't have spiritual power. I'm afraid of encountering monsters. I can only wait for them to find me here. Guli said it with details, and tears fell. He noticed that there were indeed many monsters on Guli, and he believed his words a little. At this time, the old man forgot one thing. How did people without spiritual power dodge his initial attack? Then how did you get the Suzaku aura on you? The old man sensed that Guli was indeed the Suzaku aura. I don't know either. I ran here without knowing what happened. The shoes are all broken. Guli stretched out her feet, and her toes stretched out from the hole and moved. The old man looked at her, as if he believed her words. I believe you for now. Hearing this, Guli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, I would rather kill you by mistake than let you go. If I kill you, I will know whether you have the vermilion bird. After saying this, a powerful spiritual power surged up, as if to kill Guli directly. Guli was startled. It seemed that he could only run away. As for fighting, he would not consider it for the time being. Wait, I know where the vermilion bird is, Guli shouted. The old man stopped moving, looked at Guli suspiciously, and waited for her next words. I know, I really know, Guli said while secretly pinching the seal. Guli pointed her finger at there. The old man looked in the direction she pointed. Suddenly, Guli attacked the old man. De Yenju. Second test Fan Tion. Boom, now Guli has advanced to the heavenly stage, and her power is naturally several times greater than before. Because the old man thought she was a waste, he didn't take her seriously, so Ghoulie succeeded. The old man was blown away in an instant, and was in a mess and a little injured. When he opened his eyes, he found that there was no one in front of him, and there was no trace of Ghoulie. "Damn stinky boy, you actually plotted against me." The old man was instantly enraged, and released his spiritual sense to search the area. He quickly found Ghoulie's position, and his spiritual sense locked Ghoulie. He chased after Ghoulie. Realizing that he was locked, he secretly thought it was not good. Seeing the old man getting closer and closer, Ghoulie kept running deep into the forest. "Stinky boy, you dare to lie to me, go to hell." The old man quickly caught up with Ghoulie, and the powerful pressure made her uncomfortable. Into a claw grabbed straight at Ghoulie's neck, trying to break her neck directly. Ghoulie dodged it with difficulty, but was still grabbed by the shoulder. She was thrown to the ground. "Go to hell." The old man used his spiritual power to move towards Ghoulie, and his speed was extremely fast, like lightning. Seeing that she couldn't dodge, Ghoulie decisively used her spiritual power to block some of the damage, but most of it also hit her. Chapter 20. Puff, he was knocked away, and even knocked down a row of century-old trees. At this time, Ghoulie was covered in blood, and his hands were bloody. Cough, 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 cough. Ghoulie couldn't help coughing, and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Master, master, two anxious voices sounded, like ants on a hot pot. He quickly took out 2 bottles of pills from the space ring, and poured them into his mouth, one for healing and one for restoring spiritual power. "It's okay, I won't die," Ghoulie said weakly. "Old man, you are too rubbish, you can't even kill me." After taking the pill, Ghoulie felt much better, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. "You are looking for death." The old man thought he was dead, and he dared to mock him while he was alive. He was really looking for death. Just when the old man was about to kill Ghoulie again, a bird that looked like a blue phoenix suddenly appeared like a ghost and sprayed a strange fire in the direction of the old man. Strange fire. Feeling the horror of the flame, the old man had to give up killing Ghoulie, and quickly dodged sideways. "The vermilion bird is in your hands." Just after he finished speaking, he looked closely, and saw that Ghoulie had run away again. "Damn you, you're dead." The old man gritted his teeth and shouted, his voice echoing between heaven and earth like thunder. The two of them chased each other. One was desperately fleeing, and the other was desperately chasing. Ghoulie was extremely anxious at this moment. She had to think of a way quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, she would be caught up. In her current state, she could not withstand the second blow. "Master, there is a cave of spiritual beasts with peak holy beasts 10 miles ahead." Juchua's voice sounded. Ghoulie decisively went to the cave mentioned by Zhu Kei. She broke into the cave directly, and a huge eye stared at her. Snap! Ghoulie was overwhelmed by its pressure. Then a burst of light rose, and Ghoulie's spiritual power, which had been suppressed for so long, finally could not be suppressed at this moment and advanced. The injuries on her body also healed during the promotion process. She successfully entered the late stage of the heavenly rank. Looking at the human in front of her who dared to advance in front of it, she realized that the human physique in front of her was very special, and smelled very fragrant. Eating her might improve her strength. Looking at the huge Tianqing wolf in front of her, Ghoulie took a breath of cold air, so strong. The peak of the holy rank is enough to match the late stage of the human emperor rank. Seeing the Tianqing wolf coming towards her, "Wait," Ghoulie hurriedly stopped. "Saints and above can understand human speech. You can't kill me. If you want to kill me, you have to get past our elders. Our elders are masters. You'd be dead if they come." Tianqing wolf looked at her with disdain, as if he was not afraid of the elder she mentioned. "Really, he is coming soon. Our elder said that if you want to eat me, you must pass his level." Ghoulie said nonsense. Feeling that the people behind him were catching up, Ghoulie shouted at him excitedly, "Elder, elder, I am here, I found it. Didn't you say you would kill it?" Tianqing wolf noticed that there were strong people coming, and directly believed what Ghoulie said. "Humph, you want to kill it, dreaming?" The old man saw the stinky boy he was chasing looking at him excitedly, and saying some inexplicable words, and thought in his heart that this boy might be scared silly. He didn't care so much, this stinky boy must die. He was mad at Ghoulie, so naturally he didn't notice that there was another holy beast around. He used his spiritual power, and went in the direction of Ghoulie, and Tianqing wolf happened to be behind Ghoulie. "See, you are dead, our elder is here." Ghoulie looked at Tianqing wolf provocatively. The Tianqing wolf saw a man with a ferocious expression, who looked like he was going to kill it, rushing towards it. The Tianqing wolf thought that this human was the elder that the young man had mentioned, who was here to kill it. So he rushed forward angrily. The moment he saw the Tianqing wolf, the old man's face was filled with horror, and he thought to himself that it was not good. How could the Tianqing wolf, a peak holy beast, appear here? With his strength at the early stage of the emperor rank, he could not defeat this holy beast. Looking at the surrounding environment, he realized that this place was already deep in the forest. Could this Tianqing wolf be the contracted beast of that boy? No, if it was really his, it would be impossible for him to chase it here. Elder, come on, kill it, pull out its tendons, drain its blood, dig out its beast pills to make medicine. Gu Li was hiding in the cave and jumping around to sow discord. Hearing Gu Li's words, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood in his heart. If he still didn't understand what happened, he really lived in vain. He hurriedly said to Tianqing wolf, "Wait, I don't want to kill you, I want to kill." He was interrupted by Gu Li before he finished speaking. Elder, didn't you say that the Tianqing wolf at the peak of the saint rank is like an ant in your eyes? Hurry up and beat it. The already furious Tianqing wolf was even more furious. Damn human, I'm going to tear him apart. Seeing the Tianqing wolf coming towards him, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight with the Tianqing wolf. He swore that he would skin this guy alive. At this time, Gu Li looked at the man and the beast fighting. Then he sneaked into the cave of the Tianqing wolf and put all its treasures into the space ring and ran away. Wow, master, so many valuable treasures. Xia Tingzi looked at the piles of spiritual herbs, beast pills, and beast bones, his eyes shining. This trip is not in vain to be hunted down. Gu Li walked out in a good mood. Master, I'm sorry, Zhu Ke said timidly. After all, it was because of its carelessness that she almost died. It's okay, it's a small problem. She wanted to kidnap it for a contract. You call. What's the name? Gu Li asked. I don't know. Gu Li was ashamed that no one could remember their own names. Then you can be called Xiaokazi. Gu Li couldn't think of a good name, so he just gave it a random name. Xiaokazi refused in his heart. Ha ha, Xiaokazi, ha ha. Xiao Tingzi rolled on the ground with laughter. Xiaokazi glared at it in frustration. Master, shall we go back now? Xiao Tingzi asked. Don't worry, there are still 5 days before the clan competition begins. We will go to the imperial capital and gain experience by the way. Gu Li felt that he had broken through too fast, and he had to find an opportunity to practice. Then master, can I come out? Xiao Tingzi asked Gu Li with big eyes. Okay. Thinking that Xiao Tingzi had never come out, he was probably a little bored staying in the rebirth pavilion all the time. Thank you, master, you are the best. Xiao Tingzi was excited. You two also need to practice. Gu Li's mean voice sounded. The smile on Xiao Tingzi's face froze. Ha ha, Xiaokazi looked at its expression and laughed. Master, Xiao Tingzi looked at Gu Li pitifully. No room for negotiation. Not only do I want to become stronger, you also have to, Gu Li said as he looked at the man and the bird in front of him. Thinking that Gu Li and Xiaokazi would become powerful in the future, but it would still be weak and could not keep up with its master's pace. What if its master didn't want it anymore? It immediately decided that it would also practice well and protect its master. Master, don't worry, I will definitely become stronger and stronger. Gu Li looked at Xiao Tingzi, who was full of fighting spirit, and didn't know what this little guy had in mind. Chapter 21. A place in the Demon Flame Forest. A man, a child, and a bird walked towards the imperial capital in such a mighty manner. When encountering a mid-level spirit beast, Gu Li would take action, and when encountering a low-level spirit beast, he would go to the small pavilion, and when encountering a high-level spirit beast, Xiaokazi would fight. The opponents were several levels stronger than them, and they did not have an easy fight, and they suffered a lot of injuries. Especially Gu Li, at the beginning she only fought against the 6th level spirit beast, and later she even fought against the 8th level. At the beginning, she was restricted everywhere, but after gradually becoming familiar with it, she could already fight back and forth with the 8th level spirit beast. 8th level spirit. The beast is already at the late spiritual level compared to humans. The little bird looked at its perverted master and thought to himself. Fortunately, it is her beast and will not be beaten. Xia Tingzi regretted it very much. Why did he come out? Wouldn't it be nice to lie in the pavilion of rebirth? After 3 days of fighting, he picked a lot of spiritual herbs. Looking at the pile of demon beasts and spirit beasts in the space, Gu Li was very satisfied and hurried back to his home. Wait, who are you looking for? Gu Li was about to go in when the guard stopped him. The 2 guards looked at the dirty man in front of them, his face covered with dried blood, his body. The clothes on her body were still tattered. Immediately, Not everyone can enter the Gu family. Who are you looking for? I am Guli, your young master. Looking at the two people blocking her way, Guli was helpless. She didn't want to be so embarrassed. Every time she fought with a spirit beast, she would be injured and her clothes had been changed. Young master? Hearing the familiar voice, the two seemed to be unable to believe that the person in front of them, who looked so miserable, could be their omnipotent young master. Yes, since the incident in the martial arts training ground, everyone in the Gu family knew. They knew that Guli could practice cultivation, and they also knew that it was because of the young master's promise that they had so many pills every month. In their hearts, their young master was omnipotent. The two finally recognized Guli. Hurry up, someone, the young master is seriously injured. Hurry up, someone. After recognizing Guli, one of them saw her covered in blood, and was so anxious that he ran into the Gu family to call for help. Hey, I'm fine. Before Guli finished speaking, the person disappeared, leaving her and another guard, looking at each other in bewilderment. Guli thought to herself, is this person sick? Well, young master, why don't you sit down for a while? Someone will come to carry you later, the other one said cautiously. He looked at the blood on Guli with fiery eyes and sighed. The young master is really amazing. He didn't die even with so much blood. I'm really fine. This is the blood of the monster, he said, ignoring his eyes, and walked inside. Before he reached the hall, he heard a roar. Who dares to hurt my granddaughter? I will kill him. Gu Chitian was angry, and wanted to take people out. Grandpa, I'm back. Guli saw that Gu Chitian didn't notice her, and shouted hurriedly. Looking at the voice, he saw a bloody person greeting him, and his breathing tightened immediately. Lear, what's wrong with you? Grandpa, I'm fine. This is the blood of the monster on my body. I have changed my clothes, so I can only come back like this, Guli said with a smile. You scared Grandpa to death. After Gu Chitian found out that it was really the blood of a monster, he breathed a sigh of relief, and poked her head. Grandpa, I go back first, Guli said, and went to the yard to wash up. After washing up, Guli lay down to rest. The next day, the competition for a place in Yunqing began, and Guli got up early, and went to the martial arts training ground. The young master is here. Young master. Everyone was excited to see Guli. After everyone gathered, this competition is related to whether everyone can go to Yunqing to participate in the trial. I hope everyone will perform well, and show their strength. Gu Chitian briefly said a few words, and handed the venue to the instructor, who was the referee. The team members will be selected by drawing lots, and the winner will enter the next round until the top 10 are divided. After the referee finished explaining the rules, Guli smiled faintly and said, the top 3 will have extra rewards this time. Wow, long live the young master. The whole martial arts training ground was in an uproar. Young master, will you participate? Someone suddenly asked. The others also looked at her quietly. If the young master also participated, wouldn't it be miserable for the one who drew the young master? Yes, as a young master, if you don't participate, wouldn't it be unsociable? Guli said with a smile. Hearing Guli's words, the disciples' hanging hearts finally died. Ah, it's over. Please don't let me draw the young master. I used 10 years of singleness in exchange for not drawing the young master, please. Hearing this, Guli was speechless. Don't worry, if I make it into the top 10, then the top 10 will go to Yunqing with me except me, Guli's calm voice sounded. Young master is too arrogant. We can't let you enter the top 10, one of them said with a smile. That's right, young master. Don't underestimate us because the impurities in the body have been discharged. They are now practicing much faster than before, and all of them have broken through the first level. The last time the young master's strength was the middle stage of the earth level, it has been half a month. No matter how abnormal it is impossible to break through the heavenly stage. At most, it is the peak of the earthly stage. They have several people who have broken through the heavenly stage. Okay, let's get ready to start, Guli said. The referee threw a large wooden box into the air. With a spiritual power attack, the wooden box broke, and the small white balls in the wooden box scattered in the air. The disciples needed to use spiritual power to get the small white balls, and input mental power to see their opponents. Ah, it's over. Why is my luck so bad? Woohoo, I drew the young master. Guli was immediately happy when he saw it. Isn't this the disciple who just used 10 years of singleness to beg not to draw her? Guli found that the disciple who drew her was looking at her, and turned around and showed her big white teeth to him. The disciple immediately lowered his head, and cried pitifully in his heart, Woohoo, the young master is so scary. She just looked at me, and must be thinking about how to beat me. Soon, they were divided into groups. 20 competition platforms were placed in the martial arts training field. The first round of competition with hundreds of people would also take a long time, and the order of appearance was still determined by drawing lots. Gu Li was the first to go on stage. At this time, Gu Li stood on the stage, facing his opponent. "Young master, I know I can't beat you, but I still want to try." Looking at the 14-year-old boy in front of him, Gu Li smiled and said, "Okay, come on." The boy suddenly burst out with the spiritual power of the peak of the earth level and attacked Gu Li. Gu Li looked at the boy. Yes, a 15-year-old at the peak of the earth rank. With training, his breakthrough will definitely be better than that little prince. Gu Li did not intend to beat him down directly, but to fight with him bit by bit, and sometimes give him a few words. The disciple's eyes suddenly lit up, and the young master was teaching him to practice. He worked harder. When it was almost done, Gu Li kicked him down. "Thank you, young master," the boy smiled at Gu Li. He nodded and returned to Gu Chitian. "What is Lear's current cultivation?" Gu Chitian focused on her when Gu Chen came on the stage, and naturally saw that she was instructing the disciple, but because she had the chaos ring, Gu Chitian could not see her cultivation. "Grandpa, yes," Gu Li looked at him mischievously. "You girl," Gu Chitian looked at her like this and laughed and scolded. Chapter 22. Grandpa doesn't know how you hide your strength. After a while, someone will know that you can practice. If others know that you can practice but can't detect your cultivation, it is inevitable that someone will guess that you have a rare treasure. Gu Chitian said earnestly. "Grandpa, I know, you see." After that, he adjusted the spiritual power level to the peak of the earth level. "You kid." Gu Chitian touched Gu Li's head and said softly. Not long after, the first round of the competition ended. And the opponents and order of the second round were drawn. Gu Li drew a girl. "Young master, my name is Gu Yuyu. Please teach me more." Gu Yuyu looked at Gu Li with a smile. She knew that her strength could not compete for the top 10, but she was very happy to be able to draw to fight with the young master. Okay, Gu Li suppressed his strength to the middle stage of the earth level to fight her. "Ling Yunju," Gu Yuyu shouted, and took the lead in attacking. A powerful spiritual power surged out of her hands, turning into a sharp light and rushing towards Gu Li. Gu Li was not in a hurry, and his body slightly turned to avoid the attack easily. The girl did not get hit, but she was not discouraged. Then she attacked with a series of moves, all of which were resolved by Gu Li one by one. Sweat gradually seeped out of the girl's forehead. The first move of Xuanji is to tear the air. The spiritual power formed a huge vortex around her body, with a terrifying momentum. "Go!" Seeing this, Gu Li's eyes flashed with admiration, and then a more domineering force met the huge vortex. Bang! The two forces collided, making a loud noise. Gu Yuyu retreated again and again after being beaten by Gu Li. "You are already very powerful," Gu Li said with a smile. The girl blushed, bowed to Gu Li, and then stepped down from the competition stage. "Young master is so amazing," the other spectators exclaimed. The third round of the competition would not start until the next day. She said goodbye to the old man and went back to the yard. The elixir she made last time was almost used up, and it happened that she got a lot of spiritual herbs from this experience. Gu Li was not as anxious as before. She wanted to try to make a 4th grade elixir. Enter the chaos ring. "Master, do you want to make an elixir?" Xiao Tingzi watched her take out the elixir furnace. Yes, Gu Li nodded. Xiao Tingzi didn't say anything after hearing this, and sat next to Xiao Keir and watched. Put the required spiritual herbs in order one by one, recalling the method and precautions of refining the 4th grade elixir in her mind. Gu Li lit the fire, carefully controlled the temperature of the flame, and put the first spiritual herb into the elixir furnace first. Wrapping the spiritual herbs with her mental power, the spiritual herbs quickly melted under high temperature and exuded a unique fragrance. She was fully focused, not daring to slack off, and always paying attention to the changes of the spiritual herbs. Xia Tingzi and Xiao Keir then realized that Gu Li was refining a 4th grade elixir. Just as he was about to exclaim, he covered his mouth. The master was still refining the elixir, and he could not be disturbed. As time went by, beads of sweat gradually appeared on Gu Li's forehead, but her hands were still steady, and she added the 2nd and 3rd spiritual herbs in an orderly manner. The liquid in the furnace kept rolling and blending, and the color was gradually changing. However, at the critical moment, the flame suddenly became unstable. Gu Li's heart tightened, and he quickly adjusted the spiritual power output, trying to restore the flame to normal. After a long time, finally, a strong medicinal fragrance came from the furnace, and Gu Li showed a happy smile on his face. Opening the furnace, there were 10 light green elixirs with 4 stripes inside. While the man and the bird sitting next to him looked at Gu Li in shock. Master, you are so amazing. You succeeded in refining a 4th grade elixir for the first time. Try it, he said, throwing the pill to one person and one bird. Delicious, Xia Tingzi and Shaoquir said in unison. I'm not asking you to taste it. How is the effect? Gu Li gave the 2 little ones a brain slap. The effect is very good. After eating it, the spiritual power absorbed into the body is purer than before. Shaoquir was excited. Master, what kind of pill is this? Shaoquir asked curiously. He had never heard of such a pill. 4th grade spiritual essence pill. After taking it, the spiritual power absorbed within a period of time will be purer than the normal practice absorption, Gu Li explained lightly. Shaoquir had never heard of this kind of pill, but it was a little novel, so he hurried to practice. Xia Tingzi knew that this was the pill recipe in the Rebirth Pavilion after all. In the following time, Gu Li became more and more skilled, and the speed of refining pills became faster and faster. He no longer refined spiritual herbs one by one, but threw them all at once. Go in, wrap it with spiritual power. She spent 5 days refining pills in the Rebirth Pavilion, and left when there was still an hour before the 3rd competition. She did not go directly to the martial arts training ground, but went to the medicine pavilion first. Gu Li had just used the token to open the formation, and Gu Lao noticed it. When he found out that it was Gu Li, he rushed out, his old face smiling brighter than a flower. Gu Li, you are here. Well, I came to give you some pills. Gu Li looked at Gu Lao in front of him with amusement. Speaking of this, Gu Lao remembered the 3rd grade pills he saw last time. Gu Li, are you a 3rd grade alchemist now? No, Gu Li replied. Gu Lao was a little disappointed when he heard her answer. That's right, she has only been refining pills for a short time. How could she become a 3rd grade alchemist so quickly? She must have bought those 3rd grade pills at the auction house last time, after all. She actually took pictures of her 1 billion Qing Yuan. Can we go in and talk? Gu Li asked. She couldn't take out the pills here. There were several pots. Come on, Gu Lao pulled Gu Li to the 2nd floor. It didn't take long this time. The pills refined were not as many as last time. I will take time to refine pills after the clan competition is over in 2 days. Gu Li said lightly. It was indeed not as many as last time. It's okay. It's enough. There are only a few hundred people in the Gu family. It's only been half a month since the last time. How can thousands of pills be used up so quickly? Gu Lao waved his hand. Gu Li didn't say anything else. He put pots of pills on the table from the space ring. Oh, when Gu Lao saw the pots of pills, he opened his mouth in shock. Didn't you say that this time was less than last time? Are these still less? 1 less pot than last time, Gu Li said lightly. Why did you put the pills in the basin again? You are a pimple of heaven. Hearing this, he suddenly realized that these pills were still in the basin, and he jumped up and down. This basin is clean, and the medicinal properties will not be lost if they are placed in the basin. A porcelain bottle can only hold 10 pills. If I have to put the pills in the porcelain bottle every time I refine them, it will waste time. Gu Li looked at the old man in front of him speechlessly. Is it really that serious? If Gu Lao could hear what he was thinking, he would definitely slap her to death, and then tell her that as for Gu Lao, he looked at her unhappily, and was about to put all the pills into the porcelain bottle. As soon as he picked up the pill, he found that there were 4 pill patterns on it. The porcelain bottle in his hand fell to the ground. 4th grade pill, this is a 4th grade pill, he is a 4th grade pharmacist, this is a 4th grade pill, no doubt. He grabbed Gu's hand. Hey, what are you doing? Gu Li cried out in pain. How could this little old man be so strong? Chapter 23. This is a 4th grade pill. Did you make it? Didn't you say you're not a 3rd grade alchemist? Gu asked excitedly. I'm a 4th grade alchemist, so I'm not a 3rd grade one. Gu Li looked at the shocked old man in front of him, intending to stimulate him again. Before yesterday, I was a 3rd grade alchemist, and last night I became a 4th grade one. I succeeded in 1 try. Gu Li said with a sly smile. 1 try, 4th grade one, you succeeded in 1 try? Gu's voice suddenly increased. And here are 5,000 4th grade pills. I finished refining them in 5 days. Gu Li looked at the frightened old man in front of him, silently fed him a pill, and left the medicine cabinet. After a long time, Gu Lao recovered from his shock and wanted to. It wasn't the pill that Gu Li fed him. He was probably so excited that he was about to faint. Ha ha, pervert, it's really too perverted, ha ha. The disciples who were heading to the martial arts training ground not far away heard Gu Lao's crazy voice calling him pervert, and they were all wondering if he was possessed. They planned to go, and see the young master coming. Young master, what happened? Is Gu Lao okay? A disciple said worriedly. He's fine, just a little excited, let's go. Gu Li waved her hand to indicate that it was okay. Seeing that the young master said it was okay, the disciples went to the martial arts training ground with her. In the martial arts training ground, after yesterday's 2 rounds, there were still 130 disciples left to enter the 3rd round. Gu Li watched. Yesterday's 20 competition platforms have been dismantled and replaced with a super large competition platform. It looks like there will be a melee. The 3rd round of competition is a melee, and the remaining 20 people on the competition platform will enter the next round. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Gu Li felt many hot eyes looking at her. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, when she stood on the competition stage, a full 130 people surrounded her. Are you guys going to gang up on me? Gu Li looked at the people surrounding her with amusement. Did they think too highly of her? Young master, we haven't seen your true strength yet. We want to see it for ourselves. Gu Lingfeng said with a smile. That's right. Last time, you defeated senior brother Lingfeng at the middle stage of the Earth rank. Now that you are at the peak of the Earth rank, you should be able to hold out longer against us. Another disciple smiled maliciously. Looking at the more than 100 people, there were a few who had the same cultivation as her. Although she was invincible in the same level, such a large number of people was also a challenge for her. Gu Chitian didn't stop him. He just watched quietly. He also wanted to know how strong Li Er was now. Young master, how about it? Do you want to challenge us? After all, she is the young master, so I should ask her opinion before I start. If I beat all of you, how will the top 10 be determined? Gu Li asked, touching his chin. How is that possible? There are more than 100 of us. That's right, young master, don't underestimate us. What if, don't you think so? Gu Li smiled. Everyone who heard this had a bad feeling. If I beat all of you, then you will have a match to decide the top 10, and I will take the first place. After the clan competition, you 130 disciples will follow me to the Demon Flame Forest to train for half a month. Gu Li also wanted to challenge himself. If I lose, you 130 people, each of you will get a bottle of healing pill. How about it? Wow, is this true? Many people were eager to try after hearing this reward. Those who entered this round were even more envious. It's decided, let's start. As soon as the voice fell, Gu Li was wrapped in spiritual power. The powerful spiritual power made the air around her distorted. She no longer hid her strength. Damn, the peak of the heavenly rank. I remember that the young master was still in the middle of the earthly rank half a month ago? A disciple of the Gu family couldn't help but exclaimed, his face full of shock. The other disciples were also shocked. They originally thought that Gu Li was only in the late earthly rank or the early heavenly rank, but now it seems that they have greatly underestimated Gu Li's strength. Gu Qintian looked at the spiritual power fluctuations on Gu Li's body, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. He secretly said in his heart, it's okay, a small scene, a small scene. Although he tried to stay calm, the joy and pride in his eyes were hard to conceal. Gu Lingfeng and the others did not dare to be careless at this time. They all used their spiritual power and performed their own skills. Qing Yun sword technique, Spirit Sun technique, Fire Palm. For a while, all kinds of colorful martial arts attacked Gu Li together. These skills are the Gu family's unique skills. Each move contains powerful spiritual power and is amazingly powerful. However, facing such a powerful attack, Gu Li did not dare to be arrogant. She quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted, Spirit Shield. A layer of bright light instantly formed in front of her, blocking all the attacks. Gu Li's face was a little pale. Obviously, the attack just now consumed a lot of her physical and spiritual power. But her eyes were still firm and full of fighting spirit. Her spiritual shield had been broken, and she quickly dodged the rest of the moves. She flexibly shuttled through the crowd and appeared behind a disciple like a ghost. The disciple was kicked down before he even had time to react. It's my turn. De Yanju first style, Lai Yan. With her crisp shout, the blazing fire mark flew out like a wild horse, smashing towards everyone. In an instant, a powerful force, like a tidal wave surged in, and everyone was shocked and hurriedly used their defensive skills. However, this force was like an unstoppable torrent, and their defense was so fragile that they could not withstand a single blow. Most of the disciples did not even have time to react, and were directly ruthlessly knocked off the competition stage by this violent force. The competition stage suddenly became much emptier. How is this possible? A disciple's voice trembled, and his expression of disbelief was beyond words. At this time, only Gu Li and 15 disciples including Gu Lingfeng were left on the competition stage. Gu Lingfeng and his friends watched Gu Li knock down more than 100 disciples with one move, and they were even more shocked. They were also at the peak of the heavenly rank, and he admitted that he could not do it. Without thinking too much, they quickly formed seals. Thunder Yuan Zhu, Wind Yuan Qi, Gold Yuan Lai, Fire Yuan Kai, Wood Yuan Shu. Gu Li's eyes flashed with surprise. 10 of these 10 people were elementalists. But the surprise was only fleeting. She quickly adjusted her state and shouted, Spirit Yuan Shield. A layer of light blue shield instantly wrapped her in it. Lightning danced like a silver snake, fiercely hitting the shield, making a crackling sound. The wind whistled, forming a sharp wind blade, slicing the shield madly. The golden light shone, turned into a sharp spike, and stabbed fiercely. The flames burned fiercely, as if to devour everything. The wooden vine twisted like a python, trying to entangle and restrain Gu Li. Chapter 24. Gu Li's figure swayed slightly under the powerful impact, and the shield flickered, as if it would break at any time. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Seeing that the shield was about to break, her eyes condensed, her hands quickly formed seals, and she muttered, Spiritual shadow teleport. She fled from that place just before the shield broke. Her figure was as fast as lightning, freely shuttling through the gaps of elemental power, leaving a series of blurred afterimages. Every move just avoided the fatal attack, making the attacks of Gu Lingfeng and others fall short. Gu Lingfeng and others' faces became more solemn, and their breathing became rapid. We can't let her dodge like this. We work together to block her retreat, Gu Lingfeng shouted loudly. After hearing this, everyone changed their attack strategies, and the elemental forces intertwined to form an airtight net. Thunder, wind, golden light, flames, wood vines, etc. merged with each other, interweaving into a gorgeous and deadly light curtain, covering the entire competition stage. Gu Li's face changed slightly, and she quickly formed a seal. She danced with her hands, and her spiritual power surged. De Yin Ju second style, flip the sky. Accompanied by her cry, a powerful force burst out from her body. The air around her seemed to be stirred by this force, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. The powerful spiritual light shone between her hands, like bright stars. Gu Li's hair fluttered freely under the agitation of spiritual power, and her eyes were firm and sharp. Go! The ground under her feet seemed to be unable to withstand this power, and trembled slightly. The powerful spiritual power directly raised the entire competition platform to the ground. Gu Li's spiritual power was overdrawn, and she almost fell down. This move consumed too much spiritual power, and the remaining half of the spiritual power in her body drained her spiritual power in an instant. This move should be used with caution. If she encounters a powerful enemy, if she cannot kill him with one move, then she will become a lamb to be slaughtered. Overdrawing spiritual power is no joke. The entire martial arts training ground fell into a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded and deeply shocked by the shocking and powerful strength displayed by Gu Li. Only Gu Li was left half kneeling on the field. The other disciples fell to the ground and lost their fighting power. She gently pressed her temple, with a bright smile on her face, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and said, Do you want to go out by yourself, or do I kick you out? The dozen disciples lying on the ground endured the severe pain, and slowly crawled out like turtles. They thought to themselves, Young master is so scary, woo-woo. Ha ha ha, good, good, you are worthy of being my granddaughter. Gu Qintian's proud voice rang out in the silent martial arts training ground, like a huge bell, echoing in the martial arts training ground. Everyone finally came to their senses. Wow, young master won. Young master is actually at the peak of the heavenly rank. Young master is the #1 genius in Nanzhao, at the peak of the heavenly rank at the age of 13, hee. Hundreds of disciples cheered, and the sound was like a tide, one wave higher than the other. Gu Li looked at the noisy disciples quietly. Her eyes were like a calm lake, without any ripples. She said lightly with spiritual power, Quiet. Instantly, the whole playground was quiet, as if time had stopped. Damn, I forgot that the young master and the patriarch were still there. The top 10 will be decided tomorrow, and 3 days later, more than 100 of you will follow me to the Demon Flame Forest for training. Yes. Young master, I want to go too. Me, and me. They were afraid of the Demon Flame Forest. Even the outskirts of the forest were dangerous. If they were unlucky and encountered a slightly higher level spirit beast, they would be finished and would die at the hands of demon beasts and spirit beasts. But they had the young master here. More than 100 disciples were slapped away by her. They were not afraid of spirit beasts at all. Are you sure? Looking at the disciples who took the initiative to say they wanted to go, Guli slightly curled his lips. Did he really think they were going there for fun? Sure. Their voices were neat and firm, with expectations for the demon flame forest and trust in the young master. Okay, let's go together then. Guli smiled, a smile flashed in his eyes, and his mind was thinking about how to torture these people when the time came. The injured disciples were taken back by others to heal. Guli returned to the yard and ate 2 bottles of healing pills, and was fully revived. After all, it was a competition, and injuries were inevitable, but he didn't kill them. Guli entered the Chaos Ring, and took up the Tian Luo pill recipe, and another pill recipe. Since she reached the heavenly rank, she has unlocked many recipes, but she only had time to check them today. Among them, she is very interested in another kind of elixir, because its effect is very similar to that of the heavenly Luo pill. But the heavenly Luo pill can allow cultivators below the emperor rank to upgrade one small stage without side effects. Another recipe is called cross-boundary pill. It can also allow people to upgrade without side effects, but it is a little more limited than the heavenly Luo pill, only for cultivators below the emperor rank. However, the efficacy is much better than the heavenly Luo pill. If taken by cultivators below the emperor rank, it can upgrade to a higher realm. For example, if taken by cultivators at the peak of the heavenly rank, they can break through to the peak of the spiritual rank in one fell swoop. Master, you don't think about it. This elixir is very difficult to refine. It requires special control of mental power. It is not possible to refine it successfully with strong mental power. Xia Tingzi looked at Guli with shining eyes, and looked at the unlocked elixir recipe. How do you know if you don't try it? Guli said. Giving up without trying is not her character. After looking at the herbs needed to refine the cross-border elixir, Guli's eyelids jumped. They were all rare spiritual herbs that could not be bought. Xianbing leaves, Jiuyang flowers, earth dragon fruits, fire cloud vines, and netherworld ganoderma. Master, have you forgotten the treasures we took from the cave of the Tianqing wolf before? Shouting reminded. Since there is this elixir recipe in the rebirth pavilion, as a spirit, it naturally knows these elixirs. Among the spiritual herbs dug in the cave before, there are Xianbing leaves and fire cloud vines. Xia Tingzi, who wanted to build a god-level alchemy furnace for Guli, was particularly concerned about herbs. If the rebirth pavilion was not mostly lake water, and there was not such a large area of land, he would have planted all kinds of herbs in the rebirth pavilion long ago. So when he was in the Tianqing wolf cave, he immediately transplanted all kinds of spiritual herbs including Xianbing grass and Huiyun tongue into the chaos ring. Hearing this, Guli's eyes lit up, and he suddenly hugged Xia Tingzi and kissed him on the cheek. Xia Tingzi, you are really great. Guli touched his head. Oh, it's nothing, Shouting blushed and turned away. Twisting to say, Inner, so shy, the master kissed me. Guli followed the small pavilion to the medicinal field not far away. Guli's face was full of excitement. The small pavilion divided all kinds of herbs into medicinal fields. The small pavilion looked at the medicinal field with the least. Pointing to the ice blue and fiery red spiritual herbs, he said, Master, these are the black ice grass and the fire cloud vine. This is a high-level rare spiritual herb, which grows too slowly, unlike other spiritual herbs. Master, you should work hard to practice, so that the rebirth pavilion and the chaos ring will also upgrade with the master, and then the chaos ring spirit will also wake up. Okay. Chapter 25. Guli decided to go to Xiantian auction house to see if there were any spiritual herbs she needed, and to make a deal. Since she was going to Xiantian auction house, it would be better to change her identity. After all, she had a reputation as a loser. She took out the disguise pill from her ring, and began to imagine the face she wanted. In the blink of an eye, her facial muscles began to tremble slightly, and her soft features gradually became three-dimensional and deep. Her face with clear lines was as delicate as a sculpture, and her bright eyes flashed with bright light, like falling stars. This face still had some similarities with her original appearance, and people who were not familiar with her would not be able to tell. Guli changed into a man's robe and went out. However, with such a striking face, she naturally could not walk out of the front door of the Gu family. So, she decided to choose a safer way, climbing the wall. After arriving at Xiantian auction house, she calmly stepped into the door. A servant immediately came up and asked enthusiastically, Guest, do you need to buy anything? Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and then gently took out the token that Lin Lao gave her, handed it to the servant, and said, I want to see Lin Lao. The servant took the token, looked at it carefully, and a trace of surprise and awe flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly replied respectfully, "Guest, please follow me." Then, he took Guli through the noisy hall, and walked into the interior of Xiantian auction house. Entered a quiet and private room. "Please wait a moment," the servant said respectfully, turned around, and left the room to inform Lin Lao. Not long after, Lin Lao learned that someone came to find him with the token, and guessed that it should be the mysterious boy last time. He hurried to the door of the room, pushed it open, and saw Guli sitting there with a friendly smile on his face. He greeted softly, "My friend, how are you?" He walked to Guli, and sat down slowly. "I want to ask if you have these 3 kinds of spiritual herbs in Xiantian auction house." Guli handed him a note. When he saw the name of the spiritual herbs written on the note, Mr. Lin was secretly surprised. He actually knew such rare spiritual herbs. Could he be someone from the other 3 countries? After all, there are few environments in Nanzhao that can meet the growth of these spiritual herbs. There is only 1 Xiabing grass, and 2 netherworld Ganoderma. We don't have any earth dragon fruit either. Hearing this, Guli was not disappointed. She just wanted to try her luck, but she didn't expect to have 2. "Can you sell it to me?" Elder Lin hesitated for a moment, and said, "Of course you can, but the price may not be cheap. After all, he is just an appraiser, and the price can't be returned too much." Guli nodded to show his understanding, and then said lightly, "Price is not a problem. Before that, I have another deal to discuss with your auction house." After that, Guli took out the animal bones, animal pills, and 3 spiritual herbs as rare as Xianbing grass from the space ring, and placed them on the table. The bones and pills of the early stage of the holy beast. Elder Lin stood up suddenly, his face solemn, obviously shocked. He seemed to realize that he was being rude, and sat down quickly. "Elder Lin, please take a look at how much these are worth. For the pills and bones plus these 3 spiritual herbs, we can give you 50 million spiritual stones. What do you think?" Elder Lin thought for a while, calculated the price of these things, and said to Guli, "Okay. I want those 2 spiritual herbs too." Someone soon brought the spiritual herb she needed. After deducting the black ice grass and the netherworld Ganoderma, there are still 35 million left. After saying that, he handed a space ring to Guli. "Although there is no earth dragon fruit in the auction house, we know where it is. We can tell you this information for free, but this kind of spiritual medicine is guarded by a powerful companion beast. Elder Lin has a good impression of the young man in front of him, and it is not a loss to give him some useful information." Guli's eyes suddenly lit up. "Old Lin, do you know where it is? Earth dragon fruit likes heat. Generally grows on the cliffs of volcanoes 10,000 meters deep. The companion beast is the flame scale snake. Generally, the strength is between the primary and peak of the holy beast. Our people brought back the news that they saw the earth dragon fruit at the volcano in the rock gorge." Old General Lin told Guli what he knew. "Thank you." She was naturally very happy to hear the news about the earth dragon fruit. Guli said goodbye to old General Lin, and went straight to the yard. She immediately entered the chaos ring. "Master, are you going to make pills again?" Xiaoquir asked when she saw Guli coming in. Because she usually came in to make pills, she didn't think much about it. "Yeah," Guli responded. She was indeed going to make pills, but not ordinary pills, but poison pills and poison powder. She planned to throw the Gu family disciples into the demon flame forest, and then go to the rock gorge. There were many dangers there, so it was always good to prepare more life-saving things. For 2 whole days, Guli was refining poison in the chaos ring. Due to the different flow rate of time in the chaos ring, compared with the time outside, she was equivalent to refining for 20 days. Guli looked at the piles of poison powder and poison pills in another space ring, and was very satisfied. There were so many poisons that they could directly drown the enemy, and he laughed silently. "Master, why do you make so many poisons?" Xia Tingzi and Xiaoquir watched her make so many poisons, and they couldn't help but wonder, is the master trying to kill someone? "Leave it for you 2 to eat, are you happy?" Guli looked at the 2 little guys with a smile, and a sly look flashed in his eyes. Master, are you kidding?" The 2 little ones heard the words, suddenly stepped back, and looked at Guli in horror, as if they had heard something terrible. Ha! Seeing their reactions, Guli couldn't help laughing out loud. These 2 little guys are so cute. "Stop teasing them." Guli went back outside, and went to Gu Qintian's yard. "Grandpa," Guli blinked his smart eyes, and looked at Gu Qintian with a smile. "Why did you suddenly think of seeing an old man like me? Tell me, what's the matter?" Gu Qintian looked at Guli with a hint of doting in his eyes. "Grandpa, you are really smart. I want to borrow some people from you, Gu Li said mysteriously. Who do you want to borrow? Gu Chitian asked with some curiosity. Our Gu family shadow guards. Gu Li's eyes flashed with excitement. What do you want the shadow guards for? Gu Chitian frowned. He knew that Gu Li didn't like people following him. Of course it's useful, Gu Li winked mischievously, but she didn't dare to say that she was going to sneak to the rock gorge. How many do you want? Gu Chitian looked at Gu Li. All, Gu Li said with a smile. All? Whose house are you going to raid? Gu Chitian's eyes widened, looking at Gu Li in surprise. Who provoked this little ancestor? There are 50 shadow guards in total, and they are all king level. How could it be? I'm not going to take the disciples of the Gu family to the Demon Flame Forest for training today. I want them to secretly protect those disciples. Otherwise, how can I take care of hundreds of people alone? Gu Li pulled the cover, with a serious expression on his face. So that's how it is. Gu Chitian nodded in sudden realization. In that case, then come with me. Chapter 26. Gu Chitian took Gu Li to another attic in the Gu family. He formed a seal with his hands to open the formation and walked down with Gu Li. What came into view was a place exactly like the martial arts training ground. Meet the head of the family. Young master. A man with a feminine appearance saluted Gu Chitian and Gu Li, who seemed to be the head of the shadow guard. Gu Chitian nodded. Call them all here, I have something to do. Soon, 50 people with extraordinary looks lined up in a row. Gu Li looked at these people, among whom there were 15 women. He couldn't help but sigh. Does the shadow guard recruit people based on their looks? Today you will follow me to the Demon Flame Forest for training. You only need to protect the disciples of the Gu family in secret. You don't need to take action unless there is life-threatening danger. Gu Li looked at the handsome men and beautiful women in front of him, and he was really more and more satisfied. The key is that they are very talented, and generally have the strength of the king level in their 20s or 30s. Yes, the 50 shadow guards said in unison. They were full of respect for this young master. They also knew what happened in the Gu family. They had the same cultivation resources as those Gu family disciples, and they also knew that the pills they usually took were all made by Gu Li, and they were even more grateful to her. What's your name? Gu Li looked at the man with a feminine appearance. My name is Gu Yi, Gu Yi replied. Gu Li raised his eyebrows. Do you have any more Gu Er, Gu San, Gu Si? My subordinate is Gu Er, my subordinate is Gu San, my subordinate is Gu Si. 2 men and 1 woman stood up. Gu Li was embarrassed. These names are really easy to remember. Lear, you must pay attention to safety when you go to practice this time, Gu Chitian reminded. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will take good care of them, Gu Li said with a smile. Grandpa, I'm leaving now. You should take care of yourself. Gu Li winked mischievously, then turned and left. The shadow guard also left the underground martial arts training ground. Hiding not far away, he followed Gu Li. Gu Chitian looked at Gu Li's departing back, and shook his head helplessly. This girl really makes people love and hate her. Because of the large number of people, it attracted the attention of many people. Many practitioners followed them out of the city curiously, wanting to see what they were going to do. Those are the disciples of the Gu family. Where are they going? One person asked curiously. Looking at this direction, they should be going to the Demon Flame Forest. Another person answered. So many people going? They should be going to experience. Isn't that the young master of the Gu family? Isn't she a waste? Why did she go with him? One person asked in surprise. I guess she overestimated her own abilities and went to die. Another person laughed. I really don't understand why the Gu family leader wants a loser to be the young master. It's a disgrace to the Gu family. The Gu family disciples naturally heard the slanderous words against Gu Li, and they were all very angry. You are the losers. A Gu family disciple shouted angrily. Our young master is 10,000 times better than you. Another Gu family disciple shouted. If you keep talking, I beat you to death. The Gu family disciples shouted one after another. Gu Li naturally heard it. She raised her hand, and everyone in the Gu family instantly quieted down. Gu Li walked up to the person, who said she was not worthy of being the young master of the Gu family, and looked at him indifferently. What do you want to do? Don't think that you are afraid of you just because you are the young master of the Gu family. The man looked at Gu Li who was walking towards him, with a trace of disdain and provocation on his face. Gu Li raised the corners of her mouth slightly, crossed her arms, played with a strand of hair with her fingertips, and asked casually, Do you have any objection to me becoming the young master of the Gu family? Am I wrong? You are a waste. The man became more arrogant when he saw that Gu Li did not take action. He did not believe that she dared to hit him with so many people watching. Moreover, he was not afraid of this waste. Gu Li chuckled lightly, and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. Hee hee, who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in the affairs of my Gu family? After saying that, she glanced at him lightly, as if looking at a piece of trash. A member of the Su family? Gu Li noticed his clothes, and saw his identity at a glance. So what, you are just a waste. Even if you are the young master of the Gu family, you are a waste who can't practice. Seeing that Gu Li recognized him as a member of the Su family, the man of the Su family thought she was afraid, and his tone became more arrogant. Since you are good looking, you should follow me. I will consider protecting you, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, senior brother is going to get the beauty. The other disciples of the Su family echoed. The people of the Gu family looked at those ignorant people, and silently lit a candle for them to express their condolences. Are you worthy? Gu Li responded indifferently, and then she attacked without hesitation. She suppressed her spiritual power to the early stage of the heavenly rank, but even so, her pressure was as heavy as Mount Tai, and instantly pressed those people to the point of being unable to breathe, unable to move, and constantly spurting blood from their mouths. Seeing this, the other onlookers around were immediately shocked. Heavenly rank. The young master of the Gu family is actually in the early stage of the heavenly rank. How is this possible? Isn't it said that the young master of the Gu family is a waste who can't practice? Oh my god, how old is she? Who said she is a waste? She is definitely the first genius of Nanzhao Kingdom. Even the prince is not as good as her. Yes, His Royal Highness the Prince is already 16 years old, but he is only in the middle stage of the heavenly rank, and the young master of the Gu family is much better than him. Wow, I heard that they are engaged. What a perfect match. However, the disciples of the Gu family were full of disdain. That useless prince also wants to marry our young master? Don't even get involved. Do you want to experience being a waste? This young master can satisfy you. After saying that, Gu Li's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Then, Gu Li raised his hand, and slapped the Su family disciple with a palm wrapped in the heavenly rank spiritual power. This palm whistle passed with powerful force. There was only a dull sound, and the Su family disciple was hit by Gu Li, and his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. His chest was obviously sunken, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Obviously, he had been seriously injured. The disciple looked at Gu Li, who was walking towards him in horror, his eyes full of fear and begging for mercy. Let me go. Please let me go. I was wrong. Gu Li looked at the disciple lying on the ground, and a trace of disdain and ridicule flashed in his eyes. The spiritual power in his hand turned into a sharp dagger, and forcibly dug out his spiritual vein. The severe pain of the spiritual vein being dug out swept through his body like a tide, making him unbearable, and finally fainted completely. The people around witnessed such a cruel scene, and instantly became silent, not even daring to make a sound. They were shocked by Gu Li's cruel methods, and they were even more in awe of her. The disciples of the Gu family were full of admiration for her. Young master is so handsome. Chapter 27. Let's go! Gu Li said. The disciples of the Gu family followed her to the depths of the demon flame forest. Gu Li did not take them too deep. Instead, she chose to train in the area where the outer and deep parts of the forest meet. After all, the dangers in the deep forest were not something they could withstand, and they needed to gradually adapt and improve their strength. When the team arrived at the destination, Gu Li stopped and turned to face the crowd. Now start to divide into groups, 10 people in a group. The task of each group is to hunt at least 10 spirit beasts of level 3 or above. 10 days later, we will gather here. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of noise in the crowd. 10 spirit beasts of level 3? This is too difficult. A disciple couldn't help but say, yes, this is impossible to do. I'm only in the late earth level. Another disciple followed closely and echoed. You know, the strength of a level 3 spirit beast is equivalent to the peak of the human level of the heaven level. For these Gu family disciples, who are still in the late earth level and the early heaven level, it is indeed a huge challenge. If they had known, they would not have come. Why did they say they wanted to go together? Some of the disciples regretted it. However, Gu Li was not moved at all. She looked at everyone indifferently and said impatiently, as long as they are not dead, continue. Can't 10 people kill 10 spirit beasts? If you can't do it with such a little difficulty, you don't have to participate in the Yunqian trial next year. We can. Everyone was immediately aroused by the desire to win. They shouted in unison, with a firm tone, full of confidence and determination. The 500 disciples of the Gu family were divided into groups of 10 people, a total of 50 groups, and quickly dispersed in different directions. Ghoulie had already explored this area in advance. There were no holy beasts here, so as long as they didn't encounter any holy beasts, there wouldn't be any big problems. Moreover, there were many guards and shadow guards hiding in the dark to protect these disciples. "Ghoulie!" Ghoulie called softly. Then, a figure quickly flashed out. "Young master." Ghoulie half knelt respectfully to salute. "You go and select the 10 strongest shadow guards, and let the others keep an eye on the disciples in secret." Ghoulie gave orders in an orderly manner. "Yes." Ghoulie responded and immediately conveyed the order to others through voice transmission. Not long after, 7 men including Ghoulie and 3 women shadow guards lined up neatly in a row. "Young master," they shouted in unison. "You guys come with me to Rock Gorge to pick Earth Dragon fruit." "Young master, we can go, you just train in the Demon Flame Forest," Ghoulie hurriedly said when he heard that Ghoulie was going to Rock Gorge to pick Earth Dragon fruit. He knew very well that although Ghoulie was gifted, she was only at the peak of the heavenly rank at present, and the Flame Scale Snake, the companion beast of the Earth Dragon fruit, was a holy beast, and its strength was equivalent to the early stage of the Emperor rank of human cultivators. Among the 10 of them, the strongest was only at the peak of the King rank, and it was really impossible to ensure Ghoulie's safety. "You don't know what the Earth Dragon fruit looks like," Ghoulie said. Most people have never heard of the Earth Dragon fruit, let alone seen it. She had only seen the appearance of the Earth Dragon fruit on the recipe of the Rebirth Pavilion. And she also needs training. Ghoulie was silent for a moment after hearing this, and finally nodded. Even if they die, they will protect the young master. So, Ghoulie led 10 people on the road to Rock Gorge. Due to the long distance, they estimated that it would take 2 days to reach the destination, and a total of 4 days for the round trip. Therefore, they must find the Earth Dragon fruit within 6 days, otherwise they will return empty-handed. 2 days later. Search separately, and contact each other through the Sound Stone if there is a message. Ghoulie looked at the few people and said, "Young master, let the subordinates follow you." A trace of worry flashed across Ghoulie's eyes. It was too dangerous here. "No, I can protect myself. We will search separately, and it will be easier to find some," she said in a calm and firm voice. It is normal for cultivators to face dangers and challenges. Ghoulie looked at the person in front of her. Her eyes flashed with confidence and determination, which made people trust her ability. In the end, Ghoulie still did not follow Ghoulie. Including Ghoulie, the 11 people dispersed to search. Ghoulie also released the small pavilion and the little bird. "Master, it's too hot here." The little pavilion couldn't help complaining. "How can a volcano not be hot?" the little bird retorted. "Anyway, it is not afraid of heat, and its purple sky fire is the king." "I didn't tell you." Xia Tingzi glared at Xia Qizi angrily. "Master." Xia Tingzi looked at Ghoulie pitifully, hoping to get some comfort. Ghoulie also felt the unusual heat, and she quickly pinched a spell, Ice Shield. Instantly, a layer of cold spiritual shield enveloped them. Although this spell consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, it is nothing for Ghoulie. After all, she would take out the spiritual pill from time to time when walking on the road. If other people saw this behavior of wasting pills, they would definitely exclaim prodigal son. Ghoulie took Xiao Tingzi and Xiao Kazi to continue exploring deep into the crater. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in front, as if something was approaching. Ghoulie's face froze, and he stopped, looking ahead vigilantly. A flame-scaled snake with a fiery red body, and scales flashing with strange light slowly crawled out of the cracks in the rocks. It spit out its tongue, and its eyes revealed a fierce light, as if it could launch a fatal attack at any time. "Master, be careful," Xiao Tingzi exclaimed. Her voice was full of tension and worry, and she was obviously afraid of this flame-scaled snake. After all, the saint level is equivalent to the early stage of the emperor level. Ghoulie looked at the flame-scaled snake in front of her calmly, but a trace of joy surged in her heart. Could it be that the Earth Dragon fruit was found so quickly? She thought to herself. However, she did not take it lightly. After all, the guy in front of her was not easy to mess with. The flame-scaled snake was extremely fast and pounced on Ghoulie like lightning. Ghoulie flashed and cleverly avoided its attack. Her movements were light and agile. Something is wrong. Isn't it said that the companion beast of the Earth Dragon fruit, the flame-scale snake, is at the beginning or peak of the holy level? How can it be so weak? Xiao Tingzi asked in confusion. Ghoulie naturally found something wrong. The flame-scale snake in front of him seemed to have only the strength of a spiritual beast of the 5th level. This was completely inconsistent with what they knew. Xiao Kazi, burn it. Ghoulie said. Just as Xiaokazi was about to release the fire of nirvana to burn the snake to death, there was a rustling sound around. Then, dense flame scale snakes appeared around them and surrounded them. The number of these snakes was shocking, and their eyes flashed with fierce light, as if they were going to tear them into pieces. No, it's a group of snakes, Xiaokazi shouted. Master, run, Xiao Tingzi said anxiously. Faced with so many flame scale snakes, Ghoulie had to find a way to retreat. Chapter 28. Ghoulie took out the spirit sword from the space, dodged the attack of a flame-scaled snake, and swung the long sword in her hand, accurately cutting the snake 7 inches. More flame-scaled snakes pounced on her. Ghoulie kept jumping, dodging, and attacking, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. Damn, it's endless facing so many high-level spirit beasts. Ghoulie also felt uncomfortable. The little bird also returned to its original form. With a clear cry, carrying the pressure of blood, the flame-scaled snake's movements instantly slowed down a lot. The little bird took the lead in launching an attack. It spread its wide wings and rushed towards the group of flame-scaled snakes like a red lightning. The little bird pecked at the snakes with its sharp beak at a very fast speed. Each peck carried the power of the nirvana fire, making it difficult for the flame-scaled snakes to dodge. Some flame-scaled snakes tried to fight back, spewing blazing flames from their mouths and rushing towards the little bird. Humph, you are still too young to compete with me in fire, the little bird sneered. It swooped down again, and as its wings flapped, it released a hot whirlwind of fire, engulfing several flame-scaled snakes. The flame-scaled snakes twisted their bodies in pain in the whirlwind of fire. A smell of burning. Come again, I burn you to death, the little bird said proudly. The little pavilion held a pavilion in his hand, and quickly pinched the formula. Power of space strangulation. The air twisted a little. Suddenly, the 3 flame-scaled snakes closest to it were strangled into 2 sections by the space. When did you become so powerful? Ghoulie looked at it in surprise. Sure, he's even better at playing dumb than her. Hee, just practice when you have nothing to do. Xiao Tingzi was embarrassed by Ghoulie's praise, and touched the back of his head with a red face. Flame-scaled snakes surrounded him, more and more, nearly 200. Ghoulie felt a little bad, and had to find a way to retreat. Don't fight, let's go. Ghoulie saw Xiao Tingzi still in a daze. So he shouted. Oh, okay, Xiao Tingzi reacted, and continued to kill these spirit beasts. Star Sword Skill First Style Star Break. Go powerful spiritual power burst out from her sword, forming a brilliant light, instantly repelling the surrounding flame-scaled snakes. Little bird, retreat. Little bird immediately flashed to the vicinity of Ghoulie, who threw the small pavilion into the rebirth pavilion and jumped onto the back of the small pavilion. Quickly left this place. I'm so tired. When they arrived at a safe place, little bird lay on the ground without any image. What's going on? Isn't it said that there is only one companion beast for a dragon fruit? Little pavilion also came out of the rebirth pavilion. Ghoulie didn't know what she was thinking and didn't speak. Suddenly, Ghoulie and little pavilion looked at each other. It can't be what she thinks. Little bird didn't understand what they meant and felt a little puzzled. Ghoulie didn't explain, but took out the sound transmission stone to transmit the sound to Ghoulie and the others. Let them come to our side. Not long after, Ghoulie and his 10 companions arrived at Ghoulie's side, and almost everyone had some injuries. Master, are you okay? Seeing Ghoulie's embarrassed appearance, Ghoulie asked worriedly. I'm fine. Did you also encounter a group of snakes? Looking at their appearance, it is estimated that they also encountered. Master, we did encounter a group of snakes. Ghoulie frowned and said, it seems that this place is more dangerous than we thought. Master, why don't we go back? Xiaokazi suggested. Ghoulie and his companions only then noticed that there was a child and a bird. Master, what is this? My contracted beast? Ghoulie and his companions sighed inwardly. The master's contracted beast is so different. I have never seen anyone's contracted beast in human form. I suspect there is more than one dragon fruit plant. Ghoulie set out his guess. Ghoulie and the others were all shocked when they heard it. The flame-scaled snake we encountered came out of the rocks inside the volcano, and the dragon fruit may be inside the volcano. Ghoulie thought for a while, and said, let's rest here for one night, and go up to check tomorrow. Seeing that it was getting dark, Ghoulie didn't want to move at night. After all, this place is a bit weird, and there are too many unknown dangers at night. Yes, Ghoulie led people to set up a hidden formation nearby. The night shrouded this mysterious forest, and Ghoulie just lay on the tree to rest. With the shadow guard, there is no need to worry about keeping watch. The surroundings were quiet, and occasionally there were a few cries of night owls. Ghoulie relaxed her mind, and put her consciousness into the chaos ring to practice. In the chaos ring, Gu Li's consciousness was immersed in the operation of the exercises, and spiritual energy continued to flow into her meridians, nourishing her spiritual veins. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and only her practice was constantly improving. When the next day dawned, the morning light sprinkled on the ground through the gaps in the leaves, forming patches of mottled light and shadow. Gu Li slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He jumped down from the tree, his movements light and agile. Take these. Gu Li thought about it, and took out a full 10 pots of pills, 1,000 pills in each pot. We can't let them die here. Young master, what is this? Gu Yi and the others were so shocked when they saw the pots of pills that they almost fell to their knees, thinking that they were still asleep. Gu San even slapped Gu Si hard. Does it hurt? Can't you hit yourself? Gu Si looked at him with resentment. Gu Li looked at their reactions, and said with a smile, the stuff produced by our family is not worth much. Then everyone stood together with a pot of pills in their hands, at a loss. Why keep it? Do you plan to hold it like this? Hearing this, several people looked at each other. Then they put the pills into the space ring. Let's go! Gu Li gave an order, and led several people towards the direction of the volcano. The mountain road was rugged and uneven, and several people climbed up quickly. The closer to the volcano, the higher the temperature, and the air was filled with a scorching breath. Finally, they reached the top of the volcano, and the billowing smoke went straight into the sky, and the rocks under their feet were baked hot. Everyone be careful, Gu Li reminded them. Everyone's face showed a solemn look, and sweat kept flowing, but it was instantly evaporated by the high temperature. Gu Li and others stepped forward cautiously, observing the situation around them. Xiaokazi suddenly screamed, Master, look! Several people looked in the direction pointed by Xiaokazi, and saw that on the stone wall inside the volcano, there was a piece of earth dragon vine emitting strange light. One of them had 4 red fruits hanging on it. Sure enough, there are more than one. Gu Li's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then, he was a little worried. According to Elder Lin, the mature earth dragon fruit is guarded by a holy beast. It is difficult to deal with one holy beast, and there are so many spirit beasts. How can we get the earth dragon fruit? It is really a tricky problem. Otherwise, she picked a few that had just borne fruit and planted them in the chaos ring. It takes at least 100 years for the earth dragon fruit to mature. But it is not necessary to be in the chaos ring. It should be mature in 2 or 3 months. She was not in a hurry to refine the cross-border pill. After all, she had to go to Yunqing for a trial after returning to get a place to enter the Yunqing secret realm. When she returned from the secret realm, the time was just right. The cultivation level of the immature companion beast was estimated to be that of a spirit beast. With the strength of Gu Yi and others, it was still easy to deal with spirit beasts. Gu Li felt a little more at ease. After making up his mind, Gu Li said to several people, Don't pick the mature one, dig out the ones that have just borne fruit. Young master, don't you want to pick the earth dragon fruit? Those that are not mature will take a long time to mature. Gu San asked curiously. I have a way to make it mature quickly. The mature one is guarded by a sacred beast. It would be a waste of time to fight it, and we may not win, Gu Li explained. After hearing this, several people nodded to show that they understood. They immediately activated their spiritual power and flew towards the volcano. Chapter 29. Inside the volcano, hot air surged, and magma flowed underfoot, making a gurgling sound. Gu Li looked carefully at the newly fruited earth dragon fruit with sharp eyes. Gu San and others did not dare to be careless, and paid close attention to the movements around them. Over there. Gu Li pointed to a stone wall, where several tender green earth dragon fruit seedlings trembled slightly in the heat wave. Everyone approached quickly and began to dig carefully. At this moment, a low roar sounded in the depths of the volcano. Gu Yi and others quickly took action and killed them as soon as they came out. The flame-scaled snakes at the level of spirit beasts posed no threat to them. Enough, retreat. Seeing that they had already dug a lot, they left before disturbing the holy beast. Gu Yi and others quickly withdrew their hands and moved closer to Gu Li. At this moment, a horrifying scene appeared. Thousands of flame-scaled snakes scurried out of the cliffs, like a surging black tide. They twisted their slender and flexible bodies, and their scales rubbed against each other, making a chilling hissing sound. Those cold and ruthless eyes flashed with strange light, as if carrying endless murderous intent, instantly filling the entire space with a suffocating atmosphere of terror. Run, Gu Li said, and then he used his spiritual power to fly upwards. Gu Yi followed, and several people surrounded Gu Yi in the middle. Just as they were about to fly to the entrance of the volcano, something unexpected happened. A strong pressure came like a mountain, pressing Gu Li's center of gravity to be unstable, and her body shook violently, almost falling into the rolling magma below. At the critical moment, fortunately Gu Li reacted quickly and stretched out his hand to pull her hard, which allowed her to stabilize her body. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a nearly 10-meter-long black giant snake suddenly rushed out of the magma. The huge body, with scalding heat and endless oppression, stared at Gu Li and others in midair. Gu Li looked at the huge black giant snake in front of him, which exuded a terrifying aura, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. "It's over," Gu Li said secretly in his heart. In an instant, the flame-scaled snake opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a stream of blazing flames, rushing straight towards everyone. Gu Li's eyes condensed and shouted loudly, "Disperse!" Everyone quickly jumped around to avoid the fierce flame attack. Gu Li formed seals with his hands and muttered something. A stream of ice-blue light shot out from his hands and rushed straight towards the flame-scaled snake. The flame-scaled snake twisted its body flexibly to avoid the attack, and at the same time, its tail swung violently and swept towards Gu Li. Gu Li quickly jumped up and narrowly avoided the attack. On the other side, Gu Li held a long sword, which flashed with a sharp light. Her body was like lightning, stabbing at the eyes of the flame-scaled snake. The flame-scaled snake sensed the danger and tilted its head. Gu Li's sword only left a shallow mark on its scales. The flame-scaled snake was enraged, and the scales on its body stood up, making a crackling sound. Flames spurted out from the scales, forming a sea of fire, surrounding everyone. Seeing this, Gu San put his hands together, and a powerful water spirit power condensed in his hands, turning into a water dragon, rushing towards the sea of fire. The water and fire intersected, making a sizzling sound, and a large amount of steam came out. "Little pavilion, little bird," Gu Li shouted. "Nirvana fire," little bird's clear voice sounded, and it was seen that a raging flame suddenly ignited around it, and the hot flame seemed to burn the surrounding air to ashes. "Power of space, strangulation," Xia Tingzi shouted in a low voice, and the surrounding space instantly fluctuated strangely, as if countless invisible forces were twisting and pulling. After being attacked by everyone, the flame scale snake hissed angrily, twisted its huge body suddenly, opened its bloody mouth, and spewed out a more blazing and powerful flame again. This flame was like a raging fire wave, sweeping towards Gu Li and others. Its eyes flashed with fierce light, and its long tongue swallowed and spit out quickly. The scales on the flame scale snake stood up straighter in anger, and each scale flashed with dangerous light. Its thick tail swung hard, bringing a strong gust of wind. This round of fierce counterattack by the flame scale snake caught Gu Li and others off guard. The raging fire wave instantly engulfed them, and the scorching heat burned their skin. Gu Li felt a powerful force coming, and her body flew out like a kite with a broken string, hitting the hard mountain wall heavily and spurting blood from her mouth. Gu Yi and Gu San were not spared either, and were swept by the powerful tail of the flame-scaled snake. Their bodies fell to the ground like cannonballs, raising a cloud of dust. Gu Li's clothes were burned to tatters, and her exposed skin was full of shocking burn marks, charred black, and blood was constantly oozing out. Her face was as pale as paper, her breath was weak, and every breath seemed extremely difficult, as if it would be cut off in the next second. "Young master." "I'm fine." Gu Li grabbed a handful of pills and put them in her mouth, and the wounds on her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pill melted in her mouth, turning into a cool and warm airflow that quickly spread throughout her body. Gu Yi and others also took the pills when they saw this. But after a moment, some spiritual power was restored. "I can make it slow down for a quarter of an hour. You cooperate with me." "Okay." Gu Li quickly formed seals with both hands, and her fingers flew flexibly, so fast that it was dazzling. De Yin Ju first style, Lai Yin seal. As Gu Li shouted, a ball of blazing flame suddenly emerged between her hands, and the flames were extremely hot. Xian Bingpa, Gu Yi and others also quickly formed seals. Tian Xingju. Xian Bingpa. Gu Yi and others also quickly formed seals, and saw that the cold air overflowed between their hands, forming a formation. A huge ice cone condensed in an instant, and the ice cone flashed with cold light. "Go!" After being hit, the flame-scaled snake smashed into the stone wall like a flash of lightning. There was a loud bang, and the stone wall seemed to tremble, and dust and gravel flew everywhere. The hard scales of the flame-scaled snake collided violently with the stone wall, rubbing out sparks. Gu Li looked solemn, staring at the flame-scaled snake in front of him with full concentration. Concentrate your mind. Instantly, an invisible pressure emanated from her body, and her mental power was highly concentrated, as if it had become real. Then, she unhesitatingly used her killing move, Sting. Before the flame scale snake could react, Gu Li's powerful mental power pressed towards it like a surging tide. The flame scale snake's sea of consciousness was instantly attacked by Gu Li, and it had no time to resist. You know, its mental power was far less powerful than Gu Li's. In just a moment, the flame scale snake fell into a coma. Chapter 30. Let's Go. Gui and his companions didn't have time to sigh at their young master's abnormality, and hurriedly followed Gu Li to fly up. Gu Li did not forget to put the 4 dragon fruits into the space while running, just like a cunning fox. It's already fought. Wouldn't it be a big loss if I don't take it? Gu Li thought secretly. After leaving the crater, Gu Li and his companions ran desperately, especially Gu Li, who took the pills while running, like a rabbit being chased, desperately fleeing. She was the lowest among the few people, and was also the most seriously injured. Young master, are you okay? Gui noticed Gu Li's situation, and his voice was full of worry. It's okay, don't stop, it will wake up soon, let's leave the rock gorge first. Gu Li took a lot of pills, and felt much better, her voice was firm and decisive. Gu Li and others ran all the way, the wind whistled in their ears, their figures swept across the earth like the wind, bringing up a cloud of dust, as if a whirlwind swept through. Wherever they passed, the grass and trees were blown by the strong wind, making a rustling sound, as if it was an exciting piece of music. Gu Li's heart was tightly gripped. She knew that once the holy beast in the volcano woke up, it would be difficult for them to escape. Gui and others protected Gu Li by her side. Their expressions were tense and focused, always alert to the movements around them. Like a group of knights guarding the princess, their eyes were full of vigilance. Alho, a low and shocking roar came from behind. The sound was like a thunder, breaking the calm sky. Oops, woke up so soon. Take it and restrain your breath. Gu Li took out a few pills and distributed them to a few people, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. Gui and the others did not suspect anything, and took the pills to restrain their breath. As soon as they took the pills, they found that they had the smell of monsters on them. This smell was like a disguise, allowing them to blend into the surrounding environment. As expected of the young master, he has such a perverted elixir. Let's go outside the rock gorge. Don't use your spiritual power, Gu Li said. Several people retracted their spiritual power, and ran out with their legs. The road under their feet was bumpy and uneven, and gravel and thorns scratched them. No one dared to slow down. Young master, can we escape like this? Gu Er asked, panting. Gu Li gritted his teeth. We can only try. This elixir can temporarily cover up our breath, as long as we leave its range of perception. Several people ran wildly for a day and a night with their legs, and finally left the rock gorge. Gu Li sat on the ground, panting, as if he had just been pulled out of the water, and said, I'm so tired. The rest of the people were so tired that they seemed to have lost their spines, and sat on the ground without any image. When my cultivation is higher than it, I will definitely come back to kill him, Gu Si said viciously. The others thought so in their hearts. Rest for half an hour, and return to the demon flame forest. Okay. Several people took the pills to relieve their physical discomfort. Young master, take this back. Gui and 10 people took a pot of pills from the space, and placed it in front of Gu Li. I gave it to you, so take it. I have a lot of these things. Gu Si said a little embarrassedly, the main thing is that this pill is very valuable. Here is a pot. I have so much money on me, I don't feel safe. As a member of my Gu family, can you be more generous and don't embarrass me when you go out? Gu Li's voice was a bit arrogant. I don't want to walk anymore. You can take turns carrying me back later. These pills are for travel expenses. She glanced at the pots of pills and said, thousands of pills are too extravagant as travel expenses. Many people are scrambling for one pill. They understood that this was Gu Li's excuse, and he just wanted to give them these pills. Heard that he no longer refused, and it would seem hypocritical to refuse again. Go back and share these pills with the brothers, Gui and the others said secretly. After taking the pills, everyone recovered and prepared to go back to the demon flame forest to see how the disciples were doing. Xiao Liuzi, come and carry me. Gu Li looked at a pretty woman among the group, with a sly smile on his face. Gu Lu's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this name, but he still walked to Gu Li and squatted down obediently. Gu Li climbed onto her back lightly, put his arms around her neck, and rested his head on her shoulder. Gu Lu and the others couldn't help but complain in their hearts. What the hell is Xiao Liuzi? They don't have Xiao Yi, Xiao Er, Xiao San, right? However, since it was Gu Li's request, they had no choice but to accept it. In this way, several people began to take turns carrying Gu Li, and finally arrived at the outskirts of the Demon Flame Forest 2 days later. "Young master, you are back." The instructors in charge of this time sensed the breath of several people, and hurriedly walked towards them, saying respectfully, "How are their training going?" Gu Li glanced at the dozens of people lying behind him, and her mouth twitched. She asked these instructors not to show mercy, but she didn't expect them to be so cruel. Many disciples were lying on the ground unable to move. Only a few could barely stand, but they were also covered with scars. According to what the young master said, if they are not dead, they will continue to fight. Now nearly 2/3 of the disciples are about to be beaten. The instructor answered truthfully. Puff Gu Li couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, didn't I ask you not to show mercy? Why only 2/3? Others also smiled bitterly. They thought they were cruel enough, but they didn't expect that they were still far behind this young master. "You go and inform the other shadow guards that the training will end early, and bring all the disciples here." Gu Li restrained his smile, and said to Gu Yi and the others, "Yes." After receiving the order, Gu Yi and the others sent a message to the others, and then went to various training locations together to pull out all the disciples and bring them back. Not long after, Gu Li saw hundreds of disciples gathered in front. The appearance of these disciples was simply horrible. Even the dozen or so heavenly ranked disciples, including Gu Lingfeng, were in a mess, and their clothes were tattered. "Young master, you are so cruel." A disciple couldn't help complaining. "Whoa!" Others also cried in agreement. God knows what they have experienced in the past few days. At the beginning, they could fight against a spirit beast in a group of 10, but as time went on, the number of spirit beasts increased, and finally it became one person against 2 spirit beasts. And as long as they faced life and death, someone would rescue them, give them a bottle of elixir, and throw them back to the battlefield to continue fighting. It was a double torture of the mind and body. The young master was a devil. How could he have such training? However, Gu Li ignored the complaints and cries of the crowd. She just nodded lightly and expressed satisfaction. "Well, not bad. Many people have made breakthroughs." Then, she turned to the instructors and ordered, "Let them rest for an hour and give them healing medicine." Then, she added, "By the way, change their clothes. It's too miserable. Don't let others think I abuse them." Isn't this considered abuse? Everyone only dared to say secretly in their hearts. Gu Li went back to Gu's house first. She was exhausted like a dog these days. Her bones were about to fall apart. After returning to Gu's house, Gu Li went straight back to her room and laid down and fell asleep. Gu Chitian heard that Gu Li was back and was about to go see her. But when he heard that she was resting, he gave up. Chapter 31. What? She actually ran to the rock gorge and encountered a sacred beast. Gu Jiatian stood up suddenly, his face full of shock. He originally thought that she wanted a secret guard to protect the disciples who were training in the magic flame forest, but he never expected that she actually went to pick some earth dragon fruit, and even fought with the sacred beast and survived. This damn girl. If you want that lousy earth dragon fruit, don't you tell me? I can beat that stinky earthworm to death in a minute. Gu Chitian was furious and roared angrily. Uncle Fu on the side hurriedly persuaded, "Master, don't be angry first, maybe the young master has her own considerations for doing this." However, Gu Jiatian didn't listen at all, and still angrily scolded, "Consideration is bullshit. What kind of cultivation is she? And she dares to fight with a holy beast with a few kings." Then, he ordered Gu Yi, "Go call her to me." At this time, Gu Yi replied, "The young master has rested." Hearing this, Gu Jiatian was silent for a moment, and finally gave up the idea of asking Gu Yi to call people. He waved his hand, and signaled Gu Yi and others to go back and rest. Compared with the chaos in Gu Chitian's yard, Gu Li slept particularly soundly. In the chaos ring. "Master, do you really want to start directly? Don't you want to learn more?" Xia Tingzi asked worriedly. "No, I have learned to refine weapons, but I haven't practiced it yet," Gu Li said confidently, with a firm light in her eyes. In fact, every time she entered the chaos ring to practice, she was learning how to refine equipment. She had practiced the steps of refining equipment, the output of spiritual power and mental power, and other knowledge in her mind countless times. "Then would you like to start with a low-level spiritual weapon?" Xia Tingzi suggested, with a hint of caution in his tone. "No, I want to refine the best directly," Gu Li answered firmly, her face full of confidence. "Master, there is only one soul bone left, you must succeed." Xia Tingzi held a soul bone of a holy beast reluctantly, with reluctance and worry flashing in his eyes. Gu Li ignored it, closed her eyes, and operated it in her mind. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were full of determination. She took a deep breath, quickly formed seals with her hands, and summoned the fire of nirvana. Because of the contract with Xiaokazi, she could naturally use it. The refining furnace instantly ignited a raging fire. Just put the materials needed for refining in it. Then, with a bang, the furnace exploded. The powerful impact shook Guli away and hit the ground heavily. She only felt a sweetness in her throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Master! Xiaotingzi and Xiaokazi shouted in panic and hurried to Guli. Guli's face was as pale as paper. She struggled to get up from the ground. After taking a bottle of pills, she felt much better. It's okay, she said with gritted teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. What's going on? Is it because she used this furnace too many times? So it exploded? But she just put the materials in. Guli was very confused. She walked forward and took a closer look. It turned out that all the refining materials had been blown away without a trace, leaving only the holy beast bone lying there intact. Master, I know why the furnace exploded. It should be that this furnace cannot withstand the power of the holy monster. Xiaokazi followed Guli, and saw the intact monster bone. After all, this is just a high-grade furnace, which cannot withstand the power of the saint level. Xiaotingzi secretly made up her mind to find a divine artifact-level furnace for her master. Moreover, ordinary divine artifacts will not work, it must be as high-level as this one. Guli also guessed that this was the problem, so she took out a mid-level furnace again, and took out a lot of materials. Master, you still have to continue, the furnace can't bear it. Xiaokazi persuaded her to continue. It's okay, I have other ways, Guli said. Then he summoned the spirit fire to wrap the furnace, and released the nirvana fire with his other hand. Guli wrapped the piece of animal bone with his mental power, and refined it with the nirvana fire through his mental power. Of course, doing this is particularly exhausting. Guli's forehead was soon covered with sweat, and his face became paler. Xiaotingzi and Xiaokazi watched nervously on the side, not daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing Guli. As time went by, the holy beast bone gradually lost its original hard form under the extreme high temperature and powerful force, and began to soften and melt. Finally, under Guli's full refining, the beast bone completely melted into a mass of thick liquid. Guli wrapped the refined beast bone with his spiritual power, carefully put it into the alchemy furnace, and used his spiritual power to fuse the two together. However, this process was not easy. Guli needed to concentrate on controlling the fire and power. Any carelessness would lead to failure. The alchemy furnace still could not withstand the power of the holy beast bone. At the critical moment, when the intermediate alchemy furnace was about to collapse, Guli poured all his spiritual power into it without hesitation to maintain the stability of the alchemy furnace. The furnace finally couldn't bear the huge pressure and cracked. Guli used his spiritual power to replace the furnace and wrap the materials for refining. He continued to refine. In the following period of time, Guli devoted himself to refining the weapon, constantly adjusting the temperature and strength to ensure the grade of the spiritual weapon. After a long wait, a majestic and powerful breath roared out. The light gradually converged, and what came into view was a sword with a slender and straight body, like a smart silver dragon, emitting a cold light. On the sword body, mysterious red runes loomed, and each rune seemed to contain endless power, which made people shocked. My old swan. Xiaotingzi stared at everything in front of him in amazement, muttering to himself, it was refined in one go, and it's still a top grade. Is it so exciting? His voice was full of disbelief and surprise. Master, what is the name of this sword? Xiaokazi asked excitedly with shining eyes. She stared at the sword with fire attributes, and her heart was particularly moved. I haven't decided yet. Let's wait for its owner to name it. Guli replied with a smile. In fact, she also liked this sword very much. After all, it was the first spiritual weapon she refined. But she knew that this sword could not withstand the power of the nirvana fire, so she had no choice but to give it up. Master, give it to me, give it to me. Xiaokazi blinked her big round eyes, and said like a spoiled child. Are you going to fight with your little paw holding the sword? Guli couldn't help laughing and asked jokingly. Oh, master, I just want it. Xiaokazi shook his head, looking unwilling to give in. Don't think about it. This sword can't withstand the power of the nirvana fire. Guli touched Xiaokazi's head. Hearing this, Xiaokazi looked at the sword with disappointment, then flew to Guli's shoulder obediently and stopped talking. Chapter 32. After a simple packing, Guli left the chaotic space. Gui. Young Master Gu Yibin knelt on the ground with his head bowed deeply. This is for you, and through the spiritual weapon he had just refined to him. What is this? Gu Yi looked at Gu Li in confusion, not knowing why the young master suddenly gave him a sword. Gu Li input spiritual power into the sword, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out. After the light faded, Gu Yi said in shock, top-grade spiritual weapon. There are no more than 10 people in Nanzhao Kingdom who have top-grade spiritual weapons, and their young master actually has one. You have a good eye. Gu Li looked at him with appreciation. This is for you, with fire attributes, you can name it yourself. Gu Li threw the sword to him. Young master, I can't take it. Top-grade spiritual weapons are very rare. You should keep it for yourself. Gu Yi looked at the sword in his hand and hesitated. He didn't expect Gu Li to call him here to give him a spiritual weapon, but he felt that such a precious thing, he couldn't take it. They brought back the pills given by the young master, and distributed them to other brothers. Each of them still had more than 100 pills. Take it. I made it myself. It's not worth much, Gu Li said. Hearing Gu Li's words, Gu Yi's pupils shrank slightly. His young master is also a weapon refiner. Hearing Gu Li say that it's not worth much, Gu Yi was ashamed. He could feel that the sword in his hand exuded the same aura as the flame scale snake holy beast at that time. When did the top-grade spiritual weapon become worthless? We will leave for Yunqing tomorrow. All the shadow guards will follow, Gu Li ordered. All? Gu Yi was a little confused and frowned slightly. He thought to himself that it shouldn't take so many people to go. Well, I take you to the secret realm of Yunqing for training. Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, a mysterious light flashed in his eyes, as if he had a plan. Young master, we can't go to the secret realm, and those who are over 20 in the Yunqing trial cannot participate. Gu Yi hurriedly explained, with a hint of helplessness on his face. Who said you can go to the trial? Gu Li raised his eyebrows, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then? Gu Yi looked at Gu Li in confusion, his eyes full of curiosity. You will know when the time comes. Gu Li smiled without saying a word, with a cunning light flashing in his eyes. Yes. Although Gu Yi was puzzled, he still responded respectfully. Master, you don't want to put them in the chaos ring, do you? Xia Tingzi asked. Smart. But master, what if others find out that you have a space that can hold living things? Xia Tingzi's face was full of worry. After all, except for the Beastmaster, no one's space can hold living things, let alone people. No, they are all Gu family's secret guards, and they have sworn an oath. What's more, won't I poison them before taking them in? Gu Li said. She had planned from the beginning to improve the strength of the Gu family shadow guards, and kill that shitty prince and the woman from the Su family after the Yunqing secret realm. At that time, the royal family and the Su family will definitely not give up, and war is inevitable. She plans to move the Gu family away. She doesn't like this remote place. The spiritual energy is too weak. But it's better not to tell the old man first, and discuss it after coming back to deal with those two people. The Yunqing trial will begin in 2 days. Gu Li will lead the 10 people who will participate in the trial to Yunqing. As the head of the family, Gu Qintian will naturally go with them. After walking for a while, the Gu family members plan to rest nearby and set off again tomorrow. There are also disciples from other families going there, so it is inevitable that they will meet on the road. Oh, isn't this the useless young master of the Gu family? A useless young master wants to go to Yunqing to participate in the trial? Ha ha ha, a disciple of the Su family laughed. Gu Li looked at the source of the voice, only to see the disciple of the Su family looking at her with a mocking face. Why, where does this young master want to go? Do you have any objection? Gu Li said lightly. TSK, you are so shameless. Just because you are a waste, you are worthy of participating in the trial? The disciple of the Su family continued to provoke. Young master, am I a waste? Do you want to learn from me? Gu Li's eyes flashed with a cold light. Who do you think you are? Gu Li glanced at him mockingly. The disciple was very angry when he heard Gu Li's words, and was ready to attack Gu Li. Stop! A voice came, and a powerful spiritual power stopped the disciple. Master, the disciple stopped talking immediately, when he saw that it was the master of the Su family who stopped him. Go back! Su Xinhao glared at the disciple. Didn't he see that Gu Qintian also came? I heard that he had a breakthrough some time ago. Isn't it courting death to go up and cause trouble now? Wait, when did the young master say that he could leave? Gu Li touched the little bird that turned into a bird and said casually. Su Xinhao looked at her in confusion. What does it mean? Do you still want to keep him? Little bird, cripple him! As soon as Gu Li finished speaking, the little bird suddenly went towards the disciple, at a very fast speed. When the people of the Su family reacted, the disciple was already crippled. Gu Li, you dare to cripple my Su family disciple? Su Xinhao saw the unconscious disciple on the ground, his face full of anger. They are already useless. Do you think I dare? Gu Li looked at the people in front of him sarcastically. Anyway, he would go and settle accounts with them after he came out of the Yunqing secret realm. What imperial power? In the face of absolute strength, imperial power is nothing. Waste, you're looking for death. Being provoked by a junior, and having his Su family disciple crippled in front of him, he would definitely cut this waste into pieces. The enraged Su Xinhao pressed Gu Li with the pressure of the peak of the king level, and was about to kill her with his spiritual power. A more powerful pressure blocked Su Xinhao's pressure for Gu Li. You are a shameless bully of the junior. A roar came from behind Gu Li. Gu Chitian was watching the show in the back, and he was furious when he saw his granddaughter being bullied by an old man. The pressure of the middle stage of the emperor level directly pressed Su Xinhao to the ground and couldn't move. Grandpa, I'm scared. This old man wants to kill me. Gu Li pulled Gu Chitian's robe and said shakily. The people watching were simply shocked. You just called me a little master, and you told me you were scared. Is there a scared expression on your face? Gu Chitian didn't care what others thought, but bullying his granddaughter was not okay. Lear, it's okay. Grandpa is here. Wait for Grandpa to help you get revenge. I beat him so hard that his mother couldn't recognize him. Then we saw the head of the Su family being pressed to the ground by the head of the Gu family. His face was so swollen that even his mother couldn't recognize him. So brutal. This is what everyone thought. Stop. Let go of my grandpa, a female voice came. It was Su Ning's voice. She walked with the royal family and just arrived here. She saw her grandpa being beaten. Master Gu, what are you doing? Let Master Su go. The voice of the Prince Mou came. Gu Chitian stopped, not because of his words, but because several elders of the royal family took action. This head of the family is just sparring with him. Why are you so nervous? Gu Chitian clapped his hands and wiped the dust off his hands. You? Su Xinhao couldn't say anything after being beaten. Seeing Gu Chitian talking nonsense, his eyes were red with anger. He was the head of the family after all. When had he ever been so embarrassed? Chapter 33. Is it necessary to use such heavy hands in a competition? Mou asked with anger on his face. I didn't even use my spiritual power. He is too useless. Are you questioning me? Gu Chitian sneered, releasing a strong pressure from his body and pressing directly towards Mou and others. Mou and others were unable to move, as if they were pressed by a mountain and had difficulty breathing. Your Highness is just asking, Mou said hurriedly, but he was furious in his heart. The damn Gu family actually didn't take their royal family seriously. The two elders who escorted them, this time were only at the early stage of the imperial rank, and they couldn't beat this old thing at all. When he came out of the secret realm of Yunqing, he would definitely let the Gu family look down. Humph, Gu Chitian snorted coldly, took back the pressure, and turned back to the resting place of the Gu family. Don't think he doesn't know that it was these guys who wanted to kill his granddaughter last time. If it weren't for Li Er saying that he wanted to take revenge personally, he would have rushed into the prince's mansion and killed this person. TSK, the trial hasn't even started yet, and the Su family has already ruined one of them. Gu Li said, and turned away. Hearing her words, Mou and the others looked even uglier. You? Su Ning was about to speak when Mou covered her mouth. Brother Mou, what are you doing? Su Ning looked at Mou angrily. Ninger, don't worry. Mou comforted. Gu Chitian is here now. If we act rashly, we will not only fail to do anything to that waste, but will also bring trouble to ourselves. When the trial comes, we will find a chance to deal with the Gu family and let none of them survive. When we come out of the secret realm, it will be the end of the Gu family. After hearing this, although Su Ning still felt unwilling, he also understood the reason, so he could only stare at Gu Li's departing back with hatred. On the other side, Gu Li and Gu Chitian had already walked a distance away. Grandpa, why did you attack the royal family just now? Gu Li asked curiously. Humph, I just taught that ignorant thing a lesson. Who told him to dare to hunt down my granddaughter before? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't touch the royal family, I would have killed him long ago. Gu Chitian sneered. After hearing this, Gu Li felt a warm current in her heart. She knew that her grandfather did this just to help her vent her anger, and this family affection made her feel extremely warm. Grandpa, I have something else to discuss with you. Gu Li smiled softly. Gu Chitian raised his eyebrows and looked at her in confusion. What bad things are you going to do again? Gu Li couldn't help rolling his eyes and said speechlessly, Hey, What do you mean by bad things? She took a deep breath and said solemnly, the royal family should take action against our Gu family. Other families in Nanzhao Kingdom are on the side of the royal family, which is very disadvantageous to us. After the trial is over, when we go to the secret realm, you go back to the Gu family and secretly transfer the disciples in the family away. Gu Qintian widened his eyes, and was shocked. You want to run away with your whole family? Gu Li shook his head helplessly, and explained patiently, not the whole family, just take all the disciples away. When the war starts, with their cultivation, staying in the Gu family will be cannon fodder. But we have to face so many people, are you sure? Gu Qintian also knew in his heart that the royal family had long wanted to get rid of him, but they were just afraid of him. The royal family also has several middle-level emperors. Once the royal family decides to attack the Gu family may be destroyed. Gu Li's eyes flashed with disdain. Grandpa, don't worry, I will naturally have a way to deal with it. Gu Qintian frowned. Little Li, Grandpa doesn't disbelieve you, but this matter is related to the life and death of the entire family. Gu Li gently patted Grandpa's hand and comforted him. Grandpa, don't worry. I will give you a surprise when I come back from the secret realm. What surprise? Gu Qintian asked curiously. Gu Li smiled mysteriously. Grandpa, when I come out of the secret realm, I will give you 50 emperor-level masters. How about that? When Gu Qintian heard this number, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of shock. 50 emperor-level masters? Are you kidding? Gu Li nodded proudly. Of course not, Grandpa, just wait. Gu Qintian was so excited that he couldn't speak, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Okay, you are worthy of being my good granddaughter, so perverted. The materials for the cross-border pill have been prepared, and the previous spiritual grass has grown a lot after the chaos ring. It is still possible to refine 51 cross-border pills. She brought the Shadow Guard into the secret realm because 50 emperor-level promotions would make too much noise, and she likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. If she is discovered by the strong and finds out the secrets of her, she will be finished. A day later, she arrived in Yunqing. There are so many people. Will there be no rooms in the inn with so many people? Then will we have to sleep on the streets? Master, young master. Gu Yi appeared in front of Gu Li. They arrived in Yunqing earlier than the rest of the Gu family, and arranged a place to stay. Let's go! Gu Li led a few people to a luxurious courtyard in the center of the city. Lear, what is this? Gu Jiaqian looked at the courtyard in front of him, and couldn't help but ask curiously. There must be a lot of people coming here for the trial, and the inn must be overcrowded. I'm afraid you won't be used to it, so let Gu Yi and the others come here to buy a courtyard first. Gu Li explained lightly. Grandpa, you find a room to stay in first, I go out to buy some things. Gu Li looked at everyone and said. Okay, everyone nodded in agreement. Just now, the young master said that he was not used to living in the inn, so he bought a courtyard. A disciple asked. This is in Yunqing. Another person exclaimed. How much does it cost? Someone sighed. Gu Yi, how much did Lear spend on this courtyard? Gu Qintian couldn't help but ask curiously. After all, buying a house in a place like Yunqing is not an easy thing. Not much, 100 million spirit stones, Gu Yi said lightly. Since he has been with Gu Li for a long time, he thinks 100 million is a small amount of money. It's just the young master selling some pills. 100 million. Gu Lingfeng was stunned when he heard this number. Fuck, the young master is so rich, Gu Qi said in shock. Gu Qintian almost said it, but he thought that he was the head of the family and couldn't act so unworldly. But he was still shocked in his heart. 100 million to buy a house, a prodigal son. But thinking that this is Yunqing, he was relieved. Gu Li took Gu Si and Gu Qi shopping outside, and bought any rare spiritual herbs he saw. Little Tsitsi, little Cheesy, is there a ghost market in Yunqing? Gu Li asked. Young master, there are Gu Si and Gu Qi have been immune to hearing Gu Li calling their names. Tell yourself in your heart. Get used to it. Where is it? How to get there? Gu Li asked curiously. Although there are more rare spiritual herbs here, they are still not as rare as the ghost market. What she likes most is Taobao. There are many entrances to the ghost market, both outside the city and in the city center, Gu Si replied. Let's go take a look later. Gu Li bought the spiritual herb she liked while walking. She is not short of money now. She spent 100 million to buy that yard and sell pots of elixirs. Recalling the frightened expression on Old Lin's face when Gu Li took out a few pots of elixirs to sell at Xietian auction house that day, he found it particularly funny. Chapter 34. The bustling streets of Yunqing were filled with noise. Gu Li and his companions, who were originally planning to return to the inn to inquire about matters related to the ghost market, heard a commotion ahead, in which the Gu family was vaguely mentioned, and walked in the direction of the sound. A group of people gathered together. "Hey, can't you Gu family find an inn to stay in? Do you need us to give you a room?" Ha ha ha. The leader's words were full of provocation and ridicule, causing the followers behind him to laugh. Gu Lingfeng and Gu Qi looked at the group of people in front of them with disgust in their eyes. Gu Lingfeng snorted, "That's not necessary, we naturally have a place to stay. The inn in Yunqing has no rooms for a long time. You are not sleeping outside the city." Another person said sarcastically with a playful smile on his face. Gu Qi showed a proud look, took out an exquisite key from his bosom, shook it in front of everyone, and said loudly, "My young master said that he was afraid that we would not be used to living in an inn, so he bought a courtyard for us to live in Yunqing." As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of silence in the crowd opposite. But soon, someone else jumped out and shouted, "Everyone can brag, maybe the key is fake." Gu Qi was not in a hurry, smiled slightly, and said, "Believe it or not, this courtyard is in the center of Yunqing. Oh, it's actually quite helpless. The courtyard is too big, and there are too many rooms. I almost went to the wrong room several times." Gu Qi pretended to be helpless, and continued to provoke the other party. Yes, the bed in the room is too soft, and I slept too soundly. I couldn't get up to eat several times." Another person also cooperated with Gu Qi and echoed. The crowd watching them were speechless when they heard what they said. "Oh, you Gu family have no other skills, but you are good at bragging." Suning was watching them quietly in the restaurant. When he heard them talking about the yard bought by Gu Li, the loser, he couldn't help but sneer. Gu Qi and others responded disdainfully after hearing the voice. "We live there. If it's not bragging, you can go and see it yourself, right? Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the woman who is jealous of my young master." Gu Qi and others looked in the direction of the voice, and said sarcastically after finding out that it was Su Ning and others. When Su Ning heard this, he immediately stood up, glared at Gu Qi, and retorted, "Who do you say is jealous of her? How could she be jealous of a loser? This is simply an insult to her." Gu Qi responded without showing any weakness, "Of course it's you. You clearly know that the Crown Prince has an engagement with our young master, but you still stick to the Crown Prince like a dogskin plaster all day long. You are so shameless." The crowd around heard this, and cast their eyes on Su Ning, with strange expressions in their eyes. Su Ning's face became very ugly, staring at Gu Qi angrily, wishing to rush up and teach him a lesson immediately. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "How dare you criticize me? Come on, take them down for me." Everyone looked at the voice, and saw that the Crown Prince Mo, he was sitting opposite Su Ning, with a gloomy face. It turned out that Mo, you had been sitting in a position blocked by the screen before, so Gu Lingfeng and others did not notice him. "It's over, the Crown Prince is here," Gu Qi muttered, with a hint of nervousness on his face. Several guards walked towards Gu Qi and others aggressively, holding weapons in their hands, as if ready to attack them. "Lingtian, what should we do? Should we resist?" Gu Lingling, another girl from the Gu family, looked pale. She turned her head, and looked at Gu Lingtian beside her. Gu Lingtian was also struggling. If they chose to resist, they could certainly run away. After all, the young master's experience and various elixirs during this period of time had made their cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, but doing so might bring trouble to the entire family. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded, "Oh, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is so majestic." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a woman with an extraordinary appearance slowly walking with a man and a woman. "Young master! Young master!" When Gu Qi and others saw Gu Li, they immediately showed a look of surprise on their faces. "Gu Li, you waste, you dare to show up." Su Ning's eyes were full of hatred when she saw Gu Li, and she roared with gritted teeth. She wanted to rush forward and peel Gu Li's skin immediately. If it weren't for this woman, how could her grandfather be seriously injured by Gu Chintian? She is the useless young master of the Gu family. She is so beautiful. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but admire. Yes, much prettier than that woman Su Ning. Others echoed, comparing Gu Li with Su Ning. It's a pity that she can't practice. Another person sighed with regret. Su Ning was even more furious when she heard someone say that Gu Li was prettier than her. She would kill her sooner or later. What's there to be afraid of? I'm not the head of the Su family. I was pressed to the ground and rubbed. My face was swollen like a pig. I dare not come out. Gu Li said lightly with a mocking smile on her lips. Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Su Ning's face flushed red upon hearing this, and she pointed at Gu Li angrily and cursed, "Go to hell." After saying that, she directly activated her spiritual power and hit Gu Li fiercely. Mou on the side wanted to stop her, but it was too late. However, facing Su Ning's attack, Gu Li stood still, motionless, and just called out faintly, "Xiao Qizi." Bang! With this sound, a figure flew out like a cannonball and hit the wall not far away heavily, making a dull impact. Everyone looked closely and saw that Su Ning fell to the ground with blood all over her face, unconscious. Miss. Seeing this, several people from the Su family rushed over to check on Su Ning's condition. Seeing Su Ning's miserable condition, they hurriedly fed her the elixir. Late King. Mou widened his eyes and looked at the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from Gu Qi in disbelief. He originally thought that Gu Qi was just an ordinary guard, but he didn't expect that he had such terrifying strength. "Your Highness, my little Qizi is only 23 years old and has already reached the king level. Do you think he should be given the title of the first genius of Nanzhao Kingdom?" Gu Li said to Mou with a smile, his eyes full of teasing. Gu Qi muttered to himself, "Young master, please don't embarrass me. Who dares to compete with you?" But on the surface, he still looked indifferent, as if it was not him who had just hurt people. Mou did not speak, but stared at Gu Li, Gu Qi and others closely, with a complex light flashing in his eyes. "Will it be possible to destroy the Gu family according to the plan in 2 months? You waste. If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Don't hide behind." After taking the pill, Su Ning, who was just seriously injured, climbed up and cursed in pain. Chapter 35. "TSK, are you sure? Have you forgotten that I slapped you away in the demon flame forest?" Gu Li raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth, and looked at her swollen face with a playful look, and couldn't help laughing. "You?" Su Ning's expression twisted instantly, and she stared at Gu Li with wide eyes, her eyes full of anger and unwillingness. She remembered the scene in the demon flame forest where she was easily defeated and slapped away by Gu Li, and her heart was filled with humiliation. She was so angry that she fainted on the ground. "Ninger Imo, you quickly picked up the fainted Su Ning. Gu Li, don't think you can attract my attention like this." Mou frowned and looked at Gu Li with disgust. Even if she can practice now, and her cultivation is higher than his, he still doesn't want to marry her. After all, the Gu family will soon disappear from this world, so how could he care about a woman who is about to lose the support of the family? "Ugh, Xiao Qizi and Xiao Qizi, help me, I'm going to vomit." Gu Li pretended to be disgusted, frowned, and held her forehead with her hand. As she spoke, she stretched out her hands to Gu Si and Gu Qi behind her, motioning them to come and support her. Gu Si and Gu Qi looked at each other helplessly, but still stepped forward to support her. Sure enough, after hearing Gu Li's words, Mou's face became very ugly. He stared at Gu Li fiercely, his heart full of anger and dissatisfaction. And at this moment, another louder vomiting sound suddenly came, attracting everyone's attention. Gu Li looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Gu Qi supporting Gu Lingtian, bending over and retching, and his appearance was even more exaggerated than hers. Gu Qi didn't think too much. He saw that his young master didn't give the prince face, so he naturally followed suit, but he didn't control the volume. Everyone's eyes were cast on Gu Qi and Gu Lingtian, and the atmosphere became a little weird for a while. Gu Li couldn't help but burst out laughing, and said jokingly, "Oh, what's wrong? Are you really disgusted by him?" Mou's face became more gloomy when he heard this, and he roared, "Gu Li, don't be so arrogant." Gu Li raised his eyebrows, with a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth, and a hint of cunning in his eyes, and said leisurely, "I am arrogant? Do you want to be more arrogant for you to see?" Mou's eyelids jumped when he heard this, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. When she was in the imperial capital, she dared to let people beat her in public. Is she going to do it again now? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get a little nervous. "I hope you can always be so arrogant." Mou gritted his teeth and said something cruel, then picked up Su Ning and left in a hurry. His back looked miserable. Gu Li looked at the direction they left, sneered, and said, "Let's go." She knew what Mou meant by this sentence, but she didn't care. Wanting to destroy the Gu family is simply a dream. Because she had just wasted a lot of time, Gu Li decided not to go to the ghost market. After all, the competition would start tomorrow, so she walked back slowly with a few people, feeling particularly relaxed and happy. The next day, Gu Li, Gu Chitian and others took the disciples of the Gu family to the competition venue. Gui and others did not go, but went to buy herbs for Gu Li. If they really bought herbs for Gu Li to poison themselves, I don't know what their expressions would be. Gu Li looked around. There were 3 competition platforms in total. Each platform was equipped with a protective formation to prevent the contestants on the stage from accidentally injuring the people watching below. There were a few empty positions above, and there might be some important people coming. Xiatingzi, is there anyone in the Rebirth Pavilion who can learn the formation? Gu Li looked at the formation on the stage and was very interested. When the time comes, she will also build a protective formation for the Gu family. As for asking someone to set it up, forget it. Not to mention that it is too expensive. There are no high-level formation masters in Nanzhao. So she plans to do it herself. Anyway, she has strong mental strength and doesn't need to waste it. Yes, master. Do you want to learn the formation? Xiatingzi asked excitedly. Yes, I want to build a formation for the Gu family, Gu Li said. Then the master can start with the primary formation. As the master's strength increases, the formation will also be unlocked. The master's current cultivation has unlocked the intermediate formation, Xiatingzi explained. The formation is divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. 1 to 4 are elementary, 5 to 7 are intermediate, 8 to 10 are advanced, and then there are master level, grandmaster level, and honor level. Xiatingzi explained everything he knew to Gu Li one by one. Okay, I learn it later, Gu Li responded. He then looked up. The empty positions were already occupied by people, and one of the old men was an old acquaintance. Gu Li narrowed his eyes dangerously. Master, it was the old man who chased us in the magic flame forest that day. Xiatingzi also saw the old man who had planned to kill it at that time, and said angrily. He is not dead. Gu Li looked up with some surprise. Master, will he recognize us? Xiatingzi asked with some concern. After all, that person came for Suzaku in the first place. With the master's current strength, it would be a disaster if he was found to have contracted Suzaku. It's okay, he won't recognize it. Gu Li was not very worried. She was very confident in the pill she refined. At that time, the aura had changed and would not be recognized. Lear, what are you looking at? Gu Qitian saw Gu Li staring at the people above and thought she was curious. So he explained, the 5 people above, the one in the middle is the city lord of Yunqing, and the other 4 are the elders of Yunqing. Grandpa, what is your current strength? Gu Li blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Thanks to your Tianluo pill, Lear, I have broken through to the peak of the emperor level. The old man smiled and answered happily. What's wrong, Lear? Why do you suddenly ask this? Gu Qitian asked curiously, why did his granddaughter suddenly ask about his strength? Grandpa, do you see the old man sitting on the far right? Gu Li pointed. What's wrong? Gu Qitian asked puzzledly. Last time, I went to the demon flame forest for training. He wanted to steal my contracted beast and chase me all the way. If I hadn't met a peak holy beast, the Sky Star Wolf, I would have died. Gu Li told Gu Qitian what happened at that time. What? I'm going to kill him. After hearing what Gu Li said, Gu Qitian stood up and was about to settle accounts with that man. Grandpa, wait a minute. Gu Li grabbed Gu Qitian, who was about to get up. It's not appropriate to sneak in at night. Now is not right, Gu Li said with a sly grin. Looking at the old man who was chasing her at that time, she laughed secretly in her heart. It doesn't matter if she can't beat him. Doesn't she still have her grandfather? Let's do this. Uncle Fu looked at the 2 heads together and silently lit a candle for the old man in his heart. He looked at him with sympathy, thinking, this man was calculated by the grandfather and grandson. It's really pitiful. The person above seemed to sense that someone was staring at him and scanned the area like a radar, but found nothing and thought, am I being too suspicious? Chapter 36. An elder came up to the stage and said with a serious face, today we are holding this competition here. The purpose is to select outstanding practitioners and give them the opportunity to enter the secret realm and gain opportunities. Now please draw lots, and those who draw the same number will become each other's opponents. There are more than 1,000 people participating in this competition. Opponents are selected by drawing lots, and the winners advance to the next round until the final winner is decided. In addition, the rewards for this competition are also very generous. The top 100 contestants will get a place to enter the secret realm, and the top 50 contestants will get a 6th grade healing pill as a reward. The top 20 contestants can get a 6th grade spiritual weapon, and the top 10 contestants will get a local level technique. The first place will get a heaven level technique. But please note that killing is prohibited in this competition. If anyone violates the rules, they will be disqualified. After speaking, the elder retreated to his original position. Everyone was in an uproar, and their eyes were full of heat. I didn't expect Yuqing's prizes to be so generous, with 6th grade pills and spiritual weapons, and even heaven-level techniques. For a while, everyone was noisy. "TSK, such a shabby prize," Guli murmured. "Although she has not yet become a 6th-grade alchemist. But when her strength is improved, it will not be difficult for her to make a 6th-grade pill. Not to mention the 6th-grade spiritual weapon, she is already a top-grade person, so naturally she doesn't look down on it. There are a lot of heaven-grade skills in the Rebirth Pavilion, even God-grade ones. Naturally, they are not rare." The disciples of the Gu family, including Gu Chitian, naturally heard her words. Although they felt a little arrogant, it was the truth. Their young master gave them thousands of pills every month. Although they were only 4th-grade pills, they thought that the young master would definitely become a 6th-grade alchemist soon. A referee threw the formation ball in his hand, and soon the arena was divided into 10. There was a referee standing on each arena. Guli looked at the number plate in her hand, 16. It should be her turn in the second round. She sat on the chair and swung her legs to watch the people competing on the stage. The first round of the competition ended quickly, and she left the position of the Gu family and slowly walked towards the stage. It turned out to be that waste of the Gu family. Her opponent is so lucky to have drawn a waste like her. Some people who knew Guli said enviously. Others in the Gu family naturally heard these discussions, but they just smiled and didn't care. Wait, and see how the young master will slap these people in the face. Ha ha, I actually drew this waste. If you kneel down and beg me, I might be able to show some mercy. A disciple of the Su family laughed arrogantly. How about you kneel down and sing a song of conquest for me, and I will let you go. Guli looked at the person in front of him with a smile, and a cunning flashed in his eyes. Humph, you are a waste, you don't know whether to live or die. Suzhou snorted coldly, circulated his spiritual power, and formed seals with his hands. Lin Wuju, he shouted. As his voice fell, a powerful spiritual power burst out from him. The air around him seemed to be stirred and boiled by this spiritual power, making a low humming sound. This scene made everyone present amazed, and they all looked at Suzhou. This Suzhou is indeed worthy of being the genius of the Su family. He can actually perform such a powerful spiritual skill. Someone exclaimed. However, at this moment, Guli smiled. That smile was absolutely beautiful, as gorgeous as a blooming spring flower. Garbage Guli just stood there, and the spiritual power of the peak of the heavenly rank burst out, breaking through the spiritual power and heading straight for Suzhou. The speed was so fast that it was impossible for him to dodge, and it hit him hard. Bang! Suzhou was knocked off the competition platform and flew towards the Su family. The whole scene was dead silent, and everyone stared at Guli in disbelief. One of the old men couldn't help but exclaimed, "Peak of the heavenly rank." Another old man also stared at his eyes, and said in disbelief, "Who said she was trash?" The third old man was so excited that his voice trembled. 13-year-old peak of the heavenly rank, what kind of trash is this? The prince is 16 years old, and the middle heavenly rank is already known as the first genius in Nanxiao. The people watching below came to their senses, and immediately talked about it. She is at the peak of the heavenly rank, how old is she? She is a waste, what are we? TSK, the genius of the Su family, what a loser, Guli said, looking towards the Su family. The faces of the people in the Su family instantly became extremely ugly, their eyes full of anger and astonishment. The Gu family was in jubilation, and Gu Chintian's face was full of pride. He couldn't help but show off to the disciples next to him. Look at my leer, this strength is simply invincible. The disciples of the Gu family echoed and expressed their agreement. Our young master is such a genius. The referee on the stage was also stunned for a moment, and then he came back to his senses and announced loudly, Guli wins. The voice echoed throughout the square, and everyone was shocked. Guli patted the non-existent dust on his body, jumped off the stage lightly, returned to the Gu family's position, and continued to sit leisurely. From time to time, someone looked at her, their eyes full of curiosity and awe. Several elders, and the city lord above looked at her several times, secretly admiring in their hearts. City Lord Yun sighed in his heart, this girl must be extraordinary, and she will definitely become a strong person in the future. The old man who was chasing Guli at that time looked at her even more, vaguely feeling familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen her for a while. Brother Mou, how did that way suddenly become a heavenly rank? Su Ning remembered that when she was in the Demon Flame Forest before, wasn't she only in the middle stage of the Earth rank? Seeing Gu Li's strength, the light taken away by her. Her eyes were full of jealousy and unwillingness. Mou didn't speak at this time, just looked at Gu Li quietly. The shock in his heart was no less than that of others. He consumed a lot of natural materials, and treasures to break through to the peak of the heavenly rank. Now seeing that Gu Li is also at the peak of the heavenly rank, it would be a lie to say that he is not shocked. Gu Li didn't bother to care what others thought of her. Anyway, they would not be in the imperial capital in 2 months. The following competition became more and more intense, with various skills and spiritual weapons emerging one after another, which was eye-opening. However, everyone's eyes would still fall on Gu Li from time to time, wondering what amazing performance this mysterious young master of the Gu family would have next. Soon the first round ended, and more than 600 people out of more than 1,000 entered the second round. Gu Li's opponent was a disciple of the Mo family. She looked at the other party with interest, and saw that the disciple was not very old, about 17 or 18 years old, with a peak heavenly level cultivation, and his strength was quite extraordinary. Gu Li raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and whispered to herself, "Not bad." At this time, the boy opposite bowed and introduced himself. "Mo family, Mo Xingqi, please teach me." His eyes were bright, with a bit of confidence and expectation. Gu Li smiled slightly and responded, "Gu family, Gu Li, please teach me more." As the two people reported their names, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense, and everyone held their breath and waited. Chapter 37. At the referee's command, the competition officially began. Mo Xingqi took the lead in attacking. He flashed and rushed towards Gu Li like a ghost. He waved the spiritual sword in his hand, and the sword energy was crisscrossed, turning into sharp green light. The air was torn apart wherever it passed, making a sharp whistling sound. Gu Li was not in a hurry and gently sidestepped. Seeing that he was dodged, Mo Xingqi quickly changed his moves and poured spiritual power into the sword. His sword skills became more and more fierce. Every time he swung the sword, he brought a gust of wind. The gust of wind was mixed with countless sword shadows, like a dense spider web, trying to trap Gu Li. Gu Li still responded calmly. She maneuvered skillfully, with excitement flashing in her eyes. It was just right for her to practice her body skills. Good body skills. Mo Xingqi couldn't help but admire. Gu Li chuckled, "Your swordsmanship is not bad either. You have to be careful. Shenwu swordsmanship first style ice wind slash." Mo Xingqi suddenly shouted, and for a moment, a powerful spiritual power wave spread out. His sword was shining with a faint blue light, and flickering ice crystals could be vaguely seen in the light, like the cold moon in the cold night, icy and piercing. Every sword energy was chilling, and a thin layer of frost instantly condensed wherever it touched. Gu Li's face was slightly solemn. She formed seals with both hands, and the power of the technique quickly gathered in her palms. Spiritual power shield. A layer of faint light enveloped the whole body, and the light was like an indestructible shield. De Yen Ju first style fierce flame seal. Gu Li gathered all the spiritual power in her body in her palm. Her palm trembled slightly, and the air around her seemed to become hot because of this power. The spiritual power in the palm began to surge wildly, gradually forming a spiritual power ball flashing with dazzling light. Push the palm forward. In an instant, the spiritual power ball turned into a huge flame mark, whistling forward. Wherever the flame mark passed, the space was burned and slightly distorted, making crackling sounds. The scorching heat made everything around seem to be melted. Two spiritual powers far beyond the peak of the heavenly level collided fiercely, like two stars colliding violently, and instantly erupted with a powerful force that could destroy the world. The terrifying power fluctuations spread wildly around, with a collision point as the center, and the whole space trembled. The disciples watching below felt difficulty breathing, and felt an invisible pressure coming at them. Their chests were very heavy, and they all felt uncomfortable. If there was no solid formation to isolate this violent power, they would probably be hurt in this aftermath. Gu Li's figure flashed like a ghost, and she appeared behind Mo Xingqi in an instant. The powerful blessing of the technique made her speed extremely fast, almost turning into a vague phantom. Mo Xingqi was startled, realizing the danger was coming, and wanted to turn around to defend, but it was too late. "Thank you." Gu Li's voice sounded softly, like a breeze. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Mo Xingqi's mouth. He raised his hand to wipe it off, and smiled helplessly. "The young master of the Gu family is really powerful. I am convinced of my defeat." Although there was disappointment in his eyes, there was more admiration for Gu Li's strength. The referee who presided over the competition came to the stage and said loudly, "This round, Gu Li of the Gu family wins. Next, we will enter the next round of competition." At this time, thunderous applause and cheers broke out from the audience. Gu Li walked down the arena and returned to the area where the Gu family was. The disciples of the Gu family surrounded him, their eyes full of excitement and pride. "Young master, you are too amazing. Gucci looked at Gu Li with shining eyes. Low-key, Gu Li said lightly. She couldn't tell the cultivation level of a few people. Their cultivation level was higher than hers, but she didn't know how much higher. They could still fight against those in the middle stage of the spiritual level. Gu Li looked at the two people on the other arena curiously. They were both at the peak of the heavenly level, and their strength was not bad. If these two people didn't fight, they should both enter the next round. But she believed that the woman could win. After all, she was thrown into the demon flame forest by her and tortured, so her combat experience was a little better than others. One was Lin Yu from the Lin family, wearing a green shirt, holding a long sword, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a heroic appearance. The other was Gu Qingqing, a disciple of the Gu family, wearing a pink luo skirt, holding a long whip, and her pretty face was full of determination. At the beginning of the competition, Lin Yu took the lead in attacking. He shook his wrist, and the long sword swung out several sword flowers, stabbing towards Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing shouted delicately, and the long whip danced like a spirit snake, blocking the sword flowers one by one. Shwa shwa shwa. Lin Yu's swordsmanship was as sharp as the wind, and every move was with the momentum of breaking the wind. Gu Qingqing was not to be outdone, and waved the long whip tightly, while her figure kept flashing to avoid Lin Yu's edge. Qi Feng sword technique. Lin Yu shouted loudly, and the spiritual power was poured into the sword. The sword body shone brightly, and a green sword energy whistled out. Gu Qingqing's beautiful eyes condensed, and she shouted delicately, "Spiritual whip protection." The long whip instantly formed a defensive barrier in front of her. Bang! The sword energy collided with the barrier, making a huge sound, and the aftermath caused ripples in the surrounding air. The two fought back and forth, neither giving in. The wonderful duel drew cheers from the audience. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Gu Qingqing suddenly turned around and attacked Lin Yu's back with a long whip at a tricky angle. Lin Yu reacted quickly, and turned his sword to block. However, Gu Qingqing's move was a feint. While Lin Yu was defending, she lightly tapped her toes, and instantly jumped above Lin Yu. She swung the long whip, and hit Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu was hit by the long whip and staggered back a few steps. Before he could stabilize his body, Gu Qingqing flashed to his side, and kicked him off the competition stage. Gu Qingqing of the Gu family wins, and enters the third round, the referee announced. Gu Li watched the competition with interest. Not bad, she is worthy of being her family. Soon the second round of the competition ended. The third round will start tomorrow. Gu Li took the people of the Gu family back to the yard. Young master, we are all in the top 300. We are going to celebrate. Young master, come with us. Gu Qingqing stopped Gu Li, who was about to go back to his room. You guys go. I have something to do tonight, Gu Li said. Seeing Gu Li say this, Gu Qingqing and the others stopped forcing her. It was that old man who was chasing her at that time. She didn't want to let him go. No matter if he was an elder of Yunqing, no one would know that they did it if they killed him secretly. Grandpa, Gu Li entered Gu Qingtian's room and called out. Gu Yi and the others have already found out where the elder of Yunqing lives. However, if they take action, it will inevitably make a noise and attract other people. Are you sure? Gu Qingtian thought of the method she told him today, and said with some worry. Don't worry, Grandpa, there won't be any noise. Just wait for me outside the city, Gu Li smiled, and comforted Gu Qingtian. Chapter 38. After hearing Gu Li's decision, Gu Qingtian had no choice but to agree with her approach. His face was full of worry, and he could only repeatedly tell her to be careful. In the middle of the night, the moon was dark, and the wind was high, and everything was silent. Gu Li changed into men's clothes, which made her look more heroic. She took a disguise pill, circulated her spiritual power, and completely changed her aura. Then, like a ghost, she quietly went out and sneaked towards the old man's residence. Little bird, release some aura, don't be too obvious. Gu Li lowered his voice, and called Little Bird out of the chaotic space. Little Bird understood, and slightly released a trace of the unique aura of the vermilion bird. Gu Li hid in a dark corner outside the yard, holding his breath and concentrating, staring closely at the movement in the yard. At this time, Qi Xiaoyan, the old man, was meditating and practicing in the room. Suddenly, he keenly sensed a familiar aura, which was the unique aura of the vermilion bird. He suddenly opened his eyes full of surprise and fierceness. The breath of Suzaku, that boy is nearby. After saying that, Qi Xiaoyan flashed and rushed out of the yard as fast as lightning, his spiritual power overflowing, and he carefully explored. Gu Li, who was hiding in the dark, felt nervous. Little bird, restrain your breath. Little Bird heard the words, and did not dare to be negligent at all, and immediately did it, and the breath of Suzaku disappeared without a trace in an instant. Qi Xiaoyan frowned in confusion, paced around, and muttered to himself, "Am I feeling wrong?" While Qi Xiaoyan was still confused, Gu Li's figure was like a ghost, and she quickly ran out of the city. Her action caught his attention. Qi Xiaoyan suddenly looked in the direction where Gu Li left, and saw a figure quickly disappearing into the night. He was shocked, and without thinking, he hurriedly chased after it. Gu Li noticed that the person behind him was getting closer and closer, but he was not panicked. Instead, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth and thought to himself, "I've been fooled." "Little bird," Gu Li called softly. The little bird instantly transformed into its original form, and a majestic red bird appeared in front of him. Gu Li jumped up and sat steadily on its back. The little bird spread its wings and flew quickly out of the city with Gu Li. Qi Xiaoyan saw the true form of the red bird, his eyes full of greed and desire, and he didn't think about whether there was any trickery, so he chased after it without hesitation. Outside the city, there was a wasteland. Gu Li asked the little bird to stop, and the little bird became smaller obediently, standing on Gu Li's shoulder, watching the people chasing them together. "You're dead this time, brat." Qi Xiaoyan, who had caught up with him, smiled triumphantly at the man in front of him, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. "You didn't die last time, you're still capable." Gu Li folded her arms, looked at him jokingly with a mocking smile on her face. "You're looking for death." Qi Xiaoyan was furious when he heard her say this. Recalling the time when she tricked him in the magic flame forest, he had to waste a precious magic weapon to escape in a panic, and now she dared to bring up the past again. Qi Xiaoyan clenched his fists, his joints creaked, and powerful spiritual power surged around him, as if it would explode at any time. Gu Li was not afraid at all. "Old thing, today is your death day." "Humph! Arrogant!" Qi Xiaoyan snorted coldly, no longer talking nonsense, and directly operated his spiritual power to attack Gu Li. A powerful wave of spiritual energy swept across in an instant, and the surrounding trees were bent under the pressure of this force, and the leaves fell. Gu Li just stood there, watching him rush over. When he was about to approach Gu Li, a pressure came towards him. "You bastard! How dare you hurt my granddaughter?" Qi Xiaoyan was shocked by the sudden pressure, and his face turned pale instantly. A figure appeared in front of Gu Li in an instant. This person was Gu Li's grandfather Gu Chitian. He stared at Qi Xiaoyan coldly with a sharp gaze, and the powerful aura emanating from his body made the air around him seem to solidify. "Gu Chitian, why are you here?" Qi Xiaoyan shouted in horror. "Humph, you want to kill my granddaughter? Tell me how I should kill you." After saying this, Gu Chitian increased the pressure. "She is your granddaughter?" "Gu Li." Qi Xiaoyan looked at Gu Li in shock, as if he didn't expect that he was a woman, and Gu Chitian's granddaughter. "I heard that you chased my granddaughter at that time. What a great ability." Gu Chitian looked at him angrily. If it weren't for his granddaughter's great ability, she would have been killed by him. Thinking of this, Gu Chitian wanted to peel off his skin. Gu Chitian turned to look at Gu Li and asked with concern, "Lear, are you okay?" Gu Li shook his head. "Grandpa, I'm fine." "That's good." Gu Chanfeng looked at Qi Xiaoyan again. "Today, don't even think about leaving alive. You can't kill me, I'm the elder of Yunqing. If you dare to kill me, can your Gu family withstand the anger of Yunqing?" Qi Xiaoyan knew that he was no match for him, so he could only move out of Yunqing. "Who knows that you were killed by us?" Gu Li looked at him with a smile. Qi Xiaoyan thought to himself that it was not good, so he wanted to turn around and run back to the city. Realizing that Gu Chitian and the other man didn't catch up, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he returned to the city, he would inform the city lord of this matter, cancel their Gu family's trial qualification, and spread the news that Gu Li had the vermilion bird. Before he returned to the city, several attacks came. His face turned pale. 50 king levels, even if he was in the early stage of the emperor level, it would be difficult to break through. "Hey, why don't you run away?" Gu Li's smiling voice sounded. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have chased you at that time. I can make it up to you." Qi Xiaoyan knew that he couldn't win by head-on confrontation, so he could only suppress his hatred in his heart. He didn't believe that Gu Chitian would always follow her, and one day he would definitely cut this kid into pieces. "If you die, your space ring will naturally be mine," Gu Li said cunningly. "You?" Qi Xiaoyan knew that this was a desperate situation, but his strong desire to survive made him unwilling to surrender. He frantically used all his spiritual power, and the light around him shone, like a trapped beast, trying to fight to the death. However, the siege of Gui and others was like a net of heaven and earth, impenetrable. Various powerful and gorgeous skills whizzed towards Qi Xiaoyan like meteors, and the magic weapon shone brightly, interweaving into a dazzling death net. Even if I die, I will drag a few people down with me. Qi Xiaoyan's eyes were red, and he looked crazy. No, he wants to expose himself. Seeing this, Gu Li asked Gu Yi and others to stay away. They can't be allowed to die. They are all future emperors of the Gu family, and they are much more valuable than that dead old man. You want to expose yourself. No way. Gu Chanfeng quickly formed seals with his hands, muttering something, and a powerful forbidden light instantly enveloped Qi Xiaoyan. Ah! Qi Xiaoyan roared in pain. His self-explosion was forcibly suppressed, and the spiritual energy in his body was in chaos. Chapter 39. Qi Xiaoyan panted heavily, staring at Gu Li with resentful eyes. Gu Li inserted a dagger into his heart. He was full of resentment, and just lost his life. Gu Qintian looked serious. Lear, it's not suitable to stay here for long, let's leave quickly. Although it was outside the city, the masters in the city would also sense the movement of the fight. Gu Li responded, burned the body with a fire, and left with Gu Qintian and others. As soon as Gu Li and others left, someone came over. City Lord, what's going on? The person who came was Gu Li, who had met the City Lord of Yunqing. The City Lord of Yunqing frowned, looking at the ashes that had not been completely extinguished in front of him, and the bloody smell in the air. His heart was full of doubts and vigilance. It's the breath of the fourth brother. An elder exclaimed, his voice full of shock. The expressions of the people instantly became nervous, and their eyes eagerly explored around, like ants on a hot pot, fidgeting. This breath is so vague and erratic. Did the fourth elder meet with an accident? Another elder frowned and said worriedly. The expression on his face was as gloomy as the sky covered with dark clouds. The Lord of Yunqing closed his eyes and carefully felt the breath around him. His brows were tightly furrowed, like two deep ravines. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, it is indeed the breath of the fourth elder. He is dead. What? Several elders exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief and shock. Who dared to kill the fourth elder? One of the elders said angrily. Send someone to investigate first. The Lord of Yunqing ordered, his voice full of majesty and decisiveness. Yes. Gu Li and the others returned to the yard and went back to rest, not caring about what happened outside. The next day, Gu Li and the Gu family disciples came to the competition venue. The third round of competition began, and a total of 300 people entered the third round. Gu Li was drawn to be number 90, which was relatively late. She looked calm and looked at the competition stage of the Gu family disciples. Looking at the competition stage of the Gu family disciples, Gu Qi's opponent was a Su family disciple, a 19-year-old Tianjia Peak, and was also a genius. Humph, let me experience how powerful the Gu family is. Su Zhua snorted coldly, running his spiritual power and rushing towards Gu Qi with a sword. It's okay to be more powerful than your Su family. Gu Qi's eyes were stern, and he quickly raised his sword to meet the enemy. The two swords intersected, bursting out dazzling sparks, and powerful spiritual power fluctuations spread all around. Shameless. Xingmiju, a strong and strange breath emanated from him, and the air around him seemed to be distorted by this breath. Instantly, a ball of black light appeared around his body, and countless hideous phantoms could be vaguely seen in the light. As Su Zhua pushed his hands forward, the ball of black light pounced towards Gu Qi like a ferocious beast. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to have tiny cracks, making a creepy crackling sound. Humph, you want to hurt me with your Su family shabby skills, Gu Qi said disdainfully. Quickly seal with one hand. The first style of the sky flame sword technique, burning. Gu Qi shouted loudly, and continuously injected spiritual power into the sword body, and the sword body suddenly shone with a brilliant light. The light was like a blazing flame, hot and violent, as if it was going to burn everything around it. As the spiritual power continued to be injected, the air around the sword was twisted by the high temperature, making a sizzling sound. The flames became brighter and brighter, forming a gorgeous light curtain that enveloped Gu Qi. He swung the sword violently, and the dazzling light instantly turned into a long flaming dragon, rushing towards Su Zhu with its fangs and claws bared. Wherever the dragon passed, the air was burned and whistled. Seeing this, Su Zhu snorted coldly, quickly formed seals with his hands, and chanted, Ice Soul Shield. In an instant, a thick ice shield formed in front of him, trying to resist the flame sword energy. However, the flame sword energy was so powerful that it made a sizzling sound when it collided with the ice shield, and cracks began to appear on the ice shield. Su Zhu's face changed, and he exerted force again to strengthen the ice shield. But in the end, the ice shield could not withstand the power of the flame sword energy and shattered. The remaining power of the sword energy did not diminish, and it rushed straight towards Su Zhu. Su Zhu quickly dodged, but the sword still scratched his arm, and blood immediately stained his sleeves red. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Illusion sword technique. I saw his figure instantly split into several phantoms, attacking Gu Qi from different directions. Gu Qi's eyes flashed a gleam of brilliance, eye of insight, break the illusion. His eyes glowed with strange light, and he instantly saw through Su Zhui's true body. He stepped forward, and his figure shot out like an arrow, and the long sword in his hand pierced Su Zhui's vitals. Fire burning accompanied by his roar, the sword flashed with red elemental light, and the spiritual power was agitated. Go as he roared, a fiery red dragon rushed towards Su Zhui with its fangs and claws. The fire dragon was lifelike, and the flames were burning all over its body. Wherever it passed, the air was burned and twisted. Su Zhu's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly drew back his sword to block. Dang! The two swords intersected, and the powerful spiritual impact made the air around them explode. Su Zhu felt a huge force coming from the sword, and his arm was in great pain, and he could hardly hold the hilt. Bang! Finally, Su Zhu could no longer hold on, and was knocked out by the powerful force of the fire dragon, falling heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His sword also flew out of his hand, and fell far away. Gu Qi of the Gu family wins, and enters the fourth round. The referee's voice sounded. Gu Qi walked off the stage, and ran towards Gu Li. Young master, how is it? Gu Qi said with a smile. Not bad, I will reward you to go to the Demon Flame Forest for training, Gu Li said with a joking smile. Aw, don't! Gu Qi wailed. Gu Li couldn't help laughing at his appearance. Gu Qi realized that Gu Li was teasing him. The other disciples of the Gu family were relatively advanced, and they had all played and won, except for Gu Li, who had not started yet. Soon it was her turn to play. Her opponent was a casual cultivator, who was in the middle stage of the heavenly rank. He was no match for Gu Li, and she won quickly. As time went by, round after round of competitions passed, and finally the competition for the top 50 came. At this time, the remaining contestants were all elites from major families, and their strength was above the heavenly rank. What surprised everyone was that all 10 people from the Gu family entered the top 50, 5 of whom reached the peak of the heavenly rank, and 1 was in the early stage of the spiritual rank. Mou and the head of the Su family looked at the people from the Gu family, and the idea of eradicating the Gu family became stronger and stronger. Otherwise, when these people grow up, it will be the world of the Gu family. The two looked at each other tacitly. Gu Li drew the number again. It was a woman at the peak of the heavenly rank. Chapter 40. On the competition stage. The referee had just announced the start of the competition when Gu Li's voice rang out. I admit defeat. What? Damn, why did she admit defeat? Her strength could definitely make it into the top 10. Why did she suddenly admit defeat? When everyone heard her admit defeat, they were very surprised and puzzled, and they all started to discuss it. After Gu Li finished speaking, she turned and walked off the stage. Lear, why did you admit defeat? Gu Chitian asked curiously. The other contestants were also very curious about Gu Li's decision, and they all pricked up their ears to listen to her explanation. I'm not interested in those rewards, and I've already got a place in the secret realm, so I don't want to continue playing. It's too tiring. Gu Li replied lightly. Hearing her say this, the people around her felt a little speechless. They thought to themselves, there are still such people in this world who would actually give up the competition because they were tired. However, for Gu Li, the ranking is not important. After all, she has already obtained the most important thing, a place in the secret realm. Humph, if you can't beat me, just say you can't beat me. You're tired, why are you pretending? You're useless. Su Ning sneered with disdain, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Gu Li raised his head slightly, looked at Su Ning calmly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 15 years old, early stage of the earth level, the little genius of the Su family? The voice was not loud, but it was accompanied by a subtle teasing. Ha ha ha, early stage of the earth level is a genius, then am I a genius? Gu Qi on the side suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed loudly, his face full of exaggerated expressions. Me too, I'm a super genius. Gu Qingqing also echoed, looking very proud. How dare she, a person at the early stage of the earth rank, call a person at the peak of the heaven rank a waste? Isn't she even more useless? Ha ha ha. When the people around heard these words, they couldn't help but start to criticize Su Ning, and all kinds of ridicules came one after another. That's right, she is 2 years older than him. There is really no harm without comparison. Another person also said, with a tone full of sarcasm. When Su Ning heard the ridicule of Gu Li and others, her face flushed instantly, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes, but more of it was embarrassment and shame. She gritted her teeth and wanted to refute, but found that she couldn't refute at all. After all, the facts were in front of her, and she was indeed not as strong as Gu Li. Su Ning stared at Gu Li and the people around her fiercely, and said with gritted teeth, "Just wait, and see if you can still be so arrogant in 2 months." Hearing this, the head of the Su family immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up." He was secretly annoyed in his heart. If the Gu family found out and took precautions in advance, it would be troublesome. This daughter is really not good at doing things, but more at making trouble. However, Gu Li was not afraid at all, and responded with a sneer, "Are you planning to destroy our Gu family in 2 months? I'm so scared." Her eyes were full of teasing. If you want to touch her Gu family, wait for the next life. Su Ning was about to open her mouth to refute, but the head of the Su family slapped her without hesitation, roaring, "Shut up, rebellious girl." This sudden slap caught Su Ning off guard, and 5 bright red palm prints appeared on her face instantly. The head of the Su family quickly apologized to everyone. "My daughter got excited and said some nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." At this moment, he wanted to beat Su Ning to death, because he knew that Gu Li must have noticed something unusual, and they had to discuss countermeasures. The Gu family has 5 king-level shadow guards. Once they are on guard, it will not be easy to destroy the Gu family. Su Ning also realized that he had said the wrong thing at this time, so he could only lower his head and dare not say another word. Gu Li looked at the person in front of her with indifference, and didn't even want to look at him. Although the other party didn't finish his words, she could already guess the intentions of these families. Do they really think that they can destroy the Gu family just by joining forces? It's wishful thinking. What happened next had nothing to do with Gu Li. She explained some things to Gu Chitian and left. As soon as she returned to the room, Gu Li quickly entered the chaos ring. "Master, are we going to start learning the formation?" Xia Tingzi asked excitedly, staring at Gu Li. "Yeah," Gu Li replied briefly. Then, she walked into the pavilion and sat down with her legs crossed. Rays of light entered her sea of consciousness, rehearsing in her mind. As the light flickered in her sea of consciousness, Gu Li concentrated on understanding the secrets of the formation. Suddenly, she felt dizzy, and the scene in front of her became blurred. "Master, are you okay?" Xia Tingzi's worried voice came. Gu Li shook her head, trying to wake herself up. "I'm fine, just a little tired." She took a deep breath, and continued to immerse herself in the study of the formation. As time went on, her understanding of the formation became more and more profound. Gu Li concentrated her energy, and tried to fight against the dizziness. Gradually, she adapted to this state, and the light stabilized in her sea of consciousness. She seemed to be in a wonderful world, with various formations interweaving and appearing in front of her eyes. She carefully observed every detail, and tried to understand the rules. At this moment, a complex formation attracted her attention. Its structure is unique and contains endless changes. Gu Li's heart moved and decided to challenge this formation. She carefully controlled the light, and tried to solve the mystery of the formation. Time passed by minute, and fine beads of sweat oozed from Gu Li's forehead. But she did not retreat at all, and studied the formation attentively. Gu Li stayed in the space for more than half a month, and then withdrew from the state of cultivation. "Master, what's wrong?" Xia Tingzi and Xia Qizi saw her open her eyes, surrounded her and asked curiously. Gu Li did not speak, but stood up and picked up the spirit stone to arrange a fire element formation. 8th grade fire element formation. Xia Tingzi took a breath and said in shock, "Master, you can actually set up an 8th grade formation." "Fuck." Xia Qizi was also shocked when he heard Xia Tingzi's voice. He widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "8th grade formation. Master, what kind of monster are you?" You know, it takes a long time of study and practice for ordinary formation masters to reach a high level, but Gu Li only took half a month to break through from 0 to the 8th grade. This is simply incredible. The comprehension and mental strength of its master are too abnormal. Xia Tingzi and Xia Qizi looked at each other, and saw the shock and admiration in each other's eyes. They have always known that their master is a genius, but they never thought he would be so evil. Chapter 41. Keep calm, do the routine. Gu Li was also very happy. I didn't expect the formation to be that easy. If those formation masters heard her voice, they would probably want to slap her to death. Gu Li exited the chaotic space, and 2 days had passed outside. The trial was over, and she just smiled faintly when she learned that all the disciples of the Gu family had obtained the quota for the secret realm. It was expected. Lear, you will enter the secret realm tomorrow, you must be more careful. Gu Qintian asked Gu Li and other disciples of the Gu family. Grandpa, don't worry. Gu Li comforted. Master, don't worry, the young master is so perverted, you should worry about others. Gu Qi laughed carelessly. That's right. I wonder who dares to mess with our Gu family in the future. That's asking for trouble. Ha ha ha. Others also echoed. Yes, master, you should worry about those who are against the young master. Ha ha ha. Gu Qintian couldn't help laughing when he heard everyone say that. He looked at Gu Li in front of him, and his heart was full of relief. This child is not only powerful, but also smart, and will definitely become the pillar of the Gu family in the future. At this time, Gu Li took out 10 space rings from his space ring and distributed them to Gu Lingtian and 10 other people one by one. This is what I prepared for you. There are all kinds of elixirs, poison pills and poisons in it, with the effects and usage methods written on them. After entering the secret realm, everyone may be separated, so you must pay attention to safety. If you encounter danger, don't be reluctant to use these elixirs, and put safety first. Gu Lingtian and the others took the ring and nodded to show that they understood. They knew that entering the secret realm this time was very dangerous, and they had to be fully prepared. When Gu Lingtian checked the items in the ring, he found that the number of pills inside was astonishing. His face, which originally had no expression, suddenly became extremely shocked, and the reactions of the other people were even more exaggerated, and they opened their mouths wide. Damn, young master, do you want us to bury others with poison? Gu Qi couldn't help asking. The others also stared at her. If you can't beat them, just throw poison, understand? Gu Li looked at the few people and smiled slightly. The few people who saw it felt cold on their backs, and they all complained in their hearts. What an evil young master, I like him so much, starry eyes, you go back and rest first. Gu Qintian waved his hand and drove the few people back. After they left, Gu Li spoke. Grandpa, these are the various elixirs and spiritual tools I prepared. You can take them back and give them to the appropriate disciples. First, secretly transfer them to a safe place, but avoid being discovered by others. There are not many people left in the Gu family. They will attack us soon. I am worried that they will act in advance, so before I come back, you must not confront them head-on. As he said, Gu Li took out a space ring and handed it to Gu Qintian. There was a room-sized space inside, filled with various elixirs and spiritual tools. Don't worry, Grandpa knows what to do, and will not let the disciples of the Gu family get hurt. Gu Qintian took the elixir, and a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. Lear, you have worked hard. Gu Qintian patted Gu Li's shoulder gently, feeling guilty. His granddaughter shouldered such a heavy responsibility, and the entire Gu family was on her shoulders. It's okay, Grandpa. It's just a small problem. Gu Li patted his chest and said. Gu Qintian laughed. After chatting with the old man for a while, she went out to find Gu Yi and the others. This is the soul-losing pill, you take it. I will take you into the secret realm tomorrow. Gu Li took out a few bottles of pills and handed them to Gu Yi. If they entered the chaos ring awake, it would greatly consume her mental energy, so she could only knock them out. Okay, young master. Gu Yi and the other shadow guards took the pills, and took them without hesitation. They didn't worry that Gu Li would harm them at all. Their lives belonged to the Gu family, not to mention that it must be extremely difficult for the young master to take so many of them into the secret realm. Soon, the effect of the medicine took effect, and all 50 shadow guards fell into a coma. Gu Li put them into the chaos ring one by one, and handed them over to the small pavilion for care. The next morning, Gu Li and the disciples of the Gu family came to the square early, waiting for the secret realm to open. Many people participated in the secret realm this time. In addition to the people of the Gu family, there were also disciples from other families, and some independent cultivators. Gu Li looked at these people, and became alert in his heart. The city lord of Yunqing and several elders took out a token, and set up a formation. The token was shining with light, and mysterious runes were looming. The city lord quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something, while several elders stood in different positions, and continuously injected their spiritual power into the token. As the spiritual power gathered, the light on the token became stronger and brighter, illuminating the entire venue. Rays of light shot out from the token, interweaving into complex patterns in the air. A teleportation entrance was opened. Go in, the city lord said to everyone. All the practitioners entered one after another. Let's go! Ghoulie followed the Goo family disciples in. As soon as he stepped into the teleportation entrance, Ghoulie felt a strong sense of dizziness, and the surrounding scene became blurred, as if countless lights were flashing in front of his eyes. The Goo family disciples also looked uncomfortable, but they all forced themselves to follow Ghoulie closely. After a while, Ghoulie landed on the ground, and the disciples who followed were separated, and now she was the only one. Ghoulie opened her eyes and looked around. What appeared in front of her was a strange scene. Huge ancient trees stood tall, and the lush branches and leaves almost covered the sky. The sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, forming golden beams of light. The ground was covered with thick moss and unknown flowers and plants, exuding a strange fragrance. After realizing that there was no danger nearby for the time being, he asked Xiaokazi to find a cave. He looked at the cave. The cave is very big. It should be an abandoned cave of a monster. Otherwise, Xiaokazi would not let her come here. Hundreds of people here will not seem crowded. Ghoulie released all the shadow guards one by one, took out a bottle of medicine powder, threw it into the air, and a spiritual power broke it, and the medicine powder scattered. Soon Ghoulie and the others woke up. "Young master, are we coming in now?" Ghoulie asked curiously. "Yes," Ghoulie replied lightly. The shadow guards all felt magical. They came in just after sleeping. "You guys recover first, and you take the pill after I refine it," Ghoulie ordered. She planned to refine the cross-border pill here, let them break through first, and then look for opportunities. "Yes, young master." The shadow guards all sat down and meditated on the spot, quickly clearing out the remaining poison in their bodies. Chapter 42. Ghoulie found an empty corner, and in a flash, she entered the chaos ring. She told Xiao Tingzi and Xiaokazi, "If there is anything outside, call me." "Okay, master," Xiao Tingzi and Xiaokazi responded. It was not difficult for her to make the cross-border pill. Since she was able to refine the best spiritual tools, she has become more and more proficient in using her mental power. Ghoulie took out the materials for refining the cross-border pill in an orderly manner. The black ice leaves exuded a chill, the 9 sunflowers bloomed with a hot and dazzling light, the earth dragon fruit was round and full, the fire cloud vine burned like fire, and the netherworld Ganoderma was mysterious. She danced with both hands quickly, and her mental power surged out like a surging tide, throwing all kinds of materials into the alchemy furnace accurately. Her mental power was like a pair of invisible and dexterous hands, cooperating with the spiritual power of the fire element, meticulously controlling every subtle change in the alchemy furnace. Under the alchemy furnace, the flames burned fiercely. Under the guidance of Ghoulie's powerful mental power, the temperature of the flame sometimes rose and sometimes fell, melting the materials just right. However, refining the best elixir is not an easy task after all, and Ghoulie's forehead gradually oozes fine beads of sweat. She concentrated on controlling her mental power to wrap the spiritual liquid, carefully preventing the spiritual fire from ruining the elixir. A strong medicinal fragrance came from the alchemy furnace, and the light flickered. Ghoulie's mouth corners slightly raised, and she secretly rejoiced in her heart. It's done. When the lid of the alchemy furnace slowly opened, 10 crystal-clear cross-border pills with several golden elixir patterns appeared in front of her, and Ghoulie couldn't help showing a trace of joy in her eyes. It takes 3 hours to refine 1 furnace, and 15 hours to refine 50 pills. In the Chaos Ring, it can be refined in a day and a half. Ghoulie put away the pills, and took out the materials again to continue refining. After refining several furnaces repeatedly, she began to run out of spiritual power, so she swallowed the spiritual pills without hesitation. Soon, all 50 cross-border pills were refined. Ghoulie was exhausted at this time. "Master, are you okay?" Xiao Tingzi and Xiaokazi asked worriedly. "It's okay, just overuse of mental power, a headache, take some pills and rest for a while." Ghoulie waved his hand lightly, and then exited the chaos space. Ghoulie and others who sensed Ghoulie's breath appeared one after another. "Young master." "Take it." Ghoulie threw the pills to them. "Young master, what kind of pill is this?" Ghoulie asked curiously. "You will know after you eat it," Ghoulie said with a smile. Ghoulie and the others looked at her smile and felt a little scared, thinking, "This can't be poison. Eat it somewhere far away, not here, I need to rest." Ghoulie waved her hand again, signaling them to leave. Everyone looked at her pale face, dared not say much, and left one after another, so that she could have a good rest. They thought secretly in their hearts, these pills must have been just made by the young master. Even if they are poisons, as long as the young master lets them eat them, they will never hesitate. After leaving the cave, Ghoulie and the others found another flat place. After taking the pills, They sat in meditation to absorb them. Soon, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into their bodies, and when the spiritual energy in the spiritual veins reached the state of breakthrough, several people began to attack the barrier, absorbing spiritual power at a very fast speed, and the spiritual power in the spiritual veins could no longer hold it. The barrier was finally broken and successfully advanced. Those who have broken through are very excited. Just when they want to get up, they feel something is wrong. The spiritual energy is still flowing into their bodies. They can only suppress their doubts and continue to break through. As time goes by, the spiritual energy around them surges into their bodies more and more violently. Originally, they thought that the infusion of this spiritual energy would gradually stop, but it still surges like a tide. The faces of several people gradually became solemn. They have never experienced such a magnificent and continuous infusion of spiritual energy. But at this moment, they have no time to care about other things. They can only guide these spiritual energy to run in the spiritual veins and continuously impact the higher level barriers. Finally, another layer of barrier was successfully broken through, and their strength was greatly improved again. However, the influx of spiritual energy showed no signs of weakening. 3 days later, all the breakthroughs were completed. When Gui and others woke up, they found that everyone had advanced to a higher level. Gui even broke through to the peak of the Emperor level in one fell swoop, and was one step away from entering the Emperor level. Guli suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation coming from a distance in the training room. She moved her heart, and knew that the Shadow Guards had completed the breakthrough. Guli immediately finished his training, and in a flash, he rushed towards the place where the Shadow Guards were. Fuck. Gui, who was always calm, couldn't help but swear again. He widened his eyes, and looked unbelievable. I'm in the middle stage of the Imperial rank. Gusi was excited, his mouth open wide, and he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. I'm in the late stage. Another Shadow Guard also shouted excitedly, with a proud smile on his face. I'm in the early stage too. Another Shadow Guard danced happily, his eyes lit up, full of surprise. The Shadow Guards looked at each other. None of them dared to believe it. Pa! Why did you hit me? Gusi looked at the culprit who hit him, with an aggrieved expression on his face. It's not a dream. Gucci looked at Gucci with surprise, his eyes flashing with excitement. Young Master's elixir is too awesome. The Shadow Guards sighed, their eyes full of admiration. Guli smiled and nodded, looking at them with satisfaction. Not bad. Thank you, young master. The Shadow Guards half knelt and saluted, their tone excited. Guli waved his hand and smiled. Let's go. With the improvement of cultivation, it's time to go for training. Yes. The Shadow Guards answered in unison, their eyes flashing with excitement. In the next few days, Guli fought with Gui and the others. Gui suppressed his strength to the peak of the spiritual level, crossing a large level. Although it was very embarrassing, Guli gained a lot. The body movements have been improved, and the spiritual skills have become more proficient. The Shadow Guards have been idle these days except for fighting with Guli, because their strength has reached the Emperor level, and ordinary spiritual beasts dare not approach them. They have not encountered a holy beast for several days. That day, everyone was walking through the forest, and suddenly heard a roar from the front. The sound was as deafening as thunder, which made people feel afraid. A huge holy beast appeared in front of them. Its body was as tall as a mountain, as if it could cover the sky and the sun. It exuded a powerful aura, sweeping over like a gust of wind, making people feel suffocated. Its eyes revealed majesty and domineering, like two bright stars, which made people dare not look directly at it. Little 50 and Little 49 go. The holy beasts in the middle stage of the holy level, both of them are in the early stage of the Emperor level, the most suitable sparring partners. Yes. The two responded, and went up like an arrow from a bow. Chapter 43. Xiao Wuxia was agile, waving his sword, and the sword shadow flickered, trying to find the flaw of the holy beast. Xiao Sijio clenched his fists, and the spiritual power surged around him. Every attack was fierce. The holy beast roared, and the sound waves shook the valley. It waved its huge claws, bringing a gust of wind, and Xiao Wuxia and Xiao Sijio had to dodge with all their strength. However, they did not retreat, but fought more and more bravely. Xiao Wuxia cleverly avoided the attack of the holy beast, and took the opportunity to stab it in the leg. The holy beast felt pain, and became more angry, and a powerful flame spurted out of its mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Sijio quickly cast a defensive spell to form a layer of shield to block the impact of the flame. The battle became more and more intense, and Xiao Wuxia and Xiao Sijio gradually found the attack pattern of the holy beast, and their cooperation became more tacit. They attacked and defended, which made the holy beast a little overwhelmed. The holy beast was besieged by 2 people, and many wounds were added to its body, but it still resisted tenaciously. Xiao Wushi and Xiao Sijio seized the opportunity and simultaneously launched their strongest attacks, hitting the vital parts of the holy beast. The holy beast finally couldn't hold on, and its huge body fell to the ground. Not bad, not bad. Gu Li walked forward and put the body of the holy beast into the space with a smile. This body is worth a lot of money. But it's too unchallenging. Act separately and go alone. You can't form a team. Come back here in half a month. Everyone must kill at least 10 holy beasts. Young master, they can go, let me follow you. Gu Yi looked at Gu Li worriedly. Don't follow me. How can I experience if you follow me? You go too. But Gu Yi was interrupted by Gu Li before he finished speaking. No, but an unquestionable voice sounded. Yes. Soon the 50 shadows dispersed, leaving only Gu Li. Master, where are we going next? Xiao Kezi and Xiao Tingzi came out. Let's go ahead and take a look. Gu Li led Xiao Tingzi, Xiao Kezi stood on Gu Li's shoulders, and one person, one spirit, and one bird walked so openly. There was no worry that a high-level monster would appear. Suddenly, a roar came from the front, and the sound was like a thunderous explosion, shaking the leaves to fall. Gu Li's face was stern, and he stopped, and saw a scaled demon snake in the early stage of the holy beast chasing a person, and the direction of the person's escape was exactly where Gu Li was. Run! The man who was being chased saw someone in front, and shouted hurriedly. The man ran to them in a blink of an eye. Damn. 10 of her can't beat this holy beast. Gu Li was shocked and turned around and ran without hesitation. Because someone was there, it was inconvenient for Xia Tingzi to go back to the rebirth pavilion, so she could only follow Gu Li. You idiot! Gu Li couldn't help cursing. Sorry, let's run away for now. Sui Yun apologized while running. At this time, Gu Li didn't have time to argue with him, and kept running forward, trying to get rid of the snake. Before she could think of a way, she was caught up. Looking at the behemoth in front of her, she could only fight. Its huge body was like a thick tree trunk, the scales on its body flashed with cold light, and a pair of blood-red eyes were full of murderous intent. Little bird Gu Li's voice fell, and the bird on his shoulder immediately turned into its original body, showing the majesty of the vermilion bird, with fiery red wings and flashing light. Xia Tingzi also looked at the scaly demon snake in front of him, and was on guard. Don't run, come on, Gu Li shouted to Sui Yun. This scumbag, I settle accounts with him later. Sui Yun looked at Gu Li and the child who had stopped, and also stopped running. He couldn't run now, so he could only fight. The scaly demon snake opened its bloody mouth, and took the lead in attacking. Xia Tingzi's figure flashed, and turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the scaly demon snake. A ball of spiritual power condensed in his hand, and smashed it hard on the snake's head. The scaly demon snake reacted very quickly, turned its head to avoid the attack, and opened its mouth to spray out a stream of black venom. The little bird flapped its wings and flew high, and a blazing flame spurted out of its mouth, colliding with the venom in the air, making a sizzling sound and emitting pungent smoke. Gu Li took advantage of this opportunity, jumped up, and a green light appeared on his hand, heading towards the 7 inches of the scaly demon snake. The scaly demon snake twisted its body, and swept over with its thick tail. Gu Li hurriedly resisted, but was knocked back several steps by the huge force. Sui Yun cast a spell, and rays of light rushed towards the scaly demon snake. However, the scales of the scaly demon snake were extremely hard, and their attacks did not cause much damage. Instead, the scaly demon snake's tail swept violently, knocking the 3 of them to the ground. Puff Gu Li even spit out a mouthful of blood. The difference in strength is too great. Master, how are you? Xia Tingzi's anxious voice came. Sui Yun was not feeling well either. His strength at the middle stage of the spiritual level was no match for the scaly demon snake in front of him. I hold it back later, you go first, Sui Yun said to Gu Li. After all, it was he who implicated them. Gu Li looked up at this person after hearing this, and his character seemed to be okay. I can hold it back for a quarter of an hour. Xiao Kezi will take us to the west later. That was the direction of Gu Yi and others. I don't know if they are still there. Okay, I can hold it back for a quarter of an hour. Xiao Kezi will take us to the west later. That was the direction of Gu Yi and others. I don't know if they are still there. Okay, bomb it with your strongest attack, Gu Li shouted in the direction of Sui Yun. Sui Yun was a little surprised that she didn't abandon him and run away. After all, she had Suzaku, so it was not difficult to escape. Okay, Sui-yun. Xia Tingzi Guli shouted. Spatial power stop. In an instant, everything around seemed to be frozen, and the movement of the scaled demon snake also stopped. Nine Yang burning heaven art first style burn a hot flame gushed out from Sui-yun's hand and rushed straight towards the scaled demon snake. Wherever the flame passed, the air seemed to be ignited, making a crackling sound. De Yen Ju second style, flipping the sky. At the same time, Guli also quickly formed a seal. The surrounding spiritual power surged wildly, forming a huge pressure, crushing the scaly demon snake. Under this triple attack, the scaly demon snake roared in pain, twisting its body desperately, trying to break free. Spiritual condensation break the powerful mental power invaded the sea of consciousness of the scaly demon snake. In just a moment, the scaly demon snake fell into a coma. Xiao Kezi saw the opportunity, spread his wings, and Guli grabbed Xiao Tingzi's arm and threw him on Xiao Kezi's back. Let's go! Guli shouted. Sui-yun also quickly turned over, and Xiao Kezi took a few people away quickly. Along the way, the wind whistled in their ears, and they didn't dare to stop for a moment. I don't know how far they ran, and they stopped when they sensed that they had left the spiritual detection range of the scaly demon snake. Huh, I'm so tired. Sui-yun even collapsed on the ground. Chapter 44. How did you get into trouble with this thing? After taking the pill, Gu Li's injuries obviously improved a lot. She frowned and looked at the man in front of her. Sui-yun also hurriedly took out a pill from the space ring and took it. His complexion gradually recovered a little. I accidentally took a 7-star blood clotting grass. Sui-yun showed 8 white teeth and smiled. Idiot! Gu Li glared at him unhappily and cursed in his heart. I am Sui-yun. Thank you for saving my life. Sui-yun clasped his hands and said sincerely, Are you from the Su family? Gu Li's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of cold light flashed. That's right, the girl knows our Su family? Sui-yun noticed the change in her eyes, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Could it be that their Su family had offended her? Little bird, burn him to death for me. Gu Li shouted angrily, his eyes full of murderous intent. The people of the Su family must not be let go. If I had known that he was from the Su family, I should not have rescued him just now. The little bird flapped its wings, and a surging flame roared out like a fire dragon, sweeping towards Sui-yun at an astonishing speed. Sui-yun's face changed drastically, and he immediately exerted all his strength to quickly mobilize the spiritual power in his body, trying to resist this blazing power. However, the power of the flame was too strong, and his defense only lasted for a moment before it began to collapse. Wait! Girl, is there some misunderstanding between us? Sui-yun shouted anxiously, while desperately dodging the attack of the flame. Middle spirit level? You are not from the Su family of Nanzhao Kingdom? Little bird, stop first. Gu Li suddenly discovered something. Staring at Sui-yun's spiritual power, a trace of doubt surged in her heart. The situation was too urgent before, and she did not observe carefully. At this moment, she realized that the boy in front of her was different from what she expected. The man in front of her was young, about 15 or 16 years old, but he had such outstanding strength. Moreover, he was handsome and had a unique temperament. Such appearance and temperament were obviously not inferior to the Su family of Nanzhao. I am from the Su family of Tianqing country. Sui-yun hurriedly explained, hoping to clear up the misunderstanding. Sorry, I recognized the wrong person. Gu Li felt embarrassed. It's okay. Sui-yun waved his hand indifferently, and at the same time gently patted the burnt parts of his body, trying to knock off the ashes. Why is the girl in this secret realm with a child? Sui-yun looked at the little dumpling sitting next to her, with a trace of doubt on her face. Hearing his words, Gu Li smiled and replied, Just call me Gu Li. Of course, I came here for training, but why didn't I see you during the Yunchen trial? She wondered in her heart, can we enter this secret realm without passing the Yunchen trial? As if guessing Gu Li's thoughts, Sui-yun smiled and explained, We don't need to go through Yunchen to enter here. As long as we have a token, we can enter with the token and input spiritual power. After that, he took out a crystal clear jade token and showed it to Gu Li. Did you come in by yourself? Gu Li asked again. I came in with my friend, but I accidentally got separated and provoked the holy beast, and then I met you. Sui-yun thought of what happened just now, and couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of fate. Oh, Gu Li nodded, and then stopped talking, and began to meditate to restore his physical and spiritual strength. Seeing this scene, Sui-yun couldn't disturb him, so he could only sit aside silently, but his eyes fell on Gu Li involuntarily. He looked at the woman in front of him, and couldn't help but admire her beauty. It must be said that this woman was the most beautiful he had ever seen. Not only was she outstanding in appearance, but she also had a unique temperament, which made people unforgettable. However, what impressed him was not only her beauty, but also her ruthless means. She started to fight at the slightest disagreement. After a long time, Guli opened his eyes, stood up, and said, "I'm leaving. Why don't we go together? I can still protect you." Suiyun said hurriedly. "You protect me?" Guli looked him up and down, her eyes full of doubt. Although her cultivation may not be as high as his, her fighting ability is not weaker than his. Who is protecting whom? Of course. Suiyun saw her thoughts, but pretended not to see her eyes and continued. "Whatever you want," Guli said lightly, and then pulled the small pavilion forward. Seeing this, Suiyun immediately followed and chattered beside Guli. "Guli, is your mental power very strong? Your mental attack just now was so powerful that it could even stun the holy beast. With such a strong mental power, are you an alchemist?" "Shut up, don't make noise." Guli glared at him fiercely. Why does this guy talk so much? Suiyun stopped talking and just followed her, muttering to himself, "The real murderer." There was a sudden noise in front, as if someone was approaching. Guli immediately became alert, tensed up, and looked sharply in the direction of the sound. Soon, a group of figures appeared in the field of vision. A young woman, with a look of concern and anxiety on her face, ran over impatiently when she saw Suiyun. "Brother Yun, are you okay?" However, Suiyun just replied lightly, "No problem." His tone seemed a little cold. Then, another handsome and elegant man came forward. There was a trace of concern in his eyes. He walked to Suiyun and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Thanks to her for saving me, otherwise what you see now might be my corpse," Suiyun said, pointing to Guli on the side. "Her name is Guli. She is amazing. She was able to save me from the holy beast," Suiyun introduced with a smile. "Guli, this is Ling Wuhan, the good friend I mentioned to you before," Suiyun continued to introduce. The man in front of him. He is the good friend that Suiyun has been talking about. She looked at Ling Wuhan calmly. He was wearing a simple white robe, with a straight figure like a pine tree, a handsome and deep face, and a firm and steady look between his sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. He had an ancient long sword hanging on his waist, and a dazzling gem inlaid on the hilt, flashing a faint light. The whole person exuded a mysterious and noble aura, which made people fall in love with him. Ling Wuhan smiled slightly and bowed to Guli to thank her. "Thank you, Miss Gu, for saving me." "No, I was forced to save you," Guli said calmly. "These people seem to have extraordinary status, so it would be better not to have too many intersections. You have met your friends. Let's separate now," he said, and was about to leave. As for the small pavilion, it had been sent back to the rebirth pavilion just now, but Suiyun and Feng Wuhan were told to send the small pavilion out. "It's not safe. Come with us." Suiyun held Guli's hand. "Brother Yun, let her go if she wants to, so she won't drag us down," the woman said. A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She hated women who were prettier than her the most, and dared to seduce her brother Yun. Chapter 45. "Shut up! What's your business?" Suiyun yelled impatiently, his eyes full of annoyance and disdain. "Brother Yun." Tang Wanwan pulled Suiyun's sleeve like a spoiled child. Her voice was so coquettish that it made people's bones break. However, Suiyun dodged with a flash. "Miss Gu, just come with us." Feng Wuhan also spoke. His eyes fell on Guli, with a little curiosity. He was a little curious about what was so special about this woman that made Suiyun treat her like this. "Okay, but you can't interfere in my business," Guli agreed directly. For her, it was just a few more people traveling together, and there was not much difference. "Okay." Although Feng Wuhan didn't know what she meant, he agreed. Tang Wanwan saw that Suiyun and Feng Wuhan both asked her to stay. Her heart was full of resentment. Damn vixen, she would seduce men. Guli naturally noticed her gaze. He pretended not to see it. As long as she didn't offend him, she wouldn't lose a bit of flesh if she looked at him. The group continued to move forward. Along the way, Suiyun chattered like a bird. Guli occasionally responded. Roar. A low roar suddenly came from the front, followed by the sound of fierce fighting. What happened? Suiyun immediately became alert, holding the sword tightly in his hand, and staring at the front. Someone should have encountered a high-level spirit beast. Feng Wuhan frowned and carefully felt the fluctuations in the air. Master, it's a disciple of the Gu family. Xiao Kezi felt the familiar breath and hurriedly said to Guli. Guli's face changed slightly when he heard it. Without any hesitation, he flashed and rushed towards the direction of the fight. Although Feng Wuhan and others didn't know the specific situation, they saw Gu Li's eager action and guessed that the person in front might be someone she knew, so they followed. "Hey, Ollie, wait for me, I help you." Sui Yun saw Gu Li disappear from sight in an instant, and hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. At the same time, "Gu Qi, take them away, I block here." Gu Lingfeng looked at the red flame wolf in front of him with a serious expression, holding the long sword in his hand. "No, this red flame wolf is the peak of the 8th level of spiritual beasts, and you can't beat it at the early stage of the spiritual level." Gu Qi disagreed with him. He knew the strength of the red flame wolf, and Gu Lingfeng would die because of it. "Take them away, otherwise they will all die here." Gu Lingfeng didn't hesitate at all. He knew that if they didn't leave, everyone would die here. But Gu Qi was interrupted by Gu Lingfeng before he finished speaking. "Let's go!" Gu Lingfeng's voice was full of determination and firmness. Gu Qi's heart sank. He understood what Gu Lingfeng's decision meant, but he couldn't let his companions die in vain. He picked up a seriously injured and unconscious disciple and turned to leave. "Let's go!" Gu Qi's voice was low and firm, with a bit of helplessness and sadness. Although the other disciples were reluctant to leave, they also knew that they would be a burden if they stayed. "I will be back to help you soon, just hold on." Gu Qi looked back at Gu Lingfeng, tears flashing in his eyes. Gu Lingfeng held a long sword and faced the attack of the red flame wolf alone. His figure looked lonely and resolute. He knew he couldn't defeat the red flame wolf, but he had to buy time to let Gu Qi and others leave safely. With the departure of Gu Qi and others, only Gu Lingfeng and the red flame wolf were left at the scene, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Bang! Gu Lingfeng was slapped away by the red flame wolf like a kite with a broken string, knocking down trees and making a bang-bang sound. Puff! He couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his shoulder was pierced by the claws of the red flame wolf. He was covered in blood, like a bloody man. Looking at the red flame wolf coming towards him, he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry, young master, I will let you down this time." After that, he closed his eyes and waited for death. "Let your sister down, did I agree?" A familiar and angry voice came, like a thunder blasting in the ear. Accompanied by a tyrannical flame, he rushed towards the red flame wolf, like a meteor across the sky. Young Master Gu Lingfeng opened his eyes, and saw Gu Li's figure coming up. Young Master Gu Qi and others, who were not far away, also noticed that Gu Li was coming and came over. "Take him to heal his wounds, leave this to me." Gu Li turned around and said after blocking the attack of the red flame wolf. Yes, Gu Qi quickly carried Gu Lingfeng and fled from the battle range. He took out the pill and asked him to take it, and his actions were quick and decisive. "Ali, I help you." A voice came, like lightning, and instantly came to Gu Li. "Go back." Gu Li's voice came, like a cold wind. "You can't beat it." Sui Yun's worried voice came. She was only at the peak of the heavenly rank. How could she beat a demon beast of the 8th level of the spirit beast? The 8th level of the spirit beast can be comparable to the peak of the spirit level of human cultivation. "Don't interfere in my business, or we will go our separate ways later," Gu Li said indifferently, his voice like a calm lake. It was not easy to meet a spirit beast of moderate height. How could he ruin the chance of actual combat? Okay. Sui Yun could only withdraw from the battle and return to Feng Wuhan and the others. "Humph, you are overestimating yourself." Tang Wanwan saw Sui Yun trying to help her, but was rejected again, and couldn't help but mocking him. Hearing Tang Wanwan's words, Sui Yun was furious. "Shut up, are you annoying? How can you, a mid-level heavenly stage, have the nerve to say that to Ali? Brother Yun, you are so mean to me?" Tang Wanwan seemed to be unbelievable. "Stupid," Sui Yun looked at her like that, his eyes full of disgust. Tang Wanwan was so angry that she couldn't speak, and she hated Gu Li even more in her heart. Her face was like a flower covered by frost, pale and distorted. At this time, the disgusted Gu Li put away his spiritual power, and planned to fight the red flame wolf directly with his body. Fuck, what does she want to do? Seeing her put away her spiritual power, Sui Yun became more worried and wanted to go over. Wait, she won't be so reckless. If you go over, she might get angry, Feng Wuhan said, holding the person who was about to rush out. Sui Yun stopped moving immediately after hearing this. "Master, are you sure you want to play like this? It's easy to get hurt." Xia Tingzi looked at Gu Li helplessly. "Well, just try the effect of my body training technique." Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the red flame wolf in front of him, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Gu Li faced the ferocious red flame wolf with his bare hands, and dodged its attacks flexibly. Seeing this, the red flame wolf became more and more angry, spewing blazing flames from its mouth, trying to engulf Gu Li. The flames were like a ferocious fire dragon, bearing its fangs and claws. Chapter 46. Gu Li's eyes were firm, and his figure flashed, cleverly avoiding the flames, and instantly approached the red flame wolf, punching it in the abdomen like a meteor across the night sky. The red flame wolf roared in pain, and swung its claws vigorously. Gu Li dodged sideways, grabbed its claws, and threw it hard, like a boulder hitting the ground. Then he punched the red flame wolf one by one, and the red flame wolf's strong defense was broken bit by bit. Fuck, it hurts. Sui Yun looked at Gu Li's fist, and thought about what it would feel like if it fell on him, and his body couldn't help shaking. What a strong physical skill. Feng Wen looked at Gu Li in the battle, and became more and more curious about this woman. No wonder Yun looked at her differently. At this time, Gu Li saw the right opportunity, flew onto the back of the red flame wolf, and tightly strangled its neck with both hands. The red flame wolf struggled desperately. The red flame wolf was still an 8th level spirit beast after all, and it quickly fought back, and Gu Li fell into a disadvantage. It was almost done. If I didn't use my spiritual power anymore, I would die in its hands. The first style of the Great Evolution Technique, Fire Flame Seal. A powerful spiritual power went to the red flame wolf. The red flame wolf quickly dodged, and released a fire elemental power towards Gu Li. The two fire elemental spiritual powers collided with each other, and the pressure they emitted was also extremely strong. Bang! Gu Li was knocked out, and fell heavily to the ground. Cough cough cough. Gu Li couldn't help coughing. It was too choking. Ali, young master Sui Yun, and others' worried voices sounded. I don't believe I can't handle you. Gu Li stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and quickly formed seals with both hands. The first style of the Great Evolution Technique, Fire Flame Seal. Second move. Overturn the sky. A powerful force went towards the red flame wolf. De Yanju. Third move. Chaos slash. A light flashed like the creation of the world, and the powerful force seemed to be able to cut the chaos in two, rushing straight towards the red flame wolf. The red flame wolf could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground. And Gu Li also collapsed to the ground, exhausted due to excessive consumption of spiritual power. Ali, are you okay? Sui Yun quickly came to Gu Li, and helped her up. Gu Li took out a bottle of pills and took it. It's okay. Walked to the side of the red flame wolf, raised his hand, and a strong mental force locked its sea of consciousness, constantly destroying its spiritual sea of consciousness. Roar, roar, roar. The red flame wolf's painful voice sounded, and it kept wailing. With one hand, a seal appeared on the red flame wolf. Gu Lingfeng, come over and make a contract. Young master, you just keep it. Gu Lingfeng didn't expect that his young master could actually set up a contract formation on the red flame wolf. Stop wasting time. Gu Li rolled his eyes at him. Didn't he see that she was almost exhausted, and she was still whining? Gu Lingfeng seemed to understand what she meant, so he stopped talking and dripped a drop of blood on the head of the red flame wolf. Ali, you are a beast master. Sui Yun's surprised voice sounded. I guess so. Gu Li sat on the ground to rest and replied lightly. What do you mean by so? It can't be your first time to tame a beast, Sui Yun said speechlessly. Gu Li smiled slightly and didn't speak. Damn, it's true. Sui Yun's shocked voice sounded. Feng Wen and others were also shocked. He didn't think she was the kind of person who lied. She could tame a high-level spirit beast for the first time. Her talent is really abnormal. Oh, you're really good at bragging. Tang Wanwan looked at her with disgust. Why are you everywhere? Are you annoying? Sui Yun said unhappily. Brother Yun, since you met this bitch, you've been treating me like this. What's good about her? Tang Wanwan. You're crazy. I've always hated you. What does it have to do with Ollie? Sui Yun looked at Tang Wanwan impatiently, his eyes full of disgust. Wait for me, Tang Wanwan said harshly, and left with several guards. Your Highness, do we need to go see Miss Tang? A guard asked cautiously. What are you looking for? Are you familiar with her? Feng Wen said in a cold tone. At the beginning, they met this woman and followed her all the time. He also felt very annoyed, a brainless thing. Ollie, don't pay attention to her. Sui Yun comforted Gu Li, fearing that she would be unhappy because of Tang Wanwan. Gu Li did not answer, but said to Gu Lingfeng and others, How did you provoke this spirit beast? It was the Su family and the princess people. They led the red flame wolf to us, and then got away. Gu Chi couldn't help but complain to Gu Li when he thought of how they almost died. Which direction did they go? Gu Li's eyes flashed with a hint of danger. Dare to plot against her Gu family. Do you think you are too long to live? North direction. Gu Qi pointed in the direction. Rest for a day first. I will take you back to revenge tomorrow. Gu Li's tone was light, and no emotion could be heard. Yes, young master. The disciples of the Gu family were very excited to hear what Gu Li said. You can go and do your things first. We will separate here. I have something to do tomorrow. Gu Li said to Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan. It's okay, I follow you. Sui Yun said quickly. I didn't intervene just now, you can't chase me away. I'm fine too, Feng Wuhan also said. He was a little curious about what she would do tomorrow. Okay, just don't intervene. Gu Li said indifferently. Follow if you want. These two people don't seem to have bad character. No problem, Sui Yun patted his chest and promised. The few of them found a place to rest for a day. Gu Li took out the sound transmission stone and gave it to Gu Yi, asking him to bring 2 shadow guards. He sat down and took out the holy beast that Xiao Xijiu and Xiao Wushi had killed before and threw it to Gu Lingfeng and others to roast. Of course, you have to eat before revenge. Oh my god, Ali, you are so extravagant for dinner, eating a holy beast. Sui Yun looked at the scaled demon snake, the early stage of the holy beast. His eyes were full of surprise. If she hadn't said that she was from Nanjiao country, he would have suspected that she was from some big power and ran out to play. Got it by luck. Several people were speechless. Did they get the corpse of the holy beast by luck? How come they didn't know? Miss Gu Li, do you have the beast pill of the scaled demon snake? I want to buy it from you. Feng Wuhan asked. He was an alchemist and could also make pills with the beast pill of the scaled demon snake. Just call me by my name. She felt uncomfortable hearing her always call her a girl. 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Okay, Gu Li, thank you. After saying that, his consciousness moved and transferred 10 million spirit stones to Gu Li's space ring. Hey, Gu Li took out a beast pill and threw it to him. I want one too, I want a beast bone. Sui Yun also said. He wanted a beast bone to refine a weapon. The beast bone of a holy level demon beast is an excellent material for refining a weapon. 10 million, Gu Li smiled at the two of them. Sui Yun also transferred 10 million spirit stones to her. Looking at the extra 20 million spirit stones in the space, Gu Li was overjoyed, and her eyes narrowed with laughter. God of wealth, he is really a person worth making friends with. Feng Wuhan and Sui Yun both saw that this guy is a little money grubber. Chapter 47. The next day, Gu Yi came with Gu Qi and Gu Jiu. Seeing the 3 people who suddenly appeared, Feng Wuhan and his companions were a little surprised. They could not tell the cultivation of these young people. The guards they brought were of the king level, and could not tell the strength of the 3 people. The strength of these 3 people was at least in the late king level. They were shocked that they could not see through the cultivation of such young people. After knowing each other for a few days, the degree of shock that Gu Li brought to them was really getting bigger and bigger. If they knew that there were 47 people, they would be more shocked. Ali, who are they? Sui Yun asked curiously. My family, Xiao Yi, Xiao Qi, Xiao Jiu. Gu Li pointed to the 3 people behind him and introduced them to everyone. Gu Yi and the other 2 twitched their mouths slightly when they heard Gu Li's words, but they still kept an expressionless look. They have become accustomed to this situation. Although it is difficult to understand the unique naming method of the young master, they still choose to respect her. At the same time, they felt very warm in their hearts, because they regarded the Gu family as their own home, and the young master also regarded them as family. Such a strange name? Sui Yun asked with a puzzled look. He looked at Gu Yi, Gu Qi and Gu Jiu in front of him, thinking that these 3 people didn't look young at all, and might even be older than them. Oh, I don't want to be the youngest in the family, so they are the youngest in my family. Gu Li shrugged and explained helplessly. Everyone who heard this was speechless, and Gu Yi and others were even more upset. It turned out that the young master gave them such a nickname for this reason. I am older than you, you have to call me Brother Yun, I don't want to be the youngest. Sui Yun said quickly. I'm older than you too. You should know that? Feng Wuhan even joined in. What are you thinking? You're not my family. I won't give you nicknames. Gu Li stretched out his hand and knocked on their heads, saying speechlessly. Hearing this, Sui Yun immediately quit. That's not okay. I don't care. I'm older than you. As he said that, he still pulled Gu Li's sleeve. Gu Li was annoyed by him, and impatiently pulled his sleeve back, glaring at him unhappily. Stop, don't talk. However, Sui Yun had no intention of stopping at all, and still pestered her with a playful smile. I won't talk anymore. Let's just say it. I be your brother from now on, Sister Ollie. At this moment, Feng Wuhan on the side also smiled and said, Nice to meet you, Sister Ollie. Gu Li couldn't help but roll her eyes at him after hearing this. She thought that this guy looked serious at first, but she didn't expect that he was as stupid as Su Yun. But she was too lazy to argue with them, and ignored them. Just like that, the group continued to move forward. After a few hours, Gu Yi suddenly stepped forward to report, Young Master, the Su family and the prince are not far ahead. Gu Li narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard it, and a hint of imperceptible coldness flashed in her eyes. She sneered, Finally found you. Let's go! After saying that, she quickened her pace and walked forward. Gu Lingfeng and others were even more excited. The young master brought them here to take revenge. The 10 royal family members and the Su family sat together. They had just successfully hunted a spirit beast and were taking a short rest. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came, Your Highness, long time no see, did you miss me? Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of people walking slowly. Mou looked at the people coming and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Because the disciples of the Gu family were not dead, and there were some unfamiliar faces around them. Who are these people? At this time, a leading disciple of the Su family stood up and pointed at Gu Li and others and cursed, Waste, how dare you bring these people to appear in front of the prince? However, before he finished speaking, Gu Li smiled slightly, stroked the little bird in his hand, and said slowly, Xiao Jiao, I want him to become a waste. At this moment, the Su family disciple didn't even have time to react, and was grabbed by Gu Jiao, and then his spiritual veins were ruthlessly abolished. With a scream, the Su family disciple fell to the ground. Ah! The scream echoed in the air, making people shudder. However, Gu Li didn't seem to be satisfied with this. She continued to whisper, This voice is really nice, Xiao Jiao, let him scream again. So, Gu Jiao stretched out his hand without hesitation, and tore off one of the Su family disciple's arms. The Su family disciple who was already unconscious was awakened by the severe pain, and let out a more shrill scream. Ah, my hand! The Su family disciple howled in pain, his face full of fear and despair. The people around stared at this scene in amazement, their hearts filled with fear and shock. Hearing her tone, Su Yun and the others felt a chill behind them. They secretly remembered in their hearts that they must never provoke her in the future. They didn't think there was anything wrong with Gu Li. After all, they were the first to attack the Gu family. Being too kind to your enemies is not a good thing. Ha ha ha. How about it? Do you think it sounds good? Gu Li looked at Mou and others with a smile, as if enjoying an interesting performance. It sounds good, it sounds great. Gu Qi responded excitedly, his eyes flashing with pleasure and satisfaction. I like it very much. Sister Ollie, let him scream again. Su Yun also said with a smile, his face full of excitement. Me too. Feng Wuhan echoed, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. However, Imo, you couldn't bear to see such a cruel scene. He stared at Gu Li furious. Don't go too far. Too much? Gu Li laughed disapprovingly. Compared to what you did before, this is just a small matter. Her eyes became cold and ruthless, as if telling Mou that this was just the beginning. In that case, let's continue. Gu Li raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes fell on the Su family disciples, who were tortured beyond recognition, and then looked at the Su family members not far away, and asked in a mean way, Do you still want to listen? No. Don't. The Su family members shook their heads in fear, their voices trembling. Oh! Don't want to listen. Gu Li raised her eyebrows, with a hint of teasing in her tone, then let's change the game. She clapped her hands. Pull off his limbs for me, and then throw them back to them. Gu Li ordered coldly. As her voice fell, Gu Jiao tore off the limbs of the Su family disciples, and threw them back to the Su family like garbage. The faces of the Su family members turned pale as paper in an instant. They stared at Gu Li with wide eyes, as if they had seen a demon. Gu Li looked at the reactions of the Su family, and smiled with satisfaction. The people of the Su family dared to be angry but not to speak, and the people of the royal family dared not say much, because they could not see through the cultivation of the man who did it, and it must be above them. Mou's face was also very ugly. He did not expect Gu Li to be so cruel. Gu Li, don't be too arrogant. Mou gritted his teeth and said, Arrogant? Am I? Gu Li looked at Mou innocently. I just treat him the way he treats me. Mou was so angry that his face turned red, his lips trembled, but he could not say a word. Don't be afraid, I won't do this to you. Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and her eyes revealed an elusive light. She quietly watched Mou and others, as if she was enjoying an interesting performance. Mou looked at her smile, and a chill surged in his heart, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Xiao Shichi Shijio. Tie them up, Gu Li said calmly. Gu Li, you dare. Mou roared with his eyes wide open. His voice was full of anger and unwillingness, but more of it was fear of Gu Li. What are you afraid of? Do it. Gu Li looked at Mou with disdain, and a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes. TSK rubbish. Gu Yi, Gu Qi and Gu Jiu immediately took action. They quickly sealed all the spiritual veins of Mou and others, and then tied them up tightly with ropes. The whole process was clean and neat. Chapter 48. I am your fiancé. Are you really going to treat me like this? Mou shouted angrily, his eyes flashing with anger. That anger was like a volcanic eruption. It seemed to burn Gu Li to ashes. Soon it won't be. Gu Li raised the corner of her mouth and responded lightly. That tone was like a breeze, gently blowing through Mou's heart, but with a hint of coolness. After understanding Gu Li's words, Mou was shocked. He thought Gu Li wanted to cancel the engagement. So he immediately said, "You want to cancel the engagement? Dream on." Hearing his words, Gu Li couldn't help laughing. That laughter was as clear as a silver bell, but with a hint of mockery. If you die, the engagement will naturally be cancelled. If you dare to kill me, the royal family will not let you go. Hearing her words, Mou's anger was like a volcanic eruption. His eyes were like burning flames, staring at Gu Li tightly. You're talking as if you won't attack me, Gu Li, if I don't kill you. She didn't take Mou's threat seriously at all. Her tone was like a calm lake, without any ripples. As for your royal family, you will be reunited soon. Gu Li's eyes were full of coldness, and that coldness was like 1,000-year-old ice, which made Mou's heart surge with a chill. You want to rebel? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Mou saw her eyes and realized that she really wanted to kill him, so he said quickly, Rebellion? Wrong, we are just protecting ourselves. As for ridicule, do you think I am someone who cares about what others say? The sarcasm on Gu Li's face was even more obvious. You are a vicious woman, you will be in trouble. Before he finished scolding, Gu Yi quickly pressed his mute point. What a thing, dare to scold his young master. No, please let us go. When the Su family disciples heard that they were going to be thrown into the holy beast's territory, they hurriedly begged for mercy, their voices filled with fear and despair. Gu Li didn't even look at them. Soon, Gu Yi and his team found a holy beast's territory, untied the spiritual veins of the Su family and the royal family, and threw them down. Soon, a holy level early earth demon Yuan came out. It roared at Mou and others. They found that their spiritual power could be used, so they wanted to escape. Before they ran far, they were hit back by Gu Yi's spiritual power. Gu Li, you will die. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the crowd began to curse Gu Li. I don't know whether I will die or not. If you curse me again, you will be beaten to death by the earth demon Yuan. Gu Li kindly reminded them. Mou knew that this was a matter of life and death. He suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted to everyone, Don't panic, concentrate your strength and fight against this earth demon Yuan. After hearing this, everyone stopped scolding Gu Li and cheered up. They cast their strongest spells. For a moment, colorful lights attacked earth demon Yuan. However, earth demon Yuan's huge body just flicked lightly and dissolved all these attacks. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a stream of black flames. In an instant, several Su family disciples were swallowed by the flames and screamed miserably. Mou's eyes were red, holding a long sword, and flew towards Earth Demon Yuan's eyes. Earth Demon Yuan turned his head flexibly, and his huge tail swept over. Mou couldn't dodge in time, and was hit hard and flew out. He fell heavily to the ground and vomited blood. Your Highness, an elder of the royal family, exclaimed and tried to help Mou up, but was knocked to the ground by Earth Demon Yuan's claws, and died on the spot. Mou struggled to get up and rushed to Demon Yuan again. He was wounded in many places, and his clothes were stained with blood. At this time, fear occupied his heart. Gu Li, please save me. I will definitely treat you well in the future. I will tell my father not to do anything to your Gu family. Before Gu Li could speak, Demon Yuan suddenly jumped up, and his huge body pressed down like a mountain. Mou and others had no time to dodge. There was only a dull sound, and Mou and the people of the Su family were completely pressed under Demon Yuan. The sound of broken bones came one after another, and their lives ended there, and there was no sound. Do you think I am cruel? Gu Li turned his head and looked at Suyun and the others, and asked softly. No, Sister Ali is the kindest, Suyun said quickly, his voice full of firmness and sincerity. When others heard Suyun's words, Their mouths twitched slightly. Is she related to the word kindness? They muttered in their hearts. It's not cruel, they deserve it. It's too easy for them to die like this. Feng Wuhan smiled lightly, his voice revealed a kind of indifference and disdain, as if he didn't care about the fate of those people. Gu Li looked at the two of them, and a smile appeared on her cold face. Her smile was like a blooming spring flower, beautiful beyond words. I think so too. At this moment, they knew that she recognized them. They all laughed. By the way, Sister Ali, isn't it true that only people below the king level can enter from Yunqing? How did they get in? Sui Yun was very curious, with a hint of doubt in his voice. How did you get in? Gu Li asked instead of answering. Our token can bring in people of the king level, Sui Yun explained, with a hint of pride in his voice. I am naturally the same as you. Gu Li did not reveal that she had a space. Although she recognized the two of them, this matter was of great importance, and there were other people present, so she made up an excuse. Feng Wuhan naturally saw that what she said was not true. But so what, everyone has secrets. Are you also here to gain experience? I guess so. I plan to collect some refining materials, and Ah Hin wants to collect materials for alchemy. We will apply for Lingtian College in a while, so we won't have time to come out again. Sui Yun pointed at himself, and then at Feng Wuhan. By the way, Ali, you should also apply for the exam when the time comes, and we will go together, Feng Wuhan suggested. With her talent, she will definitely pass the test. Yes, Sister Ali, let's go together. Sui Yun looked at her expectantly. When will the enrollment start? Gu Li also wanted to go. After all, Lingtian College is one of the top schools on this continent. The college is divided into several departments, including the Spiritual Essence Department, the Equipment Refining Department, the Alchemy Department, the Bees Taming Department, etc. Each department has a senior instructor, who not only has a high level of cultivation, but also has a unique teaching style. In Lingtian College, students can not only learn advanced skills and techniques. If you want to become stronger, Lingtian College is a good choice. It will start in 2 months, Sui Yun said. It depends on the situation. You know, we have a grudge against the Nanzhao royal family. After we go back, many things may happen. I don't know if it will be too late. Gu Li smiled helplessly. I almost forgot. Do you want me to help you? I still don't take a small country like Nanzhao seriously. Sui Yun recommended himself. No, it's just a royal family, and a few families. There's no need to help. Gu Li refused when she realized that he really wanted to help. There was no need to involve them. After all, they were from a big country. I didn't want to cause trouble for them. Feng Wuhan seemed to see Gu Li's thoughts, and said, Don't worry about causing trouble for us. It's a small royal family, and we can bring a few secret guards. Really not, I'm sure. Gu Li still refused. Then can we go and see it? Anyway, there are still 2 months before the Lingtian College application, and I have nothing to do, so I just go and have fun. Sui Yun's eyes flashed with curiosity. Just don't interfere, I can handle my Gu family's affairs. Gu Li thought about it and agreed. After all, her family has 50 royal shadow guards, and they can still guarantee their safety in Nanzhao. No problem, I definitely won't interfere, Sui Yun said with a smile. I won't interfere either, I just go and have some fun, Feng Wuhan said lightly. Gu Li was speechless. How could they think it was fun to wipe out a whole family? There are still 10 days left. Let's go find you to get the right things first. We can only stay here for a month, Gu Li said to the others. Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan naturally agreed to her proposal. Do you guys want to follow us, or go and experience it yourself? Gu Li turned around and asked Gu Lingfeng and the others. We follow the young master, the others replied. Chapter 49. Okay, just follow me. In the following time, they collected a lot of refining materials and alchemy materials. Ali, are we going out? Sui Yun looked at Gu Li eagerly. He was going to mold here, although he had gained a lot. How are you going out? Gu Li asked curiously. We just need to input spiritual power into the token. Sui Yun took out the token and shook it. Then can you take me out? I don't have a token in my hand. Gu Li smiled. Hee hee, if you call me brother, I will take you. Sui Yun looked at Gu Li with ill intentions. Are you sure? Gu Li narrowed her eyes slightly. No, hee hee, how could I not take you? Am I that kind of person, really? Looking at her expression, Sui Yun said quickly. Ali, then when are we going out? Feng Wuhan continued. Tomorrow, take a break today, you wait for me here, I have something to do. Gu Li looked at the others and said. What is it? Take me with you. Sui Yun looked at Gu Li excitedly. Keep it a secret. Gu Li smiled. Okay, then you be careful. We wait for you here. Su Yun was a little disappointed. Yes, you wait for me here. Gu Li patted his head with a smile. Then he left with Gu Yi and the other two. Ahin, what do you think Sister Ailey is doing? Su Yun asked worriedly. She has her own business. Don't be so curious about everything. Feng Wuhan looked at him helplessly. Yun usually treats people very coldly. Why is he so stupid when he meets Gu Li? On the other side. Young master, this is the beast pill for us to hunt monsters except for Gu Yi, Gu Qi and Gu Jiu. The other shadow guards took out a space ring and handed it to Gu Li. Not bad, Gu Li nodded with satisfaction. We be out tomorrow, Gu Li said, looking at everyone. Gu Yi and the others understood her meaning instantly, and took out poison pills, and swallowed them one after another. Dozens of shadow guards fell to the ground. Gu Li was ashamed. She hadn't said anything yet. Taking poison so directly, I thought it was a collective suicide. They weren't afraid of being sold out. Gu Li put the poisoned shadow guards into the space and rushed back. Sister Ollie, you're back? Seeing the familiar figure, Su Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you okay? Feng Wuhan's tone was also a little worried. It's okay, let's go out, Gu Li said lightly. Sister Ollie, you hold us, and we can go out together when we teleport. Su Yun held Gu Li's hand. Okay. Su Yun took out a token, input spiritual power, and a slight space fluctuation occurred around him. After a while, Gu Li and the others disappeared. Outskirts of the magic flame forest. How did we get back to the magic flame forest? Gu Li looked around and said in surprise. Of course it's my credit. Su Yun was a little proud. This token was given by Grandpa Yun. As long as the distance is not more than 10,000 miles, you can control it anywhere. Feng Wuhan explained. Gu Li was a little surprised that it could be like this. Sister Ollie, how about it? Am I very powerful? Su Yun leaned over to ask for praise, looking at Gu Li with a smile. Great. Gu Li rubbed his head generously. It feels good. Su Yun was immediately happy. Let's go. After saying that, he led a few people to the direction of the imperial capital. Young Master the gatekeeper disciple saw Gu Li and immediately saluted. Yes. Then one of them went to inform Gu Chitian. You go back and rest first. Gu Li turned to look at Gu Lingfeng and the others. Young Master, you are back, Uncle Fu said with a smile on his face. Gu Li looked at the person who was speaking and smiled. Uncle Fu, these are my two friends who will stay at Gu's house for a while. This is Feng Wuhan, and he is Su Yun. Gu Li introduced. Hello, Uncle Fu. Su Yun greeted Uncle Fu happily. Uncle Fu Feng Wuhan also smiled and greeted. Hello, two young masters. Uncle Fu's face was full of smiles, and he was even more relieved that the young master finally had friends. Uncle Fu, where is Grandpa? Gu Li asked. I don't know if the royal family and the three major families have made any secret moves during this period. Young master, the head of the family is waiting for you in the hall, Uncle Fu said, and then took the three of them to the hall. As soon as he approached, he heard Gu Li's voice. Grandpa, I'm back. You're not hurt. Gu Chitian came to Gu Li in an instant, lifted her up and looked at her left and right, looking her up and down. Gu Li slapped his hand speechlessly. I'm fine. Someone is here, give me some face. Ha ha ha, it's okay Ollie, I didn't see anything, Su Yun said with a grin. He was a little envious in his heart. In their family, interests are the main thing. Family affection is very precious. Feng Wuhan didn't feel anything. He was used to it, and didn't desire family affection. Hello Master Gu, my name is Feng Wuhan. Feng Wuhan introduced lightly. Hello Grandpa, I'm a friend of Ali's sister, my name is Su Yun, you can call me Yun. Su Yun introduced himself. Suddenly thinking of something, he added, it's not the Su family that has a grudge against you. Grandpa, that's my grandpa. Gu Li slapped him on the back of his head in anger. I'm your brother, your grandpa is my grandpa. Su Yun looked at Gu Li unconvinced. Looking at the way the three people get along in front of him, Gu Chitian smiled and said, since you are Lear's friends, just call me grandpa. Did you hear that? Su Yun looked at Gu Li proudly. Childish. Childish Feng Wuhan and Gu Li's voices sounded at the same time, and the two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Humph, Su Yun secretly decided to ignore these two people for the time being. Grandpa, have those families made any moves recently? Gu Li asked. They are just secretly suppressing our stores, but they haven't done anything. The disciples of the clan have also secretly left the Gu family, and there are less than 100 people in the mansion now. Gu Chitian, didn't avoid Sui Yun and Feng Wen. At this critical moment, they should also know what Lear brought back. Grandpa, sell those shops at a low price. They won't be here anymore anyway, so there's no point in keeping them. Gu Li said calmly. If we take down the royal family, what will happen to Nanzhao Kingdom? Do you want to be the emperor? Gu Li looked at Sui Yun and the others with a smile. No, the two said in unison. What a joke, who would want to be in this small place? They don't want to be bound by this small country. I'm just kidding you. Gu Li laughed happily. Gu Qintian looked at his granddaughter speechlessly. The emperor was still there, and he was thinking about who would be the emperor. Chapter 50. You guys go back and rest first. Uncle Fu has arranged a yard for your friends. Gu Qintian said. Okay, then we go back first. Grandpa, remember to go to the underground martial arts training ground tomorrow night to receive gifts. Gu Li said with a smile, and left with Sui Yun and the others. No way. Gu Qintian suddenly remembered what she said before. You guys go and rest with Uncle Fu first. Gu Li said to the two of them. Okay, see you tomorrow. Sui Yun grinned at Gu Li. Gu Li looked at him like this and silently complained in his heart. TSK. So stupid. He Feng Wen nodded and separated. She didn't go back to the yard directly, but went to the underground martial arts training ground. After all, there were still 50 people who were knocked down in her space. She let Gu Yi and the others out, woke them up, and went back to the yard to rest. After Gu Li returned to her room, she felt a little tired, so she lay on the bed and prepared to have a good sleep. The royal family and the Su family were a little anxious because Mou and the Su family's disciples had not returned. In the palace. Has Yu not returned yet? A middle-aged man in a yellow robe asked the person kneeling in front of him. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has not returned yet. People in Yunqing sent a message saying that they did not see the Crown Prince come out. The guard answered carefully. Snap! Mo Wenjong couldn't help but break the armrest of the chair when he heard this. Where are the people from the Gu family? Mo Wenjong asked angrily. Your Majesty, the young master of the Gu family has returned yesterday. In addition, the Su family's disciples have not returned either. After the guard finished speaking, his heart was already filled with chills, fearing that the emperor would kill him in anger. Damn the Gu family. Mo Wenjong was so angry that he threw the teacup next to him at the person who was talking. Go check for me, and make sure to find the prince. Yes. Upon hearing this, the guard quickly retreated, fearing that he would lose his head if he was a step slower. Come here, notify the heads of the Su family and the Lin family to come to the palace. Mo Wenjong ordered the guards around him in a serious tone. Not long after, the heads of the Su family, the Lin family, and several heads of the Mo family, and the Wan family quietly entered the palace. They looked solemn, and they all knew what this summons meant. After the four entered the palace, they respectfully saluted Mo Wenjong, Your Majesty. Mo Wenjong looked at them expressionlessly and slowly asked, How are you preparing? The head of the Su family had a glimmer of pride in his eyes, and he was the first to answer, Your Majesty, my Su family's ancestor successfully broke through to the middle stage of the emperor level a few days ago. The head of the Lin family was not to be outdone, and immediately said, My Lin family's ancestor also made a breakthrough. Seeing this, the head of the Wan family quickly echoed, My Wan family is the same. However, the head of the Mo family remained silent, and his heart was very entangled. He knew what this meant, but he was unwilling to express his opinion easily. Seeing that the head of the Mo family was slow to speak, the other three people looked at him at the same time. The head of the Su family frowned and asked the head of the Mo family, Head of the Mo family, do you have any different opinions? The head of the Mo family took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to tell the truth. Your Majesty, my Mo family does not want to get involved in this matter. Remembering what his son said, Dad, we should not go against the Gu family. I don't think it's that simple. The young master of the Gu family, Gu Li, suddenly became a genius at the top of the heavenly level. Either she has been forbearing, or there is a master behind her helping. And we have no grudges with the Gu family, so there is no need to wade into this muddy water. What do you mean? The emperor narrowed his eyes, and asked with a hint of danger. A pressure from the imperial rank attacked the head of the Mo family. My Mo family does not want to divide the resources of the Gu family, and does not want to participate in it. The head of the Mo family replied under great pressure. So, the Mo family is going to regret it? Mo Wenjong increased the pressure, and attacked the head of the Mo family. Suddenly, the head of the Mo family turned pale, sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly, as if he was bearing a heavy burden, and he secretly complained in his heart. In fact, his Mo family did not want to participate in this fight, but was just dragged in. However, facing the emperor's questioning and strong pressure, he did not dare to resist, otherwise he would only become the second Gu family, and could only endure the pain silently. I dare not, my Mo family ancestor has also broken through to the imperial rank. The head of the Mo family agreed reluctantly, but his heart was full of bitterness and helplessness. He knew very well that once involved in this dispute, the Mo family would face more risks and challenges, but at this moment, there was no turning back. Mo Wenjong snorted coldly and retracted his pressure. Your Majesty, the prince and my Su family disciples have not returned yet. Maybe they have been killed by the Gu family. The head of the Su family said angrily. In half a month, the Queen Mother's birthday banquet, Mo Wenjong said lightly. Yes, everyone knew what it meant. Mo family. The head of the Mo family sat in the middle of the hall with a gloomy face, while his son Mo Xingqi stood aside with a frown. Dad, do we really want to get involved? Mo Xingqi asked hesitantly. The head of the Mo family sighed heavily, with a trace of pain and helplessness in his eyes. What can we do if we don't participate? Do you want us to become the second Gu family? Mo Xingqi gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, But, Dad, we really can't get involved. The Gu family is a century-old family after all. How can it be easily overthrown? Moreover, in the past 10 years, everyone has rumored that the young master of the Gu family is a waste who can't practice, but suddenly, she became a genius. Isn't there something fishy in the middle? The head of the Mo family was silent for a moment, nodded, and agreed. Well, this is indeed suspicious. But the current situation is no longer under our control. Mo Xingqi said anxiously. Dad, if that's the case, then we should act more cautiously. We have been drawn into this vortex. If we stand on the wrong side again, the consequences will be disastrous. The head of the Mo family waved his hand irritably, hitting. Mo Xingqi interrupted him. I know, but now we have no choice. If we don't participate, the royal family will not let us go. Mo Xingqi clenched his fists and said firmly, Dad, since we can't get out, I think it's better to stand on the side of the Gu family. The head of the Mo family frowned and asked in confusion, Why? Mo Xingqi took a deep breath and explained, Dad, the young master of the Gu family is not only a genius spiritualist, but also an alchemist, and an alchemist of a high grade. An alchemist does not lack strong people to help, not to mention that she is only 13 years old, and her future achievements are limitless. The head of the Mo family widened his eyes, and said in shock, What? The young master of the Gu family is actually an alchemist? Chapter 51. Yes, if she is not an alchemist, how can she have so many pills? I saw her feeding the birds with pills before, Mo Xingqi said seriously, his face full of seriousness. Mo Xingqi's eyes were shining. He stared at his father closely, and continued, So Dad, we must act immediately. The Gu family is not as simple as it seems on the surface. In half a month, we should not enter the palace. Maybe we can secretly reveal some information to the Gu family. The head of the Mo family saw that his son said so seriously, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He began to think about this issue carefully, weighing the pros and cons. After a while, he finally nodded slowly and agreed. Since you said so, let's do it according to your wishes. Seeing that his father finally agreed, Mo Xingqi was relieved in his heart. A smile appeared on his face, and he comforted, Don't worry, Dad. I believe my judgment is absolutely correct. On the other side, Gu Li was busy in the room, and suddenly heard a familiar and loud shout from outside. Sister Ollie. This was Su Yun's voice. Gu Li couldn't help rolling her eyes, and shook her head helplessly, but she still put down what she was doing, walked out of the room, and came to the yard. What's wrong? She looked at Su Yun with excitement, and asked curiously. A hen said he wanted to go out for a walk. Do you want to join us? Su Yun stood in front of her and asked with a smile. Feng Wuhan, who was following behind, was speechless. It was you who wanted to go out and play, right? Wasn't it you who knocked on the door in the morning? Are you sure you don't want to go out? Gu Li said unhappily. It's all the same. Su Yun's face was full of smiles, without any embarrassment after being exposed. Okay, let's go out for a walk. Gu Li shook his head helplessly, and walked out with him. The three of them walked out together, talking and laughing along the way. Young master, two young masters, the servants passing by saluted the three people one after another, with a respectful and polite attitude. Where do you want to go? Gu Li looked up at the two of them. Su Yun and Feng Wuhan looked at each other, and said in unison, Anywhere is fine. Then let's go eat first, Gu Li suggested. Okay, Su Yun said excitedly. The three of them came to an inn, which was very lively and bustling. Young Master Gu. The waiter saw Gu Li and hurried over to entertain him with a smile on his face. A private room. Gu Li said to the waiter. This way, please. The waiter took the three people to a private room. There are quite a lot of people here. Su Yun looked around. Order what you want to eat. Gu Litong said to the two people. Don't worry, I won't be polite to you. Su Yun said with a smile. Waiter, serve all your signature dishes. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. The waiter retreated to inform the kitchen. Before the dishes were served, there was a noise outside. What kind of shabby restaurant is this? You let me sit in the hall when I come? An arrogant voice came. Sorry, sir, the private room in the store is full now. Please wait in the hall for a while. The waiter explained with a smile. This young master has no time to wait. This is the private room that this young master often uses. Get people out of here. The voice was relentless. But the waiter looked at the man in front of him in embarrassment, not knowing what to do. Humph, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to cause trouble. Hurry up and tell them to get out. The voice became more and more arrogant. Who is this? So arrogant? Su Yun asked curiously. I don't know. Gu Li frowned. Oh. Feng Wuhan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He wanted to see how he would get him out. Why do you give the private room reserved by this lady to others? Another voice sounded. Miss Su, I'm sorry, our restaurant never introduces reserved rooms. The waiter apologized, with a tremor in his voice. Get out, this private room has always been used by my Su family. Don't you know? Su Ning's voice sounded unyieldingly. I'm sorry, Miss Su. The waiter kept apologizing, his voice full of fear. I want to see who dares to rob my private room. The man said, and tried to break in. The waiter hurriedly stopped him. The person inside was the young master of the Gu family, a talented girl who was now in great demand. He chose the former to offend a young lady and a young master of the Su family, or a talented young master of the Gu family. Everyone knows that the Gu family is different now. Oh, who did I think it was? Gu Li came out, with her arms around her chest, looking down at the two people. Her eyes were full of sarcasm. It's you? Su Ning's voice sounded, full of resentment. You want to drive us away? Come and try. Su Yun also came out and stood beside Gu Li, with a hint of provocation in his voice. Feng Wuhan didn't say anything, but just walked to the other side quietly with a sword in his arms, showing his support with actions. At this time, the people eating in the hall saw that it was Gu Li, and they were ready to watch the show. So it was you, a waste, who dared to rob this young master's box. If you kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times, I will consider letting you go, ha ha. The man laughed arrogantly. Who are you? Gu Li looked at this person in confusion, wondering when she had ever seen such a person. You don't know me? The man looked at her in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that someone didn't know who he was. Young Master Gu, this man is the eldest young master of the Su family. The waiter said to Gu Li cautiously. Oh, I don't have any impression of ugly people. Gu Li said with a faint smile on her lips. Her eyes revealed a kind of indifference and disdain. However, her words were full of provocation and insults, which made people look at her sideways. But you are talking badly. If you kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times, I will consider letting you go. Gu Li's tone was full of teasing and sarcasm. Her expression was relaxed, and she didn't take the person in front of her seriously. You are looking for death. Hearing Gu Li's words, Su Banzhou's face suddenly became gloomy, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. His eyes widened and stared at Gu Li fiercely, with a flash of anger in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and clenched his hands into fists, making a creaking sound. He directly operated his spiritual power, exuding the aura of the early stage of the heavenly rank, and was determined to teach this waste a lesson. Brother, don't. Su Ning tried to stop Su Banzhou. Su Ning knew that Gu Li's current cultivation was higher than their brother and sister, and his brother would probably suffer if he acted rashly. But Su Banzhou had just come out of retreat, and knew nothing about the outside world, let alone that Gu Li was no longer a waste. Chapter 52. Before he could get close, Su Yun appeared in front of him like a tiger, and then kicked him in the chest. Bang! With a loud noise, the man was kicked out and hit the wall of the restaurant hard, and even one side of the restaurant wall collapsed. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces full of shock. Spirit level. This boy is actually a master of the spirit level. What is this concept? You know, the eldest young master of the Su family is only at the heaven level, and he looks only 16 or 17 years old, not much older than Guli. At this age, and with such strength, he is simply a monster among monsters. For a while, everyone began to speculate about the identity of this boy. Some people said that he was a genius disciple of a big family, and some people said that he was the heir of a hidden sect. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. The shopkeeper saw this scene and felt so distressed that he almost cried. His restaurant, how much money will he have to pay for this? At this moment, Feng Wuhan said lightly, "Don't worry, we will double the compensation for the damaged items." When the shopkeeper heard this, his originally sad face instantly changed into a smile, and he nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." After saying that, he stepped aside and didn't dare to say another word. "Brother." Su Ning saw the person flying out and hurried over to check on him. I saw Su Banzhou's face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. "Damn it, beat this kid to death for me," Su Banzhou said angrily to Su Yin. His heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. Why can this person have such a high talent? It's okay that a prince has better talent than him, but what kind of person is this brat? Those with higher talent than him will die. As his voice fell, the guards of the Su family rushed towards Guli and others, intending to take down the three people directly. However, before they could get close, a figure flashed by, a few cold lights flashed, and the heads of the guards had already fallen to the ground. The bright red blood splashed on the ground, forming a bunch of enchanting blood flowers. The people watching around were shocked. "Heh, garbage." Feng Wuhan put away his sword and walked back to Guli calmly. There was a kind of indifference and disdain in his eyes. "Wow, Ah Hin, you actually imitated Sister Ali's speech." Su Yin pretended to be shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Feng Wuhan to suddenly speak in such a tone, which felt a bit novel and funny. Feng Wuhan rolled his eyes at him, and didn't respond. He knew Su Yin was joking, so he didn't bother to pay attention to him. Hearing Su Yin's voice, the people around him gradually came back to their senses from the shock. They began to talk about it, expressing their amazement and emotion about what had just happened. Fuck, he is only 16 or 17 years old at the peak of the spiritual level. Someone whispered, his eyes full of awe. It was too scary to be able to achieve such a level of cultivation at this age. Sure enough, those who play with perverts are all perverts, everyone sighed. Compared with these people, they can only sigh that they are not as good as them. "Sister Ali, how do we deal with these two people?" Su Yun turned to look at Guli and asked her opinion. "Kill them." Guli and Feng Wuhan spoke almost at the same time, saying this without hesitation. Their eyes were full of murderous intent. Su Yun was not surprised to hear this. He knew Feng Wuhan's character and Gu Li's personality. Gu Li would have to confront the royal family and the Su family sooner or later anyway, and he didn't think it was necessary to show mercy to these two people. "Okay, then kill them." Su Yun nodded in agreement. Everyone was shocked. They should just be talking. "If you dare to kill me, my Su family will not let you go." Su Banzhou, who was still shocked by Feng Wuhan's powerful strength, heard that they were going to kill them, and instantly came to his senses and cursed. "Chirp, so noisy." Su Yun went up and knocked him out impatiently. Seeing this, Su Ning was even more flustered. She looked at Gu Li, and found that he really wanted to kill them. She panicked, "Brother." Her voice was trembling, and her eyes were full of fear and helplessness. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, Brother Mo you will not let you go." Su Ning tried to use threatening words to make Gu Li retreat. She knew that Gu Li obeyed Mou's words, and those previous actions were just to attract Brother Mou's attention. She would definitely not dare to kill her. If Gu Li knew her thoughts, he might not be able to help but call her an idiot. She looked at Su Ning, her mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a cruel smile. "Oh! So what?" she said lightly, her tone full of disdain. Su Ning was stunned. Was he really not afraid of Brother Mou's revenge? "Your Brother Mou is waiting for you downstairs." Gu Li played with a strand of hair and spoke lightly. "Fuck, what do you mean? The prince is dead? Did Master Gu do it?" "Probably not, after all, he is the prince." "If the prince is really dead, how dare she show up?" Everyone was talking. "You?" Su Ning was so scared that she couldn't speak. Others didn't know, but she knew that the royal family, including the prince and the Su family disciples, had not returned. Did she really kill Brother Mou? "That, Master Gu, this?" The shopkeeper stuttered. "Don't worry, they won't die here with you." Gu Li knew what he wanted to say. After all, if the people of the Su family really died here, His restaurant would definitely not survive. Hearing this, the shopkeeper finally felt relieved. He thought they would not kill the young master and young lady of the Su family. The people around him, who were eating melons, also thought so. However, they still underestimated Gu Li's arrogance. This meal can't be eaten. Gu Li had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. It's okay. I'm not very hungry either. Su Yun saw her smile and guessed what she was going to do next. Let's go! Feng Wuhan directly picked up Su Banzhou's collar and walked out. I don't want to carry this. Su Yun looked at Su Ning with disgust. He really didn't want to touch this woman. I do it, Gu Li said and walked toward Su Ning. How can I let you do it? I do it. Su Yun quickly came to Su Ning's side and planned to pick her up. Get out of the way, you dare to touch me. Su Ning struggled hurriedly, her heart full of fear and anger. She widened her eyes, glared at the person in front of her, and tried to break free, but it was no use. She knew in her heart that if she was taken away by Gu Li and the others, she would be dead. Bang! A loud noise came, and the other wall of the restaurant collapsed. It was Su Yun who was annoyed with her, and kept moving around, and simply fainted. This sudden change shocked everyone. Chapter 53. You must be knocked unconscious before you behave. You've stained my clothes, Su Yun said impatiently, then waved his hand, and patted the non-existent dust on his body, looking a little disgusted. Let's go, lead the way. After saying that, he dragged Su Ning's leg and followed Feng Wuhan out, and Gu Li followed. At this time, there were two people whose faces could not be seen being dragged on the street. The leader was a stunning girl. The man following beside was also very handsome. When they saw what the two people were dragging in their hands, the beauty was instantly destroyed. The people around stared at the three people in amazement. Some people did not understand the ins and outs of the matter, so someone explained the cause and effect. Soon someone asked curiously, where are they going? They won't really kill the young lady and young master of the Su family. Someone guessed in horror. How is it possible? That's the Su family, another person retorted. However, someone in the crowd pointed it out. Didn't you see? The one standing in the middle is the young master of the Gu family, a 13-year-old peak heavenly rank expert, and his grandfather is the top emperor rank expert in the Nanzhou area. Why would they be afraid of a mere Su family? After hearing this explanation, some people who didn't know what was going on suddenly realized. Many people saw the people they were dragging, and followed behind to watch the fun. After walking for a while, they arrived. When they stopped, other people were shocked when they saw where they came from. Too arrogant. Who are you? The guard at the gate looked at the three people in front of him, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes, and pointed the spear in his hand at them, shouting coldly. Come and deliver something. Su Yun and Feng Wuhan looked at each other, and threw the person they were dragging to the door of the Su family. That's right, they came to the Su family. Miss, young master? The guard looked at Su Ning and Su Yu, whose lives and deaths were unknown on the ground, with a look of astonishment on his face, and his eyes fell on the jade pendants hanging around Su Ning and Su Yu's waists, which were engraved with the word Su. He recognized that this was the jade pendant on Su Ning and Su Yu, and hurriedly wanted to check on Su Ning and Su Yu. However, at this moment, a strong spiritual power attacked him, and the speed was so fast that he had no time to react, and was directly slapped to the door of the Su family. With a bang, the door of the Su family collapsed. The people of the Su family were alarmed. Who dares to come to my Su family and be presumptuous? Accompanied by a burst of angry shouts, several figures flew out from the inner courtyard of the Su family, exuding a strong aura, one of whom was the head of the Su family. Long time no see, Master Su. Gu Li looked at Master Su with a smile, and he looked like a cunning little fox. Gu's kid, why did you come to my Su's house to make trouble? Su Xinhao looked at Gu Li in confusion. What did they come for? Of course, they came to tear each other's faces. Of course, Gu Li didn't say this. Let's settle the account, Gu Li said lightly. What account? My Su family doesn't owe your Gu family anything. Su Xinhao frowned slightly. Half a year ago, Su Ning and Mo Yu led the secret guards around me away in order to cancel this engagement. I was captured by them in the Demon Flame Forest, and they almost beat me to death, and threw me into the depths of the Demon Flame Forest to feed the monsters. How do you think I should settle this account? Gu Li calmly told what they did at that time. Feng Wuhan and Su Yan looked at each other. No wonder Ali hated these people so much. It turned out that it was not just because of family disputes, but also because of this incident. The onlookers were in an uproar. Damn, this is too vicious. Even a strong man who went into the depths of the demon flame forest might not be able to come out safely. I didn't expect that the prince and the Su family would do such a thing. What she said may not be true. If it was true, how did she survive? You forgot that half a year ago, the old man of the Gu family personally led people into the demon flame forest to find something. I guess he was looking for Guli at that time. Everyone started talking about it. Su Xinhao's heart tightened. He knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. So, he quickly sent a message to the people around him, asking them to go to the palace and tell the emperor about this. At the same time, Su Xinhao sneered at Guli and said, "Humph, don't slander my little girl." He did not admit what he did, but chose to deny it. However, Guli smiled slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. She whispered, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it." Su Xinhao felt a bad feeling in his heart, and saw Guli slowly sending out a spiritual power, which directly woke up Su Ning, who was lying on the ground. Su Ning opened her eyes in a daze, and saw Guli standing in front of her at a glance. She was filled with fear. She trembled and crawled back desperately, trying to get away from Guli. Suddenly, she realized that she had returned to the door of her house, and she was slightly relieved, but when she looked up and saw Su Xinhao, her face showed an ecstatic expression. "Dad, save me! This bitch wants to kill me and my brother!" However, before she stood up and ran towards Su Xinhao, Guli quickly appeared beside her, and then he punched Su Ning's legs hard, breaking them directly. Su Ning screamed miserably, and the severe pain from her legs almost made her faint. After hearing Su Ning's voice, Su Xinhao recognized that the people in front of him were his daughter and son. He roared in anger, "How dare you attack my Su family? You are jealous of my daughter's favor, and the prince despises you for being a useless waste, so you want to vent your anger on my daughter. Do you think you can attract the prince's attention? It's ridiculous. You humiliate our Su family so much. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your grandfather." Su Xinhao was furious, his face full of anger. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and directly used his spiritual power to hit Guli. Before Guli could react, Feng Wuhan and Su Yin flashed to her side, exerted their spiritual power, formed a transparent shield, and blocked Su Xinhao's attack for Guli. However, Su Xinhao was a king-level strongman after all, and his strength was far superior to the two of them. Although they tried their best, they still couldn't completely resist this attack. With a muffled sound of puff, Feng Wuhan and Su Yin were blown away by the powerful impact, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of their mouths. Their faces turned pale as paper in an instant, and they were obviously seriously injured. Gu Li's heart tightened, and she quickly pulled the two back and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" At the same time, she quickly took out a precious pill from the space and handed it to the two of them. Su Yin took the pill, swallowed it with difficulty, and then forced a smile. "Don't worry, we're fine." But his body was still shaking slightly, showing the severity of his injuries. "Are you too stupid?" Gu Li looked at them angrily. Chapter 54. Although Feng Wuhan was injured, his condition was better than Su Yin. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he immediately stood up and stood in front of Gu Li in a protective manner. Gu Li rolled his eyes at him and shouted to Feng Wuhan, "Come back, we agreed that you are not allowed to interfere in this matter." Hearing this, Feng Wuhan touched his nose helplessly, and then silently stepped aside. "Very good." Gu Li gritted her teeth and said, then stood up suddenly and began to mobilize the spiritual power in her body. She flashed and rushed towards Su Ning like a flash of lightning. Su Ning was shocked, as if he was struck by a thunderbolt. "Stop!" It turned out that Su Xinhao saw the scene and was anxious, like an ant on a hot pot, trying to stop Gu Li. However, Gu Li ignored his shouting and continued to attack Su Ning. De Yin Ju first style, Lai Yin Yin. Accompanied by Gu Li's roar, a powerful flame mark flew out of her hand, like a burning meteor, and blasted straight towards Su Ning. Su Ning was unable to dodge, and was knocked back by the blow, like a kite with a broken string, and hit the wall of the Su family heavily. With a loud bang, the entire wall collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. And Su Ning was lying in the ruins, his life or death unknown. "Ninger!" Su Xinhao was shocked and flew over to check on Su Ning's condition. When he felt Su Ning's pulse, his face became extremely gloomy, like a sky covered with dark clouds. He raised his head and stared at Gu Li viciously, his eyes full of murderous intent and hatred, as if he was about to spit fire. "You dared to kill my little girl. Today I will definitely cut you into pieces." After saying that, Su Xinhao moved and rushed towards Gu Li again, wanting to kill this hateful bitch. Xiao Jiu Gu Li just stood there, watching Su Xinhao coming towards her, and called out faintly. A more powerful spiritual power blocked Su Xinhao's attack like a wall. Su Xinhao hurriedly defended himself, but was still beaten back. The head of the family, the people of the Su family, hurriedly stepped forward to catch Su Xinhao. Puff puff puff. Su Xinhao vomited blood repeatedly. Royal level strongman. Who are you? How dare you hurt my Su family head? Said one of the elders of the Su family. They did not associate the young man in front of them with the shadow guard of the Gu family. According to their understanding, the shadow guard of the Gu family is only the king level. Gu Jiu did not speak, just stood behind Gu Li, like a silent mountain guarding Gu Li. Hey, aren't you going to teach me a lesson for my grandfather? Why are you lying down? A sarcastic voice sounded, almost making Su Xinhao angry to death. What an arrogant kid from the Gu family. A voice came with a hint of anger. A pressure came straight to Gu Li and others. Gu Jiu stepped forward to block them and resolve the pressure. Everyone looked up and saw a yellow figure, followed by the Imperial Guards, several Emperor-level strongmen and people from other families. See the Emperor. The people watching the excitement knelt down one after another. Seeing this, Gu Jiu quickly sent a message to Gu Chintian. The Emperor of Nanzhao narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Jiu. He reached the Emperor level at the age of more than 20 years old, and he was also a member of the Gu family. This person must not be kept. The pressure of the Emperor of Nanzhao was like a mountain pressing an egg, and it came straight to Gu Li and others. Gu Jiu stepped forward to block them, like an indestructible wall, and resolve the pressure. Emperor Nanzhao narrowed his eyes, staring at Gu Jiu like an old fox. Come here, take Gu Li down. Emperor Nanzhao ordered the Imperial Guards in a cold voice. Wait, Gu Li raised his hand and asked in a clear voice. I don't know why the Emperor wants to arrest me. The prince has entered the secret realm and has not returned yet. Someone said that they saw you killing the prince. Naturally, I have to interrogate you. Emperor Nanzhao actually didn't know whether the prince was dead or not. There was no news yet, so he planned to put the blame on the Gu family, with a bit of majesty in his voice. Oh, someone actually saw it, miscalculated. Gu Li shook his head and sighed, with a bit of regret in his voice. Su Yan looked at her from the side, almost holding back his laughter and hurting himself. Feng Wuhan also smiled, like a ripple on the calm lake. What did you say? You killed the prince. Nanzhao Huang's voice suddenly became louder, his face was full of anger, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. His most talented son was actually dead. His heart felt like it was stabbed by a knife. I didn't kill him. I threw him to the Holy Beast's territory and let him fight with the Holy Beast and the disciples of the Su family. Gu Li smiled and looked at Nanzhao Huang with a very innocent look, as if he was looking at a clown. In the end, they were torn apart by the Holy Beast in an instant. They were really useless. Gu Li waved his hands and said in a tone of scorn, with a disdainful smile on his face, You are so brave that you dared to kill the prince. Do you Gu family want to rebel? The Nanzhao royal family's face became darker, like a piece of black charcoal, and the murderous intent in their eyes became stronger. Oh, what if I rebel against you? Gu Li's tone changed, no longer nonchalant, but with an unspeakable domineering, as if he was the master of this world. Damn, the young master of the Gu family is so arrogant. Speaking rudely to the emperor, the Gu family is going to be finished. The emperor is about to change, and they want to run away, but they dare not move. Everyone wants to cry, but has no tears, as if they have seen the demise of the Gu family, and as if they have seen their own doomsday. Is it too late for them to leave now? Okay. Nanzhao Huang's face was full of anger, and his face was as gloomy as the sky before the storm. Originally, he wanted to take action in the palace on the Queen Mother's birthday, but he didn't expect this bitch to be so arrogant. Kill her on the spot! As soon as Nanzhao Huang finished speaking, dozens of guards surrounded the few people. Xiaojiu, protect them both, Gu Li said to Gu Jiu. No need, Xiaojiu, just protect Sister Ollie. Su Yan felt a little warm in his heart. Gu Jiu was speechless. It was fine if the young master called him Xiaojiu, but why did you call him that? Shut up. Gu Li rolled his eyes at him. Looking at the people surrounding him, Gu Li smiled, like a blooming poppy, beautiful and dangerous. De Yen Ju first style, Lai Yanin. Go. A strong spiritual power attacked the surroundings with Gu Li, as the center like a volcanic eruption. Suddenly, dozens of guards were overturned to the ground like wheat blown down by the wind, and suffered varying degrees of injuries. Insolent a spiritual power belonging to the early stage of the emperor level, like a ferocious beast, erupted from the Nanzhao emperor and attacked Gu Li. Chapter 55. Gu Li's face changed slightly. The spiritual power belonging to the peak of the heavenly rank was like a layer of hard armor, tightly wrapping his whole body. Gu Jiu was about to make a move, but he felt something and stopped. Standing next to Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan to watch the show. Dog Emperor, dare to touch my granddaughter, you have never died, right? A furious voice came, and a spiritual power more powerful than the Nanzhao Emperor was like a lightning, hitting the Nanzhao Emperor. Several elders of the Nanzhao royal family hurried forward to block him. Grandpa Gu, you actually attacked the Emperor, are you trying to rebel? One of the elders scolded. Humph, what if I rebel against you? Gu Chitian hurried to Gu Li's side to check on Gu Li's situation. While watching and scolding, shameless dog thing, actually bullying a little kid. Grandpa, I'm fine, I just wanted to make a move, and you can. Gu Li looked at her old man scolding the Emperor with a smile. Sui Yun next to him couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being grandfather and grandson, you talk the same way. Feng Wuhan couldn't help laughing. Emperor Nanzhao looked at the happy scene over there, and seemed to not take them seriously. His face darkened. Ancestor Emperor Nanzhao invited the royal ancestor out. A figure appeared in front of Emperor Nanzhao, like a mountain pressing down on an egg, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. Meet the Emperor. Everyone knelt down to pay their respects. Gu Li and his men stood there in such a bright light, especially eye-catching, like a crane standing out from a flock of chickens. TSK, you beat the younger one and the older one comes. Gu Li's mean voice sounded, like a naughty little fox. Humph, you ignorant little girl. A loud voice with a hint of anger. What a coincidence, my family is the opposite of yours. We beat the old and then the young. Gu Li was not afraid of him at all. The peak of the imperial rank? Didn't you think her Gu family had it? Her tone was full of contempt. Ancestor. Nan Xiaohuang looked at his ancestor excitedly, breaking through the peak of the imperial rank, and was determined to take down the Gu family. His voice was full of joy and expectation. Xiaoyi, this old man scared me. I'm so afraid that you will help me kill him. Gu Li's cold voice sounded, with a hint of coquetry, as if a cute little girl was coquettish to an adult. There was a hint of dependence and trust in her tone, which made people feel moved. Gu Li silently decided in her heart that she would make everyone around her stronger, so that she could be lazy. Those who bully my young master will die. A cold voice came, accompanied by a powerful spiritual power, rushing straight to the Emperor. This voice was like a cold wind, cold and piercing, making people shudder. The Emperor dodged quickly, and a huge pit appeared where he was hit, like a bottomless abyss. Everyone collapsed. Damn, another peak Emperor. They wanted to leave, but if they fought, they would be dead or missing limbs. Who are you? Looking at the young man in front of him, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Emperor. Such a young peak Emperor, which country is he from? The heart of the Nanzhao Emperor was also trembling. Why would a peak Emperor help the Gu family? Ha ha ha, Xiaoyi, you are so handsome. No one paid attention to the royal family, but Sui Yun smiled. Do you two want to watch the show here, or go out? Gu Li asked. Of course it's here, it's so boring to go out. Sui Yun said excitedly. We don't get involved here. Feng Wuhan also said. Looking at the Gu family members, who were talking and laughing, and didn't take him seriously, the Emperor's face showed a trace of anger, like a volcano about to erupt. I will hold this person back, and the rest of you will kill them on the spot. Yes. For a while, there were 10 more Emperor-level strongmen on the field. Gu Yi and the Emperor of the royal family flew into the air to fight, like 2 meteors across the sky. At this time, the atmosphere on the ground was tense, like a gunpowder barrel that would ignite at any time. Suddenly, wait, let those people leave. Gu Li looked at the people who had followed to watch the show before. The onlookers were so moved, as if they had found an oasis in the desert. You should worry about yourself. The head of the Su family said disdainfully, as if he was laughing at an ant. It seems that you all want to bully the minority with your numbers. Gu Li hugged his arms, and looked at the Nanzhao Emperor, with ridicule in his eyes like a tide. Shadow guards. Suddenly, dozens of people appeared around Gu Li, like black whirlwinds. Ha ha, do you think that the shadow guards can protect you? Nan Xiaohuang laughed, with endless contempt in his laughter. There were more than a dozen Emperor-level strongmen, and there were only 2 on the other side, one of whom was restrained by the Emperor. I like you like this now, keep it up. Gu Li looked at them with a smile, and his smile was like a blooming flower. You can go now, no one dares to touch you when I am here, Gu Li said to the people who followed him before. She really wanted to let them go. This was a matter between their Gu family and the royal family, and they would not tear their faces so quickly. She didn't want to involve others. Thank you, Master Gu. Everyone thanked him and hurriedly wanted to leave. Suddenly, an attack came towards them, like a burning meteor. They were all ordinary people, with cultivation levels of earth and heaven. This attack would surely kill many people. My master said, let them leave. Gu Li's voice was like thunder, exploding in the air. Suddenly, several powerful spiritual powers hit the man who made the attack. A powerful emperor-level warrior was left with unknown life and death. Dozens of people burst out with spiritual powers belonging to the emperor level, like burning volcanoes, and some of them were even in the late stage. Fuck, 50 emperors. When did Nanjiao Kingdom suddenly have so many emperors? Those who were rescued were so shocked that they even forgot to run away, and their mouths opened as if they could swallow an egg. You know, when Grandpa Gu was in the middle stage of the emperor level, he became the strongest man in Nanjiao. Now there are 50 of them at once, which is scary. How could it be? The king of Nanjiao trembled slightly. If he knew that the Gu family had 50 emperors, he would never dare to attack the Gu family. It's over, completely over. This is the voice of the emperor of Nanjiao, the Su family, the Lin family, and the Wan family. The Mo family did not participate, and every time they thought of the Gu family, they were glad that they did not really attack the Gu family. Kill, a devilish voice sounded, like a sharp sword, piercing the heart of the emperor of Nanjiao and others. No, you can't kill me, you are committing a crime of treason. The emperor of Nanjiao roared, his body trembling slightly, like a candle in the wind. Your words are really unpleasant. He really thinks he is the emperor who is high above. Little Ertzi, capture him. Gu Li's voice sounded, and Gu Er went to the emperor of Nanjiao. Others could not stop him at all. Gu Er's strength in the late imperial stage was enough to hang all the imperial stages on the opposite side. Chapter 56. If you dare to kill me, your Gu family disciples will not live either, the Nanjiao emperor roared. I have sent people to the Gu family. I don't believe that there are still emperors in your Gu family. Seeing that Gu Li didn't speak, the Nanjiao emperor thought he had grasped her weakness, so he became more arrogant. Sister Ali, is this guy really the emperor of your Nanjiao? He looks so stupid. At this time, the royal family and those people had been killed by the shadow guards, and Su Ian ran out again. I forgot to tell you. My Gu family moved. Only we are here. Gu Li's mean voice sounded again. As early as when Gu Jiu sent a message to Gu Qintian, Gu Qintian sent the rest of the Gu family out. Hearing this, the face of the Nanjiao emperor changed drastically. He widened his eyes, and looked at Gu Li in disbelief. He never thought that the Gu family would have such a backup. The Gu family moved away. Did the Gu family know what would happen today? Or did they prepare a countermeasure? Your Gu family is so bold. Nanjiao Wang roared in exasperation. Gu Li smiled slightly, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Didn't you want to get rid of my Gu family a long time ago? I still like your arrogant look just now. Why are you not arrogant now? Nanjiao Wang was so angry that he trembled all over, but he couldn't refute Gu Li's words. You damn bitch, you will die a miserable death. Nanjiao Wang could only insult Gu Li to vent his anger, as if he wanted to vent all his anger. Bang! Nanjiao Wang was beaten and flew away. A figure flew to where he fell, and a pair of fists almost leapt after images, falling on Nanjiao Wang like raindrops. You dog emperor, dare to scold my granddaughter, I will tear your mouth apart. The elders of the royal family wanted to save the emperor of Nanjiao, but they did not dare to move. Cold sweat had already appeared on their foreheads, as if a storm would come at any time. Master, Gu San spoke up and wanted to stop the old man. They can do these things. It's okay, let him play for a while. Gu Li's voice was filled with a smile, as if she was enjoying a farce. The corners of the other people's mouths twitched slightly when they heard her words. That's the emperor, not a toy. I want to play too, Grandpa, let me kick him a few times. Su Yun also ran to the side of the emperor of Nanjiao, punching and kicking the old man, like two children fighting. Gu Li turned his head and looked at Feng Wuhan, as if to say, do you want to play too? I don't want to play. Feng Wuhan's icy face almost broke. Gu Li smiled. Xiao Erzi, you take 10 people to the palace and capture the royal family members. The rest of the guards will be disarmed and will not be killed. Xiao Sanzi, Xiao Sitzi, you two also take 10 people to the Lin family and the Wan family. Kill them on the spot. Yes. Gu Er, Gu San, and Gu Si took the order and left with their men. The rest go to help Xiao Yi. Gu Li arranged in an orderly manner. The emperor had already noticed the 50 imperial ranks of the Gu family. He didn't want to save any country and just wanted to escape, but this damn brat kept stopping him. Wait a minute, the emperor shouted hurriedly, looking at the 20 imperial ranks surrounding him. However, Gu Yi and others ignored him and knocked him down with an attack. Bang! A big hole broke in the ground, and the hole was surrounded by spider-web-like cracks. Old man, do you want to come up by yourself or do I let someone drag you up? Gu Li shouted at the hole. The emperor flew out by himself, covered in blood, and his ribs seemed to be broken. He looked like a broken rag doll, which was unbearable to look at. I am willing to submit to the Gu family and become the Gu family shadow guard. The emperor concealed the hatred in his eyes and said, No, my brothers are so handsome, you are not worthy of them. Gu Li said with disdain, as if saying that a beggar is not worthy of dating a noble. Gu Yi and others twitched their mouths slightly. What do you mean by not worthy? As if they were going to marry that old man. You? The emperor was very angry. His eyes were full of hatred. This damn girl. One day he would definitely cut her into pieces. Xiao Yi, have you had enough fun? Gu Li turned his head and looked at Gu Yi. Young master, I have gained a lot of practical experience from it. Gu Yi said respectfully. He hasn't had a good fight since he broke through the peak of the emperor level, and he can't keep up with the actual combat. Then kill him. Gu Liyun's voice sounded calmly. It was as if she was saying that the weather was really nice today. You can't kill me. The hatred in the eyes of the emperor was covered by fear, as if the death had strangled his throat. No one is not afraid of death, let alone those who are used to being in a high position, and they are even more unwilling to die. Gu Li didn't look at the emperor, who was beaten to death on the ground, and handed him over to Gu Yi and the others. She was ready to leave here. It was too messy. She didn't want to deal with it. She wanted to be a hands-off boss. Grandpa, stop beating, we haven't eaten yet. Gu Li shouted at Gu Chitian. Yes, we were going out to eat, and we were delayed for a day. Let's go! Sui Yun also ran back. Hearing this, Gu Chitian immediately stopped and smiled. Okay, let's go home and eat. After that, Gu Li and Gu Chitian turned around and were about to leave. At this time, Gu Yi looked at Gu Li and said with some embarrassment, Young master this. Gu Li looked back at Gu Yi, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, Xiao Yi, you have grown up. I believe you can handle these things. Hearing Gu Li's words, Gu Yi felt speechless. I can't do it. But he didn't dare to say it directly. Others tried to hold back their laughter, fearing that they would laugh out loud accidentally. Gu Yi just watched them leave, but he was powerless. He sighed in his heart, and could only take over this mess. You still don't leave. Do you want us to treat you? Gu Yi suddenly turned around and shouted to the crowd, who had been watching not far away, with a hint of coldness in his voice. At this moment, his face was not as friendly as before. The group of people who had been stunned from beginning to end finally came to their senses. They realized that the royal family of Nanzhao had been destroyed, and their country was about to usher in a new ruler. All this happened so quickly, and suddenly, that they were caught off guard. Who would have thought that in just one day, the situation would evolve from a fight for a box to such a serious situation? It was really unbelievable. Originally thought to be just an ordinary dispute, it ended up changing the fate of the entire country. The massacre lasted for a day and a night. In the palace, the Su family, the Wan family, and the Lin family, blood flowed like a river within a day. Chapter 57. Master, it's almost done. What should we do with the captured princes and concubines? Gu Yi came to report. Gu Li frowned. She didn't know how to deal with it. These people are members of the royal family. If they are released, it may cause more trouble. If they are killed, there will be no one to be the emperor. It's difficult. Who will be the emperor? Gu Li was a little entangled. Master, how about you do it? Gu San looked at Gu Li and said. Ha, okay, I will call Sister Ali the queen from now on. Sui Yun's excited voice sounded. He thought it would be fun for Gu Li to be the emperor. Shenjin! I don't want this. Gu Li was speechless after hearing this. It's better to kill her than to let her be the emperor. She doesn't want to sit on the dragon throne every day and listen to those ministers nagging. Grandpa Gu Li looked at Gu Chitian with bright eyes. She wanted to throw this mess to Grandpa to deal with. I'm old, and you still let me worry about these things? Gu Chitian glared at her. This unfilial granddaughter only knows how to cause trouble for him. Ahem, no, how can I bear to see Grandpa suffer so much? Gu Li was seen through, and touched her nose embarrassedly. She actually just wanted to be lazy. She didn't even want to be the young master of the Gu family. Xioi, have you heard of the more capable people should do more work? She looked at Gu Yi again. Young master, I haven't heard of it. I will only be a member of the Gu family. Gu Yi answered seriously. He knew that the young master was going to let him take over the mess again. But he didn't want to stay in this small place of Nanjiao Kingdom for the rest of his life. He also wanted to follow the young master to a wider world. It's over. No one wants to be the emperor. Guli wailed, looking like he had lost all hope in life. Lear, isn't there still the Mo family? Someone from their family sent me a message before, saying that the emperor was going to attack us on the Queen Mother's birthday. Gu Chitian suggested. Why don't we just throw this doll to them? Gu Li's eyes lit up and said excitedly. That makes sense. Let's go to the Mo family. Gu Li got up quickly and couldn't wait to pull Gu Chitian out. Lear, go ahead. Grandpa believes you can talk about these things. Gu Chitian smiled slightly, his face full of trust. Grandpa, are you sure you don't want to be a hands-off boss? Isn't it inappropriate for a little kid like me to talk about these things with others? What's inappropriate? Anyway, the Gu family has been handed over to you. Gu Jiadian snorted coldly. Old Fu, let's go. The game of chess we played last time hasn't been finished yet. After that, he pulled Uncle Fu away quickly, not remembering that this was his own yard. Gu Li looked at their departing backs, with black lines on his forehead. How pitiful, having to shoulder such a heavy burden at the age of only 10. Sui Yun shook his head, and said with regret. Feng Wuhan also nodded in agreement. Yes, it's really pitiful. Two psychos. Gu Li glared at them, then turned around, and led the Gu family out. Hey, Sister Ollie, wait for me. Sui Yun looked at Gu Li, who had already run away, and hurriedly chased after him. He felt that many interesting things would happen if he followed Gu Li. Mo family. Master, the young master of the Gu family is here with people. A guard hurriedly ran to report. What? She brought people here? Upon hearing this, the head of the Mo family almost dropped the teacup in his hand, and his hands trembled slightly. Yes, they are at the door now. Head of the family, what should we do? The guard who came in to report said, a little scared. The Mo family almost got involved. They are not here to settle the score, are they? Let's go out and take a look first. Although Mo Xingqi was a little panicked, he was still calmer than the head of the Mo family. If the Gu family really came to hold them accountable, why did they come now? The head of the Mo family sighed, knowing that escaping was not a solution, so he had to bite the bullet and go with Mo Xingqi to see the situation. Is there something that happened to the young master? The head of the Mo family was full of fear, his heart was in his throat, and he was not going to attack his Mo family. Although they had stood on the same line with the royal family before, they were forced and left in time. Are you sure you want to say it here? Gu Li looked at the head of the Su family in front of him, not understanding what he was afraid of. Oh yes, please come in. The head of the Mo family hurriedly welcomed the person in. It didn't look like he was here to settle accounts, so he was relieved. After sitting down, the head of the Mo family asked someone to serve tea, and then asked, Young Master Gu, what are you doing here? Nothing serious, just asking if you want to be the emperor. Gu Li looked at the head of the Mo family with a slight smile, and that smile was like the smile of a devil, which made people shudder. Puff Mo Xingqi had just finished drinking tea, and he spit it all out in one gulp. He looked at Gu Li with horror. What did she just say? Let his father be the emperor? The head of the Mo family was also scared. Touching the non-existent sweat on his forehead, he looked at Gu Li and said, Haha, young Master Gu really likes to joke. Ha ha ha, I knew it was fun to follow Sister Ollie. It was so funny to see the expressions of these two people. The villain in Sui Yun's heart laughed, with his hands on his hips. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Gu Li said seriously, blinking his eyes at him, as if saying, I'm serious. It's better for your Gu family to sit in this position. My Mo family is unworthy of it. What are you unworthy of? The previous royal family was surnamed Mo, and you are also surnamed Mo. What are you afraid of? At this time, the expressions of the head of the Mo family and Mo Xingqi were particularly strange. They couldn't help but secretly complain in their hearts. We just have the same pronunciation, but we are really not the same character. What's more, although the royal family is gone, the ministers of each family are still there, and they dare not think about that position. The head of the Mo family signaled Mo Xingqi with his eyes, asking him to talk about this topic, because he was really worried that he would not be able to help but break the work and ruin the atmosphere. After receiving his eyes, Mo Xingqi sighed helplessly. Mo Xingqi took a deep breath, trying to make his expression serious again, and then said to Gu Li, I'm sorry, Master Gu, my family doesn't have the ability to do it. After saying this, his expression seemed a little weird, as if he was trying his best to restrain some emotions. The Gu family will help you stand firm. You just need to take over, Gu Li said confidently. with a confident smile on his face. Take over. Why does it feel like a mess? The two people in the Mo family thought to themselves, with a trace of doubt and worry on their faces. That, Master Gu, why don't you Gu family take this position? Mo Xingqi asked curiously, with a puzzled expression on his face and a puzzled light in his eyes. Chapter 58. Trouble, my Shui doesn't even like that thing. Gu Li pointed at Gu Yi next to him and said lightly. Hearing Gu Li's words, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. Although they knew that Gu Li was very powerful, they didn't expect him to be so arrogant. However, they didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, the strength of the Gu family was there. Following Gu Li's gaze, they immediately recognized Xiaoyi she mentioned. It turned out that Xiaoyi was the peak emperor who fought against the emperor at that time. Well, he really has the capital to look down on him. For such a young peak emperor, the throne of a small country is nothing to him. After thinking for a while, the head of the Mo family spoke. In that case, my Mo family will accept the gift from the Gu family. My Mo family will not forget that all this was given by the Gu family. If there is a need in the future, we will definitely help with all our strength. The head of the Mo family raised his hand to salute and said sincerely, You are you, not a subsidiary family of my Gu family. I don't need you to be a puppet emperor. You just need to promise not to attack my Gu family, and not to harm the interests of my Gu family. Gu Li waved her hand, with a hint of majesty on her face and a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Her voice was low and firm, as if she was sending a clear message to the other party. Don't try to challenge the bottom line of the Gu family. Hearing this, Mo Xingqi was relieved, but at the same time he felt a pressure surge in his heart. He nodded quickly to show that he understood and promised, Absolutely not. Just kidding, although they didn't directly participate in it that day, they had been paying close attention to the development of the situation. The strength shown by the Gu family shocked them. A full 50 emperor-level strongman. In contrast, the Mo family only has one emperor-level early existence. Facing such a powerful Gu family, how dare they have any murderous intentions? Unless they don't want to live. Gu Li nodded with satisfaction, and then said, You don't need to come to me if you have nothing to do, and don't bother me if you have something to do. As for the remaining princes and concubines of the royal family, you Mo family can deal with them by yourselves. You can decide whether to release them or execute them. Her tone was calm, but the indifference contained in it made people shudder. After saying these words, Gu Li turned her head and looked at Gu Yi on the side, with a flash of trust and expectation in her eyes. She whispered, Xiaoyi, you lead some people to help the Mo family stabilize the situation. If you encounter those ministers who oppose or collude with the Su family, kill them without mercy. Her voice revealed a firm and decisive determination, which undoubtedly showed the attitude of the Gu family towards the Mo family and its supporters. Gu Yi sighed helplessly. His young master was really a hands-off shopkeeper, but what could he do? He had to spoil him, because his young master was not yet 14 years old. Just be a hands-off shopkeeper. Yes, Gu Yi responded. Okay, if there is anything, you can go find Xiaoyi and the others. I have something else to do, so I leave first. After saying goodbye to the two people from the Mo family, Gu Li left Gu Yi at the Mo family to continue discussing matters, and left the Mo family with Su Yun and Feng Wuhan. Ali, what are your plans next? Feng Wuhan asked curiously. How about we go to the rock gorge for a walk? Gu Li looked at the two and suggested. She has been stuck at the peak of the heavenly stage for a long time. 2 months have passed, and she has not been able to touch the barrier of breakthrough. It's time to go out and experience some, and find an opportunity for breakthrough. If others knew what she was thinking, they would probably curse. It's only been 2 months, and you dare to say it's a long time, then what about those who took 1 or 2 years to successfully break through? I'm going to find an opportunity to break through. I've been stuck at the peak of the heavenly stage for a long time. Only after a breakthrough can I be more confident of being admitted to Lingtian College. Gu Li said seriously. Let's go, we can definitely get in. Hearing this, Su Yun seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and was instantly full of fighting spirit. He grabbed Gu Li, and was about to set off. He thought to himself, I must enter Lingtian College with Sister Ali. Feng Wuhan, who was on the side, looked at the two, shook his head helplessly, and then followed silently. He knew that Lingtian College had certain age restrictions. Anyone between the ages of 10 and 20 could apply. Moreover, the strength of the early heavenly stage had already met the application requirements. How could Ali not get in when she was so powerful? Only Su Yun, a fool, would worry that she would not be able to get in. In this way, The three of them kept on traveling non-stop for 2 consecutive days. Sister Ollie, why haven't you arrived yet? Suiyun asked boredly while walking. There are still 3 days to go, don't worry. Guli turned around, looked at him, and comforted him. But why don't you go to the Demon Flame Forest? It only takes 1 day to go to the Demon Flame Forest. Suiyun asked puzzledly. Although the Demon Flame Forest is very dangerous, it is a good place for cultivation, which can help them improve their strength faster. But now they are going to the Rock Gorge, which is so far away, which makes him feel a little confused. There are many dragon fruit seedlings in the Rock Gorge, aren't you tempted? Guli blinked her eyes, like a cunning little fox, and said in a tempting tone. There was cunning and wit in her eyes. However, he was not moved by her words. Suiyun shook his head and said, I'm not an alchemist, I'm not interested in this stuff. Because he is an equipment refiner, he is not so interested in spiritual herbs. Then, he turned to look at Feng Wuhan and said, a hen may be more interested, he is an alchemist. Feng Wuhan nodded slightly to show his agreement. Indeed, the earth dragon fruit is a very rare spiritual medicine. If you can collect some, it would be the best. Moreover, it would be even better if you can dig up a earth dragon seedling. At this time, Guli spoke again, with a hint of cunning in his voice. There is also a flame-scaled snake of the early stage of the holy beast, and it is a fire element. I heard that the bones of the holy beast level are excellent materials for refining equipment. Do you really not want it? Yes, I must. I want the bones of that holy beast. Suiyun was immediately excited, his eyes shining. The sacred beast of the fire element, this is a rare material for refining weapons. He couldn't wait to imagine how to use the skinny bones of this sacred beast to refine a powerful spiritual weapon. However, he didn't consider whether he and Guli and others could defeat the sacred beast. After all, sacred beasts are not so easy to deal with. But at this moment, Suiyun didn't think so much, he only wanted to get the skinny bones of the sacred beast, and didn't realize the danger at all. Anyway, with Ah Hen and Ali here, the result will be the same. Chapter 59. The three of them kept on going and finally arrived at the crater where Guli had fought with the flame-scale snake. Sister Ali, look over there. There are so many earth dragon fruit seedlings, and there is one that is almost ripe. Suiyun couldn't suppress his excitement, and said in a low voice. Although he was not very interested in spiritual herbs, anyone would be tempted by such a rare treasure. He thought to himself, collect more, let a hen refine more pills for him. Feng Wuhan looked a little solemn, carefully observing the situation over there. Although the area seemed calm on the surface, it actually hid countless dangers. So many earth dragon fruit seedlings grew here, and there must be a large number of companion beasts guarding them. Guli said lightly, I have a space ring that can accommodate living things. Its space is enough to plant all the earth dragon seedlings. She did not reveal that this space ring could also accommodate humans. She knew that it was rare for her to have a space ring that could accommodate living things. If she revealed that she still had a treasure like the Chaos Ring, she would probably become the target of public criticism and be hunted down and robbed by various forces. Suiyun looked at Guli in shock. Fuck, you actually have such a treasure? Guli smiled and nodded. Feng Wuhan, who was standing by, also looked at Guli in surprise, muttering to himself, this woman has so many secrets. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Suiyun said a little depressedly, but most of the dragon fruit seedlings there have not yet borne fruit or are not yet mature. Even if we take them away, it will take 100 years for them to mature. Guli smiled mysteriously and explained, don't worry, I have pulled out the mature dragon fruit seedling, and for the other dragon fruit seedlings, I have a way to make them mature quickly, at least they don't need to wait for hundreds of years. In addition, there is a flame-scaled snake of the early stage of the holy level and thousands of small snakes hidden in that place, including some of the spiritual level. After that, she told the two people in detail what she learned last time. Suiyun seemed to have finally remembered the problem, that they couldn't beat it. Sister Ali, are you sure we can really beat it? It's a bit difficult for us to deal with that holy beast alone, not to mention so many other small snakes. Suiyun said a little depressed. He really wanted the bones of the flame-scaled snake. What is your strength? Actual combat power, not cultivation. Guli looked at the two and asked seriously. In the early stage of the spiritual level, it can defeat the late stage of the spiritual level. Suiyun's voice sounded. Late spiritual stage, can reach early king stage in actual combat. Feng Wuhan thought for a while, and said to Guli. Hearing this, Guli felt relieved. That's fine, I can beat the mid-spiritual stage in actual combat, we will lead it away, don't fight in this area. Guli said to the two. We will lead it to another place. The three of us can't beat it. Will we really not be beaten by it? Sui-Yun was a little skeptical. The three of them, who were just noobs at the spiritual stage, were really going to be fed up with fighting a holy beast. We can beat it, believe me, it's just a little painful, Gu Li said with a smile. She was very confident she would only be slightly injured. She had the Chaos Ring, so her life would not be in danger. At worst, if she couldn't beat it, she would drag the two of them to stay in the Chaos Ring. But she wanted to give it a try. Then how do we lead it away from here? Feng Wuhan said. With their speed, they might be beaten away before they leave here. You leave first and wait for me in the canyon. I will lure it over there. Gu Li looked at the two and said, No, you will be beaten to death later. Sui-Yun was the first to object. She was the weakest here. How could she be allowed to do such a thing? If anyone wants to go, it should be Ah Hin. Gu Li rolled his eyes at him. Shut up. Can you expect me to be good? Did she lead him a very weak impression? Little bird Gu Li summoned the vermilion bird. She couldn't run, but the vermilion bird could. Even though the little bird's strength was still at the spiritual level, its speed was not weak. Looking at the vermilion bird that appeared in front of him, still in a mimicry, Sui-Yun suddenly remembered that she had the vermilion bird. I forgot that you contracted the vermilion bird. Sui-Yun scratched his head and looked at Gu Li a little embarrassed. Fuck, the ancient mythical beast Suzaku. Feng Wuhan was not calm. He didn't know that Gu Li had contracted Suzaku. After all, Suzaku was an ancient mythical beast, so how could it appear here? Feng Wuhan looked at Suzaku, then at Gu Li, and was shocked. Ha ha, Ah Hin, you didn't know. Ha ha. Sui-Yun couldn't help it when he saw his expression. He laughed so hard that he almost fell down. He thought to himself, is this still the cold and expressionless person? When have I seen this person show such an expression? Ha ha ha. Feng Wuhan was a little embarrassed and glared at Sui-Yun fiercely, but then he returned to his usual cold and indifferent appearance. He turned to look at Gu Li and whispered, then be careful, we are in the forest outside the canyon. Okay, Gu Li replied. Soon, the two disappeared from her sight. Xia Tingzi, after Xiaokazi and I lead the flame-scaled snake away, you sneak over and dig up all the Earth Dragon Kingdom seedlings over there. As a space spirit, Wang Xingting is good at using the power of space, so it is perfect for him to steal something. Don't worry, Master, I promise to complete the task. Xia Tingzi patted his chest and said confidently. Gu Li nodded gently, then let Xia Tingzi come out of Wang Xingting and hide not far away. Then, she took Xia Tingzi and flew down to the cliff in the crater, waiting quietly. She quickly formed seals with both hands. Dianju second style, flip the sky. With Gu Li's angry shout, a huge spiritual power vortex quickly formed in the air. The powerful spiritual power, with the momentum of destroying everything, swept towards the earth dragon fruit seedling that was about to mature near the magma. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, a series of creepy sounds suddenly sounded. Then, countless flame-scaled snakes emerged from the surrounding rocks, connected head to tail, forming a dense snake tide, rushing towards Gu Li like a black torrent. These flame-scaled snakes flashed with strange red light, spit out scarlet tongues from their mouths, and exuded a strong fishy smell. Seeing this, Xiaokazi immediately released part of the pressure on his body. This powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire space, and those flame-scaled snakes felt the suppression from their blood, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. The originally swift attack was also affected by this, and the speed became abnormally slow. Some low-level flame-scaled snakes could not even withstand this pressure, and fell from the cliff one after another. Chapter 60. A strong breath spread out, and a flame-scaled snake of the early stage of the saint level slowly crawled out of the rolling magma. Its huge body coiled like a small mountain, and its huge eyes were full of greed and desire, staring at the Suzaku standing on Gu Li's shoulder. Although the Suzaku was small in size, the breath it exuded was extremely pure and noble. Although the flame-scaled snake could not speak, it instinctively distinguished that the blood of the Suzaku was of great benefit to it. Although it was affected by the pressure of the Suzaku, the current cultivation of the Suzaku was still low, and it could not completely suppress it with its blood. If it could devour the Suzaku, the blood in its body would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Damn it, Master, it wants to eat me. Xiaokazi noticed the intention of the flame-scaled snake, and complained to Gu Li angrily. Gu Li also instantly noticed the malicious eyes of the flame-scaled snake. Stupid snake, you want to eat my little bird? Wait for the next life. Gu Li cursed at the flame-scaled snake without fear. After that, Gu Li danced with both hands quickly, and the spiritual power in his body surged out, and he shouted, De Yen Ju first style, flip the sky. A powerful spiritual power waved towards the flame-scaled snake like a huge wave, and the air around it was twisted by this force. Damn human, actually scolded it. It wanted to eat it, and its huge body met Gu Li's attack, and in an instant, Gu Li's spiritual power was dispersed. Gu Li called, "Little bird." The little bird was no longer the small pseudo-body state, but turned into the real body of Suzaku, with flames burning all over its body, and the light was dazzling. The little bird flashed and turned into a flame and rushed towards the flame-scaled snake. Its sharp claws flashed with cold light, and it fiercely grabbed the body of the flame-scale snake. "You bastard, you want to eat me, I kill you." Xiaokazi cursed and attacked the flame-scale snake. The flame-scale snake dodged flexibly, and the hard scales on its body rubbed against the claws of the Suzaku, producing a series of sparks. The flame-scale snake took the opportunity to sweep over with its thick tail, bringing a violent hot wind. Xiaokazi flew up swiftly and avoided this fatal blow. However, the flame-scale snake's attack did not stop. Its tail was like a huge whip, constantly whipping, and wherever it went, tiny cracks appeared in the space. Xiaokazi and Gu Li were swept away and flew out together. "Fuck you, it hurts me to death." Gu Li took the pill, climbed up, and headed towards the flame-scale snake. The first style of breaking the sky, thunder punishment. Gu Li shouted loudly, forming a seal with his hands, and the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds and lightning. Thick lightning bolts fell from the sky like silver snakes, and blasted towards the flame-scale snake. The little bird also opened its eyes wide, and the flames on its body burned more vigorously. Purple extreme sky fire. Burning. An even more powerful flame spurted out of its mouth, and the flame was like a roaring fire dragon, rushing straight towards the flame-scale snake. The flame-scale snake was wrapped in lightning and flames. It twisted its body in pain, and the scales on its body were burned with a sizzling sound. But it endured the severe pain and pounced on Gu Li again, opening its mouth wide to bite Gu Li. Gu Li flew up and landed lightly on the back of the little bird. The little bird spread its wings and flew out in a whoosh, like a meteor across the sky. Gu Li looked down at the wound on his body, took out the pill and swallowed it. I sighed inwardly that the gap in cultivation was still too big. The flame-scaled snake saw the two ants that heard it running away, and the pain on its body angered it. Its huge body stirred in the magma, bringing up a hot wave, and then quickly chased after it. Gu Li and Xiaokazi were running in front, and behind them was the flame-scaled snake chasing them. The hot air flow and the smoke and dust were intertwined. "Master, this stupid snake is chasing too closely," Xiaokazi shouted. "Although it is fast, its cultivation is much lower than that snake, so it is still a little strenuous." De Yanju first style flipping the sky. Gu Li, who was sitting on Xiaokazi's back, saw the flame-scaled snake catching up and quickly formed a seal. A strong spiritual power went towards it at an extremely fast speed, and it couldn't dodge and was hit. Xiaokazi saw the opportunity and pulled away at once. The flame-scaled snake that was hit seemed to be completely enraged, and its speed was even faster than before. Compared with this side, it was very easy over there in this small pavilion. Xia Tingzi closed his eyes and slowly raised his hands, palms facing up, receiving some mysterious power. His wrists turned gently, driving his arms to swing in a strange rhythm, as if communicating and pulling with invisible forces. Xia Tingzi suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He quickly put his hands together, fingertips touching. Power of space stillness. After Xia Tingzi finished performing it, it seemed as if the whole world fell into a strange silence. Visible to the naked eye, the surrounding air seemed to solidify and no longer flow, forming a series of faint ripples, like ripples on a calm lake, but still. The dust particles in the space also stagnated in the air, like tiny stars that were frozen. All the flame-scaled snakes stopped moving. Their ferocious postures were frozen in an instant. Their open bloody mouths, raised sharp fangs, and twisting bodies seemed to be fixed by invisible hands, presenting a strange still picture. Xia Tingzi quickly moved closer to the earth dragon fruit seedlings, and the one that was about to mature. His movements were agile and fast, without any drag. He danced with his hands, and his spiritual power overflowed, transplanting all the fruit seedlings in an area into the pavilion of rebirth. After 2 breaths, the stopped snakes returned to normal. When they saw that more than half of the fruit seedlings they were guarding were gone, the flame-scaled snakes became angry, and the hissing sound resounded throughout the valley. Their eyes turned red, the scales on their bodies flashed with angry light, and blazing flames continued to spew out of their mouths. Xia Tingzi saw that the flame-scaled snakes recovered, and his eyes condensed, not daring to hesitate at all. Its consciousness flashed, and it returned to the rebirth pavilion in the blink of an eye. Because of the contract between it and Gu Li, no matter how far apart they are, as long as the rebirth pavilion is still on Gu Li, it can go back instantly with the power of the contract. Master, I dug a lot. Xia Tingzi's excited voice sounded in Gu Li's sea of consciousness, and his tone was full of complacency. Great. Gu Li smiled and praised generously. Gu Li looked back at the flame-scaled snake that was chasing after him. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. In the battle in the volcano just now, fierce spiritual power fluctuation surged in Gu Li's body. She had already touched the barrier of breakthrough, but for the sake of safety, she forcibly suppressed it. Sister Ollie, here. A familiar voice sounded. Gu Li looked over and saw Sui Yun. Feng Wuhan drew out his sword, and a powerful spiritual power burst out from the sword and went towards the flame-scaled snake. The two of them flashed to Gu Li's side. Looking him up and down, he asked with a hint of worry, "Are you okay?" Chapter 61. It's okay, let's deal with it first. Gu Li jumped down from the little bird, his body was vigorous. He stared at the flame-scaled snake that had just been knocked away, but quickly crawled over. Okay. Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan responded in unison, and then dispersed to surround the flame-scaled snake. Sui Yun's figure was like the wind, and he instantly appeared on the left side of the flame-scaled snake. He shook his wrist, and the folding fan in his hand swish opened, and the mysterious runes on the fan flashed with a faint blue light. He chanted, "Spirit Wind Curse Start." As he chanted, a sharp wind turned into a knife, whistling out of the fan, and rushed straight to the head of the flame-scaled snake. Feng Wuhan quietly circled to the right side of the flame-scaled snake. His footsteps were light, like an assassin in the dark night. He was seen holding the long sword tightly, and the veins on his arm burst out. "Break the flame!" he shouted in a low voice. A stream of fire elemental spiritual power swung out from the long sword, piercing the belly of the flame-scaled snake at lightning speed. The little bird circled in the air, spread its wings, and spurted out a blazing flame from its mouth. Burning sky flames. The flames were like a sea of fire, overwhelming the flame-scaled snake. The flame-scaled snake twisted its huge body like a mountain in anger, and the scales on its body flashed a terrifying light under the reflection of the fire. It opened its bloody mouth and spurted out a stream of extremely hot flames, which was like a violent fire dragon, rushing straight towards several people. Wherever the flames went, the surrounding dry grass instantly turned into ashes, and even the hard rocks were roasted red, making a crackling sound. Gu Li reacted quickly and formed seals with both hands. De Yen Ju first style Fierce Flame Seal. Second style, Heaven Shaking. Third style, Netherworld Burning. Gu Li used a variety of spiritual skills at once, consuming a lot of spiritual power. Because of the technique she practiced, it was either difficult to break through or continuous. One after another, the powerful forces collided with the flame sprayed by the flame-scaled snake, making a chi-chi sound, sparking a spark, making the already hot air even hotter. The flame-scaled snake was too powerful. It swung its tail violently. The thick and powerful tail was like a huge steel whip, with a whistling sound, and whipped several people fiercely. Feng Wuhan was unable to dodge, and was hit directly by the tail. The whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string, and hit a huge rock heavily. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and the long sword in his hand also slipped out of his hand. Sui Yun saw that the situation was not good, and wanted to rescue it, but the flames from the mouth of the flame snake burned his arm. He groaned in pain and quickly retreated. His sleeves turned to ashes in an instant, and there were large burns on his arms. "Fuck, this little thing is quite strong," Sui Yun said with a difficult expression. De Yen Ju First Style, Lai Yanin. Gu Li took advantage of the flame snake's attention on the two people, and attacked with a strong spiritual power, injuring the flame snake. With a flash, he pulled the two back, and took out the pill from the space for them to take. This is a few-grade pill, the effect is so good. Feng Wuhan felt that the injuries in his body were healing quickly after taking the pill, which was a bit incredible. Now is not the time to talk about this. Take these healing pills and eat while fighting. You can kill it. Gu Li brought out 2 pots of healing pills and put them in the hands of the two. Then he faced the attacking flame scale snake. Feeling the weight in his hand, the two looked at each other. Fuck, this guy is also an alchemist, Sui Yun said in shock. She also uses a basin to store pills. Feng Wuhan was also shocked and speechless. Isn't it a bit too weird to use a basin to store pills? But looking at these pills, her level is higher than his. If you two keep dazed, I will be beaten to death, Gu Li, who was just beaten away, saw the two people in a daze, and couldn't help but remind them. "Oh okay, I'm here, take my move." Sui Yun waved the folding fan in his hand fiercely, and the runes on the fan flew out instantly, turning into rays of light, shooting at the eyes of the flame scale snake like sharp arrows. The flame scale snake had to swing its head to avoid it, which gave Feng Wuhan a great opportunity. Feng Wuhan flashed and rushed towards the flame scale snake like lightning, and stabbed its abdomen fiercely with the dagger. But the scales of the flame-scaled snake were extremely hard, and the short sword only left a shallow mark on them. However, the flame-scaled snake also reacted very quickly, and its thick tail swept across violently, so fast that it brought a gust of wind. Several people were slapped away again, and 3 of them were seriously injured to varying degrees. Gu Li spit out the blood clots in her body, and took a few pills. She was happy. A hidden power in Gu Li's body suddenly began to surge. She only felt that the spiritual power in her meridians was like a surging river surging. Concentrate your mind to guide this sudden power. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be summoned and rushed towards her frantically. Her body radiated a dazzling light. Early spiritual stage broke through to the spiritual stage, and the surrounding spiritual power was still continuously entering Gu Li's body, constantly washing her spiritual veins. The black and white spiritual veins continued to devour spiritual power. Gu Li wanted to suppress the spiritual power in his body, but he couldn't. His breath kept rising. Middle spiritual stage. Late spiritual stage. Peak spiritual stage. Gu Li hurriedly suppressed the spiritual power in his body. He couldn't break through anymore, otherwise his foundation would be unstable. In the end, he suppressed it to the peak of the spiritual stage. The injuries in his body were also healed because of the breakthrough. "Fuck, Sister Ali, you are a devil." Sui Yun was shocked. Who breaks through to a large level? Sister Ali was originally the one with the lowest cultivation, but now it's him. He was full of sadness. Feng Wuhan also opened his eyes in shock. Since he met Gu Li, his image of a cool male god has long been gone. Before Gu Li could speak, the huge body of the flame scale snake rushed towards Feng Wuhan with overwhelming force. Feng Wuhan tried his best to resist, but was still shocked by the powerful force, and retreated again and again, with blood gushing out of his mouth. The little bird chirped again in the air, and the flames in its mouth became more intense, pouring down on the flame-scaled snake like a downpour. The scales on the flame-scaled snake were burned and sizzled, and it twisted in pain. "You two take the pills first." Gu Li took advantage of the time, when the little bird was holding the flame-scaled snake, and quickly dragged the two to a safe place. After each of them drank a bottle of pills, they returned to the little bird. "Xia Tingzi, take good care of the little bird, let it take the pills to heal its wounds." Gu Li took the injured little bird to the Pavilion of Rebirth. "Okay, master." Xia Tingzi picked up the injured bird, and let it soak in the lake of the Pavilion of Rebirth to heal its wounds. Gu Li took out a spiritual sword. She held the long sword with one hand, and raised it high. Thunder Yuan slash. The light on her long sword was bright, gathering the spiritual power of her whole body. A powerful thunder element spiritual power wrapped around the long sword, and slashed straight at the head of the flame-scaled snake. Lightning is something that all monsters, including humans, fear. A powerful force of lightning suppressed it, slowing down its movements. Puff, the long sword entered its body, and the lightning spirit continued to wreak havoc in its body. Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan saw this, and also formed seals at the same time. Wooden vine-locked mini vines emerged from the ground, and tied up the flame-scale snake. Sui Yun's hands were shining brightly. Wind blade dance. Countless wind blades flew out from the fan, cutting the body of the flame-scale snake. Chapter 62. Bang! As the flame-scaled snake fell heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust was raised, and its life breath completely dissipated. Gu Li lay directly on the ground, closed her eyes, and murmured to herself, "Too tired, really tired." She felt that she had exhausted all her strength. Her body became extremely heavy, and she didn't even want to move a finger. She swore in her heart, "When I go back, I must throw Gu Yi and the others to a dangerous place to train, and give them more pills to prevent them from dying. They must improve their strength as soon as possible, so that I can play badly. I really want to play badly." Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan also ignored their image and lay aside, their faces full of fatigue and blood, looking miserable. At this moment, how could they still look like the handsome boys they once were? After a while, after recovering some physical strength, Gu Li forced himself to get up and put the body of the flame-scaled snake into the space ring. Then, she kicked Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan beside her and said, "Hurry up, Xiao Kazi told me that other monsters are coming. If we don't leave quickly, we may have to continue fighting. Hearing this, Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan barely opened their eyes, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and quickly took more than a dozen pills, and then they felt a little better. The three found an abandoned cave, and decided to rest here for a while, treat their wounds, and recover from their injuries, and then go back. Sister Ailey, you are too abnormal. You have reached the peak of the spiritual level all of a sudden. It's a big blow to me. Sui Yun pretended to be very sad, but he was happy for Gu Li in his heart. Heal your wounds first, and I give you something good later. Gu Li also saw that he was pretending, and was too lazy to expose him. Sui Yun was excited when he heard it, and his eyes were shining with excitement. Really? Sister Ali's things must be treasures. Feng Wuhan also thought so, and looked at her with expectation in his eyes. What good things do you want? Take it out, and let me see it. Sui Yun asked impatiently. Seeing that they were so expectant, Gu Li smiled slightly, with a slight upward curve of her mouth, with a hint of cunning. Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan looked at her smile, and an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. Gu Li took out 2 bathtubs from the space ring, and filled them with water. The water looked very strange, as if exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Gu Li turned to look at them, smiled slightly, and asked softly, Should I kick you in, or do you go in by yourself? Sui Yun's face changed slightly, and he stammered, No. No need. I don't really want to take a bath. His eyes flickered. Feng Wuhan also quickly echoed, Me too, I don't have mysophobia. His expression seemed a little nervous. It seems that you want me to help you. Gu Li stood up and walked towards them, as if he was going to kick them into the bathtub in the next second. Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan looked at each other, and could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Sui Yun retreated again and again, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and said with a vigilant face, I will do it myself, do it myself. After that, he hurriedly climbed into the bathtub. Just kidding, he is a man, how can he let a woman bathe him? Doesn't she know the difference between men and women? If Gu Li knew what Sui Yun was thinking at the moment, he would probably push him into the water, without hesitation, and let him feel the taste of death. Feng Wuhan, who was standing by, was relatively calm. He entered the bathtub silently, and soaked in the water quietly. When they first entered the bathtub, the two did not feel much abnormality, but as time went on, they gradually felt that something seemed to be discharged from their bodies. Although this feeling was not strong, it made people feel a little uncomfortable. However, not long after, Sui Yun suddenly screamed, Fuck, it hurts. What the hell is this? He was pale as paper, with veins on his forehead, and looked at Gu Li in pain. I asked you if you wanted to heal first, and you can't blame me now. Gu Li said, as he took out a chair from the space ring, sat on it leisurely, and then ate the spiritual fruit leisurely, crossed his legs, and looked at the two with interest. Feng Wuhan endured the severe pain in his body, gritted his teeth and asked, What is this? Why are we in so much pain? Gu Li smiled and explained, This is a liquid medicine that can help you cleanse your meridians and marrow, and can expel all the impurities and toxins in your body. In this way, your future cultivation speed will be greatly improved. Sister Ali, you are too good to us. You are willing to give us such a good thing. If anyone bullies you in the future, I will kill him. Sui Yun was moved. Feng Wuhan had no expression on his face, but he looked at Gu Li with a firm look and said, Whoever bullies you, I will also kill him. Gu Li rolled her eyes at them, so stupid. Come on, stop talking. It's just the beginning, save your energy. At first they didn't understand what it meant, until now. They only knew what pain was. The pain was like countless ants gnawing in the body, making people unbearable. No wonder Ali just asked them to save their energy, and they almost fainted from the pain. Gu Li had left the cave at this time, found a tree outside the cave entrance, and took a nap on it. It was so smelly, she didn't want to suffer in it, looking up at the sky. The sun was shining, the weather was clear, the birds were singing, and there were bursts of screams. Gu Li said, Life is so beautiful. After about an hour, the two of them finally finished the marrow washing. As soon as the two came out, Gu Li was instantly 800 meters away from them. There is a river 800 meters over there, you go and wash first. Gu Li's disgusted voice sounded. Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan looked at each other, and at the same time lowered their heads to smell the smell on their bodies, and their faces suddenly turned black. Feng Wuhan, who had just said that he had no mysophobia, disappeared directly. The villain in his heart scratched his hair wildly, unable to bear it. It was too smelly. Wait for me, wait for me. Sui Yun also hurriedly followed. When they came back from washing, it was another half an hour. Sister Ailey, I tell you, I just broke through. I am now in the middle stage of the spiritual level. Soo-yoon, who had cleaned up, said excitedly. Breakthrough so quickly? I have a good talent, of course I broke through quickly. Soo-yoon said proudly. Fong Woo-han added a knife from the side. But you are the one with the lowest cultivation. Ali is younger than you, and she is 2 levels higher than you. Soo-yoon was immediately dissatisfied and retorted, then she is still at the same level as you, she is younger than you. Chapter 63. I have a higher cultivation level than you. Fong Woo-han's mouth corners slightly raised, his tone was calm, but with a hint of confidence. TSK, that's only temporary, I'm cultivating very fast now. Soo-yoon pouted and retorted, secretly vowing to surpass him. Gu-li looked at the two bickering like elementary school students, shook her head helplessly, and interrupted. Okay, stop arguing. Soo-yoon and Fong Woo-han looked at each other. Soo-yoon snorted and turned his head away, no longer talking. Gu-li looked at the sky and said, we should go back. It will take 3 days to go back. I still have to arrange some things. How long will it take for us to go from Nanjiao Kingdom to Lingtian Academy? She asked seriously, with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Fong Woo-han thought for a moment, then replied, at our speed, it will take about 10 days. But, he paused, then said, there is less than a month left before entering Lingtian College for assessment. Hearing this news, Soo-yoon couldn't help but frown. He stood up and said anxiously, let's go back quickly, say goodbye to Grandpa and the others first, and get ready to set off. After that, he couldn't wait to go back in the direction of Gu's house. The journey that was supposed to take 3 days was returned in 2 days. You go back and rest first. I still have something to do. Gu-li looked at the two of them. Fong Woo-han and Soo-yoon also knew that the Nanjiao Kingdom had changed its master, and Gu-li had a lot of things to deal with. They didn't follow her all the time, and went back to their own courtyards. Gu-li returned to his courtyard, packed up, and went to find Gu Chintian. Grandpa, I plan to apply for Lingtian College. Should our family move to Lingtian City? Gu-li looked at Gu Chintian and said. Anyway, the Gu family is moving away from Nanjiao Kingdom, so they might as well move to Lingtian City. She can go home during her vacation, which makes her happy just thinking about it. Not impossible. Gu Chintian's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good idea. If they move to Lingtian City, perhaps the Gu family can really have a better development. Moreover, Lingtian City is more prosperous than Nanjiao Country, and it is also a greater opportunity for the Gu family. And Lear will eventually go to a higher place, and he hopes that the Gu family can be her solid backing. However, Gu Chintian's face soon became worried again. But do you know how expensive the houses in Lingtian City are? Even if we sell the entire Gu family, I'm afraid we can't afford it. Gu-li frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, how is the sale of the shops going? Gu Chintian shook his head helplessly and said, those shops have been sold, but the money is still far from enough to buy a mansion in Lingtian City. After all, Lingtian City is not an ordinary city. It is the only city in the southern part of Lafeng continent that is independent of any country. Its importance is self-evident. Lafeng continent is divided into 2 blocks, one in the south and one in the north. What's more, Lingtian College is also located in Lingtian City, which has attracted countless people to study and develop. Therefore, the housing prices in Lingtian City are naturally high. Gu-li patted Gu Chintian on the shoulder and comforted him. Grandpa, leave the mansion to me, you don't have to worry too much. I will take some people there first, and when we find a suitable mansion, you can move with others. Lear has grown up. Gu Chintian looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes full of emotion and relief. He felt extremely proud in his heart. This little girl, who once needed his care, has now grown into a strong and independent girl. However, what he felt more was heartache. Other children were still acting like spoiled children in their parents' arms at the age of 13, but his Lear had to shoulder the burden of the Gu family. All this was because he had no ability to protect the Gu family, so Lear had to shoulder the burden of Gu Chin. Gu Chintian secretly made up his mind that he would start practicing in seclusion as soon as the affairs of the Gu family were settled. Only by constantly improving his own strength can he truly protect the Gu family and create a solid backing for Lear. In his heart, Lear has always been his most cherished granddaughter. No matter what happens, he will fully support and protect her. As long as the Gu family is still there, Lear will have a place to rely on, which is also his deepest love for Lear. After saying goodbye to Gu Chintian, Gu-li went to the underground martial arts training ground to find Gu-yi. How is the matter of Nanjiao Kingdom handled? Gu-li looked at Gu-yi. My lord, it has been handled almost. Gu-yi said. Can it be handled badly? When the Mo family appeared in the palace, A bunch of ministers opposed it, and some people who were privately with the three families of Su Wanlin and loyal to the royal family directly jumped out to oppose it, insulting Gu Li and the Mo family for treason and seeking power and usurping the throne. Wherever the 50 imperial-level strongmen stood, they killed a group of ministers who were friendly with the three families. Suddenly, the other ministers who opposed it dared not say a word. It only took one day for them to deal with the remnants of the former royal family, and the Mo family also succeeded in taking power. That's good. After all, the emperor of Nanzhao was taken down, and they had to return a new regime to them, otherwise the country would fall into chaos. Pick 10 shadow guards, and go to Lingtian City with me in 3 days. Keep an eye out for suitable mansions for the Gu family. Don't worry about the price. Just tell me if you find one that's suitable. I'm going to apply for Lingtian College, and don't have time to do these things. The rest of you stay here first, and come together when we move. Gu Li arranged things in an orderly manner. After thinking for a while, he said, let 20 shadow guards support the Mo family. Those who don't cooperate will be killed directly. You tell them whether they can eat the meat of Nanzhao Kingdom. It depends on themselves. Our Gu family will help them for half a year at most. Yes. Gu Yi bowed respectfully, and went back to make arrangements. Gu Li looked at Gu Yi's back as he left, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This is her starting point, and she still feels reluctant to leave. But this will not be her end. Wherever the Gu family is, that is her home. In this world, becoming stronger is just to protect the people you want to protect. In the next few days, Gu Li devoted himself to refining pills and weapons. I don't believe that the house over there can be so expensive, it's just money. I smashed the pots of pills to get them. At the same time, Gu Yi also selected 10 shadow guards according to her requirements and began to prepare for the trip to Lingtian City. 3 days later, Gu Li and the other two set off for Lingtian City with 10 shadow guards. Gu Yi and others were no longer dressed in black, but followed Gu Li as guards. The head of the Mo family also received Gu Li's message, saying that he would make good use of the past 6 months and strive to take Nanzhao Kingdom into his pocket as soon as possible. Fortunately, they didn't really do anything to the Gu family at that time, otherwise the Mo family would not exist now. The head of the Mo family was a little emotional. Who would have thought that the waste that everyone laughed at for 10 years would become a genius overnight and bring the Gu family to a different height? Chapter 64. Sister Ali, is it really okay for you to be like this? Su Yin looked at the tiny Gu Li lying on Gu Lu's back with some jealousy, and couldn't help asking, what's wrong with that? If you have the ability, you could also let Xiao Yi carry you. Gu Li, who was lying on Gu Lu's back, said nonchalantly, not thinking that there was anything wrong with doing so. You know, this is a 10-day journey. The speed of the shadow guards is much faster than her, so there is no need to endure the hardship. And she doesn't need to practice her body skills. After all, she has practiced in the Chaos Ring for a long time. In fact, she has considered taking a carriage or using a spirit beast as a means of transportation. Taking a carriage for a month may not necessarily reach the destination. And the little bird can't appear casually. If some powerful person recognizes its identity, she will be hunted to death. Xiao Yi is still the most sensible. He even specially picked 2 girls to take turns carrying her. Thinking of this, Gu Li looked at Gu Yi with appreciation. Su Yun, who was standing by, also cast an expectant look at Gu Yi. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Gu Yi. Our young master is still young and can't endure hardships. You seem to be able to endure hardships better. Gu Yi's emotionless voice sounded. Su Yin looked at Feng Wuhan again. Don't look at me, I'm still young too, I can't carry you. Feng Wuhan said with a vigilant look, as if telling Su Yun, don't think of hitting on me. Su Yin looked at his 1.8-meter tall figure, his face full of laughter. Young master, we reach Yuecheng not far ahead. There will be an auction in Yuecheng tomorrow. Gu Er turned to Gu Li and said, oh, auction? Gu Li's eyes lit up, and he seemed very interested in it. Yes, young master. This auction is quite large. The auction held once every 3 months in Yuecheng will be held tomorrow. Gu Er continued to introduce. Sister Ali, let's go and join in the fun. Su Yun's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an expectant smile. Okay, let's play in Yuecheng for 2 days before leaving. Gu Li's eyes lit up and jumped off Gu Lu's back. She secretly calculated in her heart that she was short of money now, so she could just go to this auction and sell some pills to make some money. And there was still nearly a month before the assessment of Lingtian Academy, so it was completely in time, and there was no need to worry about delaying the trip. The group quickly entered Yuecheng, and Gu Li and others found an inn together. "Waiter, prepare 8 upper rooms for us." Gui shouted to the waiter. "Okay, please wait a moment, sir." The waiter responded enthusiastically. "Sir, the total is 80,000 spirit stones." After the waiter quoted the price, Gu Li couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It's so expensive. Now they need to spend money everywhere, which makes her miss the grandeur she had in Nanzhao Kingdom. Gui Gong paid the money and took the keys to distribute to several people. Then he went upstairs. "Waiter, arrange 10 upper rooms for us." "Money is not a problem." A very arrogant voice sounded. More than 20 people walked in at the door, led by a man and a woman. The man who spoke was dressed in a brocade dress with a long sword on his waist. His eyes revealed a kind of arrogance and disdain. "Sorry, guest, there are only 3 rooms left in our inn," the waiter said with a hint of apology. "Why do they have rooms, but I don't have any here? Are you looking down on my Shangwan family?" The man pointed at Gu Li and others who were going to go upstairs to their rooms, and his tone was full of dissatisfaction and disdain. When the people dining around heard about the Shangwan family, they couldn't help but look around. The Shangwan family is one of the 5 major families in northern Qi. Although it ranks last in terms of strength, it should not be underestimated. "I'm really sorry, because there will be a Xiantian auction tomorrow, and the rooms in the inn in the city are in short supply." The waiter's face was full of apologies, and he explained to several people. "Yuxuan? Forget it, let's go to another one." The woman pulled Shangwan Yuxuan's sleeve and said softly. She was wearing a light pink long dress, and her long black hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. She had a beautiful face and elegant temperament, like a blooming flower, exuding a charming fragrance. "Ex-Iner, don't worry, I won't leave you without a place to stay." Shangwan Yuxuan looked at the hand holding his sleeve, his eyes full of tenderness. "Wait!" Shangwan Yuxuan stopped Gu Li and his group, who were about to go up. "Give up the room, I pay double the price." Gu Li turned around and looked at the shouting Shangwan Yuxuan. He looked like a dog, so rude. At the same time, when Shangwan Yuxuan saw her face, he was also amazed. Her skin was as white as snow, and as delicate as mutton-fat jade. Her eyes were as bright as stars, flashing with a lively light. Her lips were slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, which made people fall in love with her. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Pang Xiner, who was next to him, saw him like this, and was a little angry. She couldn't help but pull his clothes. What kind of virtue is this dogman? He can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. Even if she doesn't like him, she won't allow anyone to take her things away. Thinking of this, Pang Xiner looked at Gu Li with a fierce look in her eyes. This woman is really annoying. Shangwan Yuxuan came back to his senses, and he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The status of the Pang family is much higher than that of the Shangwan family. If he can get the favor of Pang Xiner, it will be a great help to his Shangwan family. So he said to Gu Li coldly, 3 times the price, give up your room. No! Gu Li spit out 2 words lightly. Of course, she saw the malice in the woman's eyes, but she didn't care at all. You? Shangwan Yuxuan didn't expect that someone would reject him so directly. He was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Forget it, Yuxuan, let's go, let this room be given to them. Pang Xiner looked like she was bullied. Hearing Pang Xiner's words, Shangwan Yuxuan was even more reluctant to leave. He must not lose face in front of Xiner. Xiner, don't worry about it. They have to give up this room today, whether they want to or not. Shangwan Yuxuan turned his head, stared at Gu Li viciously, and said with gritted teeth. Before Gu Li spoke, Gu Yi stepped forward and looked at Shangwan Yuxuan coldly. You are so ugly that my lady is embarrassed. Puff Suiyun couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Gu Yi and Gu Li have learned bad things. The people in the inn couldn't help laughing. Comparing the 2 groups, Shangwan Yuxuan's side is ugly, while Gu Li's side is full of handsome men and beautiful women. Yun, did you drink tea today? Feng Wuhan suddenly asked Suiyun in confusion. What tea? No, where is the tea? Suiyun didn't understand Feng Wuhan's words, and asked in confusion. Chapter 65. Don't you think there's a strong smell of tea here? Or green tea? Feng Wuhan frowned slightly, and glanced in the direction of Pang Xiner, as if he was looking at something disgusting. Suiyun immediately understood, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a mocking smile. I smell it. I don't know where the dead green tea came from, saying that we robbed their room. He deliberately emphasized the 3 words dead green tea, and his eyes fell on Pang Xiner vaguely. Others in the inn didn't dare to laugh out loud, they could only hold it back. After all, the Shangwan family is a big family, they dare not offend easily. Pang Xiner was so angry that she trembled all over, but it was difficult to get angry, so she could only hold back a few tears and looked at Shangwan Yuxuan aggrievedly. You? Pang Xiner naturally heard that they were talking about her. Her heart was full of resentment, but her face looked bullied, like a small white flower swaying in the wind, lovable. Seeing his beloved woman being bullied, Shangwan Yuxuan's face suddenly darkened, like the calm before the storm. Dare not to take my Shangwan family seriously, Uncle Quan, teach them a lesson. Shangwan Yuxuan's voice was cold and full of anger. As Shangwan Yuxuan's voice fell, Uncle Quan's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Feng Wuhan and Sui Yun like a ghost, exuding a powerful aura that made the air around him heavy. This time when he applied for Lingtian College, his family sent several emperor-level masters to protect him. Dare to offend him, overestimating one's own ability. As soon as Shangwan Yuxuan's voice fell, a middle-aged man quickly made a move and grabbed Gu Li and the other two. His hands were wrapped with spiritual power, intending to tear them apart directly. Gu Yi stretched out his hand to grab the middle-aged man, and threw him toward Shangwan Yuxuan with force. At the same time, he also injected a trace of spiritual power, making this throw as fast as lightning across the sky. Seeing this, the two imperial masters of the Shangwan family hurried forward to catch the middle-aged man, but they were hit by a powerful force and retreated again, and finally managed to stabilize their bodies. The peak of the imperial level. The people around couldn't help but exclaimed. This young man looked only in his 20s, but he had already reached the peak of the imperial level, and he was just a guard. Everyone began to speculate about Gu Li's identity, and which country's big family he came from to have such a strong strength. Shangwan Yuxuan's face became extremely ugly, as if he had been slapped in public. He realized that he had met a tough guy this time. I said, "You are so ugly to my lady, either you crawl out, or I throw you out." Gu Yi's cold words, like a sharp sword, pierced straight at the people of the Shangwan family. Good boy, do you think you are the only one at the peak of the imperial class? An old man also came out, and the spiritual power emanating from his body was also at the peak of the imperial class. The wrinkles on his face were like ravines, as if telling the vicissitudes of time. His eyes were sharp, revealing a kind of long-term experience. You guys deal with it, I'm going back to sleep. Gu Li waved her hand, feeling that it was boring. She walked up and went back to her room. She didn't want to waste time on these people, and she had to go out in the afternoon. The old man saw that she wanted to leave, so he wanted to grab Gu Li, but was stopped by Gu Yi again. The rest of the Shangwan family was also ready to take action. The other 9 members of the Shadow Guard stood up one by one and lined up to release their spiritual power. 9 emperors lined up in a row, and no one dared to move, including the old man at the peak of the emperor. Through the fight just now, he also saw the strength of the man in front of him, and he was no match for him. Fuck, what's going on? What's the background of this girl? So many strong people protecting her. Others instantly lost their composure. A large family has at most hundreds of emperors, and I have never seen a young lady with 10 emperors as guards. It seems that you are unwilling to get out. After Gu Yi finished speaking, the other members of the Shadow Guard also took action, and kicked the Shangwan family out one by one. Especially the one called Shangwan Yuxuan, who flew the farthest, and the wall of the inn collapsed. After a while, these people were forcibly dealt with by Gu Yi and others. Gu Lu took out a bottle of pills, and handed it to the shopkeeper, with a heartbroken face. These are compensation. The shopkeeper took the pills, opened the bottle, and his eyes were straight. 10 of the best wheeling pills were more than enough to buy his inn. You can smash it as you like, no need to be polite, you can even tear it apart. The shopkeeper carefully put away the pills, and said with a smile. Everyone was even more jealous. Pills. It was of the best quality. Pills above the 7th grade were rare, let alone the best quality. In the afternoon, Gu Li sent a message to them, saying that she had something to go out for a while. She changed her clothes, took a disguise pill, and went out. Then she went to Xiantian auction house. I want to sell pills to your auction house. Gu Li took out a token of Xiantian auction house, and handed it to a steward. The steward took the token and checked it. Then he took her to the VIP area. Dear guest, what pills do you want to sell? An appraiser asked. Rejuvenating pill, promotion pill, and gathering chi pill. After saying that, he took out 3 pots of pills from the space. The appraiser took a breath of cold air. 3 pots of top-grade pills. Dear guest, please wait. He couldn't make the decision on this matter. Then he left, probably to find someone. Gu Li nodded, and guessed why. Although she had so many pills, it seemed that they were not worth much, but she still knew how precious the pills were. Soon, A young man, with a slender figure and delicate features walked in. His lips were slightly raised, with a faint smile. "This is the young master of our Xiantian auction house," the appraiser just now introduced. "Hello, I am the general manager of Xiantian auction house. My name is Jun Yuqin," a pleasant male voice sounded. Gu Li nodded and asked, "Do you accept these pills at Xiantian auction house?" "Of course I do." Jun Yuqin's tone was a little excited. "There are so many pills, and they are all top grade. There is no reason not to collect them. Putting these pills at the auction tomorrow will definitely cause a lot of sensation, just like a bomb thrown into the crowd, causing an uproar. The prestige of Xiantian auction house will also increase, like a mountain, standing more majestically." He picked up a wheeling pill, tasted it carefully, and exclaimed, "Your pills are of excellent quality. I wonder what your name is." "Gu Li replied. "Gu Li? What a good name." Jun Yuqin exclaimed, "I wonder if you are interested in joining our Xiantian auction house?" "Sorry, I don't have this idea for the time being." Gu Li declined. "That's a pity," Jun Yuqin said regretfully. "If you want to trade in the future, you can come to me at any time." Jun Yuqin took out a golden token and handed it to Gu Li. "This is the highest level token of our Xiantian auction house. If you need anything, you can ask Xiantian auction house for help." "Thank you." Gu Li didn't hesitate and took the token directly. Chapter 66. "I really want to trouble you for something," Gu Li said after thinking for a moment. "Does your auction house have a mansion in Lingcheng? It should be very big, preferably as big as 3 Xiantian auction houses." Hearing this, Jun Yuqin was stunned. Soon, he came to his senses and replied, "Yes, but the price is very expensive, and because you hold a gold VIP card, you can enjoy certain discounts, but the range will not be too large. After all, it is Lingtian City." "I understand. Then in this case, are these enough?" After saying that, Gu Li took out 10 pots of elixirs from the space again. This move made Jun Yuqin instantly confused. How many elixirs does she have? Have elixirs become so worthless now? He couldn't help but begin to doubt his own cognition and judgment. "If it's not enough, wait until I sell it in a few days, and you can help me reserve it first." Gu Li shrugged helplessly, saying that he currently has no more elixirs, and can only find time to continue refining. "Enough, enough. Absolutely enough." Jun Yuqin responded hurriedly, but he couldn't help muttering in his heart. "This is more than enough. It's more than enough. That mansion is 5 times larger than the Xiantian auction house, and it has an excellent geographical location and beautiful environment. Such a mansion costs about 5 billion spirit stones. However, you have a gold VIP card and can enjoy discounts, so you only need 4.5 billion spirit stones. In addition, this mansion also has a large garden and a private lake, which is very suitable for living and cultivation." Jun Yuqin took out a photo stone and showed the full picture of the mansion to Gu Li. He thought, "I don't think you're really going to buy it. After all, not everyone is willing to spend 4.5 billion spirit stones to buy a mansion. However, she still has 13,000 top-grade pills in her hand, and if they are auctioned, they will definitely be worth more than 4.5 billion spirit stones." Gu Li listened to Jun Yuqin's words and nodded, expressing satisfaction. "This mansion looks very good, and the price is reasonable." So, she said to Jun Yuqin, "Okay, then I will ask someone to go to the Xiantian auction house in Lingtian City to find your person in charge." After saying that, she showed a faint smile. Jun Yuqin couldn't help but secretly marvel at Gu Li's willingness to agree so readily. He originally thought that this young man was just looking around, but he didn't expect that he would really buy it. Moreover, from her appearance, she didn't seem to care about the price. Is there any powerful force behind her to support her? Or is she a wealthy alchemist? In any case, it is a good thing for their auction house to be able to make friends with such a person. Gu Li felt relieved. She felt that she was lucky this time, and found a suitable mansion so quickly. Moreover, the pills in her hand were enough to pay for the fee, which made her feel very relieved. After all, pills were one of the things she was best at refining. If she didn't have money, she could just get some spiritual herbs to make pills. If other people knew what Gu Li was thinking, they would probably vomit blood. What is the concept of 4.5 billion spiritual stones? This is a huge fortune for many big families, and some families can't even afford it. And she easily took out this money by herself, which shows how strong her financial resources are. In fact, the reason why Gu Li could take out 4.5 billion spiritual stones so easily, in addition to the elixirs in her hand, there is another important reason. She had planted a large number of spiritual herbs in the Chaos Ring before. After a period of growth, These spiritual herbs have grown into mature medicinal materials and can be used to refine more elixirs. Of course, even if she has enough elixirs and spiritual herbs, 4.5 billion spiritual stones is still a considerable amount. However, for her, as long as she can buy a suitable mansion for the Gu family, everything is worth it. Isn't money meant to be spent? Thinking of this, Guli decided to find a time to buy a batch of spiritual herbs as soon as possible to replenish her inventory. There are not many spiritual herbs in the Chaos Ring, and the rest are some immature ones. Mr. Gu, are you going to the auction tomorrow? We will auction your elixirs at the auction. If you want to come, you can use this golden token, and we will arrange a VIP box for you. Jun Yuqin asked with some expectation. He still wanted to have a good relationship with him. Guli smiled. Okay, then I won't be polite. Jun Yuqin's eyes flashed with surprise. Haha, it's great that Mr. Gu can come. Guli looked at Jun Yuqin and smiled. Mr. Jun, I'm actually not a man, I'm a woman, just call me Guli. Jun Yuqin was surprised when she heard this, but soon regained her composure and said with a smile, so that's the case? Then I call you Miss Guli from now on. Guli nodded, secretly sighing in her heart. It seems that Jun Yuqin is also a character. Since the Gu family will move to Lingtian City in the future, it will not be so easy to gain a foothold, and there is no harm in getting along well with Xietian Auction House. When the Gu family moves here in the future, they will always find that she is a woman, and they will no longer continue to hide their identity. By the way, will you accept the spiritual weapon? Thinking of the spiritual weapon she had made some time ago, he wanted to see if he could get rid of it together. Jun Yuqin was secretly surprised that she still had spiritual weapons. How many precious treasures did she have? He wanted to kill people to get the treasures. Yes, but generally spiritual weapons will not be auctioned. Instead, they will be bought by our auction house, and then sold in various branch stores. Guli took out more than 20 spiritual weapons from the space ring, all of which were top-grade spiritual weapons. This time, Jun Yuqin was frightened again, but he was a man who had seen big scenes after all, and he quickly calmed down. We will buy this spiritual weapon with 10 million spirit stones. What do you think? Okay, Guli was very satisfied. I didn't expect these little gadgets made casually to be so valuable. She had been working hard to improve the quality of her weapon refining some time ago. She originally planned to refine some spiritual weapons for the Shadow Guards, but unfortunately she was stuck at a bottleneck and could not break through, so she had to put it aside for the time being. After she was admitted to Lingtian College and the Gu family settled down, she asked Gu Yi and the others to go out for training and kill more holy beasts, so that she would have materials for refining weapons again. Jun Yuqin put away the spiritual weapon and took out a space ring. This is 200 million spiritual stones. Please check it out. Thank you very much. Guli scanned it with his mental power and thanked Jun Yuqin. Jun Yuqin smiled. You're welcome. Come to me if you need anything in the future. Guli nodded, definitely. The two chatted for a few more words, and Guli left Xietian Auction House. On the way back, Guli was thinking about the next plan in her mind. After settling the Gu family and Lingtian College assessment, she was not worried about the assessment, but a family suddenly appeared in Lingtian City. I don't know if it will make some people jealous. Chapter 67. Guli returned to the inn and quickly changed back to her female identity, then went downstairs to have dinner with the others. Sister Ollie, how is the progress? Suiyun asked curiously. Not bad, basically everything is done. We should know when we arrive in Lingtian City. Guli replied calmly. Why do we have to wait until Lingtian City to confirm? Suiyun was a little confused. So is it done or not done? However, Guli did not answer Suiyun's question directly. She turned to look at Gu Yi and explained in detail to him how to find the Xietian auction house after arriving in Lingtian City. The next day, Guli, Suiyun and Feng Wuhan led Gu Yi and 10 others to the auction site. As soon as he walked to the door, Guli saw several familiar figures. They were Shangwan Xuanyu and others, who were beaten away by Gu Yi and others yesterday. Shangwan Xuanyu and Pang Xiner naturally saw them too. Shangwan Xuanyu stared at Gu Li fiercely, gnashing his teeth and saying, you wait for me. After saying that, he turned around and left, and went into the auction house with a group of people, fearing that Gu Li would attack them here. Looking at Shangwan Xuanyu's departing back, Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. What a fool. He was the first to complain every time. Who would have time to pay attention to him? Do you think she is easy to bully? Shangwan Xuanyu secretly calculated in his heart that after he was admitted to Lingtian College, he must find someone to investigate the background of these people. Dare to ignore his Shangguan family and humiliate him like this, really ignorant of the height of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, his anger in his heart became even worse. Sui Yun couldn't hold back his inner impulse, and walked forward quickly, wanting to teach Shangguan Xuanyu a lesson. You haven't been beaten enough yesterday, right? You dare to jump out and jump. Sui Yun glared at Shangguan Xuanyu with a cold tone. Shangguan Xuanyu's face changed, but the people behind him stood up and blocked him. Do you want to roll again? There are more people watching now than yesterday. Feng Wuhan also looked at them coldly with a sword in his arms, and the coldness in his eyes was chilling. Ian, come back first. Gu Li frowned slightly, and said softly, It's not good to have a conflict here. After all, this is the entrance of Xiantian auction, and there will be auctions later. If you make trouble here, it is inevitable that something unexpected will happen. Don't let me meet you next time. Sui Yun stared at the backs of Shangguan Xuanyu, and the others as they left. As the most talented young master of the Su family, he has never been afraid of anyone. A mere Shangguan family, what a thing. Sui Yun stopped when he heard Gu Li's voice, and turned to look at Gu Li. Sister Ali. Sui Yun looked at Gu Li with some grievance. Why didn't he let him teach those people a lesson? Although the people who protected him were not here, Gu Yi and the others were here. Why should he let them go? The auction is about to start. If you make trouble here, you will be blacklisted, Feng Wuhan explained. Wait and see what they want to bid. If you need it, bid it. If you don't need it, raise the price. Gu Li patted Sui Yun's shoulder to appease the angry little wolf. Okay, I kill them. Sui Yun smiled when he heard this. He must be richer than them. After all, he has a status. If he can't do anything, he can sell some spiritual weapons like Sister Ali. He will kill them. After entering the auction house, a maid came over. Dear guests, please follow me. A maid took Gu Li and others to the door of a box. This is the box arranged by our young master for you. If you need me, you can call me through the sound stone. I'm at the door. The maid said respectfully, and then withdrew. How did she know it was hers? Several people looked at the box, and a look of amazement appeared on their faces. So luxurious. The door of the box is made of precious gold and nanmu, with exquisite patterns carved on it, and exuding a faint fragrance. Entering the box, what comes into view is a huge table covered with a layer of soft silk, and various precious fruits and fine wines are placed on the table. On the walls of the box are hung exquisite paintings, all of which are from the hands of masters, and are worth a lot of money. Even the carpet is made of the fur of a saint-level monster. Damn, Ari, this is the heaven-level private room of Xiantian Auction House. How long has it been since anyone could enter the heaven level of Xiantian Auction House? Only a few old men in my family can enter. How did you do it? Sui Yun's face was full of shock. He asked curiously while looking around. I did a small business with Xiantian Auction House. Their young master gave me a golden token. I didn't expect that he would arrange a heaven-level private room for me. Gu Li's eyes also flashed with surprise. If I want to auction something in the future, can I borrow your token? Sui Yun smiled. Gu Li looked at him with amusement and replied, of course. She had seen the token. There was a formation inside that could engrave names. She would engrave their names on it when she returned. Hearing this, his face was filled with a satisfied smile. The moment they stepped into the box, the people in the auction hall and other boxes saw the lights on in the top box. For a moment, everyone started talking. Someone actually entered the Tian-level box. Which big family sent someone here? It seems that there will be many unexpected things in this auction, and even these big people have come. The box where Shangguan Yuxuan was also full of surprise and confusion. Someone actually entered the Tian-level box. Who is it? Shangguan Yuxuan frowned slightly, and a hint of curiosity and exploration flashed in his eyes. If he could get in touch with this mysterious person, then his position in the family would be more stable, and he would no longer have to worry about other brothers competing with him for the position of young master. So, he wanted to enter Lingtian College to get more support from the elders in the family, so that his position in the family would be more stable. Should he be from a big family? Pang Sheeter said calmly. But his eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. She thought to herself, only such a noble person can match me. At this time, when she glanced at Shangguan Yuxuan beside her again, she couldn't help but feel a deep disgust in her heart. She made up her mind to find a suitable opportunity to meet the mysterious person sitting in the box. Although she didn't even know whether the other party was a man or a woman, she had already begun to carefully plan how to make the other party feel good about her and win the other party's favor. After the auction is over, we must inquire about this person's background. If we can make friends with him, we can make friends with him. If we can't, We must not offend him," the old man with the highest cultivation said seriously. However, they were completely unaware that they had already offended this mysterious figure, Gu Li. Chapter 68. Dear guests, welcome to this unique auction. I hope everyone can get the auction items they are satisfied with. The auction officially begins now. Gu Li sat in her seat, bored and listening to the host's meaningless opening remarks. She didn't even raise her eyelids, but just tapped the table with her fingers. The two little guys in the space were clamoring to come out, so she sighed helplessly and let them come out to play. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice sounded, "Hello everyone, I am the auctioneer of this auction, Chui." As this voice sounded, a beautiful woman slowly walked out from the backstage. Her skin was as white as snow and as delicate as silk, as if she could squeeze out water. Her lips were plump and rosy, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth were accompanied by a faint smile, which made people fall in love with her. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, especially the male guests. They were all confused by this beautiful woman, and some of them even forgot the purpose of coming here. Gu Li's eyes flashed with surprise. She was a face control, and she liked beauties the most, especially the turbulent beauties, like the one in front of her. She couldn't help but sigh, "What a beauty in the world!" Her eyes were full of admiration. However, hearing her undisguised praise, Suiyun and others twitched their mouths slightly. In the eyes of others, Gu Li looked like a pervert, with pornographic intentions in his eyes. Especially Gu Yi and others, they secretly wondered in their hearts, does the young master like women? If the head of the family knew about this, would he beat them to death? After all, they didn't take good care of the young master. At this time, the first auction item had been displayed at the auction. The host announced loudly, "This is our first auction item today. 100 ice soul grass, with a starting price of 1 million spirit stones." Usually, the value of items in an auction will gradually increase over time, and the previous items are relatively not so precious. And things like spirit grass are not in great demand for most people, and only some alchemists are interested. Therefore, not many people participated in the bidding at the beginning. 1,100,000 someone started bidding. 1,200,000 another person followed up with a bid. 1,300,000 the price continued to rise. When the price was almost at the top, Gu Li finally started bidding. 1,500,000 her voice was crisp and loud, making the whole venue quiet for a while. Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the Tianji box, secretly speculating on the identity and intentions of the mysterious buyer. Is there an alchemist among them? Since the people in the Tianji box bid, the other participants no longer insisted and chose to give up the competition. The people in the Shangwan family's box, when they heard Gu Li's voice, were like being struck by a thunderbolt, and they were all sick. It's the woman who led that group of people. Shangguan Yuxuan was full of annoyance, as if he was tightly grasped by an invisible hand. He seemed to have offended someone he shouldn't have offended. At this time, the old man also spoke. His voice was like a heavy bell, echoing in the box. After the auction, go and apologize to them. Before that, he was a little confused, why the guards around the woman were so powerful. It's probably some young lady from a big family who's out for fun. After all, he had never seen Gu Li take action, so he thought she was relatively weak, and she was loved by her family, so they sent so many masters to protect her. Now that they have offended her, it may bring disaster to the Shangwan family. Pang Shiter's face was like a pot of green paint was splashed on it, and it turned green in an instant. The big shot she wanted to hook up with turned out to be a woman, and she hated it. But the two men with her were not bad, they were handsome and had outstanding temperament, and they should also be from a big family. Shangguan Yuxuan also had the same idea. He was amazed by Gu Li at the beginning, and with such a background, if she could become his wife, then the Shangguan family would also have a lot of benefits. Okay, after the auction is over, I will come to apologize in person. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Pang Shiter guessed his thoughts when she heard her words, and her heart was full of disdain, and she felt angry, a snobbish thing. Shangguan Yuxuan, what do you mean? Pang Shiter's face turned very ugly. She didn't expect that the man who was still pursuing her would show his love for another woman. Shiter, don't get me wrong. I just want to apologize to Miss Gu. After all, we offended her before. Shangguan Yuxuan explained hurriedly. At present, the Pang family is also very useful to him, and he can't offend anyone. Are you sure you just want to apologize? Pang Shiter's voice was a little angry. Shiter, don't worry, I will always like you. I just don't want to bring trouble to my family. Shangguan Yuxuan comforted. That's better. Even if she doesn't like her things, she will never allow anyone to take them. What kind of lady from a big family, a bitch, can seduce men? Gu didn't know what happened on their side. He had bid for several batches of spiritual herbs, and was in a very good mood. Gu was not interested in the next few items, and the others were not interested either, so they didn't say anything. Gu looked at the quiet Gui and others. Xiaoyi, why don't you bid? Do you have no money? Gu asked curiously. It shouldn't be. The bodies of the holy beasts they hunted some time ago were returned to them. Any one of them would be worth tens of millions. No, I have money. There is nothing I need. Gui explained. They may be the richest secret guards in all families, whose secret guards have tens of millions of spiritual stones, not to mention the pot of elixir given to them by the young master some time ago. Any one of them can be sold for a lot of money. They have no place to spend money. They have more cultivation resources than the disciples of the Gu family. So they had discussed it before. They had to make money to support the young master. Young master, do you want anything? Gu suddenly asked. Why, you are planning to buy it for me. Gu looked at them with amusement, and could probably guess something. They were almost writing I will support you on their faces. Gu blushed, and looked up at Gu a little embarrassedly. Yes, the young master didn't need these things at all, and they might not have the chance to spend money on her. I want spiritual herbs and materials for refining weapons. When you go out to train in the future, if you meet suitable materials, bring some back to me. Gu said lightly, with a smile on his face. Several people silently kept Gu's words in their hearts. Gu was just talking casually, not wanting to disappoint their kindness. Little did they know that they really wouldn't lack these things in the future. Chapter 69. The auction is still going on. Next, it's our finale. Can you guess what it is? Chewie kept it a secret. Medicine? Monster beast. Spirit weapon, any guess is accepted. Our auction item this round is the best healing pill. 10 pills in a bottle, 100 bottles are auctioned together. Starting price, 100 million. Each bid must not be less than 1 million. Chewie's voice just fell. The people participating in the auction immediately took a breath. Top-grade medicine, 10 pills in a bottle, 100 bottles start. 1,000 pills. Where did so many top-grade pills come from? Wait, why not auction them separately? Someone also asked. Yes, why not auction them separately? They didn't have that much money. If they auctioned them separately, they would have a chance to win. After all, there were 1,000 pills. Because this is just the beginning, there will be 13 rounds of bidding, 1 round of 100 bottles. There are 3 kinds of pills, Huiling pill, Juki pill, and Shengxing pill, each with more than 4,000 pills. Chewie smiled faintly. She was also shocked in her heart. When had she ever bid so many pills? Fuck, 13,000 pills. Even if the pharmacist was ruined, he couldn't make so many. Some people were also very interested in these pills. After all, although there were top-grade pills, there were so many of them. It would be best if they could be bid for them. The disciples of the clan would also have a certain life guarantee when they went out for training. Master, bid for those pills. The old man in the box where the Shangwan family was located said excitedly. For people below the spiritual level, taking 1 top-grade Shengsheng pill can basically break through 1 level. For those above the spiritual level, as long as they reach the bottleneck, taking the pill will also have an 80% chance of breaking through successfully. It's a pity that the pills are not sold in batches, otherwise they would have wanted to bid for 3 kinds. But they couldn't eat 3,000 pills, but they would try to see if they could bid for them. Okay, I bid for them. Shangwan Xuanyu was also very tempted. If they bid for these pills, the overall strength of their family would be greatly improved. It would not be so easy to fall out of the 5 major families. Pang Shiner wanted to go back to the Pang family immediately to ask someone to send money. She was also tempted by these pills, but she didn't have the financial resources to bid for them. She only had 200 million spirit stones. 1,000 top-grade pills would definitely be bid for more than 300 million. 101 million. Just add 1 million, you can also bid it out? Another person said disdainfully. 105 million. 106 million. The atmosphere in the auction hall became more and more tense, and the bidding sounded one after another. 110 million. A rough voice came from the hall. 120 million. Someone immediately raised the price. The price kept rising, and in the blink of an eye it had exceeded 200 million. Shangwan Xuanyu sat in the box, looking calm, but also showing his determination to win. He raised his hand slightly, and a cold voice came out. 210 million. This offer made the whole audience quiet for a moment, and then it became noisy again. After all, It was 1,000 pills. What was 200 million? There would be no such opportunity to bid next time. Chuyi's smile became even bigger, and she shouted loudly, 210 million, is there a higher price? At this time, a voice came from another box. 220 million. Shangwan Xuanyu frowned slightly, and said without hesitation, 250 million. The whole auction hall was in an uproar. Many people in the hall gave up. Not everyone could afford this money. Just when everyone thought Shangwan Xuanyu was about to win this batch of top-grade Huilingdon, suddenly a pleasant voice came from another box and slowly said, 300 million. Shangwan Xuanyu's eyes condensed. Gritting his teeth, he bid again, 410 million. 420 million. 430 million. 450 million. The two boxes were bidding back and forth. 460 million. Shangwan Xuanyu gritted his teeth and felt a little heartbroken. If he continued to bid with him, he would have to give up. After all, there were still some to come. There was no need to spend too much money to compete. The atmosphere in the auction hall reached its peak, and everyone was paying attention to this fierce competition. Chuyi shouted excitedly, 460 million, is there a higher price? The man was silent for a moment, as if thinking, and finally did not bid again. Anyway, there are still a few rounds to come, so there is no rush. What's more, the promotion pill is the top priority. 460 million once, 460 million twice, 460 million 3 times, deal. Congratulations to Mr. Shangwan for buying these 100 bottles of top-grade Huiling pills. Chuyi made the final decision. The auction was still going on. Guli watched the auction below leisurely, occasionally asking for a higher price. Ali, what level have you reached as a pharmacist? Feng Wuhan asked curiously. He was also a pharmacist, and he could see that those pills were no worse than his. I'm still at the top level. I couldn't break through some time ago, so I could only refine top-grade pills. I accidentally refined too much, and I happened to sell my house, and was short of money, so I took them out to sell. Now I don't have a single pill on me. Guli shook his head, and said helplessly. Fuck, you're a pervert. Ah Hen is only at the top of the best grade. How did you make more than 10,000 pills? Suyun asked in disbelief. He always thought that the Gu family had other alchemists, but he never thought that she alone made the amount of pills that could supply the entire family. How long would it take to make this? How much mental energy would it take? Suyun looked at her with some distress. Gui and the others had known it for a long time, and there was no expression on their faces. They just took out a lot of pills and handed them to Guli silently. Young master, there are still a lot of pills you gave us before. Huh? You didn't take them? Guli frowned. These are for you. Those gathering pills are useless? I gave them to you to improve your strength. If you don't improve your strength, how can you protect our family? You don't want a delicate girl like me to go out and fight with others, do you? No, young master, we just want to save some money. Gu-Er explained quickly. Others nodded. You saved money for me? I bought the mansion in Lingtian City for 4.5 billion. How long do you think it will take you to save back the money? Guli looked at them unhappily. Then her expression changed, and she continued with some sadness. I treat you as brothers and sisters, and you are so distant from me, it's really sad. The 10 shadow guards felt guilty when they heard her words. They also treated her as a family member, but they always treated her as the master. I didn't expect that the young master treated them as brothers and sisters in his heart. Several people lowered their heads in guilt. They didn't notice Gu Li's raised mouth corners at all. Chapter 70. Do you want to feel guilty after seeing all Li's expression? Feng Wuhan couldn't bear to watch and reminded them. Subconsciously, they looked up and saw Gu Li's smile that he didn't have time to hide. Young Master Gu Lu looked at Gu Li with some resentment. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Gu Li couldn't stand the coquetry of beautiful girls. These coquettish words were like little feathers, tickling her heart. I'm serious, you don't have to save pills, especially chi-gathering pills. You should eat them when you practice. Your primary goal is to improve your strength. Tell me when you run out of pills. Your young master is a pharmacist. When I have time in a while, I will upgrade the grade and refine higher grade pills for you to play with. Gu Li said earnestly. She really didn't lack pills, but masters. 50 emperor level pills sounded scary, but many big families had more than that, and even emperor level pills. Cross-border pills cannot be taken all the time, they still have to rely on their own efforts. They are all very talented, and with the help of pills, their cultivation will improve faster and they can better protect the Gu family. After all, she has always been vigorous and resolute in doing things, And she is definitely not the kind of person who is timid, so it is easy to offend people. The Gu family will not be her weakness, but only her backing. Hearing her words, everyone was a little speechless. What does it mean to throw it away for fun? Do they seem to like playing? Sometimes I really don't understand. She is only 14 years old, but she looks more stable than them. Yes, several people can only agree. Then, they sat back and focused their attention on the auction. At this time, the pill auction was over. Soon someone knocked on the door. An old man walked in. Miss Guli, I am Elder Chu from Xiantian Auction House, the old man explained to Guli. These are the spiritual herbs Miss Guli bought, and the spiritual stones, for the auction of elixirs. Please take a look. Elder Chu took out 2 space rings and handed them to Guli, saying somewhat respectfully, "This person is favored by the young master." "Thank you." Guli put the ring into the space and thanked him lightly. The elixirs were auctioned for a total of 7 billion. After deducting the cost of the Xiantian auction and the 4.5 billion for buying the mansion, there were still 2 billion left. After Elder Chu left the box, Guli gave the ring to Gui. "Young master, this is?" Gui asked in confusion. "There are still 2 billion left. After the Gu family moves to Lingtian City, it will probably cost a lot of money. I have to take the entrance exam for Lingtian College, and don't have time to arrange these. You can only go. By the way, go to the slave market to buy some people with better talents, and bring them back to train as new secret guards." "Young master, why do you want to train new secret guards?" Gui and others were a little entangled in their hearts. Is the young master dissatisfied with them? "Because, one day, I will become stronger and go to other interfaces." "Why, you don't want to go with me?" Gu Li's voice was very plain, but Gu Yi and others heard the seriousness and determination in it. "I want to." They looked at each other, and their eyes were a little excited. After all, the young master's talent was very strong, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. They were also afraid that they would not be able to keep up with her at that time. "That's right. At least I will feel relieved if I make the Gu family completely strong. Otherwise, if you run away with me to other interfaces to play, what will happen to the Gu family?" She had already made plans. After all, the disciples of the Gu family are still young, and currently only her grandfather and these 50 secret guards can support the Gu family. It is necessary to train more people. Also, after I enter Lingtian Academy, you will go out for training in 5 groups, and leave 1 group to train those disciples in Gu's family, taking turns. Train to death. Yes, several people took the order. At this time, the disciples of Gu's family did not know what they were about to face. The auction was still going on. Next is our penultimate auction item, which is a monster egg obtained by our auction house in a secret realm. Our people have explored it. This monster egg has a high bloodline. Everyone can also use their mental power to explore it. Chui introduced. Everyone used their mental power to explore. Guli was also interested. When Guli probed that strand of mental power into the monster egg, at first, her mental power was still exploring. Then she touched an indescribable mysterious power. Just when she was about to withdraw her mental power, a strong and swift force suddenly attacked, as if an invisible big hand tightly grasped her mental power. That powerful spiritual power instantly blended and entangled with Gu Li's spiritual power, forming a close and complex connection. This connection is not a simple contact, but like countless fine threads, deeply embedded in the spiritual core of both parties. Then, a strong breath instantly enveloped Gu Li. Countless strange runes and patterns suddenly emerged in her mind, and these runes and patterns flowed rapidly, gradually forming a mysterious contract array. In this array, Gu Li could clearly feel that her soul had a deep fusion and binding with the soul of the egg. Her consciousness was pulled by a powerful force, and she involuntarily established an eternal connection with the soul of the monster egg. "Fuck, soul contract." Gu Li couldn't help but exclaimed. Her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Several people looked at Gu Li in confusion. "What's wrong?" "That pill has bound me to a soul contract." "I didn't do anything, it took the initiative," Gu Li said helplessly. Her expression was full of helplessness, and there was a hint of innocence in her tone. Who knew that an egg could take the initiative to contract? "Oh my god, is this true? If those people take it back, wouldn't they lose a lot?" Ha ha ha. Sui-yun couldn't help gloating, with a bit of ridicule in his tone. "What should we do, unless we take a picture, otherwise we can only steal the egg." Feng Wuhan was also a little helpless. Why are the things that happen to her so weird? She frowned, with a hint of distress in her tone. Let's take a picture. We can't cheat others. Gu Li touched her nose and said with a guilty conscience. There was an awkward smile on her face, and her tone was a bit guilty. Several people looked at Guli with amusement. It was rare to see her show such an expression. However, the auction was still going on. The starting price is 50 million, and each bid must not be less than 1 million. Chuyi's voice fell, and people started bidding. 51 million. 52 million. 53 million. 60 million. A female voice directly raised 7 million, and it was quiet for a while, and then someone continued to bid. The woman with Shangwan's family wants to bid, wait for her to bid, and then we will steal it. Su Yun heard the people in Shangwan's box bidding, and he was immediately excited. There is no chance to teach them a lesson yet, just in time. Okay, Guli smiled and nodded. Chapter 71. The bidding is still going on. In a flash, the price has soared to 80 million. 81 million. Pang Shida raised the price again, and it should be about this number that can be won. At this moment, Shangwan Yushuan, who had been silent all the time, seemed to have made up his mind suddenly. He straightened his back and shouted loudly, 82 million. This bid instantly made the atmosphere in the box tense. Oh, dog bites dog. Su Yun heard the two people in the same box bidding one after another, and couldn't help gloating. Pang Shida's eyes shot toward Shangwan Yushuan like lightning. Her beautiful eyes were full of anger and disbelief at this moment, and she asked loudly, what do you mean? Her voice trembled slightly because of anger, and her beautiful face was flushed at this moment, as if burning with a raging fire. Shangwan Yushuan felt guilty under her angry gaze. He unconsciously avoided Pang Shida's gaze, and forced a faint smile on his face. His eyes were full of uneasiness and guilt. He stammered and explained, aren't you going to apologize to Miss Gu? You can't go empty-handed. You? Pang Shida was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. For a while, she couldn't say a complete sentence. 85 million. Pang Shida gritted her teeth and glared at Shangwan Yushuan fiercely, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Shangwan Yushuan didn't dare to look at her, but still bit the bullet and bid 86 million. At this moment, his heart was completely occupied by the idea of getting the favor of that lady. Since he had made her so unhappy, he must get the favor of that lady. At that time, he gave her such a valuable gift, and she would definitely be moved. Pang Shida was furious and shouted loudly, Shangwan Yushuan, you are great. Her voice echoed in the box, as if it was going to break through the roof. She secretly swore that after entering Lingtian College, she would let her father know what he did, and let him know the fate of trying to get close to the Pang family, and daring to do this to herself. 90 million. Pang Shida shouted out the price with almost all her strength. I want to see who has more money, you or I must get this monster egg. Pang Shida glared at him fiercely and said, Exiner, it's useless for you to have that monster egg, why not give it to me? Shangwan Yushuan frowned, looking unhappy, trying to persuade Pang Shida to give up. Humph. Pang Shida snorted coldly, turned her head away neatly, and ignored him. 91 million. Shangwan Yushuan was furious when he saw her attitude, and he muttered, you are not sensible at all. That girl looks gentler. Pang Shida heard it, too. Her heart was full of hatred. Damn bitch, damn Shangwan Yushuan. 100 million? Pang Shida shouted out this astronomical figure without hesitation, and at the same time glanced at Shangwan Yushuan provocatively. She knew his financial situation very well, and concluded that he was no longer able to continue bidding. They had already spent a lot of money to bid on those pills just now. Shangwan Yushuan was stunned when he heard the price, and then just wanted to continue to raise the price, but was stopped by the old man next to him. Master, we don't have that much money anymore, be careful, the old man said with a serious face. Shangwan Yushuan sighed helplessly, and could only shut up unwillingly and stopped raising the price. This auction item is acquired by Miss Pang. Chuyi's voice sounded at the right time. Exiner you. Shangwan Yushuan looked at her with an unhappy face. Hee, Uncle Lin, let's go. Pang Exiner didn't even look at him, and directly led the Pang family's people out of the box arrogantly. Ha ha, I didn't expect these two people to fight each other. Su Yun looked at them, and found it very ridiculous. If it were them, this situation would definitely not happen. What Ollie wanted, he would definitely buy it for her without hesitation, without her having to spend a penny. When are we going to get it? Should we steal or rob? Feng Wuhan looked at the few people and asked. Of course it's stealing. When she finds that the things she bought for 100 million are suddenly gone, will she think that Shangwan stole it? Su Yun couldn't help laughing when he thought of that scene, and found it very interesting. Go to steal tonight, and we will set off tomorrow. Guli thought about it, and made a decision. Okay. Su Yun's face was full of malicious smiles. There was one last auction item, But Gu Li and others were not interested, so they left early. After the auction was over, Shangwan Yuxuan and others went to their private room to look for someone, but they found nothing, and had to return empty-handed. In the end, "I want to see your young lady for something, go and inform her." Shangwan Yuxuan walked towards Gu Yi and others, who were eating downstairs. Gu Yi didn't even bother to look at him, but Gu Er asked, and his expression was very indifferent. "Do you have something to do with my master?" "I'm here to apologize to her. Can you tell her to come see me?" Shangwan Yuxuan listened to his tone. His face was a little gloomy, and his unhappiness was written on his face. What a thing, a servant dares to talk to him like that. But he still suppressed his anger. "My master is busy, you better get out of here." Gu Er waved his hands impatiently, as if he was a dirty thing. His expression was full of disgust, as if he was driving away a nasty fly. What a thing, he must have taken a fancy to his young master, a dog man, with bad intentions. "How can you talk like that? If it weren't for you being the guard of that lady, are you worthy of talking to me?" Shangwan Yuxuan couldn't help but hear his words. His face became very ugly, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. "You deserve it? How worthy are you?" Gu Li came down from upstairs. Her voice was a little cold, her face was expressionless, but her eyes were full of disdain. "Why is this idiot looking for trouble again? It's over, the young master has learned bad things." Gu Yi and others all sounded the alarm in their hearts. Hearing Gu Li's words, his face turned red, and he stammered, "You? How can you be so rude as a woman?" His face flushed red, and a trace of shame and anger flashed in his eyes. "It's none of your business, who are you?" Gu Li's eyes were full of disdain, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a mocking smile. "I just want to apologize to the young lady." Shangwan Yuxuan calmed down his anger, and looked at Gu Li with a self-righteous and charming smile. "I'm sorry for offending you before. I hope the young lady can forgive me." "Ugh! I'm full before I eat." Sui Yun also came down from upstairs, pretending to be disgusted. The smile on Shangwan Yuxuan's face froze, and he almost couldn't maintain it. "Brother, you are joking. I am seriously apologizing to the young lady. I hope the young lady can give me some face, and let me treat you to a meal." Shangwan Yuxuan's face was a little gloomy, but he still maintained his demeanor. "Shui, throw it out. It affects my appetite." Gu Li was disgusted by him, and his face became a little ugly. "Wait." Before he could finish, Gu Li waved his hand and slapped the man away. Chapter 72. Young Master, men are no good, you are still young. Gu Er said to Gu Li with a serious face, his eyes full of seriousness. He was really afraid that those male foxes outside would kidnap his smart and beautiful young master. Gu Li looked at the few people except Gu Lu and Gu Ba with a playful look, and asked with a smile, You are not a man?" Gu Er was choked by this question. He wanted to explain, but hesitated and dared not say it. In fact, he wanted to say that no man except their Gu family would do, anyway, not now. However, the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say it. At this moment, Sui Yun on the side suddenly jumped out and retorted loudly, "Sister Ali, don't listen to his nonsense, I am a good man. If no one wants you in the future, you can consider marrying me." Hearing this, a trace of speechlessness flashed across Gu Li's face. Gu Er turned his head and looked at Gu Li with wide eyes, as if saying, "Young master, look, a bad man." However, the next second, everyone heard a loud bang, and then saw Sui Yun as if he was hit by a shell, and the whole person turned into a parabola and smashed straight into the wall of the inn. The wall that had just been repaired was hit hard again, and a big hole was smashed in an instant. This sudden change shocked everyone, and the originally bustling street suddenly became silent. Everyone cast their eyes on the hole, looking at Sui Yun lying on the ground motionless with astonishment. What happened? Is there another fight? Someone muttered in a low voice, with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Who did this? They actually beat people here? Another person couldn't help asking. For a moment, the whole inn seemed to be shrouded in an invisible tense atmosphere. Everyone's eyes converged on Sui Yun, and they couldn't help but secretly speculate on the ins and outs of the incident. At this time, Gu Li turned his head and looked at the crowd around him, with a slight smile on his lips. "It's nothing, everyone, please do your own things. We just want to help the shopkeeper check whether the newly repaired wall is strong enough." Then, Gu Lu naturally took out a pill and handed it to the shopkeeper as compensation. And Gu Yi took his foot back as if nothing had happened, as if the person who kicked someone just now was not him. Gu Er muttered in his heart, "You are right, there is really no good man in this world. My young master is so young, and someone has set his sights on her." He deserves to be beaten. At the same time, Su Yun struggled to crawl out of the pile of ruins and patted the dust on his body. Gu Yi did not use his spiritual power, but he kicked him out with just his foot strength, making him look quite embarrassed. His body was not seriously injured, just a little painful. Xiao Yizi, you are too heavy. Why did you kick me? Su Yun stared at Gu Yi with eyes wide open in anger, staring at him with a puzzled look. Bang, however, before he could react, he kicked him hard on the buttocks again, and kicked him out directly. Gu Yi narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. What did you call me? Can you just call him little one? He is a man who is 1.9 meters tall. It's fine if his young master calls him that. He can't stand it. Being called that by a little kid, he can't stand it. Sister Ollie. Look at him. Su Yun got up from the ground with a face full of grievance, turned around and complained to Gu Li. Why do you call him little one for no reason? If he doesn't hit you, who will hit you? Gu Li looked at Su Yun's miserable appearance and couldn't help laughing out loud, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I am his child. I bully them. They won't resist. But you are not my child. You give him a nickname. Of course he will hit you. Gu Li blinked mischievously, then leaned on Gu Yi intimately, and said with a smile. In the past, she lived a lonely life, and there was no one around her who really cared about her. But now, she not only has a family, but also many friends worth cherishing. This feeling of being cared for and protected makes her feel extremely happy. I am from your family too. Hearing Gu Li's words, Su Yun felt unwilling and retorted loudly. Feng Wuhan rolled his eyes and said indifferently, Does your father agree? This sentence made Su Yun speechless instantly. It would be great if he could really be born in Ali's family. At this time, Gu Li smiled and patted the lost little wolf, comforting him. Okay, don't tease him. You are half a member of the Gu family. Hearing this, Su Yun's face immediately became happy and full of smiles. Feng Wuhan looked at Su Yun's changes and muttered in his heart, It's so easy to coax. Night fell. Before Gu Li and the others went to steal the egg, she saw an egg outside the window that she was going to steal jumping towards the window. Gu Li quickly opened the window, and the egg jumped into the room without hesitation and rushed straight into Gu Li's arms. Gu Li hugged the egg in his hand tightly, his face full of shock and curiosity. What on earth is this? It can move on its own before it hatches. Master, what on earth is this? Xia Tingzi and Xia Qizi ran out of the Wansheng pavilion and curiously reached out to pat the egg. Hey, what on earth are you? Xia Qizi also gently patted the eggshell with his wings, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, always feeling that this egg seemed familiar. The egg didn't move at all. It just lay in Gu Li's arms. Gu Li put the egg on the table, and the three little ones just stared at the egg. Seeing that the egg that was jumping just now didn't move at all at this time, Gu Li said, It might be a dead egg, fry it. Then he took out pots and pans from the space. With a snap of his fingers, the fire was lit. It looked like it was going to fry it. The originally quiet egg suddenly jumped off the table and hid in the corner, fearing that Gu Li would eat it. I thought you were going to continue to play dead. Gu Li looked at the egg hiding far away and couldn't help laughing. The egg jumped twice again. Gu Li didn't understand what it meant. Seeing that Gu Li didn't understand its food, the egg jumped around anxiously for fear that Gu Li would eat it. Gu Li was a little afraid that it would break itself, and hurriedly said, I'm kidding you, I won't eat you. Master, I know what it is. The little bird suddenly raised its voice. The two and the egg looked at it together. Master, it's a divine beast egg. The little bird stared at the egg and swore. Gu Li was speechless. He couldn't help but pat its head. Chapter 73. Isn't this nonsense? Who doesn't know this? Xia Tingzi couldn't help but give it a blank look. It thought it really knew it. Hey, why did you bind a soul contract with me? Gu Li stretched out his finger and poked it. It jumped a few times, as if to express something, but Gu Li couldn't understand it at all. Forget it, you can't speak. Gu Li shook his head helplessly, thinking that it was useless to ask. Go back and stay, practice well, and hatch yourself quickly. Gu Li waved her hand, and decided not to dwell on this issue. She put all three little ones into the chaos ring, and let them play by themselves. Afterwards, Gu Li turned and left, ready to find Su Yun and others. She wanted to tell them that they didn't need to steal the egg anymore, because it had already come to the door. When Gu Li found Su Yun, he was with Feng Wuhan and others. Seeing Gu Li, Su Yun's eyes lit up. Ollie, can we start now? Su Yun asked excitedly. He couldn't wait to start. No need to go call others first, Gu Li said to Su Yun. Soon, Gu Yi, Gu Er, Gu San and other shadow guards came to Suyun's room. Gu Li silently took out the egg from the space and put it on the table. Sister Ali, you stole it yourself? You didn't even call us, so disloyal. Suyun saw the egg and thought Gu Li stole it herself. He widened his eyes and showed a trace of unhappiness on his face. I didn't go, it jumped here by itself. Gu Li shook her head. She spread her hands, indicating that she didn't steal the egg. She seemed a little helpless, as if she was also confused by this unexpected situation. Suyun obviously didn't believe Gu Li's explanation. He asked doubtfully, how can an egg balance? This statement is too absurd. How can an egg be conscious and still balance? Gu Li looked at the suspicious eyes of the crowd and felt helpless. So, she gently poked the egg and whispered, hey, jump a little. The egg seemed to understand what Gu Li said, and actually jumped a little. This scene stunned everyone present. They stared at the egg with their eyes wide open, and their mouths slightly open. What the hell is this? Suyun stared at the bouncing egg in amazement, and couldn't help but sigh. I couldn't believe what was happening in front of me, and I felt that my worldview was overturned. Young master, what kind of monster is this? The shadow guards on the side couldn't help but ask curiously. They had never seen such a strange scene. An egg could actually move by itself. I don't know either. I guess we have to wait until it hatches to find out what kind of monster it is. Gu Li shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. It's quite interesting. Suyun and Feng Wuhan were a little curious, and they kept touching the egg. The egg seemed to be a little angry. It jumped up and hit their hands, then jumped back into Gu Li's arms, moving a little aggrieved. The few people actually saw the aggrieved emotion on an egg, and they all found it a little funny. Then when will we set off tomorrow? Feng Wuhan asked. Gu Li thought for a while. Then he said, we leave later. Suyun was a little puzzled. There's no need to rush overnight. We will arrive in 5 days, and there is still half a month before the assessment of Lingtian Academy begins. There's still time. The normal journey takes 5 days, but there is another way that can be reached in 3 days. It's just a little dangerous, so just treat it as a training. Feng Wuhan frowned and asked, crossing the Qianye forest? Yes, you two haven't trained for a long time. How can you not train for such a good opportunity? Gu Li would never tell her that she wanted spiritual herbs. Although she took a lot of spiritual herbs, it was far from enough for the Gu family to refine pills. Are you sure you don't want to save time and collect more spiritual herbs? Feng Wuhan looked like he could see through you, staring at Gu Li and said, although the Qianye forest is not as big and dangerous as the Demon Flame Forest, but it is not something that the three of them can break through. Gu Li, who was seen through, was a little embarrassed, and instantly pretended that nothing happened. What are you afraid of? Xiaoyi and the others are here. If we meet someone we can't beat, she will take us away. Besides, night is when monsters come out to hunt, so we don't have to worry about not meeting monsters to practice with. Feng Wuhan looked at Gu Yi and the others and asked, what do you think? Gu Yi's cold voice came immediately. Where the young master goes, we go. No need to ask us. The two looked at each other helplessly, muttering in their hearts, is it really okay to indulge her like this? If Gu Yi and the others could hear the inner thoughts of these two people, they would definitely respond without hesitation. There is only one child in their family. Who else can they indulge if not her? This matter was finalized. The few people didn't have much to pack, and their personal belongings had already been stored in the space, so they went downstairs together to check out. Looking at Gu Li and the others who were getting farther and farther away, the shopkeeper was reluctant. Didn't he really consider demolishing his inn again before leaving? Qianye Forest was not far away, and it didn't take long for several people to step into the forest. As soon as they entered the forest, they encountered a high-level spiritual beast. However, Gu Li did not let Gu Yi and others take action, but instead asked Suyun and Feng Wuhan to deal with it. She led the shadow guards to collect spiritual medicines leisurely nearby. Since they were not far away and were collecting nearby, if the two of them were defeated and in danger of life, Gu Li and others would also be able to detect it. Therefore, Gu Li was not worried about their safety. After collecting a large amount of spiritual herbs, Gu Li and others decided to return to observe the battle between the two and the monster. When the night was about to dissipate, the two finally defeated the monster, and Suyun successfully broke through the first level and reached the late spiritual level. Although the two were very embarrassed, they were extremely excited. Ha ha ha, you two should be careful, I will catch up with you soon. Suyun shouted excitedly. Since the last time he experienced the marrow cleansing, his body has absorbed spiritual energy faster. My spiritual energy is already saturated. I only need an opportunity to break through to the early stage of the king level. Feng Wuhan responded lightly. Every time I break through, it is a continuous breakthrough. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. Sui Yun's original joy from the breakthrough was instantly diluted by the words of these two people. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Two perverts. Gu Li waited for them to rest for a while before continuing on the road. Along the way, Gu Li collected a lot of spiritual herbs, and when they were training, she asked Gu Yi and others to guard her and then enter the chaos ring to make pills. At first, Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan were shocked for a long time when they knew that she had a space that could hold living people. But they were relieved when they thought it was her. Gu Yi and others were not surprised. After all, they had guessed something when they were able to enter the secret realm before. Chapter 74. The group continued to go deeper into the Qianya forest. Along the way, they encountered many monsters. Gu Yi and his team did not take action, and Gu Li and the other two took turns. One day, they walked to a valley. A strange mist filled the valley, and the mist was like a veil, making the scene in front of them blurry, as if they were in an illusory world. The valley walls were steep and rocky, and occasionally a few tenacious vines emerged from the cracks in the rocks, swaying gently in the breeze. This place is weird. Everyone be careful, Gu Li reminded. This is already close to the depths of the Qianya forest. Before the voice fell, bursts of eerie roars suddenly came from all around. Then, a group of huge shadow wolves rushed out of the fog and surrounded them. The surrounding trees were tall and gloomy, and the branches and leaves were intertwined, blocking most of the sunlight, making the scene even more eerie and terrifying. Sui Yun frowned. It's not easy to deal with so many shadow wolves. All of them are level 5 or 6 spirit beasts. One is fine, but it will take a lot of effort to deal with so many. Feng Wuhan clenched the sword in his hand. What are you afraid of? After so many battles, he was full of fighting spirit at this time, and he could finally fight to his heart's content. Gu Li's eyes were stern. Xiaoyi, you guys protect the surroundings. Don't let other monsters get close. Yun and Wuhan, the three of us will go. Gu Yi and others quickly dispersed and disappeared into the darkness. Gu Li and the other two quickly entered the battle state. Gu Li's figure was agile, and the spiritual power in his hand flashed, and every blow landed accurately on the shadow wolf. Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan were not to be outdone, and all kinds of spiritual power poured out like money. Take pills when the spiritual power is exhausted. The weeds on the ground were trampled into a mess, and the soil was splashed. The three people also had different degrees of injuries. Gu Yi and the others looked at the wounded Gu Li in secret, feeling a little distressed. If it weren't for the young master's training, they would have gone out to kill those wolves and roasted wolf meat for Gu Li to eat. After a fierce battle, most of the shadow wolves were killed or injured. Gu Li and the other two were gradually losing their physical strength. After all, the elixir can only restore spiritual power. It's almost done. We can't drag it on any longer, and we need to fight quickly, Gu Li shouted. Okay, the two responded. Mu Yuan Ju first style, binding. Feng Wuhan took the lead in launching the attack, and his hands quickly formed seals. The green light grew out quickly like a lively vine. Those vines seemed to have life, and they entangled the shadow wolves at an astonishing speed. Mysterious runes flashed on the vines. Once they touched the bodies of the monsters, they would tighten like steel cables, restricting their movements. Sui Yun was not to be outdone, and quickly followed. Ice Cold Art First Style Ice Sealed 1,000 miles. He formed seals with both hands, and a cold breath instantly burst out from his body. In an instant, the temperature around him dropped sharply, and the air was filled with cold mist. A white frost spread rapidly with him as the center, and wherever it went, a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. The saws of the shadow wolves were frozen by the ice, and their movements became slow. Gu Li shouted, De Yen Ju First Style Fire Flame Seal. A hot flame mark appeared in her palm, and the flame was like a burning sun, emitting a light that was difficult to look at directly. The flame mark flew out, turning into a blazing sea of fire in the air, sweeping towards the shadow wolves. The shadow wolves were burned by the flames and howled in pain. The light of the spiritual skill was particularly dazzling in this dim valley, illuminating the surrounding environment. Under the close cooperation of the three people and the continuous powerful attack, the shadow wolf pack finally couldn't resist and was defeated. Before Gu Li and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, a strong pressure directly pressed the three people down and made them unable to move. Gu Yi and others saw this, and quickly appeared to block a lot of pressure for the three people. They were able to stand up. I saw a huge wolf king with black fur slowly walked out. Its pair of dark green eyes exuded a chilling light, and the shadows behind it seemed to be surging with its steps. Fuck, a 5th-level holy beast. Sui-Yun looked at the approaching shadow wolf, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Gu Li and the other two looked at each other. Xiao Yi, the wind is strong. Hurry up. As soon as Gu Li finished speaking, Gu Yi and 10 people took the 3 people and ran away. It's better to quit while you're ahead. If you can't win for now, it's better to run first. However, the Shadow Wolf King would never let them go easily. It flashed and chased after them like a ghost, at a speed that was astonishing. Oh no, it's catching up. Gu Yi's face was solemn. Speed up. Gu Li shouted loudly. But even though they ran as fast as they could, the distance between them and the Shadow Wolf King was getting closer and closer. Little bird, little pavilion, Gu Li called. Power of space still. Purple sky, fire burning. Little pavilion and little bird held off for a few breaths. Little bird turned into its original form, and Gu Li and others rode on little bird to escape quickly. In a few breaths, they ran hundreds of miles. The injured Shadow Wolf King was completely enraged, and immediately chased after Gu Li and others. Gu Li was a little anxious as he watched the distance getting closer and closer. What kind of bad luck is this? He bumped into a big one every time he touched it. How can he fight? Soon they arrived at the deepest valley in Shinya Forest. Master, there is something wrong with the breath ahead. Should we go in? Xiao Kezi told Gu Li about the danger he felt. Now there is really a wolf in front and a tiger behind, and it is a dilemma. Hearing Xiao Kezi's words, Gu Li and the others looked at each other. Go in. There is still a way to survive if you go in, otherwise you will die. A 5th-level holy beast is enough to rival an early emperor. Although Gu Yi is also at the peak of the emperor, the distance is only 1 level. But the higher you go, the greater the difference in cultivation. A strong man at the early emperor can kill dozens of peak emperors in seconds. They are just a few noobs. Xiao Kezi no longer hesitated after hearing this, and sped up, and went directly into the valley. After they went in, the Shadow Wolf King stopped chasing them. It didn't dare to approach that place. It had seen many monsters go in, and never come out again. Gu Li and his companions just entered, and suddenly lost weight and fell down. Fuck, it hurts. Sui-Yun. Ollie, move your feet. Fengwen. Xiao Yizi, you're sitting on me, get out of the way. Gu Li. More than a dozen people fell together like playing Jenga. Realizing that the Shadow Wolf King didn't chase them, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They took various pills in tacit understanding. It doesn't look dangerous here. Sui-Yun looked around. This valley is like a fairyland isolated from the world. Surrounded by towering cliffs, the cliffs are covered with green vines, and a clear stream flows. The stream water flashes with tiny lights under the sunlight, like a flowing galaxy. Chapter 75. There are all kinds of precious spiritual herbs growing by the stream, which emit a faint fragrance that makes people feel relaxed and happy. Something is wrong here. The Shadow Wolf King dare not come in. Fengwen frowned and looked around with some vigilance. His eyes swept over the precious spiritual herbs, and a trace of doubt surged in his heart. So many precious spiritual herbs here have not been picked, which means that no one has ever set foot in this place. This land seems to hide something, which makes Fengwen feel uneasy. Gu Li also noticed something strange. She looked at the quiet environment around her, and thought secretly in her heart. It is really wrong for such a beautiful environment to appear here. It forms a sharp contrast with the forest outside, giving people a sense of abruptness. Perhaps, there are some unknown dangers hidden here. Everyone found a relatively comfortable place to sit down and recover. They sat there quietly, feeling the cool breeze blowing across their cheeks, and also vigilantly observing the surroundings. For a while, the whole space was left with only a slight breathing sound, and the occasional wind sound around. The silence was broken by Gu Li's voice. Little bird, you are the vermilion bird. How come you have no effect at all when facing the Shadow Wolf King? As she said that, she stretched out her hand and poked Little Bird. Little Bird replied a little aggrievedly, Master, I am still in my infancy. You know, compared with it, the Shadow Wolf is like an old man compared with a weak baby. Its blood power naturally cannot have any effect on it. Gu Li thought about it, but secretly thought in her heart, is the contracted beast she received too weak? Should she receive some powerful monsters, otherwise she will be chased every time. At this time, Gu Li turned his head, his eyes fell on Xiao Tingzi, and asked softly, Xiao Tingzi, if I put the Shadow Wolf into the rebirth pavilion, will anything happen? Hearing this, Sui-Yun on the side couldn't help but interrupt. No way, Ali, isn't your idea a bit too bold? No, the rebirth pavilion will be destroyed. I planted so many spiritual herbs. Xiao Tingzi shook his head repeatedly to refuse. After thinking for a while, he said, Master, don't think about it. If the rebirth pavilion is destroyed, you will also be injured. Will you die? Gu Li raised his eyebrows and asked. That won't happen. Xiao Tingzi answered truthfully. Will it be disabled? Gu Li continued to ask. No. Xiao Tingzi looked at her with some doubts, not knowing what she wanted to do. Gu Li smiled slightly. As long as it was not dead or disabled, it was fine, and being injured was nothing. She was thinking that if she could tame a sacred beast that could rival the early emperor level, she would make a fortune. By then, she could make a contract to refine some elixirs, and feed it with various natural treasures, and maybe she would be able to break through again soon. In this way, she would have more face when she went out to fight in the future. Master, you are not really going to take it in, are you? Xia Tingzi looked at the smile on her face, and immediately realized that something was wrong. No. Hearing the conversation between the two, Feng Wuhan, Su Yi, Gu Yi and others on the side objected. They thought that this sacred beast was too dangerous, and it was not clear whether it could be tamed. Although there was no danger to her life, she would be seriously injured. No, absolutely not. Don't worry, I know my limits. Gu Li ignored their words. She secretly thought that she would take the thing when she went out. All the young master Feng Wuhan and Su Yi and others looked at her with some disapproval. When the Gu family moves to Lingtian City, they will not be able to gain a foothold in Lingtian City without strength. 50 emperors are only the level of an average middle-class family. There are also many large families in Lingtian City. I am worried without an emperor. Gu Li expressed his thoughts. Although his tone was calm, his eyes were firm, which moved people. Several people were silent after hearing this. Su Yun and Feng Wuhan did not speak either. She was different from them. The pressure on her was the entire family. They did not need to worry about the family behind them. Young master, when the Gu family settles down, we must practice well and strive to break through as soon as possible. Gu Er looked at Gu Li seriously. Others also meant this. The Gu family is also their family. It is their business to take on the responsibility of the Gu family. Don't worry, it won't take long for you to break through again. Gu Li smiled confidently. After all, their current strength is already very good, but they have not yet undergone the baptism of marrow washing. Let them take a bath when they have time. She will refine some spiritual medicine and throw it in. Breaking through the first level is not a difficult task. Gu Yi and others believed her words without a doubt. As long as the young master said that they can break through, then they will definitely be able to do it. This is the trust in Gu Li, and the confidence in themselves. After a short rest, several people gradually recovered to their best condition. They decided to leave this place, and walk out in the direction they came in. However, no matter how far they walked, they could not get out of this area. The surrounding scenery remained unchanged, as if they had been spinning in the same place. What's going on? It didn't take us so long to come in. Su Yun frowned and asked in confusion. We've been circling around. There may be some kind of formation or something that can confuse people here. Feng Wuhan pondered for a moment and said his guess. Gu Li shook her head. It's not a formation. If it was a formation, I couldn't have been unaware of it at all. After all, she signed a contract with the Rebirth Pavilion and could use its spatial power, but she hadn't used it yet. If it was a formation, she couldn't have been unaware of it. But I didn't feel anything was there. Su Yun was a little confused. Gu Li looked up at Gu Yi and the others. Young master, we didn't sense anything else either. Gu Yi understood what she meant. Let's stay where we are. There's no point in going on. After saying that, Gu Li found a place to sit down and called the small pavilion out. Xia Tingzi, can you sense the existence of a formation? Yes, but it's not here. It covers the entire valley. Xia Tingzi sensed it carefully. Can it be solved? Gu Li asked. Where on earth is this place? And there is such a large formation. No, my space power can't break this formation. Xia Tingzi was a little disappointed. If it was stronger, it could tear open the space and take the master away. It's okay, I want to see what is preventing us from leaving this area. Gu Li touched Xia Tingzi's head and comforted him softly. Chapter 76. Night fell, the stars were twinkling, and the whole valley was immersed in tranquility. However, in this silent forest, there was an unusual dangerous atmosphere. Gu Li stood up, looked around vigilantly, then walked around and quietly set up a powerful protective array. She injected the spiritual power of the thunder element into it to ensure that the array could exert its maximum power. After doing all this, she sat back in her place. She wanted to see what trapped them. It's getting late, let's take a rest first. Gu Li said to the others in a deep voice and winked at them. The other few people understood, leaned together, closed their eyes, and pretended to fall asleep. In fact, they did not really fall asleep, but remained highly alert, ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. Time passed by minute, until the second half of the night, a gloomy atmosphere gradually spread. The forest in the dark became more weird and terrifying, as if hiding endless secrets. Suddenly, a slight noise broke the silence of the night. Ghoulie and others immediately opened their eyes, and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that the trees around them were tightly entangled by countless huge vines, which were like ferocious giant pythons, slowly approaching them. Some vines had already touched the protective array, but due to the presence of the thunder element, they were instantly scorched, making a sizzling sound. The burned vines twisted their twisted branches in pain, making a creepy hissing sound. The demon plant thorn blood vine Fengwuhen said with a frown. For them, this kind of demon vine is the most difficult existence, because as long as the main root system cannot be found, they can regenerate all the time, and can never be completely eliminated. So this thing trapped us here. Suyin narrowed his eyes, revealing a trace of danger in his eyes, and carefully looked at the dense vines outside. Young Master Gui and others immediately surrounded Ghoulie in the middle, looking nervous, fearing that a vine suddenly appeared from somewhere and hurt her. Don't worry, they can't come in for the time being. Ghoulie smiled and comforted them, and at the same time was full of curiosity about these vines. After all, she had never seen a demon plant of the plant system before. There were vines that kept attacking the formation frantically, but each batch was quickly burned, but would grow again. Xiatingzi, can you find its main root? Ghoulie lowered his head and asked. No problem, the cultivation of this demon plant is not high, I can detect where its main root system is. Xiatingzi answered confidently. Its main root is 1 mile away. Xiatingzi told Ghoulie what he had sensed. Well, let's go straight over there, but don't kill it, just beat it half to death. Ghoulie looked at the people around him and said, This thorny blood vine is not bad, it can tie people up and beat them in the future. She wanted to take it, but it was not so easy to let it go. It dared to trap her here. How could she not suffer a little? Ghoulie had just removed the formation, and the arm-thick vines were like surging evil waves, covering the sky and the earth. Fengwuhen was the first to bear the brunt of it. His eyes were sharp, and he swung the long sword in his hand fiercely, and a sharp sword energy roared out like a silver dragon. He dodged the vine's attack with a flash, and swung the weapon in his hand, with the wind whistling, and the sword shadows heavy. Every swing was with the force of thunder and lightning, and the thick vines were cut off in a row where the light shone, and the green juice splashed everywhere. However, the cut vines did not stop there, and new branches quickly grew at the broken ends, rushing towards the few people again, with more rapid speed and strength. Dare to besiege us, take my blow! Suyin shouted, and his hands instantly ignited with raging flames. He pushed his hands forward, and the flames turned into a sea of fire, instantly engulfing the surrounding vines. Those vines twisted and struggled in pain in the fire, making a crackling burning sound, and the smell of burning spread. At this time, Ghoulie also joined the battle. She pinched her hands, and flames with the power of thunder and lightning flew towards the thick vine. The vines touched by the flames instantly turned into ashes. However, the vines continued to grow and attack Ghoulie and others. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, come out, or I won't be polite, Ghoulie said loudly, her voice echoing in the valley. She dodged the attacks of the vines flexibly, and sometimes she made a quick move, shooting out lightning flashes from her fingertips, accurately hitting the approaching vines, making them charred in an instant. However, Ghoulie was responded by more and more violent vine attacks. Little bird, burn it for me. Seeing that the thorny blood vine was so ungrateful, Ghoulie let the little bird come out. It jumped out, burning with raging flames. It spread its wings and spewed hot flames from its mouth, forming a surging stream of fire. The flames were like a roaring fire dragon, carrying the power of destroying everything, sweeping towards the vines that were attacking crazily. Their original arrogant momentum was instantly suppressed, and they began to retreat. That's right, it jumped. The little bird couldn't fly here, but this didn't affect its speed and power. Its movements were swift and agile, and every jump was accompanied by the spray of flames, destroying the surrounding vines one by one. In an instant, the air was filled with the smell of burning, and large pieces of vines were swallowed by the flames, turning into black ashes, and falling down one after another. Those vines burned by the flames of the little bird lost their regeneration ability. It seemed to have sensed the threat. The thorny blood vine took back all the vines. It didn't expect that the contracted beast of the woman who came in could actually restrain the regeneration power of its vines. Want to leave? No way. Seeing the thorny blood vines retreating quickly, Ghoulie led his men to chase after them. It's not that easy to run away after provoking. Seeing Ghoulie and others catching up, it was a little anxious. While attacking, it pulled back several vines that were thicker than usual. But it was burned to ashes before it touched them. Ghoulie and others walked back along the vines and soon came to a flat ground. All the vines retracted into the ground far away. The Yenju first style Yin in a strong fire spirit attacked the place where the vines were. Suddenly, the ground was charred. Master, it ran away. Xiao Tingzi said. Since where it is. If you want to run, there is no way. How could she let it run away with something she liked? After a while, Xiao Tingzi said again, it keeps running away. It's not fixed. Don't worry, it can't get out of this valley anyway. I see how long it can run. Ghoulie just sat down where she was. If she couldn't get out, the thorny blood vine would definitely not be able to get out either. Chapter 77. Master, it's in the woods over there. Xia Tingzi raised her white and tender little hand and pointed to the woods in the distance, with a hint of urgency in her crisp voice. Not bad. Ghoulie raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile, and reached out to touch Xia Tingzi's head gently, with praise in her eyes. Then, she flashed and quickly surrounded it from all directions with several people behind her. There! Xia Tingzi shouted excitedly, her voice crisp and pleasant. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by Xia Tingzi, and saw a blood-red vine coiled outside a cave. The color of the vine was bright and gorgeous, like blood, and it exuded a strange breath. Ghoulie narrowed her eyes slightly, full of doubts in her heart. Why is this vine coiled outside the cave? Is there something else in the cave? She thought to herself. Hey little vine, do you want to make a contract with me? If you don't agree, I will set you on fire. Ghoulie crossed his arms in front of his chest and pointed at the little bird next to him with a joking look. The little bird also opened its mouth very cooperatively and spit out a ball of hot flames. Suddenly, the air around was twisted by the hot flames. Humph! If you dare to hurt me, my master will not let you go. The thorny blood vine waved its thick vines angrily, bringing a sharp wind. Ghoulie heard this and couldn't help feeling disappointed. She murmured to herself, it turns out that someone has already contracted it. She thought she could contract a demon plant. Fengwen, who was standing by, looked at Ghoulie's expression and asked softly, there are still people here. Ali, should we leave? He knew that Ghoulie was very interested in this thorny blood vine, but the situation seemed a little complicated now. Ghoulie shook his head and said, wait, there is a formation here. It's not so easy for us to get out. It looks like this may be that person's territory. Suyin frowned and asked worriedly, can't Ghoulie and the others break it? Ghoulie replied helplessly, no, breaking the formation by force will only backfire. She couldn't sense this formation, and the pavilion could only detect it by using the power of space. It can be imagined how strong the person who set up this formation is. She didn't want Ghoulie and the others to get hurt. She had finally raised their strength to the Emperor level, and none of them could get into trouble. Shadow Guard is her treasure now. Suiyun asked anxiously, what if that person is not a good person? If the person inside has murderous intentions towards them, they can't escape. Ghoulie thought calmly for a moment. It's okay, there's no danger to life. She was secretly thinking about how to deal with it. If she really encountered danger, she could just drag everyone into the chaos ring for a while, and wait for the right time to come out. But in this way, she might miss the assessment time of Lingtian Academy. So she still hoped to find other solutions unless it was absolutely necessary. There were people in this space, so she couldn't go too far, otherwise she would knock out everyone in the Gu family, and take them all to Lingtian City. Ghoulie looked up at the thorny blood vine, with a hint of curiosity and doubt in her eyes, and asked, is your master in there? Humph! The thorny blood vine didn't seem to be interested in her question, and snorted arrogantly, not even wanting to pay attention to her. Seeing it like this, Ghoulie didn't care. He didn't even look at it, and walked towards the cave entrance. Seeing this, the thorny blood vine suddenly became a little anxious. It couldn't let these people break into the cave. What if it disturbed the people inside? They are not afraid of death, but don't hurt it. Don't move, you will die if you get closer. The thorny blood vine shouted anxiously. Several thick vines attacked several people. However, Ghoulie didn't take its threat seriously at all, and said impatiently, go away. If you make a fuss again, I will burn you. As she said that, she condensed a thunder element in her hand, and hit the root of the thorny blood vine fiercely, and instantly ignited a purple spiritual fire. The thorny blood vine was frightened by this sudden attack, and quickly used other vines to put out the fire on its body. However, when it reacted, Guli and others had already walked into the cave. After Guli walked into the cave, she saw the familiar figure Nalan Yin at a glance. Young Master and Ollie hurriedly pulled Guli behind them, and looked vigilantly at the man, who was sitting not far away to heal his wounds. This man gave them a very dangerous feeling, even more dangerous than the Shadow Wolf King they met before. Step back a little. Guli looked speechlessly at the person blocking her way. Hey! Long time no see. How come you are either trapped or injured? Guli walked towards Nalan Yin's location. Several people were a little surprised to hear her greet that person. Someone she knew? Gui wanted to stop Guli, but after thinking about it, he didn't move. He couldn't interfere too much in the young master's affairs, or she would be angry. Hearing the voice, Nalan Yin slowly opened his deep and beautiful eyes, and looked at Guli, who was walking towards him. In fact, when they entered here, he had already noticed who was coming. Otherwise, they would not have entered here alive. Nalan Yin nodded with some satisfaction and said, "Little thing, not bad, you can practice so quickly." In this way, her soul should have been restored to its original state. At this time, Sui Yun gently pulled Guli's sleeve, looked at the man curiously, and whispered, "Sister Ollie, do you know him?" He couldn't help but secretly guess. Could this man be the man that Sister Ollie kept outside? Then her man's strength is too strong. The momentum is a bit scary. I don't know how Sister Ollie can control it. After all, she has always been quite fond of people with outstanding looks, and the man in front of her just meets her aesthetic standards. However, Guli simply responded indifferently. Not really acquaintance, just met once. Then, she approached Nalan Yin in a familiar manner, sat down casually not far from him, and then asked, "Hey, buddy, did you set up the formation here? Since he is an acquaintance, things will be much easier. As for the so-called life-saving grace, it doesn't exist at all, and they have long since settled the matter." Looking at Guli's carefree and casual appearance, and her words, Feng Wuan and Sui Yun couldn't help but twitch their mouths slightly. Seeing anyone, she could casually call buddy, completely forgetting that she was actually a woman. Gui and others were also relieved. At first, they really thought that this handsome man had kidnapped their young master. Now it seems that he is just a buddy. Fortunately, Gui and others hurriedly followed Guli, and stood by to prevent this man from hurting their young master. Nalan Yin didn't say anything when he saw them like this, but looked at Guli. A hint of smile flashed across Nalan Yin's eyes, but he still had a cold expression on his face as he replied, "Yes, it's me." Chapter 78. Let us out. We were chased here by a Shadow Wolf King, and can't get out, Guli said with big eyes blinking. They were trapped in his formation, so it's not too much to let them out. After all, they are friends who have lived together for life. Nalan Yin raised a beautiful smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, thoughtfully, "Let you out, what benefit will I get?" Guli couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him. "Aren't we negotiating? What benefit do you want?" Guli asked. He didn't look like someone who lacked anything. She didn't have any treasures to exchange with him. "I want to enter the Rebirth Pavilion to repair my soul." When Nalan Yan's voice sounded, Guli's heart jumped, and she looked at him with vigilance. "How do you know I have a Rebirth Pavilion?" Seeing her vigilant look, Nalan Yin had a barely visible smile on his face. "I can tell at a glance that it was in my hands before, but I threw it away because I couldn't make a contract." The small pavilion in the space suddenly realized, why does it feel so familiar? A long time ago, it was thrown to Blue Star by someone with this aura. It was also this voice that made it follow its master, but something is wrong. The age doesn't match. His bone age is only 18. It can't be the same person before. But what's going on with this familiar aura? Master Shouting was about to send a message to Guli to tell her about this, when a powerful spiritual consciousness locked it. "If you miss, just say it." Nalan Yan's voice full of chill sounded in Shouting's mind. "What's wrong?" Guli asked curiously after hearing Shouting's voice. "It's okay, I thought that when we leave later, we should pick some spiritual herbs that are not in the space, so I can plant them." Shouting quickly found an excuse. So scary, why can he bypass its master and lock it? It was certain that this person was the one who threw him to Blue Star. But it didn't know what happened specifically, as it had less memory awakening. Nalan Yin didn't know why he had such a reaction. He also remembered some things, including the matter of Wangsheng Pavilion. He went back to investigate these things because his cultivation had not fully recovered, so he was injured and had to recuperate here. He didn't know what was going on. He instinctively didn't want Wangsheng Pavilion to tell him. He and she might have known each other before. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to unlock the first seal in his body. He didn't like this feeling of being out of control. Gu Li looked at Nalan Yin again. Is this easy to see? Gu Li had some doubts. If it could be seen by others, then she would be killed instantly if she met someone of his level next time. No, I'm familiar with it, so I recognized it. Gu Li was relieved to hear this. At least she wouldn't be hunted all day. Gu Li thought about it, but still disagreed. No, you go into the Rebirth Pavilion. I can't leave far. Although the Rebirth Pavilion can also allow people to enter, it is the same as the Chaos Ring. No, I will temporarily attach to the Soul Nurturing Wood. Nalan Yin took out a section of the Soul Nurturing Wood. Seeing the Soul Nurturing Wood that exudes full vitality, Gu Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Baby, the Soul Nurturing Wood, a heavenly treasure, can nourish the soul and cultivate spiritual power. When a person dies, as long as the soul attaches to it to cultivate, it can also cultivate a new body. It is also very beneficial to her. He just took out the legendary thing. What should I do? I really want to kill people and steal treasures. Do you think you can kill me? Nalan Yin looked at the expression on her face and roughly guessed what she was thinking. Haha, how could that be? I'm that kind of person. Gu Li was a little embarrassed, but his eyes never left the soul-nourishing wood, just like a hungry wolf seeing a fat sheep. After I leave, this is yours, Nalan Yin said with a smile. It seems that he is using this soul-nourishing wood to seduce a little fox. Young master. Gu Li looked at Nalan Yin with hostility in his eyes. This man looked ill-intentioned. It's okay, he sent me back alive from the demon flame forest before. If there was any conspiracy, he would have done it long ago. Gu Li waved his hand with a nonchalant look on his face. Young master, what if you fall in love with him in the future? What should I do? You are still young, the head of the family will peel my skin. The villain in Gu Li wanted to cry but had no tears. I can also cure the poison in your body. Gu Li looked at him steadily again. There was a trace of calculation in her eyes. Do you know the poison in my body? Hearing her words, Nalan Yin was a little curious. Could she find the poison in his body? Netherworld blood evil. Gu Li smiled and spat out 4 words as if nothing had happened. This was actually what she saw accidentally when she was practicing alchemy in the Chaos Ring. She was a little curious at the time, so she read it carefully. This kind of poison will not make people feel painful, but will only devour spiritual power in the body. If you are poisoned by this kind of poison, it is basically impossible to break through the cultivation level again, and the cultivation level will only regress. Nalan Yin didn't expect that she really knew. It seems that she has started to learn alchemy. What are your conditions? Nalan Yin looked at the bright woman in front of him, with a smug look on his face and a hint of pampering in his eyes. This feeling is a bit novel. She looked like she was bargaining with him, but he didn't feel bored. Instead, he was a little intoxicated by it. You used a formation to cover this place. Is there a treasure here? Gu Li narrowed his eyes and whispered. Gu Yi and Sui Yun who were standing behind were a little speechless. Dare you speak more quietly? They can hear it. No, I was dealing with something a few days ago and got a little injured, so I set up a formation here. Looking at her money-grubbing look, Nalan Yin couldn't help but feel a little funny. There are actually people who make requests that are not related to him. It feels a little different. Is there any danger here? Gu Li asked again. After thinking for a while, he added, It's dangerous for me. Yes. There are dozens of holy-level monsters here. It's very dangerous for you. What about you? Instant kill. Gu Li and Sui Yun took a breath of cold air. Are you serious? How strong is he? Then I want those dozens of holy beasts, and the Shadow Wolf King that is chasing me outside. Damn, Ali, you really dared to ask for it. Sui Yun couldn't help but speak after hearing Gu Li's conditions. Gu Yi and others thought so too. Shut up first. Wait until I finish the business before you talk. Gu Li rolled his eyes at him. What are you doing? What if he doesn't agree later? How about it? It's a good deal. I can cure the poison in your body. Are you willing to never improve your cultivation? Gu Li turned around and looked at him chattering. A cold laugh sounded. Nalan Yin looked at her like that and couldn't help laughing, but he still wanted to tease her. Check me again to see if there is any poison in my body. Gu Li didn't know what he meant, but subconsciously drew a trace of mental power to sense it, and found that the poison was gone. Damn, what's going on? Gu Li was a little surprised. He then probed his mental power into his body, and examined it carefully. Chapter 79. Nalan Yin stood there quietly looking calm. He did not stop Gu Li from checking his body, and just let her explore. You are not poisoned? Gu Li frowned, full of questions. Her lively eyes revealed confusion. She clearly felt the presence of the poison just now. How could it suddenly disappear without a trace? Nalan Yin smiled gently, and that smile was like the spring breeze, gentle and soothing. He said lightly, "Because the poison is useless to me. As long as I don't want it, it will not exist in my body." Boring. Gu Li turned her head away a little depressed, her little face full of depression. The holy beast she had been thinking about slipped away from her mouth, and became fat meat in her mouth, but she couldn't eat it. "Then I can always ask for your vine outside. Otherwise, you can stay here and raise it slowly." Gu Li looked at him with a smile. "I promise to give you everything you just said. That thorny blood vine is not my contracted demon plant. You can collect it yourself." Nalan Yan's eyes flashed with tenderness, and that look seemed to melt the ice. Although he himself didn't know why he had such a special feeling for the little girl in front of him, he didn't reject it. Gu Yi, who was standing next to him, saw all this and kept shouting in his heart, "This man must want to kidnap his young master. Look at that look. How can he look at an ordinary person? My young master is only 14 years old, what a beast. Really? You are such a good person." Hearing his words, Gu Li's eyes lit up, raised his head, and a bright smile instantly bloomed on his face. "Then come in. Let me teach that broken vine a lesson before I go find those holy beasts." Gu Li looked at Nalan Yin with a smile, his eyes flashing with excitement. Nalan Yin chuckled, and his figure flashed, and he turned into a dark red light, and quickly entered the soul-nourishing tree. Gu Li held the soul-nourishing wood tightly, feeling the vigorous vitality in it with his heart. His heart was full of excitement. "Baby! Let's go find that little vine," Gu Li said happily to Suiyun and the others. "Okay, Suiyun's face was full of smirks, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Let it dare to sneak attack us. Little vine, do you want us to beat you up, or do you want us to beat you up?" Gu Li looked at the vine with a smile, rubbing his hands constantly, looking eager to try. What's the difference? The thorny blood vine was full of regret at this time, and his intestines were almost green with regret. If it had known that she knew that adult, it would not have attacked them. No difference. Suiyun and Feng Wuhan stepped forward without hesitation and surrounded it tightly. "Wu Wu, can you be gentler?" The pitiful voice of the thorny blood vine sounded, and the voice was full of begging for mercy. The three looked at each other, and immediately rushed forward to punch and kick it without hesitation. They did not use fire elemental power to hit it, but wrapped their fists with other spiritual power and beat it hard. Gu Yishur stood by and watched the thorny blood vine being beaten, muttering in his heart, "Why do you sneak attack them for no reason? Don't mess with their young master. One day, she will die miserably. She is very vindictive." Gu Li and the other two stopped fighting when they were tired. They felt comfortable all over. Looking at the broken thorny vine, it looked miserable and pitiful. "Will you sign a contract?" Gu Li shook his sore fist and asked the thorny vine. The thorny vine wanted to cry, but had no tears, and secretly complained in his heart, "How dare it not sign a contract? That adult is on her, how dare it resist? Sign a contract." The thorny vine replied weakly. "So good." Gu Li looked at it with appreciation, cut his finger without hesitation, and dripped a drop of blood on the main root of the thorny vine. In an instant, a contract formation was formed with shining light. When the light faded, the contract was successfully completed. "Wow, I broke through, ha ha ha." The thorny vine, which was originally reluctant, saw that it broke through after signing the contract, and immediately threw away the reluctance in its heart. "Master, I broke through to the first level of the holy beast." The thorny vine was so excited that it couldn't help itself, and kept circling around Gu Li. "You know, it's harder for them to break through than monsters. It hasn't broken through for many years." Gu Li was also a little surprised. After all, the first level of the holy beast is equivalent to the peak of the human king level. Not bad. Gu Li nodded with satisfaction, with a happy smile on his face. "I'm so envious. I want a contracted beast too." Suiyun looked at the thorny blood vine jumping around Gu Li. A little envious. Although there are beast tamers in their family, they are all spiritual beasts, which he doesn't like. Don't worry, take a rest, and I get you one later." Gu Li patted his shoulder. Okay, Suiyun was a little looking forward to it, a holy beast. It was given by his sister Ollie. He decided that he would go wherever Ollie went in the future and hug her thighs. Gu Li turned his head and looked at the thorny blood vine in front of him, and asked lightly, "Little vine, do you have any ability?" "Master, I can restrain dozens of monsters that are 1 or 2 levels higher than me at the same time, and I can release poison to paralyze prey. I can also release fog, the thorny bloodvine said proudly. If it didn't have some skills, it wouldn't be able to survive here for so long with its cultivation. It would have been uprooted long ago. Really powerful, Ghoulie praised. Next time we fight, tie you up and let me beat you up, just in time to practice physical skills, Ghoulie said eagerly. Her cultivation has improved, but her physical strength has not caught up. Many people focus on spiritual power cultivation, and their physical strength is not enough, so they are easily injured. She wants to develop in all aspects. Others looked at the smile on her face, and silently mourned for those who would be blind in the future. They could already imagine the scene of the thorny blood vine tying up those people, and being beaten wildly by Ghoulie. Brother, shall we go find those monsters directly? Ghoulie sent a voice to Nailin Yin in the rebirth pavilion. Nailin Yin, a helpless voice sounded. Nailin Yin was very helpless. She kept calling him brother, which sounded awkward. Nailin Yin, where can we find those holy beasts? Ghoulie's eager voice sounded. He was excited when he thought of those holy beasts. How impressive it would be if he pulled them out. No need to look for them. Just take out the egg, and let it release some breath. In the rebirth pavilion, he naturally saw the egg in the corner. He didn't expect this little girl to be so lucky. If she took out any of her things, she would be hunted down to the point of death. Hearing Nailin Yan's words, Ghoulie took out the egg. He asked curiously, do you know what kind of egg it is? Chapter 80. Ancient Auspicious Beast by Zhe, Nailin Yin said in a light tone. What? Ghoulie was so surprised that she almost cried out, but fortunately she covered her mouth in time. Wow! The egg I accidentally contracted turned out to be the Auspicious Beast by Zhe, and it came here without spending a penny. If that Pangxier knew that the egg she bought was by Zhe and ran away, would she be angry to death? Ha ha ha. Ghoulie was secretly amazed. Come on, Xiaobai, release some breath. Ghoulie gently patted the egg. Xiaobai released his own breath very obediently. Is this all? Ghoulie asked doubtfully. Well, you just need to wait here next. Nailin Yin stopped talking after transmitting the message to her. Ghoulie had no choice but to wait patiently. Sister Ollie, what are we doing here? When will we go to find the holy beast? Suyin felt a little bored. He was not worried about not being able to defeat the holy beasts. After all, with Nailin Yin, a powerful man, he had no fear in his heart. Although Nailin Yan's protection target was not him, he believed that he would definitely be the one to be protected. Are you waiting for the holy beast to come to you? Feng Wuhan suddenly remembered the egg that Ghoulie had just taken out, and guessed that she might want to use this egg to attract the holy beast to come. You really understand me. Ghoulie raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes. She gave him an appreciative look, indicating that she was very satisfied with his guess. Here it comes. At this moment, Gu Yi's cold voice suddenly sounded. Gu Yi was the person with the highest cultivation besides Nailin Yin, and naturally he was the fastest to notice the movement. His eyes were looking far away, as if he had sensed the impending danger. What? Su Yin was startled when he heard Feng Wuhan's words, and quickly turned to look at Gu Yi. However, before he could react, he heard Gu Yi's words again. He couldn't help but frown and asked with a puzzled look, What's going on? Suddenly, a dull thunderous sound came from the distant sky, as if thousands of horses were galloping, and like waves crashing on the shore. The sound became louder and louder, deafening and chilling. Then, a thick black shadow rolled in from the horizon like a dark cloud, covering the sky and the sun, quickly covering the entire sky, making the originally bright sky instantly dim and lightless. A strong wind suddenly rose, whistling and sweeping in, and sand and stones flew all over the sky, like a crazy demon dancing wildly. The wind seemed to be mixed with countless shrill whistles, which made people shudder. As the black shadow approached, the earth began to tremble violently, as if it could not bear this strong pressure. Trees were uprooted, and boulders rolled down the valley, making a deafening roar. Fuck! Suiyun couldn't help cursing as he watched the scene. He stared at the scene in horror with his eyes wide open, and a strong fear surged in his heart. If these holy beasts really attacked them, they would probably be beaten into a paste, and would have no power to fight back. More than 60 holy beasts came like a tide, each of which exuded a powerful aura, which made people feel terrified. They were all holy beasts above the 3rd level, with strong strength, and one purple gold eagle reached the 7th level, which was equivalent to the middle stage of the human emperor level, and its strength was extremely terrifying. Gui and others realized that the situation was not good, felt uneasy, and showed serious expressions. They surrounded Gu Li, Tang Zhou, and Sui Yun in the middle, forming a solid defense line, and watched the attacking holy beasts vigilantly. Gu Li's face changed slightly when she saw the scene, and her eyes were full of shock. She shouted anxiously, "Nailin Yin, come out quickly. If you are late, we will be beaten to death by these holy beasts." However, in the rebirth pavilion, Nailin Yin raised his mouth after hearing her shouting, and did not show up immediately. He wanted to tease Gu Li and make her anxious, so he chose to play dead and quietly observe the situation outside. Gu Li saw that he did not move, and was a little anxious. "Your uncle." Her consciousness moved, and she took the soul-raising wood out of the rebirth pavilion and threw it in the direction of the group of holy beasts. The soul-raising wood drew an arc in the air, emitting a strange light. The holy beasts were attracted by this sudden object, and their attacking movements were slightly stagnant. Gu Li and the others took advantage of this brief gap to quickly circulate their spiritual power and retreat violently. However, the holy beasts quickly came to their senses and pounced on them again. At this time, Nailin Yin stopped joking and appeared in front of Gu Li. He raised one hand and shouted coldly, "Kneel." A powerful force burst out from him, and dozens of holy beasts fell to the ground in an instant, unable to move. "You little thing, don't you trust me so much?" Nailin Yin said with a hint of sarcasm. Gu Li glared at him, and said unhappily, "What time is it, and you are still joking? You know, any one of these holy beasts can beat her into a meat pie." Nailin Yin chuckled, and his mood seemed to get better when he saw her angry look. However, when his eyes fell on those holy beasts, his eyes instantly became fierce. "Death or submission?" Nailin Yin spoke indifferently. His voice seemed to come from the nine nether hell. The group of holy beasts felt the powerful aura on him, and none of them dared to resist, for fear of accidentally angering this terrible man. "Go and lay the contract mark on them." Nailin Yin turned around and said softly to Gu Li. When he looked at Gu Li, a trace of imperceptible tenderness flashed in his eyes. Sui Yun on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes. The change in attitude before and after was too big. He couldn't help but say, "Brother, you changed your face so quickly." As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly felt a chill coming. Nailin Yin was staring at him with cold eyes, as if he would take his life at any time. Wrong. Sui Yun was frightened and broke into a cold sweat, and quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. "We are one family, don't do it." Gu Li hurried forward to hold Nailin Yin. Nailin Yin looked at the little hand holding his arm, as if washed by a spring, and took back the pressure. Sui Yun looked at Gu Li with emotion, thinking in his heart that his sister was really good and would protect her brother. Feng Wuhan couldn't bear to see his ghost appearance, and couldn't help but slap him back to reality. "Why did you hit me?" Sui Yun touched the back of his head that was in pain, and looked at Feng Wuhan with a face full of resentment. Feng Wuhan ignored him, but looked at the holy beast in front of him. Which one will he want later? Girls need to protect themselves outside, so the 7th level one will be left to Ali. The 5th level one seems good too. Chapter 81. Gu Li walked in front of the holy beasts, and the corners of his mouth never fell. "Ha, so many beasts, I'm rich. Nailin Yin, you are such a good person." Gu Li smiled and praised him very generously. "I go back first." Nailin Yin looked at her with a little amusement in his heart, and then flashed into the soul-nourishing tree as a ray of light. His soul was a little damaged, and the lake water of the rebirth pavilion plus the soul-nourishing tree could speed up his recovery. Gu Li took the soul-nourishing tree floating in the air back to the rebirth pavilion. "Which one do you want? Pick it yourself." Gu Li stared at the holy beasts lying on the ground. A group of holy beasts stared at the rookie in front of them very depressedly. Do they think they are cabbages? Still picking. But they didn't dare to resist. After all, that person was on her. What if they ate her and broke their teeth? They finally cultivated to the level of holy beasts. They didn't want to die. "Sister Ali, I want that 5th level red flame bear." Sui Yun also threw away his fear just now, followed behind Gu Li, and looked at various monsters with great interest. It would be great if they were all his, but unfortunately his mental power could not match so many. "I want that 5th level netherworld snow tiger." Feng Wuhan also stared at one of the white giant tigers. Gu Li turned to look at Gu Yi and the others. "You pick whichever you like." Gu Yi and the others then stepped forward to choose, and soon they all picked, and they all left the 7th level beast with the highest cultivation level to Gu Li. "You don't have to leave it for me, I have a lot of beasts." Gu Li looked at the holy beast they specially left, feeling a little helpless. She really had a lot: a vermilion bird, a Baizé egg, a vine, a small pavilion, and a chaos ring spirit that had not yet awakened. "Just make a contract." "I already have a flying beast." Gu Li pointed at the little bird on his shoulder. Do you dare to let it out now? Feng Wuhan asked pointedly. Now that she has revealed that she has a red bird, she might be hunted down and killed. Gu Li also felt that what it said made sense, and slapped the little bird off his shoulder. Did you hear that? You should practice quickly. You can't beat anyone now. How could there be such a weak red bird after such a long time without breaking through to the holy beast? Master, I'm still young. I'm still a toddler. The little bird was a little unconvinced. If you are beaten to death, no one will care whether you are a young bird or not. Gu Li looked at it coldly. The little bird didn't dare to refute. Gu Li also made a contract with the purple gold eagle. It also transformed into a mimicry, and stood on the shoulder where the little bird was originally standing. Little Jinzi, if you have time, beat up the little bird, so it won't be lazy all the time. Gu Li looked at the dark purple little black bird standing on her shoulder. The purple golden eagle hadn't reacted yet that she was calling it. Sister Ollie, can we go out now? Sui Yun touched the little bear that had turned into a mimic, and the furry feel was very good. Wait! Gu Li turned her head, and looked at the holy beasts that had not been contracted, and said, We wait here for a day, and you go and help me pick all the spiritual herbs in this valley. I give you 10 chi-gathering pills for each beast. He took out another bottle of pills from the space, opened the bottle cap, and let them smell it. All the beasts were a little excited. Human pills also worked for them. The reason why they broke through slowly was because the monster beasts didn't know how to make pills, and could only take some natural treasures. When the time comes, you can make a contract with my brothers and sisters, and you can eat the pills as candies. Gu Li didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic about the pills. So he threw another bait. It seems that the alchemist should return to Gu's house, or select a few disciples with fire, and wood elements to train. She can't practice alone, otherwise she will be exhausted. Dozens of beasts went out to collect spiritual herbs. Gu Li and the others were left sitting here leisurely. Master, I want to go collect spiritual herbs too, and I want that pill too. Xiao Jinzi carefully transmitted the message to Gu Li. Except for those with special bloodlines, ordinary monsters must reach the level of divine beasts before they can speak. So Xiao Jinzi can only transmit the message to Gu Li through the contract, and can't speak. You stay inside, there are pills in that corner and room, go and get them yourself. Gu Li put Xiao Jinzi into the chaos ring. There are several small houses inside that are specially built by the pavilion. The pills or spiritual tools refined by Gu Li are placed in them. Gu Li specially planned a room, and filled it with pills for her beasts to eat. Xiao Jinzi suddenly came to a strange place, and was a little nervous for a moment. After realizing the connection of the contract, she relaxed. After hearing what Gu Li said, she went to the house, and opened the door, to see a full of pills. The pots of pills were placed on the shelf, which seemed particularly worthless. Xiao Jinzi rubbed her green bean-sized eyes with her wings, and she couldn't believe it. Damn! These things are so worthless to humans. In less than a day, all the spiritual herbs in this valley were picked up, and beasts lined up to find Gu Li to give pills. We're going out later. You beasts are too conspicuous outside. I take you to a place. Don't make trouble inside. Do you hear me? Gu Li said, and then she put all the holy beasts into the chaos ring. Monster beasts without contracts cannot enter the contract space. Fortunately, she has a space for living creatures, otherwise even if these monsters are transformed into camouflage, they will be very conspicuous. Gu Li and others walked towards the outside of the valley, and asked Nalan Yin to remove the formation, and they came out unimpeded. Ali, do we still need to find that shadow wolf? Feng Wuhan asked Gu Li in front of him. She said before that she wanted to take that shadow wolf. I don't know if she still wants it now. After all, she has a bunch of them now, and there is also a 7th level one. The shadow wolf is only 5th level. She should not look down on it. Look for it, why not? We almost died in its hands. Responded. Look for it, we must look for it. The little vine wrapped in Gu Li's hand also made a sound. It can't be the only one to be beaten. Sui Yun stared at the vine on Gu Li's hand. If he didn't look carefully, he would have thought it was a bracelet. Are you sure you don't want to beat others because you were beaten? Humph! The arrogant little vine ignored him, snorted coldly, and wrapped around Gu Li's wrist. Then how do we find it? Sui Yun asked with some doubt. Although Qianya Forest is not as big as the Demon Flame Forest, it is not small. It's not that easy to find a beast. Xiao Jinzi, can you sense the existence of a 5th level holy beast nearby? Gu Li took Xiao Jinzi out, and put him on his other shoulder. Yes, there are many, but I don't know which one you are looking for, master. Xiao Jinzi said. Chapter 82. Shadow Wolf King. I know where their lair is. Although it was trapped in the valley before, it had dominated the outside world for a long time before. It is naturally familiar with the environment of Qianye Forest. Put away your breath and take us there. Ghoulie rubbed its head and said. Xiao Jinzi transformed into his original form and restrained his breath. Otherwise, the wolf would be scared away before reaching the territory of the Shadow Wolf. Ghoulie and his men sat on Xiao Jinzi. When they reached their territory, Xiao Jinzi transformed into a mimic and stood on Ghoulie's shoulder. Master, there are some low-level spirit beasts ahead. If you go deeper, the little wolf is inside. Xiao Jinzi raised his wings and pointed to the front. Let's go! We also encountered many shadow wolves along the way, and they were all solved by Ghoulie and his men. The Shadow Wolf King sensed their breath and was shocked. They actually came out of that valley and dared to come to my territory and act recklessly. The Shadow Wolf also ran wildly towards Ghoulie and others. Soon, several people and beasts met. Hi! Little wolf cub, long time no see. Did you miss us? Ghoulie raised his hand and waved at it. The Shadow Wolf King bared his teeth, and the hot air from his mouth turned into a cloud of white mist. Its copper bell-like eyes were wide open, and its blood-red eyes seemed to be burning with rage, as if it wanted to burn everything in front of it. Dare to call it a wolf king and a little wolf cub. See if it doesn't tear her apart. With a kick of its hind legs, it pounced on Ghoulie like an arrow from a string. It opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp fangs flashed coldly in the moonlight. Its front paws were raised high, and its sharp claws seemed to be able to tear the void, and it grabbed Ghoulie and his men fiercely. At this moment, a group of holy beasts suddenly appeared in front of Ghoulie. They transformed into their original bodies, and stood in front of Ghoulie and his men like small mountains. They made a deafening roar. The attack of the Shadow Wolf King was easily blocked by the group of holy beasts. Its teeth bit the wings of a holy beast, but it did not cause much damage. The holy beasts quickly counterattacked, flapping the Shadow Wolf King with their wings to prevent it from getting close. Xiao Jinzi even transformed into his original body, and slapped the Shadow Wolf King away. The Shadow Wolf King rolled several times in the air and landed heavily, knocking down rows of trees. It struggled to stand up, covered with mud and leaves. It did not give up, and still wanted to tear those people apart fiercely. When it got up, it saw Ghoulie standing leisurely on the purple gold eagle, and around her, there were holy beasts with strength comparable to hers. In an instant, the Shadow Wolf King was frightened and stiffened, not daring to move. What was going on? Why did so many holy beasts suddenly appear around this human? Do you want us to beat you up, or do you want us to beat you up? Ghoulie asked maliciously with a sly smile. Xiao Tung said, this sentence sounds so familiar. Don't resist, otherwise I will accidentally beat you to death later, and that will not be fun. Su Yun continued to add a knife. Go! With a command, everyone started to act. For a while, the Shadow Wolf King was besieged by several people. Ghoulie was agile, and the long sword in his hand danced like a meteor. Every time the sword was thrust out, it accurately cut through the body of the Wolf King, leaving tiny blood marks. Guiza used his powerful spiritual power to wrap his fist, and the fist wind whistled, hitting the Wolf King's side fiercely, causing it to scream miserably. It didn't dare to fight back. Every time it wanted to fight back, the purple gold eagle spread its huge wings and slapped the Wolf King fiercely. The strong wind made the Wolf King unstable. The small vines wrapped around the Wolf King's limbs like a spirit snake, tightening continuously, making the Wolf King unable to move. Sui Yun controlled the power of fire, and the raging fire pounced on the Wolf King, burning its fur and emitting a pungent smell of burning. For a time, light and shadow intertwined, and the attack fell on the Shadow Wolf King like raindrops. Its body was covered with blood, and its originally smooth fur became messy and covered with wounds. Its eyes were full of pain and anger, but it was powerless to break free from the intensive attack. It kept struggling and roaring, but could only retreat step by step in this siege. Every time it resisted, it seemed so powerless, and in the end it could only be suppressed on the ground, gasping for breath, extremely embarrassed. Just when it thought it was going to die, Ghoulie and others stopped. Contract? Ghoulie looked at the Shadow Wolf King lying on the ground and asked with a smile. If not, you will die. The Shadow Wolf King gasped for breath, and blood flowed from the wounds on his body, staining the ground under him red. Its eyes were full of despair and unwillingness, and the originally fierce light became dim at this moment. Hearing Ghoulie's words, its body trembled slightly. It raised its head with difficulty, and looked at Ghoulie and others in front of it, with humiliation in its heart. It used to dominate this forest, But now it has ended up in such an embarrassing situation. But facing the threat of death, its heart began to waver. After a moment of silence, the Shadow Wolf King finally lowered its proud head and uttered a low whimper, which was considered as agreeing to the contract. Ghoulie smiled with satisfaction. So good. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a mysterious contract formation appeared in the air, slowly merging into the body of the Shadow Wolf King. He cut his finger, and dripped a drop of blood on its head. In an instant, the light shone, and the contract was completed. The wounds on its body were also healed, as the contract was completed. From now on, you can call it Little Cub. It sounds nice. Ghoulie waved to the Shadow Wolf, signaling it to come over. It howled, expressing its opposition. It didn't want this name. It wasn't domineering at all. It's useless to oppose, and you still want to be beaten? Ghoulie raised his fist, and waved it again. The little cub finally calmed down. Just call it a little cub. It's just a name, it doesn't care. It's almost done, we should leave here. Ghoulie said to Suiyun and others. Okay. The few people took their contracted beasts back to the contract space, and Ghoulie threw the little cub into the chaos ring, asking Xiao Tingzi to go over and familiarize it. Xiao Jinzi took Ghoulie, and the others to Lingtian City. It's good to have flying monsters. Suiyun sighed, as he looked at Lingtian City not far away. In less than a day, they arrived not far from Lingtian City. Ghoulie and the others stopped here, and took Xiao Jinzi back to the space. Xiao Jinzi is now one of her trump cards, and she can't be exposed so quickly. You guys, find a place to practice well after taking the elixir. Ghoulie sent a voice message to the beasts. The few people quickly headed towards Lingtian City. Entering the city, Ghoulie and the others looked around. There were quite a lot of people, and there were all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual tools sold on the street. The people here were also very good in cultivation, much stronger than Nanzhao country. Chapter 83. Master, there are no rooms in the inn. Guihui, who went to check, reported. Lingtian College is about to enroll, and there are naturally many people coming to Lingtian City during this period. We arrived a little late. Feng Wuhan shook his head helplessly, and explained to everyone. Where should we stay? Can we pay more? Suiyun frowned and asked anxiously. What do you think? Feng Wuhan asked back speechlessly. Okay. Suiyun sighed helplessly, and he knew in his heart that this was obviously not possible. After all, most of the people who came to apply for Lingtian College were rich children, and they would not give up their own interests for such a small amount of money. It's okay, let's go to Xiantian Auction House. Just go and see what the mansion I bought looks like. At this time, Ghoulie, who had been silent all the time, suddenly laughed. She spent so much spirit stones to buy a mansion, so naturally, she would not stay in the inn again. Yes, I almost forgot that Ollie and the others are moving here. Suiyun's face was full of smiles when he heard it. Let's go! Feng Wuhan said with a smile, and then took a few people to Xiantian Auction House. He had been to Lingtian City to participate in an auction once, so he naturally knew the location of Xiantian Auction House. A few people followed Feng Wuhan and walked all the way. Not long after, they arrived in front of a tall building. The building was soaring into the sky, and it was magnificent, which made people sigh at its large scale. I didn't expect that the Xiantian Auction House in Lingtian City was so magnificent and magnificent. It was really eye-opening. Suiyun looked up at the building in front of him, with an amazed look on his face. Ghoulie on the side also looked around curiously while walking. Indeed, the Xiantian Auction House here is better than those places they have been to before, both in scale and style. As they were enjoying the view, a man dressed as a servant came up and asked respectfully, Guest, do you have any needs? Ghoulie smiled slightly, took out the golden token from his arms, handed it to the other party, and said, I want to see the person in charge of your side. The servant took the token, looked at it carefully, his face changed slightly, and hurriedly returned the token to Ghoulie, and said politely, Dear guests, please follow me. As he said, he led everyone to a luxurious box, then bowed and said, Please wait a moment, I will report to our steward immediately, and he will come soon. Then, the servant hurriedly left the room. As soon as the servant left, several beautiful maids came in with hot tea and snacks, gently placed them on the table, and then left quietly. The hospitality of the Xiantian Auction House is really good. Suiyun tasted the fragrant tea in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. This is the best spiritual tea. 1 tael for 1,000 spiritual stones. Feng Wuhan said lightly. Ahem. Hearing this, Suiyun, who was drinking tea, almost spit out the tea in his mouth. He looked at the teacup in his hand with disbelief and couldn't help saying, "This thing is so expensive." "It's pretty good. I don't know if he sells this. I want to buy some for the old man to try." Ghoulie took a sip of the spiritual tea lightly, and thought of the old man who loved to drink tea at home, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "If Miss Ghoulie likes it, we can naturally give some to her." At this time, a hearty voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a handsome middle-aged uncle slowly walking in. "I'm the person in charge here. You can just call me Uncle Lin." The handsome uncle introduced himself to the people with a smile. "Uncle Lin, hello." Ghoulie responded politely. She suddenly remembered Mr. Lin from Xietian Auction House, in the imperial capital of Nanzhou State. She couldn't help but feel curious, so she asked, "What is your relationship with Mr. Lin?" "He is the elder of my Lin family." Uncle Lin replied with a smile. "Oh, so that's the case." Ghoulie nodded with sudden realization. "Miss Gu, you came here this time. Should it be for that mansion?" Uncle Lin glanced at Ghoulie and asked with a smile. After all, a while ago, a girl spent billions to buy the largest mansion in Lingtian City. Almost everyone in Xietian Auction House knew about it, and this girl was the person in front of him. "Yes," Ghoulie replied slowly. "Then I will take you there." Uncle Lin stood up and said to the people, "Thank you." Everyone followed Uncle Lin's footsteps and shuttled through the prosperous streets of Xietian City. After turning a few busy streets, a magnificent mansion appeared in front of them. The vermilion door was closed, and the door was inlaid with golden rivets. The walls were high, and the pavilions and towers inside were vaguely visible, like a solemn castle. "This is the mansion that Miss Ghoulie bought." Uncle Lin took out another golden token. The token flew into the air, like a bright meteor, emitting a ray of light, and then disappeared. Ghoulie was a little surprised. This turned out to be a formation, and the level was not low. After the formation was opened, Uncle Lin led a few people to enter from the gate. Stepping into the gate, a wide corridor paved with bluestones meandered forward, like a green dragon, with neatly trimmed low shrubs on both sides, like loyal guards lined up on both sides. At the end of the corridor is an exquisitely shaped rockery, with waterfalls and springs on it, splashing water, reflecting colorful light under the sunlight, like a beautiful rainbow bridge. Around the rockery, there is a clear pond with lotus leaves and blooming lotus flowers. The pink and white petals are delicate and beautiful, like beautiful girls dancing gently in the breeze. Koi fish play in the pond, sometimes jumping out of the water, rippling layers, like golden lightning. Walking along the path beside the pond, there is a lush garden. Flowers of various colors compete for beauty, red like fire, pink like clouds, and white like snow. Bees and butterflies fly among the flowers, busy shuttling among them. There are also some exquisite stone sculptures arranged in a staggered manner in the garden. Some are lifelike auspicious beasts, and some are graceful fairies, adding a bit of mystery to the garden. Across the garden, there is a magnificent main hall. The hall is tall and spacious, with red walls and yellow tiles, and flying eaves and brackets, showing its solemnity. The hall is beautifully decorated with carved beams and pillars, gorgeous carpets, and exquisite murals, all of which highlight the noble status of the owner of the mansion. On both sides of the main hall are rows of well-arranged side rooms, with exquisite doors, and windows, and delicate carvings. The corridor in front of the house is winding, and strings of red lanterns are hung under the corridor, adding a warm atmosphere to the entire courtyard. Chapter 84. The backyard is a quiet bamboo forest, with tall and slender bamboos. The breeze blows through, and the bamboo leaves rustle, as if telling an ancient story. Deep in the bamboo forest, there is a small pavilion with stone tables and stone benches, which is a good place to rest and enjoy the scenery. The entire mansion is well laid out, and the scenery is pleasant. It has both the majesty of the royal family and the graceful beauty of the Jiangning Gardens, making people feel like they are in a fairyland. "Wow, Sister Ollie, this place is so beautiful." Sui Yun sighed a little, with a pair of peach blossom eyes full of surprise. "What you have seen so far is only a small part. There are various buildings, courtyards and large and small martial arts training grounds in this mansion. I wonder if it meets Miss Ghouli's requirements." Uncle Lin gave a brief introduction to several people. His voice was old but also showed a hint of intimacy. "Yes." A smile flashed in Ghouli's eyes. She was very satisfied with this mansion. The 3 Gu families can be accommodated in it. The location is not bad. It is only a dozen miles away from Lingtian College. Then this mansion belongs to Miss Ghoulie. Uncle Lin took out a land deed from the space and handed it to Ghoulie, with a faint smile on his face. Ghoulie took it and looked at it. There was nothing wrong with it, so she put it away. Let's get familiar with each other first. I have something else to do, so I leave first. If you have any questions, you can go to Xietian auction house to find me. Uncle Lin was about to leave after saying this, and he didn't forget to give Guli some spiritual tea before leaving. Sister Ali, can I have a yard here? Suiyun had a hint of expectation in his eyes, and his voice was a little coquettish. He was not jealous of Guli's yard, but he also wanted to have some traces of himself in the Gu family. I want one too. Feng Wuhan looked at Guli with a cold face, and there was a hint of firmness in his voice. You pick your own. They were just 2 courtyards, so she wasn't that stingy with her partners. Sister Ali, you're really good to me. Suiyun rushed towards Guli, wanting to hug her in his arms, his face full of excitement. Gui stepped forward to block Suiyun's action, and Suiyun hugged Gui tightly. Men and women should not be intimate with each other, Gui said to Suiyun with a cold face, and there was a hint of seriousness in his voice. Tsk. Suiyun let him go with disdain. That was his sister, still young, and he couldn't even hug her, so stingy. Let's go, find a place to stay first. Xiao Liuzi, go out and buy some necessities for us to use temporarily. Xiao Erzi, San, and Xiao Cici, you 3 should have a good rest today. Tomorrow, I will let Xiao Jinzi take you back to Nanjiao Kingdom, pick a few flying sacred beasts to go with you, and bring Grandpa and Gu family disciples with you. Guli instructed one by one. Guli thought about it, and felt that it was not appropriate, so he said, Xiao Yi will go back with you too. If you meet someone who is blind, just kill him. Yes. Because this mansion was originally located in a prosperous area, Gulu quickly bought things back. After running around for so long, the few people returned to the yard, washed up, and laid down to rest. On the second day, Guli asked Xiao Jinzi to take a few people, and some mimic flying beasts back to Nanjiao Kingdom. She went out with Suiyun and Feng Wuhan. Sister Ali, where are we going? Suiyun asked curiously. Just take a walk, Guli said lightly. It would be good to get familiar with this place. Look, who is that? Such a grand show, using a spirit beast to pull the carriage. A cry of surprise rang out. Guli and the other 2 also followed the man's gaze. A carriage pulled by a high-level spirit beast, the Black Lion Leopard, came into view. It's Mu Yunxi, the princess of Dongchen Kingdom. He is the prince of Tianqing Kingdom. He has connections between several major countries, so he naturally recognizes the geniuses of the royal families of various countries. Tsk. Such a grand show. Suiyun was a little jealous. If he came with his family, his show would definitely not be inferior to hers. Let's go! Guli took a look and left, mainly because there was nothing to see. Guli and the other 2 walked around for a while, and felt that it was boring, so they went back to Gu's house to practice. There were still 5 days left, waiting for the Lingtian Academy admissions assessment to begin. On the other side, with Xiao Jinzi hurrying on the road, the 4 returned to the Gu family of Nanjiao Kingdom in less than 3 days. Xiao Jinzi, a 7th-level holy beast, did not stay outside the city, but followed Gu Yi's guidance and flew over the Gu family. When the people in the city saw a powerful purple gold eagle entering the city, they were immediately panicked. They were relieved when they saw the person on the purple gold eagle. As long as it was not an invasion by monsters, it would be fine. When they saw the purple gold eagle flying over the Gu family and landing, everyone speculated whether the Gu family had provoked a strong person, and they were all paying attention to what happened in the Gu family. The Mo family, now the royal family, also received the news and planned to go to help the Gu family with many people. They didn't help last time, so they had to show their support this time. The people in the Gu family were very happy because they saw the shadow guards, who often followed the young master. They were all curious and excited. Is the young master back too? The last time the Gu family, Mo, Su, Wan and Lin families went to war, they were not there, but they also heard about the prestige of their young master and the 50 shadow guards. Full of admiration, after entering the Gu family, Xiao Jinzi camouflaged himself on Gu Yi's shoulder and went to see Gu Chitian. Master! The 4 of them half knelt and saluted. Xiao Jinzi also looked at the old man in front of him. This is the master's grandfather. You are back, where is Lear? Gu Chitian was a little excited, with a gleam of expectation in his eyes. The young master is still in Lingtian City. There are still a few days before the Lingtian Academy enrollment examination begins. He did not come back with his subordinates. The young master asked his subordinates to come back to guard the Gu family and go to Lingtian City. The young master has already made arrangements there. Gui replied respectfully. Has the mansion been bought? I haven't given her the money yet. Where does she get so much money? Gu Chitian was a little confused and frowned. He was planning to sell the mansion in Nanzhao country and sell some things to collect spirit stones. The young master sold some pills and bought a mansion, Gui explained, with a slight smile on his face. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's 3 times bigger than the current Gu family." Gu Chintian's eyes widened immediately. 3 times bigger, and in Lingtian City. He showed a surprised expression on his face and opened his mouth slightly. "How much did she spend?" he asked curiously, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. A smile flashed in the eyes of Gui and others. He held back his smile and said, "It's not expensive, only 4.5 billion. Young master duo? For 0.5 billion? Gu Chitian opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't hear it wrong. For 0.5 billion is barely enough to sell the Gu family. Where can she get so much money? Chapter 85. This is the young master's flying contract beast. There are also several other flying sacred beasts that the young master asked us to bring back, Gui said with some excitement. He first pointed to the little gold on his shoulder, and then pointed to the flying beasts of different shapes and majestic appearances hanging on the other 3 people, with a smile in his eyes. Gu Chintian stood there, staring at the flying beasts that exuded a powerful aura. His heart had been deeply shocked and almost numb. These are all rare sacred beasts, and judging from the aura they exude, their level is even more astonishing. His eyes were full of disbelief, and his mouth was slightly open, as if he was fixed in place. Looking at Gu Chintian's dumbfounded and astonished expression, Gu Yi and others also wanted to laugh. They were people who followed Gu Li, and what they saw was more shocking than what they heard. So far, I really don't know what their gifted young master can't do. He only needs to draw a talisman to refine pills, refine weapons, and tame beasts. You guys go down and rest first. I let them pack up first. We set off in 2 days. Gu Chintian finally recovered from the shock, tried to calm down his excitement, waved to Gu Yi and others, and signaled them to retreat. At this moment, he needed some time to calm down. However, before Gu Chintian could completely recover from the shock, Uncle Fu ran in hurriedly and said, "Master, the royal family has surrounded our Gu family. What do they want to do? Are they going to attack our Gu family?" Gu Chintian frowned, his eyes wide open, and his face was full of confusion. In his opinion, the royal family should not be so stupid to attack their Gu family at this time. Go out and have a look. Gu Chintian calmed down, suppressed his confusion, and walked out of the door quickly with Uncle Fu. Outside the door, Emo Xingqi led a group of people, looking nervous. Seeing Gu Chintian coming out, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Master Gu, are you all right? What can happen to us?" Gu Chintian's tone was full of confusion and dissatisfaction. Emo Xingqi hurriedly explained, "Someone saw a strong man bringing a flying beast into the Gu family. We are worried that the Gu family has encountered an accident, so we came to check." Gu Chintian looked at him speechlessly and said unhappily, "That's my Lear's contracted beast." Emo Xingqi was shocked when he heard this. "I didn't expect that the young master of the Gu family is so powerful now, and any contracted beast is so powerful, which is beyond reach. If you have nothing else, go back. I still have some things to deal with." Gu Chintian was only thinking about the moving at this time, but he had no time to deal with him, let alone invite him in for tea and chat. Emo Xingqi thought it was Gu Li who came back, and they had something important to discuss, so he didn't dare to disturb her anymore. "Then I go back first." After saying that, Emo Xingqi hurriedly left with his men. The people around saw the current prince bringing people to the Gu family, and they all thought that something earth-shattering had really happened in the Gu family. They all stretched their necks to find out. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was only the young master of the Gu family who came back. Once, Gu Li was named a waste and suffered the ridicule and neglect of the world. But now, in just 1 year, she has undergone such a drastic change and has become so powerful, which makes everyone feel that this is an incredible dream. "Old Fu, go go go, tell them to pack up. We're moving in 2 days." Gu Chintian hurriedly pulled Uncle Fu back, his face full of eagerness and expectation. "So soon?" Uncle Fu heard the decision, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "That's right, Lear is so efficient." Gu Chintian's eyes flashed with pride. After hearing this, Uncle Fu couldn't help but smile with relief, and then turned around to arrange various matters. Soon, the disciples and guards in the mansion also learned that they were about to move, and the destination was the powerful and distant Lingtian city. Everyone admired Gu Li even more, and they secretly made up their minds to practice well and better protect the Gu family. 2 days later, after Gu Chitian sent someone to deliver a letter to the palace, he took the Gu family up and down, and sat on the flying sacred beast in a mighty manner, ready to set off. The people in the city were stunned when they saw several flying beasts flying out from the Gu family. There are people on them. Where is the Gu family going? One of them was sharp-eyed, and couldn't help but exclaim loudly when he saw the dense figures on the flying beasts. The Gu family sold all the shops at a low price before. They may be moving away, another person said thoughtfully. At this time, the emperor in the palace also received the letter from the Gu family. Father, what did the Gu family write in the letter? Why didn't they send someone to tell them? Emo Xingqi asked with doubts. They moved to Lingtian City. They said that if there is anything in the next 6 months, they can send someone to find them. The former head of the Mo family has now become the emperor of Nanzhao Kingdom, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. They really don't care about Nanzhao Kingdom. They just leave when they say they will. Why are they moving away suddenly? Are they worried that the same thing will happen to the former royal family? But this is impossible. Even if they are given 100 courage, they dare not attack them. They probably have the idea of moving away for a long time, but they haven't arranged it yet. The king of Nanzhao thought of the Gu family's previous sale of various shops at low prices, and vaguely guessed some reasons in his heart. At this time, Gu Chintian, who was on the back of the flying sacred beast, looked at the Nanzhao kingdom that was getting farther and farther away and gradually becoming blurred, and his heart was filled with emotion. All kinds of memories in the past flashed in his mind like slides. The Gu family has lived here for so long, it is impossible to say that they are reluctant to leave. Uncle Fu saw Gu Chintian lowering his head and looking at the city below. Thinking that he was sad, he comforted him. Master, we can come back after we settle the Gu family. Go away, who wants to come back? I don't care about this place where no one lives. The house my granddaughter bought for me is good. Gu Chintian suddenly raised his head and said with a smile. Uncle Fu thought, I didn't have to say this. On the other side, it was also the day for the admission examination of Lingtian College. Gu Li and the other two went out together to Lingtian College. Before arriving, you can see from a distance that the building of Lingtian College is towering into the sky, giving people a sense of majesty. The exterior of the building uses ancient bluestone bricks and red bricks, matched with exquisite wood carvings and stone carvings, showing a classical and elegant style. Above the gate of the college, there is a huge plaque with 4 big characters Lingtian College engraved on it, with dragons flying and phoenixes dancing, magnificent and majestic. Chapter 86. So many people. Sui Yun looked at the long lines and couldn't help but sigh. How many people are there? Lingtian College recruits students once a year, and only recruits 100 people at a time. How can there not be many? Feng Wuhan also looked at those people and frowned slightly. Let's go line up first. Gu Li walked to the end of one of the lines. Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and stood with Gu Li. Looking at the long line in front, Sui Yun couldn't help but sigh. The competition is really fierce. Thousands of people are competing for 100 places. Yes, Feng Wuhan nodded in agreement. What if one of us fails the exam? Sui Yun suddenly asked. He was not worried that he would fail the exam. After all, he was still very confident in his strength and talent. As for Ali and a hen, he was even less worried. These two were even more perverted than him. He asked this question purely out of curiosity. If you fail the exam, I will throw you into the depths of the demon flame forest to feed the monsters. Gu Li said without turning his head, with a hint of coldness in his voice. Ha ha. Just kidding. How could I fail the exam? I can definitely pass it. Sui Yun hurriedly said embarrassedly, but in his heart, he was thinking, Ali is always so scary, not fun at all. A plain-looking man heard the discussion of the 3 people in front and said disdainfully, How arrogant. You actually think you can definitely pass the exam. It's ridiculous. When others heard his words, they also cast their eyes in the direction of Gu Li, Sui Yun and Jiang Fengwen. Because the waiting time in line was relatively long, many people felt a little bored. At this moment, they saw this lively scene and naturally would not miss it. Gu Li and her 2 companions also noticed the gazes of the people around them, and subconsciously turned their heads and happened to look at the plain-looking man. Suddenly, 3 beautiful faces appeared in front of him, and the man's heart couldn't help but jump, feeling a little uncomfortable. However, the man still said stubbornly, What are you looking at? This young master is telling the truth. Only 100 people will be admitted this time, and you are so arrogant that you will definitely be admitted. It's ridiculous. Facing the man's ridicule, Sui Yun counterattacked unceremoniously. It's none of your business, ugly freak. The man was angered by Su Yun's words. He hated others mentioning his ugly appearance the most. He glared at Su Yun fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, "This young master is telling the truth. Do you know who this young master is? How dare you talk to me like this?" At this time, Guli interrupted and asked, "Who are you?" She stared at the man indifferently, and was very disgusted with this behavior of showing off his family background. Today's social atmosphere seems to have become an era of competing for family background, and there are always people trying to suppress others with power and status. The man replied proudly, "This young master is Li Mofan, the legitimate son of the Li family of Tianqing country. You country bumpkins don't know what the Li family means at all." He suddenly became shy and said softly to Guli, "Girl, I am the eldest young master of the Li family of Tianqing country, Li Mofan. Don't you know what the young lady's name is? This girl is really beautiful, but it's a pity that she is still young. But it doesn't matter, just raise her for a few years. I really want to see how beautiful she will be when she grows up. If you keep looking, I poke your eyes out." Feng Wuhan blocked his naked gaze at Guli. "TSK? Young master of the Li family? How dare you pretend to be from such a small and broken family? There are many people who come to Lingtian College to register. Who do you think you are?" Su Yun couldn't help laughing. This guy is a clown. Did he send him to entertain them, because he saw that they were too bored waiting in line? You dare to scold me. Li Mofan heard his words, and lost face in front of the beauty. His face was a little ugly. "Okay. It's almost our turn. Don't waste time with him." Guli patted Su Yun's back. "Humph." Li Mofan snorted coldly, "You wait for me. You will be in trouble when you enter the college." Several people from their Li family were admitted to Lingtian College. "TSK? Su Yun curled his lips in disdain. Who is afraid of who? Okay, ignore him. Don't waste time with ugly freaks," Guli said softly. "Well, Ali is right. Let's ignore this ugly guy." Su Yun nodded and ignored Li Mofan. "Girl, what do you mean?" He was embarrassed, and he was even more angry when he heard her calling him ugly. Don't think that she can challenge his patience just because she is pretty. Guli glanced at him, her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. She pointed at Su Yun and said softly, "He, Su Yun, is the young master of the Su family of Tianqing country. You are also from Tianqing country, you should have heard of him." Then, she pointed at Feng Wuhan and continued to introduce, "And this one, Feng Wuhan, is the prince of Tianqing country. I'm sure you are not unfamiliar with him." Hearing Guli's words, Li Mofan's heart was shocked and his face became solemn. The people watching the excitement nearby were also surprised. They had some understanding of these geniuses from various countries, and some people had even witnessed their style with their own eyes. At this moment, some people in the crowd had recognized Su Yun and Feng Wuhan, but everyone held back and did not say anything, silently watching the man who was looking for death in front of them. However, Li Mofan refused to believe what he saw. He frowned and questioned, "It's impossible. The young master and the prince of the Su family have long obtained the free admission token of Lingtian Academy because of their talents in refining weapons and alchemy. How could they appear here? Dare to pretend to be the prince of Tianqing country and the young master of the Su family so boldly? I'm really tired of living." Facing Li Mofan's suspicion, Su Yun calmly took out a token from the space ring and shook it gently in front of him. "Are you talking about this?" The token flashed with golden light, and the 4 big characters Lingtian Academy were engraved on it. Feng Wuhan said nothing and took out a token from the space. The moment he saw the token, Li Mofan's body suddenly froze, his eyes widened, as if time had stopped at this moment. Those around who didn't recognize them were also shocked and couldn't close their mouths, their faces full of disbelief. It turned out to be the crown prince of Tianqing kingdom and the young master of the Su family. Since the two of them had the exemption token, why did they have to line up to participate in the assessment? Li Mofan looked at the tokens in their hands, his face turned pale as paper, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his lips trembled slightly. He trembled and said, "I'm sorry. Your Highness, young Master Yi, I was blind and offended you. Please forgive my ignorance and recklessness." He was full of fear. If his father knew that he had offended the crown prince and the young master of the Su family, the consequences would be disastrous. Although their Li family was also considered a medium-sized family in Tianqing kingdom, it was not worth mentioning compared to the Su family. "Then now, can you please go away?" Su Yun raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a fake smile, and said coldly. Chapter 87. When Li Mofan heard this, he turned around and left without hesitation, not even caring about the half-line team, and directly chose the team farthest from them to line up again. As he walked, He looked back from time to time, fearing that he would be discovered by Feng Wuhan and Sui Yun. The eyes of the people around him fell on these three people from time to time, and they secretly guessed in their hearts, who is the woman who can appear with the crown prince of Tianqing Kingdom in Feng Wuhan? It seems that they have never heard of such a person. You obviously have tokens. Why do you still need to take the assessment? Gu Li asked curiously. She had no idea that they didn't need to pass the assessment to enter the school. I just feel a little bored. Feng Wuhan replied lightly. Well, actually, I was worried that you wouldn't pass the assessment at first, but later it was just for fun. Sui Yun explained with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Li felt a warm current in his heart. Then how can these tokens be obtained? Gu Li touched his chin and asked curiously. The Gu family should be on their way now. If they can get some tokens for the Gu family's disciples to use, they will definitely benefit a lot after entering Lingtian Academy. Feng Wuhan seemed to see through his thoughts and said, Don't think about it. This token is not something you can get casually. Unless your family's disciples have strong talents and are favored by Lingtian Academy, such as refining equipment, refining pills, formations, taming beasts, runes, etc. Strength is also okay. Each person can only get one token, and others can't get it. Hearing this, Gu Li instantly gave up the idea, thinking that they still had to rely on their own strength and talent to improve their cultivation to obtain it. She nodded silently, indicating that she understood. Soon, it was Gu Li's turn. On the table in front of a teacher, there was a stone about the size of 2 palms quietly placed. Put your hand on it, input spiritual power, and you can pass the first round if you are under 20 years old and reach the early stage of the heavenly level. The teacher said seriously. Wow, isn't it the earthly level? How did it change? Sui Yun muttered with some curiosity, but his hands did not hesitate at all. He put his hand on it and slowly input spiritual power. Not long after, a line of clear words quickly appeared on the stone. Middle stage of the spiritual level, 16 years old, superior mental power, 3 elements of fire, wood and ice. As expected of the genius weapon refiner of the Su family, this talent is too strong. The people around cast envious eyes and kept praising. The teacher who tested the test was so excited that he stood up at once when he saw the test results, with a light of surprise in his eyes. After all, after testing for an afternoon, most people just barely passed, and no elementalist appeared. You don't need to take the next test, just enter Lingtian College directly. The test instructor said excitedly. No, I want to take the test. If you don't let me take the test, I won't come. Sui Yun hurriedly said anxiously when he heard that he didn't need to take the test. GA. The test instructor was a little dumbfounded. How could someone not want to be admitted directly? Seeing this situation, Gu Li secretly sent a message to Xia Tingzi. Can you hide a few of my elemental attributes? She didn't expect that this little thing could test so many things, and she didn't want to expose all her attributes. Okay, master, which ones do you want to hide? Xia Tingzi asked obediently. Leave the 3 of fire, wood and thunder, and hide the others. Gu Li thought for a moment and said, It's enough to have talents similar to Yun and Wuhan, so that the 3 of us can be in the same class. Okay, master. Xia Tingzi infiltrated the rebirth pavilion into Gu Li's spiritual veins, carefully covering the other elemental attributes. Okay, master, just release your spiritual power later. Great. Gu Li happily praised Xia Tingzi through voice transmission. On this side, Sui Yun and the instructor argued for a long time, and the teacher stopped forcing him to be admitted directly. Sui Yun stood by and waited for Gu Li and Feng Wuhan with satisfaction. Feng Wuhan walked forward, put his hand on it, and then directly input spiritual power into it. Peak of the spiritual level, 17 years old, superior mental power, 3 elements of fire, wood and gold. Wow, here comes another one with outstanding talent. This candidate you. The test instructor tried to calm down the shock in his heart, and was about to say that he was also directly admitted, and did not need to participate in the subsequent assessment. He was interrupted by Feng Wuhan. I want to participate in the assessment. The instructor's heart was full of heartache. Why do they have to take the assessment one by one? What kind of hot cake is that? Otherwise I won't come. Feng Wuhan looked at his expression of wanting to persuade him, and added lightly. The test instructor's heart collapsed. Why are these geniuses so strange? In the end, he could only helplessly hand him the test token. Feng Wuhan also stood aside, and waited for Gu Li. Seeing that the two had not left yet, the instructor guessed that they were with the woman, so he didn't say anything. He just looked forward to her talent. Next, it was finally Gu Li's turn. She calmly put her hand on it, and input spiritual power. Peak of spiritual level, 14 years old, superior mental power, 3 elements of fire, wood and thunder. Fuck. Peak of spiritual level at the age of 14. Not only was the test instructor stunned, but even the people around were dumbfounded and speechless. Feng Wuhan and Su Yun had good talents, they knew it, after all, there had been rumors about it. But what was wrong with this girl in front of them? She reached the peak of spiritual level at the age of 14, so how could those of them, who were older than her, and still struggling in the heavenly level survive? The instructor swallowed his saliva, and finally came to his senses and asked, "Classmate, do you also want to take the test?" "Teacher, I want to take the test too." Guli looked at him with a smile, her eyes full of determination. The instructor didn't say anything more, and handed the token to her directly, saying excitedly, "Remember to come to the test on time tomorrow, you must come." "Okay, we will come." Guli agreed with a smile, and left with the two of them. The test instructor was left there, still very excited. Guli and the other two returned to Gu's house. Su Yun couldn't help but be curious, and asked eagerly, "Sister Ollie, why do I remember that you have more than 3 series?" "I don't want to attract too much attention, so I hid some," Guli explained lightly. Su Yun was speechless. "Isn't the 3 series not eye-catching? It's also scary, okay?" He never thought that he was also a 3 series, and one of the scary ones. "Some? Then how many series are you?" Feng Wuhan couldn't help but be curious. Chapter 88. Guli raised her lips slightly, and said calmly, "All series." "Fuck, you are lying to me, right?" Su Yun almost choked to death on his own saliva. He had never heard of a person with all series of elements. Guli still smiled faintly, and then released all the elements on her body. Su Yun and Feng Wuhan just stared at the various colors of spiritual power on her body, and for a moment, they couldn't say a word. God, they knew that her talent was very abnormal and her strength was very strong, but they didn't expect her to be so abnormal. "Hey! Come back to your senses." Guli took back the spiritual power, and stretched out his hand in front of the two of them. "Sister Ollie, you are too abnormal. Are you going to let us live?" Su Yun came back to his senses, and cried to Guli with an exaggerated face. That expression seemed as if he had suffered a great shock, but his eyes were full of smiles that could not be hidden. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was not a sincere complaint, but just a joke between friends. "Perverted raccoon, you are worthy of it." Feng Wuhan also joined in the fun, and couldn't help but comment. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a hint of ridicule, but his eyes were full of amazement at Gu Li's talent. Gu Li couldn't help but puff and laughed. "What the hell, perverted raccoon is so ugly." He rolled his eyes at the two people while saying this, but there was no anger in his eyes, but a bit of intimacy. The next morning, the sky was still slightly pale, and Gu Li and the other two went out to take the test in high spirits. When they arrived at the gate of Lingtian College, they saw that the originally bustling crowd was now only more than 2,000 people waiting at the gate. The talent test alone eliminated so many people. It is not an easy task to successfully enter Lingtian Academy. Soon, several serious-looking instructors came out and took everyone to the wide square not far from the entrance of Lingtian Academy. Gu Li and the other two looked at each other with determination in their eyes, and followed them. The first round of assessment is very simple. Arena Melee. The top 1,000 can enter the next round. A middle-aged instructor stood in the air, using his spiritual power to speak loudly to the many candidates below. The voice was like a bell, echoing over the entire square. "Won't that mean half of them will be eliminated?" A candidate widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and his voice was obviously panicked. "Then I may not be able to pass the exam." Another candidate was even more sad, as if he had foreseen his failure, and the whole person looked dejected. Many candidates immediately talked about it, and various voices intertwined. One after another, some candidates with lower strength showed worry on their faces, frowning tightly, and fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. Looking at the chaotic and noisy voices below, the middle-aged instructor frowned slightly, his face darkened, and instantly released a trace of powerful pressure. This pressure was like an invisible mountain, which made everyone breathless. Soon, the scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The order of going on stage will be determined by drawing lots. 100 people will be eliminated in one round, and the remaining 50 people on the stage will enter the next round. The instructor's voice sounded again, still serious and majestic. After speaking, he took out a small and exquisite arena from the space, which seemed to be only the size of a palm. Then he input spiritual power into it, and saw that the arena instantly became larger, like a small mountain falling heavily on the open space of the square, spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of people fighting on it at the same time. 2,000 sticks slowly emerged from the arena, like agile birds, flying above each candidate. Gu reached out and quickly took one of them, inputting spiritual power, and it clearly showed one. Wow, this luck is really amazing. She actually became the first candidate to go on stage. Sister Ali, what's your number? Suyin also quickly took off his stick, and after checking it carefully, he couldn't wait to ask Gu Li. Gu Li smiled helplessly, gently turned the stick in his hand over to show the two. You are so lucky, you can go up in the first round. I have to wait until the second round. Suyun's eyes flashed with envy, and he couldn't help saying. He looked down at his stick, which clearly said 169. Then, he turned his head to look at Feng Wuhan, and asked anxiously, Ahen, what about you? Which round are you in? Feng Wuhan didn't say anything, but just handed the stick to the two people calmly. 133. Then you come with me, be careful or I knock you down. Suyin patted Feng Wuhan's shoulder, his tone was somewhat provocative, his eyes were full of excitement. Are you sure it wasn't me who knocked you down? Feng Wuhan still had that indifferent expression, his voice was cold, and people couldn't tell his emotions. TSK, so what if you're one level higher than me, you suffer if you underestimate me. Suyin said somewhat unconvinced. Feng Wuhan stopped talking, but he knew in his heart that with Suyin's strength, he really couldn't be underestimated, and it would be a disadvantage to underestimate him. Soon, it was Gu Li's turn to play. Sister Ali, come on, beat them up. Suyin waved his fists vigorously in the direction of Gu Li, and cheered loudly at the top of his voice, and the sound seemed to break through the sky. Feng Wuhan also smiled, and made a cheering gesture to Gu Li, his eyes full of encouragement and trust. Good Gu Li was amused by the two people's appearance, and the crisp laughter echoed in the air. After responding, he walked onto the stage lightly. After the referee gave the order, and announced the start, Gu Li was ready to show her skills on this stage. However, to her surprise, no one attacked her. As soon as she took a step closer to the crowd, those people ran away in panic like frightened birds, far away from her. Gu Li couldn't help twitching a few times at the corner of her mouth, and muttered in her heart, What the hell is this? As for those candidates who avoided her, most of them had witnessed the scene of her test with their own eyes, and knew that she was very strong. In their opinion, going to Gu Li for trouble was simply courting death. Some candidates, who had never seen her, had heard from others that there were several talented multi-element geniuses with extraordinary strength this year. She was one of them. Naturally, they would not foolishly go up to touch this bad luck. Of course, there were candidates with higher cultivation than Gu Li, but they did not choose to attack her. In their opinion, instead of wasting energy on Gu Li, it would be better to eliminate some candidates with lower cultivation first, so that they could ensure that they could enter the next round faster. For a while, no one came to trouble Gu Li, which made her, who was originally full of fighting spirit, a little overwhelmed and messy in the wind. Chapter 89. Suiyun and Feng Wuhan looked at her bewildered look and couldn't help laughing. Ahen, look, Ali's expression is so funny. Suiyun laughed loudly, pulling Feng Wuhan's sleeve, pointing at Gu Li, and laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. The people watching below also noticed her. After all, in this chaotic arena, others were fighting in groups of 3 or 5, and she was the only one standing alone. Okay, since no one is looking for her, she can watch the fight. Thinking of this, Gu Li quickly took out a comfortable recliner from the space and put it on the ground, took out a soft blanket to cover herself, and took out a plate of delicious snacks, and lay down leisurely, watching them fight with interest. The candidates below and on the stage couldn't help but hold their foreheads helplessly when they saw her like this. The people on the stage stopped what they were doing and turned to look at her. This is a competition, not a place to watch a show. In a room in Lingtian College, there is a huge viewing stone on the wall. Several people who seem to be of high status and extraordinary temperament are sitting together, concentrating on watching this enrollment test. One of the gray-haired old men pointed at Gu Li's figure, smiling so hard that his eyes narrowed into a slit, and said happily, Ha ha ha, this is the youngest girl among those multi-elementalists. I like this temperament. What's the use of you liking her? She's not a student of your Tianjie class. Another young and beautiful woman interrupted his laughter mercilessly, with a bit of sarcasm in her tone. Humph, so what if she's not my student? I accept her as my apprentice. Do you have any objection? The old man got anxious and blushed when he heard this. The academy has investigated her. She can make alchemy and weapons, but she doesn't know how to set up formations. Are you sure you won't harm her by accepting her as your apprentice? The young woman said bluntly. The old man stopped talking. After all, people's mental power is limited. She not only learned how to make weapons, but also how to make alchemy. Such a student is a rare genius. She doesn't have that much energy to learn formations. Accepting her as a disciple really delayed her. Gu Li saw that they stopped fighting and looked at her, so she smiled and waved her hand and said, "Hee hee, you guys continue, don't worry about me." There was a hint of playfulness in her smile. More than a dozen of them looked at each other, and then walked towards Gu Li tacitly. Their eyes were fierce, and they obviously planned to join forces to beat her down. More than a dozen people simultaneously fired a powerful spiritual force at the place where Gu Li was lying. The spiritual force roared, as if to destroy everything. Gu Li flashed like a ghost, and easily dodged the fierce attack. When she saw her recliner was broken, she turned her head suddenly, stared at the few people fiercely, and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you ignore me?" Her answer was a new round of attacks. "If you keep thinking like this, then I will send you down." Gu Li put away his smile, and spoke in a cold voice. "TSK, you can try it." One of the tall candidates said disdainfully, his face full of contempt and provocation, as if he didn't take Gu Li seriously at all. Gu Li carefully looked at the spiritual power fluctuations on his body, and secretly evaluated in his heart. At the beginning of the king level, his strength is not bad. However, what she likes most is the exciting thing of cross-level challenge. Thinking of this, Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. That smile makes people feel cold in their hearts. "Don't cry later." Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan saw Gu Li's expression, and looked at each other with tacit understanding. They said in unison, "Someone is going to be miserable. Don't look at her, as she is only at the peak of the spiritual level. Even if she faces a strong man in the middle stage of the king level, she can have a fighting force, and even be able to fight with the opponent on equal terms. If Gu Li uses all her trump cards, even a strong man of the emperor level can kill him. After all, she has many powerful contract beasts." At this time, Gu Li threw space stones to the ground. "Wouldn't you unbinding?" She only heard a delicate cry, and green spiritual power burst out from the ground, quickly forming a powerful formation to attack the dozen people. Thick and powerful vines, like a crazy growing python, instantly tied the feet of the dozen people tightly. What the hell is this? The people who were tied up were a little panicked. They desperately used their spiritual power to cut off the vines, but as soon as they cut off one, new vines would quickly entangle them. She is also a formation master. The eyes of several class teachers, who were watching the assessment, flashed with shock. The old man who shouted at the beginning that he wanted to take her as a disciple was so excited that he stood up directly from his seat, staring at the viewing stone with wide eyes without blinking. "Ha ha ha, I want to take her as a disciple," the old man shouted excitedly. Gu Li had no idea that someone had already secretly thought of her. The first move of the sky-breaking art, Thunder Punishment. Gu Li quickly formed seals with both hands, and in an instant, the originally clear sky suddenly became a little gloomy. A small dark cloud strangely fell in the sky above the few people, and the dark cloud flashed with terrifying lightning. Gu Li's lightning power rushed out, as if it would pour down in the next second. "Fuck, let me go!" The tied people were instantly terrified, and their voices became sharp and piercing because of extreme panic. "I was wrong, sister, let me go." "It's too late." Gu Li smiled slightly, but there was no warmth in that smile. He raised his hand, and pressed it down without hesitation. A series of violent lightning power poured down in an instant, like a silver snake dancing wildly, electrocuting more than a dozen people. The four with stronger strength were fine, and they quickly used their spiritual power shields to resist, while the few with weaker strength had no time to react and were directly electrocuted and fainted. As the power of the space stone was exhausted, the original formation was broken in an instant, and Gu Li did not intend to continue to use the formation to tie them up. "Let's see what you can do this time." The four took advantage of the situation to surround Gu Li, their eyes full of cruelty. "Hey! Xiao Tung Tung, tie them up for me." When everyone heard Xiao Tung Tung's name, they all looked confused, thinking who was being called. You know, it is not against the rules to use contracted beasts in the arena, and contracted beasts are also part of strength. He waved his hand to call Xiao Tung Tung back. He circled her hand into a bracelet. He turned his head to look at the other people on the stage, and asked with a smile, "Who else is coming?" The candidates immediately moved further away from her. What a joke, they don't want to be beaten. Chapter 90. The four looked at Gu Li vigilantly. Just as they were about to attack, they saw the bracelet on Gu Li's hand fall to the ground, and instantly transform into her body. Thick and flexible vines surrounded the four people from all directions. The speed was so fast that they had no place to hide, and were tied up tightly again. The first level holy beast, the thorny blood vine. The people watching immediately recognized the little vine. No one expected that her contracted beast was not a common monster, but a rare monster plant. It just so happened that she hadn't moved for a long time. Ghoulie grinned at the four-tied people, and the smile made people shudder. Then, she clenched her fist and rushed up. The four people widened their eyes in horror, watching Ghoulie's fist continue to grow bigger in front of them. Ghoulie's fist hit the abdomen of the man on the left. There was a dull bang sound. The man's face turned pale as paper in an instant. The painful expression instantly distorted his face, and he couldn't help but uttered a painful ugh sound. Then, Ghoulie turned around quickly, and his right fist hit the cheek of the man on the right with a whirring sound. The man's head tilted suddenly, and several teeth sprayed out of his mouth with bright red blood. The whole person swayed like a kite with a broken string, and almost fell to the ground. Ghoulie's fists fell on the four people like a storm, and each punch hit the vital parts accurately. The bodies of several people were quickly covered with bruises and swellings, and some places were even torn and bleeding. The howling of pain resounded throughout the ring, and the sound was extremely shrill and creepy. Listening to the screams of several people, the people in the audience couldn't help but get goosebumps. So brutal, when she felt that she had beaten them enough, she swung her hands and threw the dozen people down like sandbags. Then, she turned around slowly, looked at the other people on the stage, raised her lips slightly, and asked with a smile, "Are you coming?" Instantly, the candidates retreated like frightened birds, farther away from her. What a joke! Who would take the initiative to go forward and get beaten? They don't want to taste the power of that fist. Soon, there were only 50 people left on the stage, and the first round of assessment ended in a hurry. Then, the second round of assessment began. Hee, ah hen, how about we join forces to throw them down? Sui Yun stood beside Feng Wuhan, looking at those people far away from them, and asked with a smile. Hearing his words, those people were like avoiding the plague god, and quickly moved away from the two of them for a long distance. You know, they are two of the multi-element geniuses, and they are in the same group as the brutal girl. Who knows if they have a powerful contracted beast? It's boring. Seeing those people so afraid, Sui Yun curled his lips and said a little bored. Soon, the second round was over, and Sui Yun and the others successfully entered the third round of assessment. Ollie, are we going back? Sui Yun asked Ghoulie in boredom. No, let's see the strength of others. Ghoulie responded with her eyes fixed on the melee on the stage. I heard that there were several multi-element masters in the assessment of Lingtian Academy this time. She was a little curious and wanted to learn about it in advance, so that she could have a plan to deal with it if she encountered it in the next round of assessment. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the seventh round. Ghoulie stared at the stage intently, her eyes as sharp as a hawk, carefully observing everyone's moves and techniques. Suddenly, her eyes were attracted by a young man in green. The young man waved his hands, controlling the two elements of water and fire, merging with each other, and bursting out with amazing power in an instant. The powerful force was like a surging wave, sweeping everyone around him out of the competition stage. Do you know that person? Ghoulie frowned slightly, and turned to ask the two people around him. The two followed her gaze to look at the man, and then said, the Prince of Qinzi Kingdom, Shi Zihan. A water, fire and earth three-element master, with a cultivation level of the middle stage of the king level. And he is also a top-grade rune master. It will be difficult to meet him in the next game. Ghoulie touched her chin and thought solemnly. She didn't want to expose the fact that she had a high-level holy beast for the time being, and she was thinking about whether she could win him over. We three are afraid of him alone. If we get into a group fight, it's over. Sui Yun looked at him carelessly, looking nonchalant. Ghoulie thought about it, and it was true. Besides, he might not meet him. The second round of the test was not over until the sun set. During this process, Ghoulie also heard a lot of useful information. Mu Yunxi, the princess of Dongchen Kingdom, 16 years old, earth, wood, and gold, early king level, 9th grade formation master. Shi Zihan, the prince of Qinzi Kingdom, 18 years old, water, fire, and earth, middle king level, top grade rune master. Lin Yuchen, the young master of the Lin family of Qinzi Kingdom, 16 years old, dark gold and fire, peak spirit level, master of beast control. She was quite wary of these three people because they were all multi-element masters, and they were all professional masters in their respective fields. As people from major families and royal families, they had no fewer cards than her. If they were to face each other in the assessment, it would be really tricky. Ghoulie did not hesitate for a long time. After the second round, he returned to Gu's house with the three of them. Not long after arriving home, he felt a familiar breath approaching. Looking up, It was Xiao Jinzi who brought the Gu family and others. Gu Li's face lit up, and he shouted excitedly, "Grandpa!" Xiao Jinzi brought them to the Gu family's martial arts training ground, and Gu Li also walked briskly over there. Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan also heard the movement, and went over to take a look curiously. Old Master Gu walked over quickly, his eyes full of love, looking at Gu Li, and said gently, "Little Li, how is the assessment?" Gu Li winked playfully, with a confident smile on her face. "Of course I must pass. Don't you see whose granddaughter I am?" Everyone laughed after hearing this, and the laughter echoed in the martial arts training ground. Meet the young master. At this time, all the disciples of the Gu family saluted Gu Li in an orderly manner, their eyes full of admiration. Gu Li also turned to look at them, and said with a smile, "I hope you can also participate in the enrollment assessment of Lingtian College next year." Yes, the voice was deafening, as if it was going to break through the clouds. "Go back and rest first, Xiao Yitzi. You arranged for them to stay." Gu Li turned to Gu Yi, who was standing aside. Gu Yi saluted, and took people to make arrangements. Grandpa Gu Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan also came to Gu Chitian, and greeted Gu Chitian respectfully. "Good boy." Gu Chitian smiled, and touched Sui Yu's head, then touched Feng Wuhan's head, his eyes full of relief. Chapter 91. At this time, everyone in Lingtian City was discussing who was so generous that they actually had so many flying sacred beasts. All the big and small families in Lingtian City received the information that someone had moved into the largest mansion in Lingtian City, and they all sent people to investigate the situation. After saying goodbye to Gu Chitian, Gu Li went to find Gu Yi and others. "You can distribute these sacred beasts by yourselves. The contract mark has been laid. You just need to drop blood to sign the contract." Gu Li took out the mimic beasts from the chaos ring one by one. Each of the shadow guards was very excited. Although they had heard from the boss that the young master had prepared sacred beasts for them, they were still excited when they saw it. After the contract, go out for a walk when you have time. Today, so many flying beasts have entered the city, which has probably caused quite a stir. Many families will send people to investigate. Be more high profile, and teach those who dare to offend a lesson. Don't beat them to death, and make a mortal enemy. Just warn them. Gu Li arranged things in an orderly manner. After the Gu family has completely established itself in Lingtian City, she will have nothing to do. "Yes," the shadow guard said in unison. "So cool, you don't have to hide your contract with the holy beast, you can go out and show off." Also, Xiao Er, go and inform the instructor in charge of the disciples to select disciples with both fire and wood elements to focus on training as spiritual masters and alchemists. After Gu Li finished speaking to Gu Er, he turned to look at Gu Yi and spoke again. "Xiao Yitzi, take Xiao Sansan and Xiao Sisi to the slave market to pick people. I will let Xia Tingzi go with you. Whoever it points to will be the one. Others, contact the alchemists, who have not joined the forces, and try to invite them to the Gu family. They will work for the Gu family for 10 years. The reward is 2 holy pill recipes." "Yes." After explaining all this, Gu Li went back to his room to rest. The next day, Gu Li and the other 2 went to Lingtian College again. Gu Chitian and others also went to watch. After yesterday's big fight, only 1,000 people were left. This was the last assessment, and only the top 100 would be selected, which meant that another 900 candidates would be eliminated. Those who could enter the third assessment were all chosen by the gods, and the lowest cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly rank. The middle-aged instructor came out again to announce the rules. Secret Realm Assessment, hunting a spirit beast for 1 point for the first level, 2 points for the second level, 100 points for the 5th level, 200 points for the 6th level, 400 for the 7th level, 700 for the 8th level, 1,000 for the 9th level, 3,000 for the first level of the Holy Beast, 4,000 for the second level, and 6,000 for the third level. The highest level of the demon beast inside is only the 3rd level. If you die inside, you will not really die, but will be teleported out, but you will feel like you are dead. The top 100 candidates will be able to enter Lingtian College. I wish all the candidates good luck. Then the instructor sent tokens to each candidate after he finished speaking. You can see your ranking by inputting spiritual power into the token. Gu Li also got the token, and the input spiritual power showed 0. Then, the instructor took out a few small flags and placed them in the air to form a formation, teleporting all the candidates into the secret realm. A huge viewing stone floated in the air, and people outside could see the situation of everyone inside. Gu Li opened his eyes, and found himself in the forest. There was no one around him, and it seemed that everyone had dispersed. After inputting spiritual power into the token, the top 100 rankings appeared. At this time, the first place was Shizi Han, with 200 points. It seemed that he had directly hunted the monster. The rankings behind him were all dozens of points, not much. Gu Li put away the token and sent a voice message to Xiao Tingzi, asking, "Xiao Tingzi, where is the first level holy beast nearby?" She didn't plan to hunt the spirit beast, because she had too few points. Since death here would not really kill her, it was her best chance to break through her limit. The spiritual power in her body had reached saturation, and she needed an opportunity to break through. "Master, there is a first-level holy beast, the red demon tiger, 30 miles to the left." Xiao Tingzi told Gu Li what he sensed. Hearing Xiao Ting's words, Gu Li did not delay any longer, and rushed straight in that direction like an arrow. Gu Chitian and others who were watching outside soon found the scene of Gu Li, Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan, and then focused their attention on the three of them. At this time, many people were also looking at the Gu family and others. Although they had already found out who moved to Lingtian City, they did not know the specific strength of the Gu family, so they did not act rashly, but just looked at them from time to time. Gu Chitian naturally noticed the scrutiny from time to time, but he didn't care. In his heart, Lear's assessment was the most important. In the secret realm, Gu Li soon came to the territory of the red demon tiger. The people watching outside also noticed her soon. Is this one of the three-element masters among those geniuses? Some people have a deep impression of her. After all, her title of violent beauty has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. She is a little unlucky, and she directly encountered a holy beast level. Another person couldn't help but sigh. At this time, the disciples of the Gu family were also very nervously watching the picture of Gu Li. Gu Li looked at the huge and majestic red demon tiger in front of him. Its strong and powerful limbs seemed to contain endless power. Its fur was shiny and smooth, and its tiger eyes were frightening. Well, not bad, very suitable for training. Gu Li smiled at it provocatively, his eyes suddenly became sharp, his spiritual power quickly circulated, and his whole body exuded a powerful spiritual power fluctuation belonging to the peak of the spiritual level, and the air around him seemed to be stirred by this power. The red devil tiger saw that the tiny human dared to provoke it, and it was immediately furious. It opened its bloody mouth, let out a deafening roar, and pounced on Gu Li. Gu Li flashed, like a ghost, and cleverly avoided this swift and thunderous pounce. However, the red devil tiger's tail swept over like a steel whip, and Gu Li quickly resisted with spiritual power. The collision of that power stirred up a cloud of dust, and Gu Li was shocked and stepped back a few steps. "It's quite strong," Gu Li nodded with satisfaction. Then she quickly formed seals with both hands. De Yen Ju first style, Lai Yen Yin. As Gu Li finished speaking, a huge flame mark appeared in her hands, and a hot breath spread out, and the air around seemed to be twisted by the burning. The red demon tiger felt this powerful force, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "Go!" Gu Li's eyes condensed, and he controlled the Lai Yen Yin to blast towards the red demon tiger. The two collided, making a loud noise that shook the earth, and the fire splashed. The red demon tiger was pushed back several meters by this powerful impact, and some of its fur was also burned. The red demon tiger was completely enraged, and a series of powerful flames surrounded Gu Li. The flames attacked Gu Li from all directions. "Spiritual power shield!" Gu Li shouted, and a layer of light green spiritual power shield instantly formed around her body. The raging flames continued to hit the shield, making a sizzling sound. "Comparing fire with me? You're looking for death." De Yen Ju third style, Netherworld burning. Chapter 92. As soon as Gu Li finished speaking, she danced her hands quickly, and the light green spiritual shield instantly turned into dark purple, and a terrifying high temperature emanated from her body. The flames of the red devil tiger that originally surrounded her began to tremble under the impact of this high temperature, as if they had met their nemesis. The power of the netherworld burning continued to spread, colliding and interweaving with the flames of the red devil tiger. The surrounding air was distorted by the burning, and the space seemed to be unable to withstand this powerful force. The red devil tiger felt this terrible power, and a trace of fear appeared in its eyes. The fear spread rapidly like a tide, causing its originally majestic momentum to dissipate instantly. It instinctively turned around and wanted to escape. De Yen Ju first style Li Yen Yin. Gu Li shouted, and as her voice fell, a huge and hot flame mark instantly condensed in front of her, carrying a rolling heat wave and roaring out. "Go!" Before the red demon tiger could escape, the blazing fiery seal hit it again with the force of thunder. Under this powerful impact, the red demon tiger's huge body slammed into the ground like a falling star, making a dull thud. The dust was all around, and when the dust settled, The red demon tiger had no life, and turned into a shadow and slowly dissipated. Gu Li input her spiritual power into the token, and her points increased by 3,000 points at once. In an instant, her ranking rose to the first place like a rocket, leaving the second place by a full 2,000 points. I haven't seen Suiyun and Fengwu's rankings yet. I think they haven't encountered high-level spirit beasts and holy beasts yet. Gu Li, who had just finished fighting, found a relatively safe and quiet place to rest and heal. She took out bottles of precious pills from her storage ring and drank them like drinking water, as if the pills were free of cost. Her spiritual power was quickly restored by the replenishment of these large amounts of pills. People outside couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. She is indeed a genius elementalist with such strong strength. Seeing her take the pills like this, everyone was even more heartbroken. Who would take them like this? One pill can restore, it just takes some time. Eating bottles of them is really a waste. The disciples of the Gu family saw that their young master had won, and they all had unconcealed joy on their faces. They excitedly whispered to each other, and were proud of Gu Li's victory. On the other side, Suiyun was casually strolling in the secret realm. Suddenly, he saw that Gu Li's score increased by 3,000 points, and his originally relaxed expression suddenly shook. Fuck, a big one comes right away. Xiao Xiongxiong, quickly explore the nearby holy beasts. I also want to hunt holy beasts, otherwise I will fall far behind Ali. Suiyun eagerly sent a message to his contracted beast, Qian Xiong. Qian Xiong was a little speechless. It really didn't like this name, but its owner thought it sounded good. High-level holy beasts can detect the location of monsters with lower levels than them through their spiritual sense. Xiatingzi can sense the location of monsters because it can control the power of space. Suiyun flew in the direction given by Qian Xiong. The moment Fengwuhan saw Gu Li's name, he also accelerated the speed of hunting, striving to improve his points as soon as possible. After a short rest, Gu Li recovered almost completely, and walked towards the direction given by the pavilion again, and came to a quiet lake. The lake water was clear and reflected the lush trees, and the blue sky like a gem. The lake was as calm as a mirror, and only when there was a breeze occasionally would there be ripples like fish scales. In the lake? Gu Li asked softly. Yes, master, the first-level sacred beast Bisui Jiao. Sister, can you give the sacred beast to me? A pleasant voice sounded from not far away. Gu Li looked up, and saw a woman in a pink flowing fairy dress walking towards him. The woman had a graceful figure, and her skirt fluttered in the wind, like a fairy descending to the earth. Mu Yunxi, the princess of Dongchen Kingdom. Sister, you know the principle of first come first served, right? Gu Li raised the corner of her mouth, and asked with a smile. Mu Yunxi choked. As a princess, she had always been flattered and obedient. This was the first time she heard such a ruthless answer. But she recovered quickly. She sent someone to check Gu Li. She was very interested in the woman in front of her. She was a three-element elementalist, who could make pills and weapons. Who wouldn't like a genius? Then she smiled and said to Gu Li, Sister, aren't you afraid that I will get hurt and can't beat you? I'm also worried about you getting hurt. After all, you're so beautiful. If you get hurt accidentally, I feel bad. Gu Li smiled sweetly, but her words were a bit teasing. So you won't let me? Mu Yunxi's smile froze slightly. No, Gu Li answered crisply. At this moment, the green water dragon in the lake also noticed that someone had come to its territory. It suddenly jumped out of the lake, opened its bloody mouth, and wanted to attack the two people. Get out of the way! The two shouted at the green water dragon in unison. Then, two powerful spiritual powers whistled out from their hands and attacked the green water dragon, directly knocking it back into the lake, splashing huge water. Fight? Gu Li raised his eyebrows at Mu Yunxi, his eyes full of provocation and eagerness. The main task is to win points. Fighting is a waste of time. Why don't we cooperate temporarily? Mu Yunxi raised her head slightly and suggested calmly. How to cooperate? Gu Li was a little curious, frowning slightly, thinking about what they could cooperate on. 10 first-level holy beasts, 5 for each person, and we will go our separate ways after hunting. How about it? Mu Yunxi said lightly, looking at Gu Li firmly, as if waiting for her answer. Okay, then this one is mine. Gu Li nodded in agreement without hesitation, with a confident smile on his face. The two smiled at each other. Then, they all turned their heads to look at the green water dragon. At this moment, the green water dragon suddenly had an ominous premonition. It trembled, flicked its tail, and dived directly back into the lake. Want to run? Gu Li shouted, and before she finished her words, she flashed to the lakeside. The power of thunder and lightning. As Gu Li shouted, she quickly formed seals with her hands, and the air around her was instantly filled with crackling thunder and lightning power. Purple arcs jumped in her hands, the light was dazzling, as if to illuminate this world. The powerful thunder and lightning power made the surrounding air restless, as if it would explode at any time. A thunder element spiritual power hit the lake, and the thunder and lightning power came into contact with the water. In an instant, the entire lake surface seemed to be ignited, and countless electric currents shuttled through the water. The lake water seemed to be boiled, gurgling with huge bubbles and splashing water. Wherever the electric current goes, the lake water makes a hissing sound and instantly turns into white mist, rising up and shrouding the lake surface in a hazy atmosphere. Chapter 93. Under the dual torture of thunder and boiling water, the green water dragon surfaced. It twisted its body in pain, emitting angry and shrill roars. Mu Yunqi also quickly stepped forward, quickly formed a seal with one hand, and muttered something. The power of wood element binding. In an instant, the surrounding trees seemed to be given life, and countless thick vines emerged from the ground and meandered towards the green water dragon at a very fast speed. Those vines were like green giant pythons, with a bright green light on the surface, and they were extremely tough. They intertwined with each other and instantly wrapped around the body of the green water dragon, tightening it tighter and tighter, making it unable to move. At the same time, Mu Yunqi's other hand pushed forward, and a golden light gathered in her palm. The light was dazzling, like a bright little sun. With her cry of Jin Yuanpa, the golden light instantly turned into countless sharp golden blades, which flew towards the green water dragon with a whistling sound. Seeing that the green water dragon was already at the end of its strength in the fierce battle, and its breath of life was about to dissipate, Gu Li did not hesitate to circulate the spiritual power around her body, rushed forward like lightning, and made up for the fatal last blow. The green water dragon let out an unwilling roar, fell to the ground, and then its body turned into a little spiritual light and disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the points on Gu Li's token doubled like a rocket. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi looked at each other, and both of them showed a touch of joy that was difficult to conceal, as well as a deeper appreciation and recognition of each other. Happy cooperation. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth, and took the lead in breaking this brief tranquility. Happy cooperation. Mu Yunqi also smiled and nodded at her. The two of them simply rested for a while, and then set out on the journey again to find holy beasts to hunt. On the way, they encountered some weaker spirit beasts, and they killed them easily. Here, Sui Yun went through a difficult battle and finally succeeded in killing a holy beast. When he saw that the points on the token increased by 3,000 points, he couldn't help but be full of joy, and hurried to check the ranking. When he saw the points of Gu Li, who ranked first, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. Regardless of his physical fatigue, Sui Yun took a deep breath. Li, why is it increasing so fast? And threw himself into a new round of battle. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi joined forces, relying on their tacit cooperation, and successfully killed 3 first-level holy beasts one after another. In a blink of an eye, night fell quietly, and a layer of mysterious and hazy fog filled the forest. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi found a relatively safe place, lit a blazing bonfire, and prepared to take a short break. Suddenly, a fierce fighting sound came from not far away, instantly breaking the tranquility of the night. The two looked at each other. Do you want to go and take a look? Gu Li asked with curiosity, and a hint of eagerness in his eyes. What do you think, sister? Mu Yunqi asked back with a smile, and that look seemed to say, everything is up to you. Gu Li looked firmly at the place where the fighting sound came from, and before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and rushed in that direction. Mu Yunqi curled the corners of her mouth and raised her foot to catch up with Gu Li's figure. The two soon arrived at the place of the fight. I saw 2 men fighting fiercely with a huge and majestic 2-headed lion. One of the men was agile, and his moves were fierce, but he was obviously a little powerless, and there were many shocking wounds on his body. The other man was more seriously injured, with a deep claw mark on his back, bloody, and it was unbearable to look at. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi carefully hid behind the bushes nearby, watching the situation with bated breath. Shi Zihan and Lin Yuchen from Qinzi country. With the bright moonlight, Mu Yunqi recognized the 2 men at a glance. 3-level sacred beast 2-headed lion. These 2 are in a bad situation. Gu Li said in a low voice. Someone is going to be eliminated. Mu Yunqi covered her mouth and laughed, with a look of watching the excitement. Shi Zihan and Lin Yuchen naturally noticed someone approaching. Do you need help? Gu Li shouted from a distance, and the voice was particularly clear in the silent forest. The 2-headed lion also heard the voice, and looked in the direction of the voice with vigilance in his eyes. It already felt that these 2 humans were extremely difficult. If there were 2 more, it might really be in a desperate situation. However, neither of them responded to Gu Li's words, and they were still concentrating on the battle. For a third-level holy beast, they didn't need two girls to help. Sawtooth, Sky Demon, Blue Luan, come out! Lin Yuchen gave an order and summoned his contracted beast. 3 second-level holy beasts appeared in front of Lin Yuchen in an instant, namely the Sawtooth Crocodile, Sky Demon Ape and Blue Luan Bird, majestic and imposing. Jiu Yuan, Bai Shizihan was not to be outdone, and summoned his own contracted beast. They were also 2 second-level holy beasts, exuding a powerful aura. Gu Li touched his chin, stared at the two people's contracted beasts, and murmured in a low voice, "You are worthy of being a master of beast control." "What? Sister, are you short of monsters?" Hearing her voice, Mu Yunqi turned her head and looked at her, wondering. According to what she had investigated, wasn't Gu Li also a powerful beast master? It seemed that her level was not low. "Yes. Sister Yunqi, aren't you short of monsters?" Gu Li smiled faintly, with a hint of playfulness in her tone of questioning. Mu Yunqi looked at her smile, and a bad premonition inexplicably surged in her heart. Soon she knew that her premonition was right. "Little tongue, you will." Gu Li sent a telepathic message to the little tongue in her hand, and couldn't help but curl up a sly smile at the corner of her mouth. Just when Shizihan and Lin Yuchen were about to give the two-headed lion a fatal blow, a bunch of extremely tough vines suddenly emerged from the ground and directly tied up the two-headed lion tightly. With a whoosh, the two-headed lion suddenly disappeared in front of them. The two were stunned for a moment, and instantly realized something. "Look up." I saw a few vines pulling the dying two-headed lion out of the ground and throwing it in front of the two women. Mu Yunqi was startled by the sudden appearance of the two-headed lion. Just as she reacted, Gu Li next to her took the two-headed lion in her pocket at lightning speed. Suddenly, her score increased by 6,000 points in an instant. Mu Yunqi stared at her shameless behavior with wide eyes in disbelief. The two people fought the monsters to death. She came behind. The people watching the assessment outside were also shocked. Too shameless. Sensing the unfriendly eyes of the two people, Gu Li pulled Mu Yunqi and shouted, "Run." While running with Mu Yunqi, he did not forget to throw a bunch of pills to the two of them. "Just think of it as I bought it." Shizihan and Lin Yuchen looked at the escaped people, and a trace of danger flashed in their eyes. "Dare to steal their prey, you are looking for death." Chapter 94. Lin Yuchen looked at the pile of porcelain bottles on the ground, and his expression was stunned for a while, and then he laughed out of anger. "Are you trying to force a deal with him? Let's find a place to heal first. Let's see how they run next time we meet them." Shizihan frowned, and a trace of contemplation flashed in his eyes. I don't know what he was thinking at the moment. "Yeah," Lin Yuchen responded, and put the pills into a space ring separately. He gritted his teeth and swore in his heart, "When I see them next time, I must tie them up, beat them up, and smash them in the face." What gentleman's demeanor. He is now thinking about beating those two damn women to death. Gu Li pulled Mu Yunqi and ran all the way. After running a distance, he repeatedly confirmed that there was no movement behind him, and then stopped panting. "Ha ha ha, you are so shameless." "Sister likes it." Mu Yunqi giggled and pulled back the hand that Gu Li was holding. Thinking of what just happened, she really couldn't help laughing, and her laughter was as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. She knew Lin Yuchen and Shizihan, but she was not particularly familiar with them. This was the first time she saw that unbelievable expression on the two people, and she found it very interesting. She couldn't help but regret that she should have taken out the recording stone and recorded this wonderful scene. That third-level holy beast is worth 6,000 points. Wouldn't you be tempted? Gu Li sat down on the spot to rest. What's more, I also left them a lot of healing pills and soul-restoring pills. This is called business. Gu Li raised his chin, looking righteous. Are you sure this is a deal, not a forced sale? Mu Yunqi looked at her shameless but self-righteous look, and felt a little funny in her heart. How could someone say shameless so high-soundingly? But then again, if she had the ability to rob, she would never be polite. Anyway, here, even if they died, they would not really die, at most they would be eliminated. Anyway, she still has the free move token on her. Gu Li waved his hand gently, and that nonchalant gesture was all a response to what she said. Is your goal to be the first? Mu Yunqi asked with a pair of curious eyes, a little puzzled. Gu Li shook his head without hesitation. No, there is no reward for the first place. Why fight for the first place? It's just a waste of energy. Gu Li looked indifferent. Hearing this, Mu Yunqi was full of doubts and couldn't help asking, then why did you steal other people's monsters? Gu Li seemed to have known what she was thinking, and said indifferently, I have been stuck at the peak of the spiritual level for a long time. I have killed so many holy beasts, but can't find an opportunity to break through. So I want to fight with those two people. Shi Zihan and Lin Yuchen are one in the middle stage of the king level, and the other at the peak of the spiritual level. Are you sure you are not looking for death? Mu Yunqi frowned. Gu Li slowly raised his head and smiled at her. There was a touch of determination and fearlessness in that smile. I like to challenge across levels. It is easier to unleash potential at the moment of life and death. Mu Yunqi heard this and rolled her eyes at her speechlessly, secretly complaining in her heart, masochist. Gu Li was serious. She really wanted to fight with them, but she said to them inexplicably, "Hey! Fight with me." That person probably thought she was crazy. She left so many pills just because she didn't want to make a deadly enemy. She didn't care about small favors and small grudges. Hey! There are still 7 to go. You have a contracted beast, right? Let's solve them all at once tomorrow. Gu Li said to Mu Yunqi. She was going to find Feng Wuhan and Sui Yun. It was almost time to go their separate ways. Do you want to be eliminated? We have trouble dealing with 3 beasts, and you still want to deal with 7 at once? Mu Yunqi thought she was crazy. Just listen to me, you can't be eliminated. Gu Li asked Xia Tingzi to keep watch and call her if there was any situation, and then closed her eyes. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Mu Yunqi didn't say anything, stared at her quietly for a while, and then closed her eyes to rest. The next morning, the golden sunlight gently penetrated the gaps between the leaves, sprinkled like strands of golden silk, and outlined mottled light and shadows on the ground. After resting for a whole night, the two of them ate some dry food to fill their stomachs, and prepared to set off and continue on their journey. Where should we look for them? Monsters live alone. Mu Yunqi asked curiously, blinking her lively eyes. Even Gu Li, who had asked the pavilion, frowned slightly at this moment. It seemed to be true, and there was really no clear direction for a while. Before the two of them could discuss where to go, they unexpectedly met 2 acquaintances. Where are you 2 going? A half-smiley voice suddenly sounded. The moment she saw the 2 people, Mu Yunqi thought to herself, it's not good, it's over, this is troublesome. Gu Li looked at the 2 people excitedly. What a coincidence! Are both of your injuries healed? Gu Li smiled, his eyes sparkling, and looked straight at them. In fact, it was not urgent to find Sui Yun and Feng Wuhan to join up. She really wanted to break through, and the spiritual power in her body had been saturated for a long time. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi quickly covered her mouth and glared at her fiercely. Thinking in her heart, aren't you deliberately reminding them of what happened last night? Looking at Gu Li's still smiling face, Lin Yuchen and Shi Zihan were a little confused. This woman was so excited to see them. Is there a trap waiting for them? The 2-headed lion scored high points last night? Lin Yuchen's tone was a bit elusive. Gu Li naturally understood what he meant, and responded to his words. Hi, a full 6,000 points. You are quite nice, and you know to leave us healing pills. Should I thank you? Shi Zihan snorted coldly, and his tone was so cold that it seemed to condense the surrounding air. Mu Yunqi immediately moved away from Gu Li upon hearing this, and couldn't wait to clear the relationship. It's her, not me. Yes, it's me, it's me. Gu Li nodded in agreement, without any intention of shirking. Lin Yuchen and Shi Zihan looked at each other, both confused. What on earth was this man doing? Come, let's fight. Gu Li instantly became eager to fight, mobilizing the spiritual power in her body, and looked at the 2 people with a firm gaze. Stop, we don't have time to fight with you. Just compensate us with a 3rd-level holy beast. Seeing her high-spirited appearance, Shi Zihan changed his mind instantly. Are you 2 men? You don't even want to hit me? Gu Li heard his words, and said speechlessly. The smiles on the corners of Lin Yuchen and Shi Zihan's mouths froze instantly. Say they are not men, they endured it, but they wanted to see what she was going to do. Seeing that the 2 of them really didn't intend to fight her, Gu Li reluctantly withdrew the spiritual power from her body and muttered, It's meaningless. Let's go find Yun and Wuhan. Chapter 95. Gu Li slowly turned around. His eyes fell on the 2 figures following behind him like a little tail, frowned, and said, Why are you following us? You owe us 6,000 points, of course you have to pay it back. Lin Yuchen said with a serious face and a firm tone. Shi Zihan on the side also nodded hurriedly to show his agreement. Hearing his words, Gu Li immediately muttered unhappily, Stingy old man. Puff Mu Yunqi couldn't help laughing, but after seeing the 2 people's eyes suddenly turn cold, she immediately covered her mouth and complained in her heart. The extremely cold eyes of the 2 people quickly moved away from Mu Yunqi and turned to look directly at Gu Li. Is this woman sick? They are obviously only in their teens. How can they be considered old men? At this moment, I really want to dig out her eyes. Take a good look to see if she is blind. Give me back the pills. Gu Li ignored the two people's extremely oppressive expressions and stretched out her hand in front of them with a firm attitude. Humph, you want to get back the points and her pills? No way. Lin Yuchen threw a space ring to her hand without saying a word and also said rudely, "Stingy old woman." Stupid. Gu Li also rolled his eyes at him fiercely and then strode on without looking back. You? Lin Yuchen just opened his mouth to say something. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, his face was full of anger, like a volcano about to erupt. At this moment, Shi Zihan quickly reached out and grabbed him. Forget it, don't bother with the brat. Shi Zihan shook his head helplessly, his expression was still as calm as water, and there was a hint of gentle persuasion in his tone. Lin Yuchen snorted coldly. He stopped looking at Gu Li, he didn't bother with the child. You don't even dare to hit a brat. Gu Li's sinister voice came from the front, with a very obvious provocation in his voice, and a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth, which made people extremely uncomfortable. Shi Zihan's mouth twitched. It's really unforgiving. Two childish ghosts. How about we make a bet? Lin Yuchen's eyes were firm as a torch, and he said seriously, with a strong eagerness in his eyes. What bet? Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly, and turned his head to look at him curiously. The first place in this assessment. Lin Yuchen stared at Gu Li closely, his tone was firm and powerful, as if every word carried 1,000 pounds of force. No bet. Gu Li refused without hesitation, his expression as cold as the ice in winter, and he looked completely uninterested. Are you scared? Lin Yuchen smiled slightly mockingly, his smile was full of provocation, and his tone was full of provocation. No reward. I don't want to bet. Gu Li curled his lips, folded his hands in front of his chest, and seemed a little impatient, and his beautiful eyebrows wrinkled unconsciously. The winner agrees to a request from the other party. Lin Yuchen said eagerly, his eyes full of expectation, and his eyes seemed to say, you will definitely agree. Any request is okay? Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was a little more interested. Anything that is not against morality is okay. Lin Yuchen patted his chest to guarantee, his face full of confidence, okay. Gu Li raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. That smile was like a flower blooming in spring, brilliant and dazzling. It just so happened that she wanted to have time to capture some monsters as rewards for Gu's disciples. A beastmaster who came to her doorstep was a good thing. Do you two want to bet? Gu Li smiled and looked at the other two, with a little expectation in his eyes, and asked them to teach Gu's disciples the appropriate formations and runes. Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, with a face full of vigilance. I won't participate. Mu Yunqi looked at her expression, and refused without hesitation. She must have shown this expression. I won't participate either. Shi Zihan also shook his head. It was a child's game, and he had no interest in it. Shi Zihan folded his hands in front of his chest, his face full of indifference. Then why are you still following me? Don't you go to earn your points? Gu Li raised his eyebrows, with a hint of doubt and dissatisfaction in his tone. You still owe us 6,000? Lin Yuchen reminded him, hurriedly. TSK, stingy guy. Gu Li muttered. Little wolf. Gu Li called out softly, and the shadow wolf instantly came out of the chaotic space and transformed into its original form. The shadow wolf was majestic and agile, making people afraid. Gu Li pulled Mu Yunqi and jumped on the back of the shadow wolf. Then he looked down at the two and said, follow closely, don't lose it. 5th level holy beast. Everyone outside was stunned, and they were all dumbfounded. You know, the strength of a 5th level holy beast is equivalent to that of a strong man in the early stage of the emperor level. This means that she has the ability to compete with the emperor level strongman at such a young age. Will this let other people live? These people are simply here to attack people. Many of them are jealous and fearful, and their jealous eyes seem to pierce Gu Li inside. They all knew that the girl was the young master of the Gu family, who had just moved to Lingtian City. How deep must the Gu family's foundation be to be able to contract a 5th level sacred beast for a junior? Even the elders in their family had never owned a 5th level sacred beast. The faces of the people in the Gu family were full of excitement and pride, and cheers rang out. Their young master was really too strong. How could they not feel proud? Mu Yunqi, who was sitting on the shadow wolf, also had a flash of shock in her eyes. She widened her eyes, and looked at the shadow wolf under her in disbelief. She had known for a long time that Gu Li was a beastmaster, but she never expected that her talent for beast taming was so strong. Are you also a master beastmaster? Seeing that she had contracted a 5th level sacred beast, Lin Yuchen was a little surprised, and his voice was full of surprise. The only ones who answered him were the backs of Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. They were carrying the Shadow Wolf and ran forward as fast as a gust of wind. Qinghuan, follow. Lin Yuchen also hurriedly summoned the contracted beast and followed. The blue phoenix spread its huge and gorgeous wings and flew forward with all its might, bringing up a gust of wind. Soon, several people surrounded a 3rd level holy beast. The Shadow Wolf pawed down fiercely, and the holy beast instantly had only one breath left, collapsed to the ground, and had no power to fight back. Gu Li looked at Lin Yuchen. Here, I give it back to you. So fast. Lin Yuchen couldn't help but exclaimed. You don't want it? Gu Li raised his eyebrows and looked at him. How is it possible? After saying that, Lin Yuchen quickly killed the holy beast. In an instant, his points increased by 6,000 points, and he jumped to the 1st place, while Gu Li dropped to the 2nd place. Lin Yuchen looked at his ranking and said proudly, I'm higher than you. His expression seemed to show off his victory. Why are you in a hurry? There are still 2 days. Gu Li looked indifferent, with a faint smile on his lips. Her little wolf cub, it's easy to kill a holy beast with 1 claw. You know, the points for killing the contracted beast are also counted to the owner. Lin Yuchen is not worried. She is not the only one who has a 5th level holy beast. He also has one. It's not certain who will win. Chapter 96. Sister Ailey, I knew it was you. A familiar voice came from far away, like a spring breeze. This voice was full of surprise and kindness, as if it had traveled through a long time. Gu Li heard this voice, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, and his eyes instantly burst into bright light, and he couldn't wait to walk quickly in the direction of the voice. A yuan, a hen, why are you two together? Gu Li walked forward, his eyes wandered over the 2 of them, and smiled at them with joy. That smile was as bright as the sun, warm and moving. The other 3 people looked at her smile at this moment, and couldn't help but be stunned, as if time stopped at this moment. So this is what she looks like when she is sincerely happy, and that unreserved smile seems to be able to dispel all the haze. Mu Yunqi felt a little sour in her heart, and muttered to herself, she has never smiled at me like this, and her smile to me is so fake. Thinking about it, a trace of grievance and dissatisfaction appeared on her face. I just ran into a hen too. Little Bear sensed the wolf cub's aura, so we came to look for you. Suyun's face was also full of excitement, his eyes sparkling, and his words were full of the joy of reunion. Ollie, my points are also ranked 10th. Suyun said in a tone of seeking credit, with a little pride in his tone. Yesterday, he and Little Bear ran around, fighting with one holy beast after another, and suffered a lot of injuries. Thanks to the elixir given to him by Sister Ollie, otherwise he would be exhausted to death. His points also increased a lot, but he didn't encounter a 3rd level holy beast, which made him feel a little regretful. 8th. Feng Wuhan said calmly with a smile on his face. Although his tone was flat, the slightly raised corners of his mouth still revealed a hint of joy in his heart. Great. Gu Li praised the 2 without hesitation, and the sincere tone made the 2 people feel warm in their hearts. Feng Wuhan, Suyun, long time no see. Shi Zihan nodded slightly, and greeted the 2 with a calm and friendly look. They naturally knew each other, and had some intersections in the past. Long time no see. Feng Wuhan also nodded in response with a polite smile on his face. Did you bully our sister Ollie? Suyun looked at the 3 people with some hostility, his eyes full of vigilance. He did not forget that Sister Ollie had said before that he should be careful of these 3 people. Who is bullying who? Lin Yuchen looked helpless, and felt very speechless. Then why did you steal Sister Ollie's prey? Suyun said angrily. He saw it clearly just now. It was the little wolf who injured him, but Lin Yuchen took it later. She owed me that. Last night, Zihan and I finally hunted a 3rd level holy beast, but she killed it with 1 strike and ran away. Who is bullying whom? Lin Yuchen angrily told what happened last night. He became more and more excited and his face flushed. Hearing these words, Suyun couldn't help laughing. Ha ha, Sister Ailey is still so rude. He could already imagine that scene, and couldn't help laughing. Let's go! There's not much time left. Let's hunt the monster first. Gu Li looked at Suyun, Mu Yunqi and Feng Wuhan and said. Turning back to Lin Yuchen and Shi Zihan he said, the monster has been returned to you. Let's separate now. Okay, Shi Zihan said neatly, and then turned around and left with Lin Yuchen. Suyun turned around and looked at Mu Yunqi who was left behind, and asked in confusion. Why did she follow us? Because my sister and I have a cooperation. Mu Yunqi raised her eyebrows. with a bit of mystery in her expression. Yeah, Gu Li nodded in agreement. They agreed to cooperate to hunt 10 holy beasts, but now they have only hunted 4. Is there any way to gather the monsters in the nearby area? It's too time-consuming to find them one by one. Gu Li frowned slightly, touched his chin, and his eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Are you sure? Feng Wuhan said seriously, with a little worry in his expression. Do you have a way? Gu Li looked at Feng Wuhan eagerly, his eyes full of expectation. I have some top-grade beast-attracting powder. Monster beasts are very sensitive to it. I'm just not sure how many monster beasts there are in this area. I'm afraid the situation will get out of control. Feng Wuhan's expression was a little solemn, and there was some concern in his tone. Xiao Jinzi is here, Gu Li said cryptically. Su Yiyun and Feng Wuhan understood what she meant instantly. The highest level in this secret realm is only level 3. It's not that there are hundreds of level 3 holy beasts coming at the same time. With their strength, they can still handle it. Even if they come, there is Xiao Jinzi here. That is a level 7 holy beast. Facing these level 3 holy beasts, it is completely overwhelming. Mu Yunqi thought she still had a level 5 holy beast. Although she was a little nervous, she felt much more at ease when she saw the confident look of others. After discussing, they scattered beast-attracting powder around, and then waited quietly in the same place. Not long after, low roars came from all directions, and the earth was shaking slightly. Monsters of various shapes appeared in the field of vision, and there were so many of them that people couldn't help but feel scared. People outside saw their actions through the viewing stone, and couldn't help but laugh at them for overestimating their abilities. They admitted that Gu Li and his friends were very talented and outstanding among their peers. But facing so many holy beasts, what can they do with strong talents? It's useless. The people of the Gu family are full of confidence, and firmly believe that Gu Li and his friends can succeed. TSK, the young master will slap them in the face later. They know that the 7th level holy beast that brought them to Lingtian City is the young master's contracted beast. How can they not beat it? Xiao Tengtung, tie them up. Seeing the monsters coming like a tide, Gu Li not only did not fear at all, but was extremely excited. The bright eyes seemed to be twinkling with brilliant stars, and the whole person was full of vitality, as if she saw countless points waving to her happily. Mu Yunqi looked at this thrilling scene, and felt her heartbeat speed up a few points. The shocking scene made her breathing become rapid. To stay with her, you really need a strong heart, otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with these thrilling situations one after another. Yes, master. The crisp voice of the little vine sounded. I saw it quickly leave Gu Li's wrist, like a green lightning, rushing towards the direction of the surrounding monsters. When it fell to the ground, it grew countless thick and tough vines at an astonishing speed. Those vines seemed to have life, flexibly shuttled, and instantly tied up the monsters below the 2nd level, making them unable to move. Gu Li turned his head to look at the 3 people, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and said, how many you can kill depends on your ability. Chapter 97. Some 3rd level holy beasts broke free from Xiao Tengtung's restraints with their powerful strength. Master, I can't tie up the 3rd level beasts. Xiao Tengtung's voice sounded a little aggrieved, with a hint of self-blame and helplessness in that voice. It's okay, leave the rest to me, you can play. Gu Li responded without hesitation, with a tone full of confidence and calmness. Okay, master, Xiao Tengtung's excited voice sounded, as if the grievance just now disappeared in an instant. I saw that the vines suddenly grew sharp barbs, piercing into the bodies of the monsters that failed to break free from the vines, and began to suck blood continuously. Soon, one monster after another dissipated in pain. For this reason, Xiao Tengtung was quite disappointed. Originally, it thought that it could improve its cultivation through these holy beasts, but it didn't expect that these monsters were not real, and could not let it suck blood to enhance its strength. Su Yiyun, Feng Wuhan and Mu Yunqi were not to be outdone. They quickly activated their spiritual power, exuding a powerful aura, and went forward without hesitation to harvest the bound holy beasts. However, some 3rd level holy beasts broke free from their restraints and attacked them fiercely, bringing gusts of wind and roars. Seeing this, Gu Li stood calmly in the encirclement, quickly forming seals with his hands, and chanted, Mu Yuan binding. A more powerful Mu Yuan force rushed out from the ground, like countless green dragons, tightly binding the escaped monsters again. Gu Li then activated his spiritual power, flashed, and joined the battle. None of the 3 let the contracted beasts participate. After all, those monsters were already tied up, and it was good to expose less strength. Golden Yuan Mu Yunqi shouted, golden light flashed in her hand, and a powerful golden yuan force blasted towards the monster. Spiritual wind cursed Suiyun was not to be outdone, and waved his hands, and the surroundings suddenly blew violently, forming a sharp wind blade to cut the monster. Fiery flame burning Feng Wuhan shouted loudly, and a ball of hot flame flew out of his hand, instantly covering the monster in a sea of fire. The second move of the sky-breaking art, Thundernet Gu Li then performed a powerful move, and the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and lightning intertwined into a huge net, fiercely striking the monsters. For a time, various elemental spiritual powers blasted towards the monsters, like gorgeous fireworks. Because they were tied up and unable to move, all attacks fell on them completely, and the monsters screamed in pain, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The number of monsters was decreasing sharply, and the points of the 4 people were also rising rapidly. Suddenly, Gu Li returned to the first place again, and the other 3 also rushed to the top 4. The candidates who took the test together stared at the tokens showing the scores. When they saw the scores of the 4 people rising, they were stunned, their eyes wide open, and their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. This token must be broken. Someone couldn't help but mutter to himself, his face full of disbelief. The people watching outside were also slapped in the face by several people at this time. Oh, didn't someone say that our young master was overestimating his own abilities? One of the disciples of the Gu family said with a smile. Maybe they are jealous of our young master, and can't bear to see that our young master is better than their disciples. Another one also echoed. The families who had ridiculed Gu Li and others looked a little ugly, but they didn't provoke the people of the Gu family. Before finding out the strength of the Gu family, no one dared to act rashly. Fuck, did they poke the holy beast's nest? Lin Yuchen also saw the 4 people's points rising rapidly, and shouted in shock. His voice became sharp because of surprise. Shi Zihan's eyes also flashed a trace of surprise. He knew the strength of Suiyun, Feng Wuhan and Mu Yunqi. They were comparable to the 2 of them, but they could never do this. That can only be because of that Gu Li. This girl has a lot of trump cards. It seems that the days in Lingtian Academy will not be too boring in the future. Hunting monsters first. If you can't even get into the top 10, she will laugh at you, Shi Zihan said. Lin Yuchen thought of the scene of being laughed at by her, and instantly he was like a chicken blood, full of fighting spirit. Several people killed for a day and a night, from day to night, and from night to dawn, before they killed all the monsters. No, I'm so tired. Suiyun sat on the ground without any image, panting heavily, and the whole person seemed to be fished out of the water, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. After killing so many monsters, his physical strength was almost overdrawn. Feng Wuhan threw a bottle of pills to him, and threw a bottle to Gu Li and Mu Yunqi each. Mu Yunqi took it without hesitation and took it directly. She was really too tired, and at this moment, she didn't care about her image and reserve. After several people took the pills, they felt that the exhausted spiritual power in their bodies was gradually restored, and their bodies also had some strength. Fuck Ali, you have 120,000 points. Suiyun checked the rankings and suddenly saw Gu Li's amazing points. He couldn't help but exclaimed, and his voice trembled with excitement. The points killed by Xiao Tung Tung are also counted on me. Gu Li looked at the points and smiled with satisfaction. That smile was as bright and moving as a blooming flower. Oh, if I had known, I would have asked Little Bear to help me. I'm only 4th. Suiyun said with some annoyance, his face full of regret. It's enough to be admitted to Lingtian College. The ranking is not important. Feng Wuhan still said indifferently, as if he didn't care about these things. And Mu Yunqi was still immersed in the joy of killing so many monsters, and the whole person was in a state of excitement. So exciting. Are we going to continue hunting? Mu Yunqi asked with some reluctance, her eyes full of expectation. No, there is still half a day before the assessment ends. Our points are firmly in the top 4, so there is no need to go again. Gu Li also sat down on the spot, and the little vine stretched out the vines to weave a comfortable chair for Gu Li to sit on. Gu Li leaned on it comfortably and relaxed his tired body. I want to eat barbecue. I'm so hungry. Suiyun collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud without any strength, and shouted to Gu Li weakly. His eyes, which were bright and lively, became dim at this moment, and his voice was full of weakness and fatigue, as if he was so hungry that he had little strength to speak. You roast it yourself. Gu Li rolled her eyes at him. She was also very tired, okay? In addition to killing the monsters, she had to use the wood element to tie up the escaped monsters again. Feng Wuhan glanced at the 2 of them, got up helplessly to light a fire, and took out the monster meat from the space to roast. A hen is still the best, Suiyun's flattering voice sounded. Gu Li narrowed his eyes threateningly. Ali is also good, hee hee, Suiyun added quickly. After the few people had eaten and drunk enough, they quietly waited for the end of the assessment. Half a day later, the assessment was over, and the candidates in the secret realm were teleported out. Chapter 98. Congratulations to the top 100 students who have been admitted to Lingtian College. Don't be discouraged if you didn't make it. Try again next year. The instructor looked at the students who were sent out and nodded with satisfaction. The talents and strength of this year's students are much better than any previous years, and the overall level has been significantly improved. Next, the list of the top 100 will be announced. Those whose names are read will receive the student token of the college. The instructor cleared his throat and began to read out solemnly. 100, Pang Xiner. 99, Ling Jia. Hearing this familiar name, Gu Li, Sui Yun and Lin Yuchen were all stunned. Oh, it's an old acquaintance. Sui Yun raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Pang Xiner standing in the crowd. However, with her strength, how did she get in? Sui Yun was a little puzzled. You know, the competition this year is much more intense than in previous years, and she was able to successfully enter. Well, isn't it obvious? Gu Li raised his chin slightly, motioning Sui Yun to look at the men around Pang Xiner who were taking good care of her. Good fellow. Sui Yun looked in the direction Gu Li pointed, and saw Pang Xiner being surrounded by several men. He couldn't help but admire the woman's means. Pang Xiner seemed to notice someone staring at her, so she began to look around, and just happened to see Sui Yun withdraw her gaze. She was delighted, because she had heard that there were several three-element elementalists in this class, and the one named Sui Yun was one of them. At a young age, he had reached the middle stage of the spiritual level, and he was also the young master of the Su family of Tianqing country. Pang Xiner thought to herself, he is worthy of her. Of course, the others are also good. If they can be matched, it will be of great help to the Pang family. 10th place Zhou Haoyu, 9th place Lin Zixuan, 8th place Mo Xia, 7th place Su Mingzhi, 6th place Lin Yuchen, 5th place Shi Zihan, 4th place Su Yun, 3rd place Mu Yunqi, 2nd place Feng Wuhan, 1st place Gu Li. The instructor read out the list one by one, and looked at the top 10 with admiration. The strength of this year's candidates is really amazing. Except for the last 4, the first 6 are all 3-element masters, and the last 4 are also element masters, and 2 of them have reached dual element. After receiving the student token, you can go back and rest, and report to the college in 3 days. The instructor instructed. Yes, the candidates responded in unison. Let's go! Gu Li greeted Sui Yun and Lin Yuchen. After the 3 received the student tokens, they walked towards the direction of Gu's house. Wait, where are you going? Mu Yunqi saw Gu Li was about to leave, and hurriedly stopped her. Go home, where else can I go? Gu Li was speechless and rolled her eyes, as if to ask why she stayed here. Sister, our cooperation has ended. Gu Li smiled faintly. What an ugly smile. Mu Yunqi did not forcefully stop him, and turned back to the location of Dongchen Kingdom. Young Master Su, Young Master Feng. Seeing Gu Li and the other 2 coming, the disciples of the Gu family were all excited, their eyes full of respect and joy. Gu Li also smiled and nodded at them in response. Then, Gu Li walked in front of Gu Qintian. Grandpa, my performance was okay. Gu Li raised a smug expression, her eyes full of expectation, as if waiting for her old man's praise. Ha ha ha, very good, my granddaughter is the best. Gu Qintian was so excited that he stretched out his hand and rubbed Gu Li's head vigorously, and his strength was so strong that her hair was messed up. When the others heard Gu Qintian's hearty laughter, they all looked in the direction of the Gu family, full of envy and jealousy, secretly thinking, why are the geniuses from other families? What kind of shit luck did the Gu family have to have a relationship with the Prince of Tianqing Kingdom, and the young master of the Su family? You 2 boys are also very good. Feeling the other 2 hot eyes, Gu Qintian walked to Sui Yun and Lin Yuchen again, and rubbed their heads like he did to Gu Li. Lin Yuchen had been paying attention to Gu Li, and the other 2 since the ranking was announced. When he saw the 3 people asking for praise, he was full of disdain in his heart, and muttered to himself, childish. Sister Ollie, Grandpa, you go back first. Someone from our Tianqing Kingdom is coming, we plan to go and see. Sui Yun said indifferently. It is indeed inappropriate that he has not met his family members, since he came to Lingtian City for so long. Okay, seeing that their expressions did not look like they were going to do anything bad, Gu Qintian was relieved to let them go by themselves. I lost. What do you want? Just say it. Lin Yuchen and Shi Zihan came to the location of the Gu family together. Lin Yuchen raised his chin, with a little reluctance on his face, and said in a stiff tone. Hearing the 2 people speak, Some people who noticed the situation here could not help but show a look of surprise. She actually knew the prince of Chinsi Kingdom, and the son of the Lin family. What is the origin of this Gu family that suddenly appeared? Everyone was full of doubts and curiosity. Come to Gu's house tomorrow, and you know. Seeing the two people coming towards him, Gu Li's face was full of smiles, like a blooming beautiful flower. It was as if she saw free labor. Fuck, you're greedy for my body, I'd rather die than obey. Seeing her smile so brightly to him, Lin Yuchen immediately felt that she had bad intentions, and his heart was alarmed. Gu Li was speechless. Stupid. Gu Li rolled her eyes at him, ignored him, turned around and left with the people of Gu's family. She's scolding me? Lin Yuchen looked at Shi Zihan in disbelief, with questioning and disbelief in his eyes. She's scolding you, Shi Zihan said, and walked back without hesitation. Seeing that the two of them left without any nostalgia, Lin Yuchen was so angry that he couldn't speak. He stood there for a long time, and finally raised his feet, and followed them helplessly. The next day, Lin Yuchen came to the door of Gu's house as promised, and Shi Zihan came with him. Mr. Lin, Mr. Shi, please come in. The guard at the door recognized the two at a glance, made a respectful gesture of invitation, and invited the two to the hall. Lin Yuchen looked around curiously, and asked in confusion, How do you know who we are? My young master said that there will be two guests today. The two most beautiful ones are Mr. Lin and Mr. Shi. Let me bring them in directly, the guard said respectfully. In fact, the young master said that the most stupid one was Mr. Lin, but he dared not say it out loud. Humph, if I had known, I would not have come, and let her wait at home, Lin Yuchen said a little arrogantly. However, the slightly raised corners of his mouth betrayed his good mood at the moment. Seeing that she had such a good vision, he reluctantly met her one request. Chapter 99. Gu Li came to the hall soon. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Lin Yuchen raised his eyebrows, and said impatiently. I need your help to tame some monsters. Gu Li folded his hands in front of his chest, with a calm expression, and spoke slowly. Aren't you a beast tamer yourself? Lin Yuchen was puzzled. Why are you looking for me for such a small matter? I'm tired. Gu Li pouted and shrugged nonchalantly. Taming monsters is tedious and boring. I don't want to spend that effort. Are you really a beast tamer? How tiring can it be to tame a monster? Lin Yuchen stared in confusion. Not one. Gu Li showed a meaningful smile, with a cunning look in her eyes, like a little fox guess. Seeing her smile, Lin Yuchen instantly had an ominous premonition, frowned, and asked nervously, How many are they? Even if there are a few, there is no need to find him, just wasting his request, Lin Yuchen muttered to himself. Gu Li raised the corner of her mouth and uttered 5 words indifferently. 100 spirit beasts. How many? Lin Yuchen widened his eyes, his voice changed, and asked in disbelief. Shi Zihan had just taken a sip of tea, and when he heard this, he almost choked, cough cough cough, looking at her in shock. Crazy. Even if it is a spirit beast, 100 can tire Aiken to death. Do I have any grudges with you? Do you want to tire me to death? Lin Yuchen stomped his feet in anger, his face flushed, and his eyes widened. How could that be? Of course, I will tame it together. Gu Li blinked, smiled playfully, and spoke in a cheerful tone. That's a lot. Lin Yuchen frowned, his face full of sorrow, his voice was full of tears. Who made you lose? Gu Li shrugged, raised his chin, and said with a smug look. You are so cruel. Where is the monster? Lin Yuchen gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stared at Gu Li fiercely. It hasn't been captured yet, wait. Gu Li shrugged, looking relaxed and nonchalant, saying, Why are you in a hurry? You are here. You won't ask me to help you capture it? Lin Yuchen's eyes widened, and his eyeballs almost fell out. Correct. No reward. Gu Li crossed his arms, and looked at them with a smile. No. I only agree to one request of yours. Lin Yuchen frowned and said firmly, his tone full of unquestionable. Then my request is that you agree to my 2 requests. Gu Li blinked her big, lively eyes, raised her lips, with a sly smile, and spoke in a brisk and playful tone. Lin Yuchen was stunned, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, thinking to himself, is it really okay to be so shameless? Don't even think about it. Lin Yuchen was so angry that his face turned red, his eyes wide open, and he shouted loudly. You are quite funny. Gu Li covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curved into crescents, and her tone was full of ridicule. Lin Yuchen was so angry that his lips trembled, pointing at Gu Li, but he couldn't speak. Okay, I'm just teasing you. How can I have so much time to capture 100 monsters one by one? Come with me. Gu Li shrugged helplessly, with a relaxed smile on her face, and her tone was casual and free and easy. Let Gu Yi and the others do this kind of thing. It would be so tiring for her to go alone. Zihan, look at her. Lin Yuchen frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Come on. Otherwise you won't be able to tame it in 3 days. Zihan tried hard not to laugh in front of him, and urged with a serious face. Okay. Lin Yuchen responded helplessly. Gu Li brought the two to another martial arts training ground of the Gu family, looking at the various monsters on the open ground. Some of them were lying on the ground half dead, looking weak. Several people were feeding them pills one by one. Lin Yuchen asked with some doubts. Didn't you say that you haven't captured it yet? His eyes were full of confusion. Gu Li rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, Do you think there is no one in my Gu family? I have to do everything by myself. Lin Yuchen muttered in his heart, Oh, it's just a question. Why are you so fierce? But he just dared to be angry, and didn't dare to speak, silently suppressing his dissatisfaction in his heart. Young master. Seeing Gu Li slowly approaching, the shadow guards hurried over and saluted her respectfully. You go outside and watch. Don't let anyone get close to here. Gu Li ordered. Yes, Gu Yi and others responded in unison, and then quickly retreated. Then Gu Li turned his gaze to Zihan. Do you want to watch here? Or do you want to take a break? We won't be finished so soon. Gu Li raised his head slightly, and looked at Zihan and asked. I wait for you here. Zihan replied. Gu Li nodded, and moved a chair out of the space. Handed it to him, and said in a light tone, Well, you're welcome. Then he pulled Lin Yuchen, and walked quickly to the monsters. Zihan looked at her, then at the chair, with a slight smile on his face, and chose to sit down thinking, I can't let Yuchen suffer. Try it first. Gu Li turned his head, and said to Lin Yuchen. I do it myself. Lin Yuchen frowned, with a hint of reluctance on his face. Try it first, let me see. Gu Li said again. Lin Yuchen had no choice but to walk to an 8th level spirit beast with some reluctance. He slowly raised his hand, and gently placed it on the head of the monster. A gentle affinity surged from his palm, gradually calming the monster that was still struggling. Then, his mental power, like a lively silk thread, slowly entered the monster's sea of consciousness, condensed bit by bit, and gradually formed a clear contract mark. The whole process took a full quarter of an hour. Not bad, but a little too slow. Gu Li nodded with satisfaction and commented. Lin Yuchen was immediately dissatisfied and retorted, What do you mean by not bad? It would take at least half an hour for someone else to tame an 8th level spirit beast. You don't believe it? Gu Li raised her eyebrows, with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Watch it. Gu Li strode forward, and a powerful mental force instantly solidified, like a hazy light shield, covering the 5 monsters. Then, her mental power invaded their sea of consciousness at the same time, and soon successfully formed a contract mark. It also took a quarter of an hour. Lin Yuchen, who was watching from the side, was shocked, his mouth open wide, and his eyes were wide open. It's actually solidified. Such a strong mental power. He couldn't help muttering to himself, his voice trembling slightly due to extreme shock. Gu Li looked at his dumbfounded look and couldn't help laughing. With a smile on her face and a hint of ridicule in her eyes, she asked, Do you want to learn? I can teach you how to cultivate your spiritual power. Yes, Lin Yuchen nodded without hesitation, his eyes instantly burning with a burning desire. Teach me quickly. Lin Yuchen shouted impatiently, leaning forward, as if he was afraid that Gu Li would change his mind, his face full of eagerness and expectation. Chapter 100. I want to learn too. Zihan, who was sitting not far away, came here at some point, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. The spiritual power technique has always been extremely rare. Even their royal family has never had it, which shows that its preciousness is simply extraordinary. He thought about it, and seemed to have no idea what reward he could give her, and she seemed to have everything. He said with an extremely serious and sincere look, Teach me, and I will help you beat people in the future. And I will help you too. Lin Yuchen said hurriedly, fearing that Gu Li would forget him. Okay, but not now, there is no time now. Wait until I enter the academy and have time first. Gu Li agreed calmly. Ha ha ha, there will be 2 more thugs in the future. As for whether they will regret it? After all, they are the prince of a country, and the young master of a family. They can't do such a thing. If they regret it, the worst thing is to tie them up and beat them to death. Ali, I can ask the beast masters of my family to help. Just let them do it. Don't tire you out, Lin Yuchen said enthusiastically. Shi Zihan heard him say that, and said, "We have a beast master from the Shi family. I can also ask him to help." "Sure. But I have another request." Gu Li's eyes lit up instantly. She thought to herself, if there are other beast masters, there will be more than 100 monsters. Not only disciples, but also guards. "What?" Lin Yuchen and Shi Zihan said in unison, looking at her in confusion. "Lin Yuchen, you teach my Gu family disciples how to tame beasts, and Shi Zihan, you teach me runes." Gu Li's face was full of excitement, and she said loudly. There were no books on practicing runes in the Rebirth Pavilion. She was planning to look for some related books to read carefully. Besides, she originally wanted to learn runes when she entered Lingtian Academy. "As a reward, I will teach you another set of fire element exercises," Gu Li added sincerely. "Okay," Lin Yuchen agreed without hesitation. "Me too," Shi Zihan also agreed readily. "I will go back to the inn to bring people over. They will probably stay in Lingtian City for another half a month. You can ask someone to arrange it." After Lin Yuchen finished speaking, he hurriedly left alone. At this moment, only Shi Zihan and Gu Li were left. "Do you want to teach me runes first?" Gu Li asked impatiently. "Okay," Shi Zihan replied straightforwardly. Then, Gu Li took Shi Zihan back to her yard. On the stone table in the yard, Shi Zihan took out a lot of yellow paper and a bowl of brightly colored monster blood. Then, he began to demonstrate to Gu Li, and he did not forget to explain in detail during the process, just to help her understand better. Use spiritual power to transform a pen to control the required blood volume of the monster, and use mental power to control the spiritual pen to draw the rune pattern you want on the yellow paper. Shi Zihan stared at the yellow paper in front of him with a focused and solemn expression, slowly mobilizing the spiritual power in his body. His breath gradually became steady, and he carefully concentrated the spiritual power on his fingertips. In an instant, a pen with a flashing spiritual light gradually took shape in the void, and the light was bright and dazzling, as if it contained endless power. Then, a powerful mental power, like a pair of invisible, but extremely precise hands, gently and firmly held the spiritual pen. At the moment of writing, the spiritual power surged slightly, and the tip of the pen lightly touched the yellow paper, leaving a subtle trace, like a meteor across the night sky, short but eye-catching. The spiritual power cannot be too large or too small, otherwise the yellow paper will be easily burned or scrapped. Shi Zihan was fully focused, and did not dare to slack off at all. The output of spiritual power always maintained a just right measure. As the rune pattern gradually took shape, the surrounding air seemed to solidify. In the silence, the spiritual power in the air actually poured into the rune paper at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. The spiritual pen slowly and firmly moved on the yellow paper, and every stroke was full of power and mysterious charm. Until the last stroke was completed, a mysterious and powerful rune finally jumped onto the paper. Shi Zihan handed the drawn rune to Gu Li. "This is a top-grade explosive rune." Gu Li took it and looked at it carefully. When refining, you could also mobilize your own elemental power to pour into the rune, which will be more powerful. Shi Zihan thought for a while, and explained to her seriously. Runes are divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels like spiritual tools. 1 to 4 are primary, 5 to 7 are intermediate, 8 to 10 are advanced, and then there are top-grade, holy, semi-divine, divine, and super-divine. After speaking, Shi Zihan took out a picture book from the space and handed it to Gu Li, and then said, "There are various rune patterns and detailed explanations on it. You should be able to use it. Can I try it?" Gu Li touched the explosive rune in his hand, his eyes full of curiosity and expectation about its power. "You just input spiritual power and control the detonation," Shi Zihan explained patiently. Gu Li heard his words and immediately input her spiritual power into the rune. The rune emitted a dazzling light. She controlled the explosive rune in her hand to fly out and then detonated it decisively. There was a deafening boom sound, and smoke filled the air in front of her eyes in an instant, and billowing smoke rose up. The huge sound startled other people in the mansion like thunder, and they ran out of their rooms or courtyards one after another, looking nervous and confused. "What's wrong?" Someone shouted at the top of his voice, full of panic. "I don't know." Another person also looked confused, looking around to find the source of the sound. "The sound seems to come from the young master's yard," a sharp-eared disciple said, and everyone was shocked when this was said. "Not good, someone attacked the young master. Go report to the head of the family." I don't know who shouted this, and for a while many disciples and guards of the Gu family hurriedly ran towards Gu Li, with footsteps mixed and chaotic. After seeing that most of the wall of Gu Li's yard had collapsed, everyone was even more anxious, and everyone looked worried. Gu Yi and others quickly flew out and blocked the crowd. "It's okay, you go back. The young master is playing." Gu Yi's cold voice slowly sounded without a trace of ripples. Everyone looked at the yard with most of the wall gone, the ruins, and the mess. When they heard Gu Yi's words, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Play? Playing with blowing up the house? This is too exaggerated. Gu Li didn't know the reaction of the people outside. She looked at the collapsed wall, her eyes sparkling, full of excitement and surprise. So strong. She couldn't help but cheer, her face full of excitement.